Chapter 1. Transmigrating into the Great Zhou. How did I end up as a small ruffian? In the 21st year of the Xuan era of the Great Zhou dynasty, the imperial star dimmed, and the Ziwei constellation wavered. The emperor lay gravely ill, resembling a flickering candle nearing its end, yet he hesitated to designate an heir. The left chancellor, Gu Huayong, monopolized the reins of power, shrouded in shadows, as he clandestinely nurtured his faction, his wolfish ambitions apparent to all. Outside, formidable enemies lurked. In the northern frontier, smoke of war rose in the southern borderlands. Poison spread unchecked in the western territories. Various nations stirred restlessly, and above the eastern sea, pirates wreaked havoc, committing every conceivable atrocity. Internally, vassal kings carved out their domains, each wielding military might, coveting the throne of Chang'an, a tempest brewing beneath the surface, ready to erupt at the slightest provocation. In Chang'an, beneath the veneer of prosperity, lay a treacherous undercurrent. Outside the city, adjacent to a mass graveyard, a dilapidated slum, deemed a no man's land by the authorities, thrived. Damn it, who's hitting me? Have the guts to untie me. Let's settle this according to the rules of the Jianghu. The dim glow of an oil lamp flickered against the crumbling walls, casting shadows upon a group of ragged men encircling a frail figure, raining down blows. The thuds of fists and feet echoed, mingling with muffled cries of pain. The scent of blood thickened in the air. You think a mere handful of coins can buy you off? Do I look like a beggar to you? Keep hitting him, damn it. How can he be so forgetful? The leader, a man with a grotesque scar etched across his face, spat violently, cursing fiercely. The man at the center of the assault was named Xuan, who had just transmigrated into this world. Indeed, you heard it correctly, the kind of serendipity that countless men fantasize about had befallen Xuan. In his previous life, Xuan was the youngest double-flower red stick of the new Ian gang, poised to engage in a rivalry with the 14K gang when a car accident struck. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in this wretched place. The original owner was a lowly ruffian of the Green Snake gang, expelled for his cowardice and ineptitude, now barely scraping by through deceit and trickery. Today, due to an insufficient protection fee, he was being taught a lesson by Scar Lu, a minor leader of the Green Snake gang. Forgetting the agony of merging memories, Xuan's immediate concern was to avoid being beaten to death like a dog. Alas, he had no choice but to play the role of a fool, for two fists could not contend with four hands, especially when the original body was as weak as a stray dog. Resolutely suppressing his cries, he curled up, shielding his face and vital areas. After all, no matter where he went, his guiding principle remained. Fighting is acceptable, but don't hit my face. I make my living by my looks. With an acting skill worthy of an award, he began, Master Lu, spare me. Master Lu, please. I truly have no money left. At that moment, Scar Lu had evidently lost his patience. He waved his hand, signaling the others to disperse, and seized Xuan by the hair, yanking him off the ground. No money? Then you'd better sell yourself. How about going to the Ningxiang Pavilion as a gigolo? You might fetch a few jugs of good wine. Ningxiang Pavilion? The lowest brothel in Chang'an. Xuan's heart sank. Damn it, do they have to be this ruthless? I have no desire to become a Bao Longxing. No, absolutely not. I cannot simply resign myself to fate. I must swiftly devise an escape plan. System? Xuan fervently shouted within his mind. Golden Finger? Heaven above, deities of all realms, I implore you, grant me any form of salvation to rescue my life. In the unseen realms, it seemed that a divine presence truly responded to his fervent prayers. Suddenly, a torrent of fragmented memories surged within his mind, akin to a dam bursting, rushing chaotically toward the core of his recollection. But if I survive this ordeal, I shall undoubtedly gamble for 3 days and nights at the new Lisboa in Macau. And if I do not leave the house Edgebear, I would be unworthy of my title as the little gambling god of Hong Kong. Those two ladies last night were quite the handful. They nearly exhausted me. Should another one come tonight, I would achieve the 1,000 kills accomplishment. Flirting techniques, card tricks, driving skills, proficiency in firearms. What in the world? Xuan was utterly bewildered what was happening. Was knowledge being force-fed to him? Such a method existed? This golden finger bears some merit. The remarkable aspect was that these memories melded seamlessly with his own, as if they were innate, allowing him to grasp their essence instantaneously. Astounding. Who would have thought this gang of underlings indulged in such extravagant pursuits, each possessing exceptional skills? Li Xian felt a surge of elation, yet the current predicament left no room for idle contemplation. He swiftly regained his composure, strategizing his escape. Given his injuries, his strength was considerably diminished. Confronting them head-on was unwise. He needed to procure some funds to extricate himself from his predicament, and would later return to settle accounts with Scar Lu. Master Lu! Master Lu! Li Xian's voice trembled slightly, laced with a tone of servility. I can gamble. My luck has been exceptionally favorable lately. I am certain I can win and offer my respects to you. He slightly bowed, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, showcasing an acting prowess worthy of a leading man. Scar Lu squinted, appraising Li Xian, seemingly weighing the credibility of his words. Gamble? Scar Lu scoffed. Do you think I am unaware of your capabilities? You might manage petty theft, but at the gambling table, you would likely lose even your undergarments. Master Lu, you misunderstand. I was merely unawakened in the past. Li Xian quickly defended himself. But recently, fortune has smiled upon me. It feels as though the god of wealth is following closely behind. You must trust me this once. I assure you, I will return your investment manifold. Oh, Scar Lu's tone held a hint of amusement. Return manifold? You certainly possess quite the bravado. Pray tell, how do you intend to achieve this? Seeing a glimmer of hope, Li Xian's heart soared with delight as he leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Master Lu, I have recently devised a new gambling method, one that guarantees profits without fail. Should you provide me the capital, I guarantee. Guarantee what? Scar Lu interrupted, his gaze flashing with intrigue. I guarantee that you shall revel in nightly festivities, amassing wealth by the day. Li Xian bit his lip, presenting an exceptionally enticing proposition. Scar Lu burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, well, you got guts, kid. This time, he'll trust you. Someone, bring him 10 taels of silver. Thank you, Lord Lu. Thank you. Li Xian expressed his gratitude profusely, yet inwardly he scoffed. 10 taels of silver? Merely a pittance to dismiss a beggar. Nevertheless, it sufficed. Upon receiving the silver, he was already conjuring plans in his mind. This 10 taels was the capital for his resurgence. Point one of the gambling establishments in Chang'an City Channel Square. Scar Lu, accompanied by several minions, grumbled and shoved, forcefully ushering Li Xian into the casino. Clatter, clatter. Open, open, open. Once you buy, you cannot back out. Once you buy, you cannot back out. As he stepped inside, an overwhelming cacophony assaulted his senses. Beneath the dim glow of oil lamps, throngs of people jostled, their faces contorted in expressions of either ecstatic joy or utter despair. With bloodshot eyes, the gamblers were already consumed by frenzy, their primal growls echoing as they fixated on the silver on the table, as if it were the very essence of their existence. This was the stark reality of a lower-tier gang casino during the twilight of the Great Zhou dynasty, marking the commencement of countless individuals' descent into ruin. Having lived 2 lives, it was Li Xian's inaugural experience in such a den. Before he could fully absorb the gravity of his surroundings, Scar Lu delivered a hefty kick to his back. Damn it, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and win some money. Li Xian stumbled, nearly losing his balance, as he was roughly shoved toward the gambling table by a few ruffians. On the table lay a dice cup, with several gamblers gathered around, anxiously fixated on the dealer's hand, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Kid, let's keep it simple, just play high or low. If you lose, you can clean yourself up and prepare to be sold. Scar Lu remarked ominously from the side. The surrounding gamblers quickly turned their attention to Li Xian, their eyes glinting with greed, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves eyeing a lamb destined for slaughter. Gazing at the dice cup, beads of sweat began to form on Li Xian's forehead. The oppressive heat of this wretched place was stifling. Xing, my brother, it all rests on you now. I hope your tricks include something about dice. May the deities bless us. His mind raced through the knowledge of gambling techniques, but he recalled that a die has 6 faces, with each face having a 1 in 6 probability of appearing. Now, with 3 dice, what was the cumulative probability of the outcomes? Dear audience, do the math. Yet, this was merely theoretical probability in reality. The dealer could manipulate the dice outcomes through various methods. The original owner's memories seemed to hint at some tricks related to casino cheating. Xian's gaze swept across the dealer's hands. His fingers were long, with pronounced knuckles, indicating a trained individual. A bold idea sparked his mind. Lord Liu, may I take a look first? Li Xian feigned fear and spoke softly. Scarred Liu, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Look, quickly, don't delay my fortune. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian approached the gambling table, refraining from hasty bets, instead meticulously observing the dealer's technique of shaking the dice that he discovered. That the dealer paused ever so slightly each time he shook the dice, and there was a certain rhythm to his finger movements. The dealer appeared to casually rattle the dice cup, yet concealed within was a profound secret. The force, angle, and tempo could all influence the ultimate resting place of the dice. That a bold, even audacious thought took root in his mind, akin to a seedling breaking through the soil and flourishing wildly. Could this be a form of cheating? Li Xian's heart began to race, as he sensed he had stumbled upon something significant. Chapter 2. A Perilous Escape. Embarking on the path to ascendancy. The dice cup landed with a dull thud, resonating in the hearts of every gambler present. Place your bets. Quickly, place your bets. Once you buy, you cannot withdraw. The dealer's gruff voice thundered like a drum, urging the gamblers to wager. The gamblers, already blinded by greed, eagerly pushed their silver coins toward the betting area, quickly amassing heaps of silver on both sides that dazzled the eye. With so many large wins in a row, this is uncanny. It must be time for a small one, exclaimed a gaunt gambler, counting the scant silver coins left in his possession, muttering under his breath. Nonsense. As the old saying goes, every round is large. Every round brings prosperity. Keep betting large, and we will win handsomely, scoffed a burly man beside him, his bare torso glistening, casting a derisive glance at the gaunt gambler. Amidst the cacophony surrounding him, Li Xian seemed oblivious, his gaze fixated intently on the dealer's right hand. That hand, accustomed to deception. Place your bets. Have you all made your decisions? Wealth will flow abundantly. It lies within a thought. Gold and stone. The dealer's voice was hoarse, imbued with seduction, as his right hand slowly descended upon the dice cup. Reveal. Just as the dealer was about to unveil the result, Li Xian sprang into action. He hurled his entire stake of 10 taels of silver toward the small area like an arrow released from a bow. Damn it, you crazy fool! Scarred Liu exclaimed in shock, nearly leaping from his seat. The sudden turn of events sent ripples through the crowd, prompting gamblers to cast sidelong glances. Even the master of deception, the dealer, displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Yet Li Xian remained indifferent to everything around him. He merely wished to test his earlier judgment, to gamble on whether the dealer was indeed greedy enough. He had clearly captured, just as the dealer shouted reveal, the fleeting glimmer of the dealer's eye as it darted across the table's chips, weighing and calculating whether to reveal a large or small outcome for maximum gain. That moment, as the dealer unveiled the dice cup, Li Xian noticed the dealer's right index finger twitch unnaturally. Dice control. A jolt coursed through Li Xian. The thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Dice control, one of the essential skills of advanced cheats at dice games. In the instant of revealing the cup, applying pressure through the finger joints subtly vibrates the dice, altering the outcome. Fragments of memories from his past life intertwined perfectly with the dealer's movements before him. Scarred Liu, noticing Li Xian lost in thought, seized his collar and roared, "You little rascal! You bet all your capital. If you lose this round, I swear I will skin you alive." Li Xuandu merely smiled faintly and retorted, "Master Liu, do you believe I will win this round? I don't care. All I know is that if you lose, you are doomed." Scar Liu glared with his eyes like brass bells, saliva nearly splattering onto Li Xandu's face. "Let us wait and see." Li Xuandu gently pushed Scar Liu's hand aside and redirected his gaze toward the dealer. "I wager that this round will be small." His tone was calm, yet it exuded an undeniable confidence. 3-2, 8 point small. The dealer grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Unceremoniously clutching the bets placed on B-I-G, it was somewhat unfortunate that Li Xuandu's last-minute wager had successfully claimed a portion of the money, but it mattered little. It was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Sheer luck. Did I win? Scar Liu was momentarily stunned before he stammered the question. Li Xuandu let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, a hint of fortunate survival crossing his face. He knew he had bet correctly. Damn, this was even more exhilarating than checking his exam scores in his previous life. Grateful for the wealth ability bestowed by the system. Hell, lad, your luck is quite remarkable. Scar Lu leaned closer, eyeing the dozens of tails of silver in Li Xuandu's hand with envy. His face, bloated and grotesque, resembled a blossoming chrysanthemum, albeit a rather terrifying one. Continue. Let me win big. Internally cursing, Li Xuandu maintained a facade of joviality, respectfully presenting 2 ingots of silver. Master Lu, this is the charity you just bestowed upon me, totaling 20 taels with interest. Isn't this sincere enough? Perhaps you might consider letting me off the hook. I am feeling rather unwell and must see a doctor. See a doctor? Nonsense. Keep gambling. Scar Lu's eyes narrowed, exuding a fierce countenance. Li Xuandu concealed his cold laughter, feigning utmost grievance. Master Lu, please do not be angry. Allow me a moment. Even the god of wealth requires favorable timing to prosper. How about this? We forego gambling and I treat you to drinks instead. We can enjoy ourselves while we play, creating a better atmosphere. Scar Lu's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Very well. Knowing when to stop is wise. But do you have enough money? I want to dine at Zhou. Absolutely. Master Lu, have you forgotten? The proprietress of Zhou and I have had a slight exchange of skills. Li Xuandu wore a knowing smile, one that men understand. Ha. Then today, I shall enjoy a free meal. Brothers, isn't that right? Ha. Zhou, a rare establishment in the slums where one can find a decent meal. Though it sounds elegant, it is merely a small tavern, yet for Scar Lu and his ilk, it is a splendid place indeed. As Li Xuandu and his companions entered the humble establishment, a waiter promptly approached them. With dusk approaching, business was finally thriving. During the clinking of cups and exchange of toasts, Li Xuandu seized the opportunity to sneakily hand the waiter a tael of silver while claiming to go to the restroom, requesting him to discreetly relay a message outside and informing him he could reasonably return a little later. Having accomplished this, Li Xuandu resumed his role, pouring drinks for Scar Lu with utmost attentiveness, nearly prostrating himself in servitude. Master Lu, please indulge in this cloud drunken wine, a signature offering from Tian residence, which I specifically ordered to honor you, Li Xian said with a beaming smile. Scar Lu raised his wine cup and downed it in one gulp, exclaiming, not bad, quite potent. Young man, you have a bright future ahead. Stay with me, and I assure you a life of luxury. Internally, Li Xian cursed, Bah, who do you think you are allowing me to associate with a fool like you? With your intellect, you'd barely manage as a scapegoat in Hong Kong. Just wait, you'll soon be weeping. Outwardly, he maintained a facade of flattery. Master Lu, you speak wisely. I shall rely on you from now on. After several cups of cloud-drunken wine, Scarred Lu was already quite inebriated, feeling the world spin, the figures around him blurring. This wine, damn it, why is it hitting me so hard? He shook his heavy head, attempting to focus, only to find his subordinates had already collapsed around the table, snoring loudly. What was happening? Scarred Lu sensed something was amiss, but lacked the strength to think it through. Observing the scene, Li Xian's lips curled into a barely perceptible cold smile. The moment had arrived. He feigned panic and knocked a wine cup to the ground. With a clang, 6 or 7 individuals surged into the tavern, surrounding a slight figure. This person was Slim Monkey, another minor leader of the Green Snake Gang, who typically had a contentious relationship with Scarred Lu. He was also the informant for Li Xian. Slim Monkey had long harbored disdain for Scarred Lu, and upon receiving Li Xian's signal, he immediately understood. Oh dear, Master Lu, what's happened to you? Have you had too much to drink? Slim Monkey feigned concern as he approached. At this point, Scarred Lu was already dazed, grasping Slim Monkey's arm. Slim Monkey. You. Why are you here? Is it you? Before he could finish, he collapsed onto the table, his body sliding down its edge. Xian observed the incapacitated Scarred Lu, a cold smile gracing his lips. While out and about, it was essential to have an ancient sleep aid dream-inducing powder. Brother, your strategy is remarkable. Slim Monkey gave a thumbs up to Li Xian. Rest assured, leave Scarred Lu to me, watch me deal with him. Li Xian chuckled. Brother Slim Monkey, this is all thanks to your excellent guidance. Haha, well said. Slim Monkey patted Li Xian on the shoulder. Brother, I see you are clever. Sticking with Scarred Lu. Is it dead, and why not join me instead? Li Xian feigned hesitation. Well, let me think it over. Yet internally, he calculated that both were akin to two sides of the same coin, and neither would lead to success. What more is there to ponder, brother? Join me, and I guarantee a life of indulgence. Slim Monkey urged. Brother Slim Monkey, please allow me time to contemplate. This matter is of great significance. Li Xian maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Slim Monkey was unperturbed, knowing that capable individuals like Li Xian would not rush into decisions. By the way, brother, I must share something with you. Slim Monkey lowered his voice. Recently, the gang leader's health has been deteriorating, and several of the older leaders are vying for power. It's quite chaotic. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's heart skipped a beat. Upon the brink of slumber, an unexpected gift of a pillow arrived. Strangely enough, the chaos invigorated me. For the more disorderly the situation, the easier it became for me to ascend. His expression remained serene as he clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, Thank you for your reminder, brother Thin Monkey. I shall take note. Thin Monkey, noticing Li Xian's inscrutable demeanor, sensed a deep-seated cunning within him that eluded his understanding. He waved dismissively, beckoning several underlings to lift the corpulent Lu with a scarred face. However, Lu's considerable girth rendered the task arduous, and the subordinates, drenched in sweat, managed only a few inches of movement. Frustrated, Thin Monkey stomped his foot, delivering a kick to one of them while cursing vehemently, Useless. A bunch of good for nothings. All you do is eat. As Li Xian prepared to take his leave, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something protruding from the disheveled clothing of the scarred Liuhua corner of a booklet. Realizing it might be something of significance, he felt a surge of intrigue. Fueled by the effects of alcohol, he stumbled deliberately, exclaiming, "Oh!" as he leaned against Lu, swiftly extracting the booklet and concealing it within his garments. Rising slowly, he remained unnoticed in his furtive action. Seeing that Lu would not be easily moved, he instructed two of his underlings to grasp Lu's legs and drag him out of the tavern. As Li Xian glanced back at the scattered henchmen, and then at Thin Monkey's retreating figure, he pondered briefly before stepping out of the establishment, heading homeward. On his way back, Li Xian's thoughts drifted, meticulously replaying the day's events. Since I am here, I might as well embrace it. Having lived two lives, equipped with extraordinary capabilities, a distinguished recipient of titles such as Top 10 Elite of the Hong Kong Underworld, and Outstanding Young Gangster, I shall not be intimidated by this rabble of peasants. A flicker of determination ignited in his eyes, and a plan began to form in his mind. He resolved to remain with the Green Snake Gang temporarily. This opportunity would serve as a stepping stone for his ascent. He did not traverse dimensions merely to be a foot soldier. His ambition was to become a formidable figure in this tumultuous era, to carve out his legacy. Let me set a modest goal, starting with the position of the Green Snake Gang's leader. Li Xian murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with ambition. This chaotic era has only just begun. Chapter 3. The Inquiry of the Main Hall. The spectacle has only just begun. As night descended and the hour grew late, the stars began to twinkle faintly against the backdrop of a luminous moon. Li Xian, relying on the memories of his former self, made his way back home, albeit with uncertain steps. Home, in truth, was but a dilapidated shack nestled within the narrow alleys of a slum, characterized by low, crumbling walls and a gate that hung ajar, revealing an interior in disrepair. He pushed open the rickety wooden door of the inner room. Stepping inside, a musty odor, mingled with the scent of decaying wood, assailed his senses, prompting a fit of coughing. His brow furrowed instinctively. The stench was nearly unbearable. Was it truly possible for anyone to reside in such a wretched place? From within his pocket, he retrieved a matchstick, gently blowing on it until a feeble flame flickered to life. Approaching the sole, nearly disassembled wooden table, he ignited the oil lamp resting atop it. The dim, wavering light barely illuminated the cramped space, but it allowed Li Xian to survey his surroundings. In one corner lay a heap of assorted farming tools, while the walls were draped in cobwebs. The ceiling bore several leaks, through which the stars above were clearly visible. The conditions were indeed dire, an existence stripped bare, devoid of any comforts. Li Xian could not help but shake his head in a wry smile, while others who traversed realms often found themselves as princes or noble heirs. I, it seemed, had taken a direct plunge into the depths of hardship. This beginning. Even a stray dog would surely avoid this path. Yet, to turn adversity into opportunity is far more intriguing, is it not? He approached the corner and casually picked up a worn farming tool, weighing it in his hands. The original owner of this body appeared to have left behind some residual muscle memory. Perhaps there was value to be found after all. Setting the tool down, Li Xian began to formulate a plan. The immediate priority was to tend to his injuries and commence training anew. Fortunately, the memories of his previous agility remained intact. Though the conditions were dismal, at least he found himself in a place that offered a degree of safety, a temporary refuge in which to recuperate. Let's see what treasure scarred Lu has left for me. Li Xian pulled from his pocket a booklet, its cover devoid of any title. The pages yellowed and the texture somewhat flimsy, with corners worn from frequent handling. Upon opening the first page, he was met with exquisite calligraphy. Even without a deep understanding of the art, Li Xian could discern the beauty of the script. As he turned page after page, astonishment grew within him. This was, in fact, a ledger. It meticulously documented the numerous crimes committed by the Green Snake Gang over the past 3 years. From the abduction of women to acts of murder and smuggling, each entry was harrowing and striking. He even recognized a few familiar names. Individuals of notable standing within the Green Snake Gang. Every incident was recorded with precise details: time, location, participants, and the circumstances surrounding each event, along with the profits gained. What a remarkable find! Scarred Lu has proven to be an excellent ally. With this ledger in hand, Li Xian now possessed leverage over these individuals. If wielded wisely, it could yield unexpected rewards. Closing the booklet, excitement flickered in his eyes. He realized that this ledger was akin to a fortuitous windfall, an invaluable asset in his quest for ascendance. As long as one wields it adeptly, not only can one rise to prominence within the Green Serpent Gang, but even overturn the Dragon Gang is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, a pressing question arises. From where did Scarred Lu acquire this booklet? The handwriting is so elegant that it is evidently beyond the capabilities of a rough character like him. If it is not he who penned it, then who did? What purpose does this individual have in meticulously documenting these events? A myriad of questions swirled in Li Xian's mind, and he sensed that a monumental secret lay hidden behind this booklet. First, he must conceal it safely. The following day, while Li Xian was engaged in his morning exercises, he was whisked away by other brothers of the Dragon Gang without having eaten, under the pretext of attending a meeting at the headquarters. As he made his way to the headquarters, he appeared calm on the surface. Yet a tempest brewed within his mind, thoughts racing tumultuously. As a mere underling of the Green Serpent Gang, who seldom even glimpsed the Hallmaster, what right did he have to participate in such a high-level meeting? The only explanation lay in the events surrounding Scarred Lu from the night prior. Li Xian was acutely aware that, although the outcome of last night's affair could be considered satisfactory, the entire process was riddled with flaws and would not withstand scrutiny. If the higher-ups of the Green Serpent Gang chose to investigate, he feared he would find it difficult to escape unscathed. He began to mentally replay all the occurrences of the past few days, from the moment of his arrival in this world to Scarred Lu's demise. Each detail and each point of contention flashing through his mind like a revolving lantern. Suddenly, Li Xian felt an extraordinary clarity of thought. Every detail appeared vividly before him, magnified manifold. He could even recall each character and punctuation mark from the ledger he had seen yesterday with crystal clarity. What is this? Such sharpness of thought, a memory that retains everything. Li Xian's heart soared with joy. Was this the advantage of memory integration? Had there been a secondary development of my cognitive domain? Just as he reveled in this delight, a violent headache struck him, as though a steel needle had brutally pierced his temple, causing him to nearly cry out in pain. It seemed this ability was not limitless. Rubbing his throbbing temple, Li Xian forced a wry smile, acknowledging that it was sufficient. With this exceptional acuity and an eidetic memory, combined with the experiences of his past life, he should be well prepared to navigate the challenges ahead. Li Xian, are you all right? A member of the dragon gang leading the way noticed Li Xian's pale complexion and the sweat beading on his forehead, expressing concern. I'm fine. Just an old ailment. Thank you for your concern, brother, Li Xian replied, mustering a smile and waving his hand. That's good to hear, brotherly. We are almost there. You must hold on. The man patted Li Xian on the shoulder, a playful glint in his eyes. Li Xian's heart quaked. It seemed that the headquarters of the dragon gang had a grand banquet awaiting him today. Thank you for the warning, Li Xian said, cupping his hands in feigned gratitude. The stage was set. The leading actor was about to take the stage. Headquarters of the Green Serpent Gang. Though it was termed a headquarters, it was, in reality, an underground chamber within an abandoned temple in a slum, spacious enough to accommodate dozens of individuals. Li Xian stood in the last row on the right side of the crowd, discreetly surveying the dimly lit chamber surrounding him. As the original owner's memories held no recollection of this place, it was his inaugural visit to this headquarters. The entire room exuded an atmosphere of darkness and dampness, illuminated solely by flickering candles and oil lamps. The walls were adorned with an array of torture instruments, iron chains, whips, and branding irons, gleaming ominously in the faint light. The ground was covered with moldy straw mats, emanating a repugnant odor of mildew mixed with the scent of blood. At the center, in a grand armchair, sat a pallid and emaciated old man, the leader of the Green Serpent Gang, Old Master Jin Zhou. Before Li Xian could fully absorb the eerie ambience of the chamber, a violent fit of coughing abruptly shattered his thoughts. Jin Zhou, covering his mouth, trembled violently, each cough seemingly threatening to expel his very innards. Li Xian, observant, noticed the bloodstains seeping through the handkerchief between the old man's fingers. In a reflexive motion, he instinctively covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, diminishing his breath. Goodness, another consumptive wretch. Let it not be tuberculosis, for I would rather not contract such a wretched ailment so soon after my arrival. Jin Zhou's subordinates hastily presented a concocted herbal remedy, administering it to him. Once his breathing steadied, a semblance of color returned to Jin Zhou's face. Li Xian stepped forward. Jin Zhou gestured for his subordinates to withdraw and then spoke softly to the crowd below. His voice, imbued with a magnetic resonance forged by countless tribulations, resonated through the chamber with undeniable authority. Indeed, he has arrived, Li Xian mused inwardly, yet his visage instantly transformed into one of obsequiousness as he limped towards the front, greeting the scrutinizing, disdainful, and schadenfreude-laden gazes of those around him. Ensuring a slight distance from the grand chair, he was cautious not to draw too close to the source of contagion, for one could only wonder what affliction plagued the old man. To Jin Zhou's left and right stood a scattering of a dozen individuals, clearly divided into two factions, each wearing expressions of gravity, their eyes flickering with uncertainty as they covertly assessed Li Xian. Among them, two middle-aged men stood prominently at the forefront. On the left, a burly figure with a rugged visage and a fierce glint in his eyes, unmistakably a formidable presence. This was Jin Buhuan, Jin Zhou's eldest son, renowned as the iron-faced Yama for his ruthless methods. On the right stood a slender man with a sinister appearance, his eyes gleaming with cunning, a veritable smiling tiger. This was Jin Bai, the second son, known as the master of schemes for his notorious guile. These two, embroiled in a fierce contest for the leadership of the gang, had long engaged in both overt and covert skirmishes, their animosity palpable. The atmosphere was taut, akin to a tightly stretched bowstring, threatening to snap at any moment. Li Xuan, do you comprehend the purpose of your summons today? Jin Buhuan's voice thundered first, resonating like a rumble of thunder, causing the ears to tingle. Feigning a demeanor of trepidation, Li Xian lowered his head and replied in a hushed tone, I am unaware. Unaware? Jin Bai sneered, a flicker of malice crossing his gaze. Do you know that Lu Scar has perished? Upon hearing the unexpected inquiry, Li Xian appeared utterly petrified, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. His countenance turned ashen, and he stammered in disbelief, the scarred leader is dead? His expression conveyed a sense of innocence, as if he were the most aggrieved victim. Earlier today, at the hour of the tiger, Scarred Liu was discovered lifeless in a dilapidated dwelling within the slums. According to his underlings, it was you who treated them to drinks yesterday, and you were the last person to have contact with Scarred Liu. Jinbai slowly advanced towards Li Xian, leaning slightly forward, his tone chillingly ominous. These ancient gangsters, their schemes are always the same few tricks, sowing discord to pit factions against each other, framing others and casting blame, or at best, employing others to carry out their dirty work while they observe from the shadows. Skinny Monkey, you have truly disappointed me. Deliberately leaving Scarred Liu's subordinates behind was merely a ploy to target me. If you cannot possess me, do you wish to obliterate me instead? Or do you harbor some ulterior motive? Li Xian silently scoffed at Jinbai's psychological manipulation. This is clearly slander. I am innocent. Innocent? I think not. My lord, you must stand up for me. Though I am but an inconspicuous lackey, I know well the meaning of loyalty and righteousness. Scarred Liu has shown me kindness. How could I possibly commit such despicable acts? Li Xian fell to his knees with a thud, clutching Jin Buen's leg, weeping profusely as he exclaimed, "Last night, while drinking with Scarred Liu, I suddenly felt unwell and went to relieve myself. Upon my return, Scarred Liu was already gone, and seeing my brothers sleeping soundly, I chose to return home and rest. Itrulibura no intentions. Scarred Liu has granted me a second chance at life. Even if I had the courage of a bear and the audacity of a leopard, I would not dare harm him. His performance was so emotionally charged, it could rival that of an acclaimed actor." Jin Buen, taken aback by the sudden embrace, felt revulsion coursing through him, and with a swift kick, he shoved Li Xian away, growling, "Enough of your wailing. I'm not dead yet. Get away." He turned to glare at Jinbai, his eyes ablaze with fury, his voice cold and menacing. "Second brother, cease your baseless accusations. Scarred Liu was my man. His death brings you more joy than anyone. A sense of anxiety gnawed at his heart. Oh, strategist, the rhetoric you imparted to me, why does it falter at such a critical moment? Enough." With a forceful slap upon the armrest of the grand chair, Jin Zhui bellowed, abruptly interrupting the quarrel between the two. Cough, 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 cough. This outburst seemed to drain him of all his strength, leading him into a fit of harsh coughing, his complexion now even more pallid than before, as if he might collapse at any moment. Chapter 4. The leader has fallen? The mysterious advisor emerges within the dimly lit chamber. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, with all eyes fixated upon the frail, elderly figure seated at the forefront. The aged yet unyielding presence of the old man elicited a sardonic smile from Li Xian, who observed from the side. The fool, Jin Buan, was indeed speaking in his defense, seemingly intent on preserving his stature. Yet, this raised a pertinent question. Was he aware of the account book's existence? Did he seek to safeguard me, hoping to extract the whereabouts of a ledger from my lips, even if I stood as a suspect in the murder of his loyal subordinate? Moreover, Jinbai's actions were even more perplexing. He hastily pressed me to confess my role in the murder of Scarred Liu. What was his intent? To silence me? It scarcely seemed plausible, for the thin monkey was one of his trusted aides. Logically, he should have been privy to the events of the previous night, and, in a bid to align with me, should have exerted his utmost to exonerate me. Could it be he deemed me devoid of value, regarding me as nothing more than a pawn to be discarded after use? It was a high-stakes game, indeed. Yet, amidst my contemplation of this intricate scenario, I suddenly realized a detail I had overlooked: the thin monkey. Since my arrival at the main hall, I had not laid eyes upon him. Surely he had not already. At that moment, as Li Xian's thoughts raced, attempting to dissect the bizarre situation at hand, Jin Zhui, who had been seated calmly in the grand chair, abruptly transformed in countenance. His already waning visage turned a vivid shade of crimson, reminiscent of a flickering flame. Almost instantaneously, his body began to convulse violently, foaming at the mouth, teetering on the brink of life and death. "Father, what has happened to you?" Jin Buhuan exclaimed, rushing forward in a flurry of panic, desperately attempting to support Jin Zhui's faltering frame. Jin Bai, albeit somewhat calmer, displayed a sense of urgency, calling out for assistance. "Quick, summon the physician." Bring forth Wang Shunxian from Baikeatang. Go, Li Xian declared, stepping forward with conviction. I am most familiar with the terrain around here. I know the way to Baikeatang. It was indeed curious that Jin Jui chose this precise moment to succumb to a seizure, raising suspicions of foul play. Was it conceivable that this old man had been poisoned? Regardless of whether his affliction was genuine or feigned, this presented an opportune moment for commendation. Rest assured, Second Master, I will summon Wang Shunxian with utmost haste, Li Xian proclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance, and promptly dashed out, his limping gait rendering the scene somewhat comical. Observing Li Xian's hasty retreat, Jin Bai's gaze flickered momentarily, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. Baikeatang, the sole medical establishment within the slums, Chief Physician Wang Wenwu, though lacking scholarly pursuits, had devoted his life to healing the afflicted, claiming to treat the ailments of the impoverished populace alone. Half an hour later, Li Xian finally arrived breathless at the entrance of Baikeatang, drenched in perspiration despite the early summer heat. Upon the threshold of the medical hall, there hangs a weathered black plaque, upon which the words by Chao Tang are inscribed in golden paint, the strokes exhibiting both vigor and a hint of nonchalance. Flanking the plaque are couplets that captivate the eye. May all the world's people be free from illness. What harm is there in letting the medicine gather dust? The slightly faded characters reveal the passage of time, embodying a sentiment of compassion for humanity. As Li Xian stepped into the hall, he was enveloped by a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. The floor was laid with gray stone slabs, and at the center stood a long table crafted from rosewood, its surface polished to perfection. Upon it rested several yellowed medical tomes and a jade pulse pillow. Adorning the wall behind the table was an ink wash painting depicting BNK meets Duke Kai Huan. On either side, neatly arranged rows of shelves brimmed with various jars and bottles of medicine. Hello, is anyone there? May I inquire if Master Wang is present today? Might he accompany me for a consultation? Li Xian's voice echoed within the hall, yet no reply came forth. Hey, have you heard? The Black Tiger Gang has been making frequent moves lately, seemingly intent on targeting the Green Snake Gang. Is that true? Do they dare? The Green Snake Gang is the largest faction in our area, boasting several hundred members. Hush, keep your voice down. I've heard they have allied with several smaller gangs, planning to take advantage of old Master Zhou's illness to swallow the Green Snake Gang whole. In a dim corner of the hall, two men, their wounds bandaged, whispered furtively, their voices barely above a murmur, yet to Li Xian's ears, they resonated with startling clarity. Goodness, Li Xian thought, instinctively turning his head. Can they really be heard from such a distance? Is this an extraordinary sense of hearing? Reflecting on the newfound abilities he had sensed earlier on the road, Li Xian mused, could it be that this cerebral enhancement has also amplified my senses? No wonder I was able to discern the dealer's movements with such precision at the gambling house. Perhaps my sensory perception had already been heightened then. Suppressing his astonishment, he redirected his attention to the conversation between the two men. The Black Tiger Gang intends to devour the Green Snake Gang? This is no trivial matter. Just as Li Xian pondered this, the curtain to the inner chamber was drawn aside, and a young attendant clad in a blue long robe, his head adorned with a silk cap, stepped forth gracefully. Li Xian's gaze brightened. It was the first time he had encountered a woman from ancient times since his arrival. She possessed a delicate stature, her features exquisitely painted, and her skin fair as snow. Though dressed in male attire, her ethereal beauty could not be concealed. Yet, a hint of weariness lingered in her expression, suggesting the burdens of toil. Li Xian recalled the portrayals he had seen on television of women disguised as men, often finding the characters obliviously blind to the obviousness of their femininity. Now, faced with a living embodiment of such a masquerade, he realized that, without a keen eye for detail, distinguishing between male and female could indeed be a challenge in ancient times. Esteemed guest, do you seek to summon our esteemed master for an outing? The attendant inquired, her voice neutral and low, tinged with a hint of raspy timbre. Li Xian regained his composure and hastily clasped his hands together, inquiring, may I ask if this esteemed young man, Wang, is present in the establishment? Lives are at stake. I humbly beseech you to summon him forth with haste. He had intended to address the youth as a lady, but the words faltered at his lips, and he altered his address at the last moment. Unfortunately, my master has ventured into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, with no set date for his return. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's heart sank in dismay. What were we to do now? Before I departed, my esteemed Lord Zhou was gravely ill. If this delay continues, his life may be in jeopardy. As he spoke, he gestured animatedly, his face etched with anxiety. Deep down, he calculated that without Wang's presence, Lord Zhou's fate could be dire. Observing his distress, the attendant furrowed her delicate brows, pondering briefly before replying, "Please do not fret, esteemed guest. Though my master is absent, I possess some knowledge of medicine myself. If you would trust me, might you share the symptoms of your patient? Perhaps I can prescribe something to alleviate his condition temporarily." Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt a flicker of hope and promptly detailed the alarming symptoms exhibited by Lord Zhou, who had suddenly begun to convulse and foam at the mouth. He also requested the attendant to conduct a thorough examination of his own ailments. The attendant, after listening intently, adopted a grave demeanor and, after a moment of contemplation, declared, "For what you describe, it appears that your Lord Zhou exhibits signs of poisoning." Poisoning? Li Xian feigned surprise, yet a tempest of realization surged within him. Just as he had suspected. Is there a remedy for this? The attendant shook her head, letting out a sigh. To ascertain the nature of the poison, we must take his pulse and conduct a thorough examination. Regrettably, my skills are limited, and I cannot assist. The antidote requires my master's expertise. However, I can treat your wounds. With internal and external remedies, you should see improvement within half a month. Will you accept treatment or not? Yes, please, yes. Thank you, esteemed young man. May I inquire your name? In truth, Li Xian was less concerned about the treatment of Lord Zhou than he was about the mention of poison. The attendant did not respond to him, but instead moved to the medicine shelf, her slender fingers gliding among the rows of jars. In no time, she had selected several prescriptions and retrieved a small white porcelain vial, which she handed to Li Xian. He accepted it with both hands, a faint aroma of medicine wafting towards him, invigorating his spirit. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket for silver coins and politely asked, "Thank you, esteemed young man. May I ask how much these medicines cost in total?" The attendant glanced at him, her demeanor unruffled. 5 taels of silver. What? Li Xian nearly dropped the medicine package in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. 5 taels? Young man, surely you jest. For my injuries, I could find a street-level healer for a mere few hundred won. Your price, it's multiplied by several times. With a woeful expression, he attempted to haggle. Young man, consider my appearance. It is evident that I hail from the depths of poverty. We are practically neighbors, after all. Is there any room for negotiation on this price? My injuries are quite pressing, and you're the only healer in this vicinity. Please, have mercy and reduce the cost a bit. As he spoke, he blinked pitifully, hoping to invoke sympathy with his handsome visage. The attendant, however, remained unmoved and retorted. Let me ask you, are you a member of the Green Serpent Gang? Li Xian was taken aback, pondering that there was nothing to conceal in this matter, and thus responded candidly, "Yes, but what does that have to do with the cost of the medicine? 5 taels, not a single coin less." The attendant asserted with unwavering conviction. "This is a policy established by my master. Exorbitant charges for anyone who is not a destitute commoner, especially for you gangsters, who have often oppressed the villagers. Consider this price as your penance." After saying this, he lowered his head and resumed grinding the medicinal ingredients, disregarding Li Xian any further. Li Xian was momentarily at a loss for words, inwardly cursing. What the hell? Do gangsters really consume your rice? It's not like I chose this life. Well, despite his seemingly delicate demeanor, he turned out to possess a sense of righteousness. Yet, your method of robbing the rich to aid the poor strikes me as rather straightforward. He glanced at the medicine package in his hand, then at the attendant's indifferent expression, and ultimately gritted his teeth, tossing the last 5 taels of silver onto the table before taking the medicine and turning to leave. Upon hearing the clink of silver, the attendant looked up in surprise, watching Li Xian's departing figure and reflecting, "Next time you come, you may call me Zhi Ge, for I do not respond to hey." Li Xian paused mid-step. When he turned back, he found Zhige had already lowered her head again, engrossed in grinding the herbs, as if her previous words had never escaped her lips. Qi Yi. Zhige for martial prowess, an intriguing name. It appears she is yet another sister with a story. Li Xian cast a deep glance at the medical hall, no longer delaying, and hurried back to the main headquarters of the Green Serpent Gang. However, upon arriving breathless at the headquarters, he discovered chaos reigning within. What on earth has transpired? Li Xian seized a panicked gang member rushing by and inquired. Startled, the member recognized him and stammered, "Ninth Master. He is dead." Dead? Jinjiu just like that? Li Xuan exclaimed, incredulos. This happened far too swiftly. Should I still voice my suspicion of poisoning? Never mind. He ultimately decided against approaching further, quietly retreating to the sidelines to observe the unfolding situation. At this moment, within the grand hall of the headquarters, Jin Bahuan and Jin Bai, the two brothers, were leading their respective factions, swords drawn and tensions palpable, facing off in the hall. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of gunpowder, as a violent storm seemed imminent. In the center of the hall, the Grand Master's chair stood empty, with Jin Zhou nowhere to be seen, save for a shocking pool of blood staining the chair. Jin Bahuan's eyes blazed with fury as he pointed at Jin Bai, bellowing, "Second brother, you wretched creature, a parasital beast." Jin Bai, with a darkened expression, retorted scornfully, "Elder brother, one may eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak recklessly. Father clearly succumbed to a recurring ailment, passing away without treatment. How is this my fault? Yet you, eager to seize power, I wonder what your true intentions are. Nonsense. Father met such a tragic end? You must have poisoned the cough syrup he drank daily." Jin Bahuan's emotions surged, ready to charge forward in a frenzy. "Enough." A commanding voice rang out like thunder, reverberating through the hall and bringing momentary silence to the chaos. The brothers Jin Bahuan and Jin Bai, along with their eager entourage, were taken aback and turned to the source of the voice. Emerging from the back hall was a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, his gaunt features accentuated by goatee. In his hand, he held a roll of yellowed silk, and his piercing gaze swept over the assembly with the commanding presence of one who exudes authority without a hint of anger. "Is it the Master Zhuge?" A voice in the crowd whispered in recognition, prompting a hushed astonishment. This Zhuge, often reclusive and seldom seen, was shrouded in an air of mystery within the Qingxi gang. Yet, it was well known among them that he was the most trusted confidant of Master Jin Zhou and the intellect behind the gang's strategies. Jin Bahuan and Jin Bai exchanged glances, both discerning a sense of wariness in each other's eyes. While they might disregard others, they recognized that Zhuge Qing was not someone to be trifled with lightly. Zhuge Qing approached the grand chair with measured steps, unfurling the silk in his grasp, and proclaimed with clarity, before his passing, "Master Zhou left behind a will." At this declaration, the room erupted in a cacophony of murmurs. Chapter 5. The Conspiracy Gathering. The first cockfight of life. The city of Chang'an is primarily divided into three sections: the outer city, the inner city, and the imperial city. The outer city serves as a residence for the common folk. The inner city, a bustling commercial center, is home to the affluent and influential, while the imperial city, as its name suggests, is the domain of nobility, a place designated for the governance of the state and the emperor's indulgence. As the population surged, the outer city expanded in all directions, ultimately giving rise to a peculiar area, the outer outskirts, a realm often regarded as a slum. Most of the inhabitants of this slum are not native to Chang'an, but rather refugees from distant lands, alongside those who have fallen from grace, descending from the inner or outer cities. They possess no farmland and often lack even official residency, drifting aimlessly like floating weeds. And managing to secure a meager job for a bowl of thin porridge is considered a stroke of fortune. The officials of Jingzhou Prefecture have traditionally turned a blind eye to this lawless territory. It is not from a genuine sense of compassion. Rather, this area yields little profit and brings forth a multitude of troubles, making it a thankless endeavor. Over time, this locale has transformed into a notorious den of chaos within Chang'an, a melting pot of diverse factions and individuals. Li Xian, in a previous life, was an orphan raised in the slum. In order to survive, he joined the Qingxi gang at a young age, engaging in various nefarious activities, from petty theft to deceit. Though he claims to have lived in Chang'an for 18 years, the farthest he has ventured is the commercial street of the outer city. Recently, the slum has experienced an unusual surge of activity. The Qingxi gang, the underground sovereign of this tumultuous land, finds itself embroiled in unprecedented turmoil. The catalyst for this upheaval is a mysterious will that has surfaced, declaring that whoever can unify the underground factions of the outer city slum shall become the new leader of the Qingxi gang. This will has struck the calm surface of the slum like a heavy stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring waves of unrest that ripple through the community. When Li Xian learned of this news, he was squatting in his dilapidated, drafty dwelling, sipping a bitter herbal concoction. He discovered that his body possessed an extraordinary capacity for recovery. Within merely a few days, his external injuries had nearly healed, and even his martial prowess from a previous life had reached a new level of refinement. Li Xian speculated that this remarkable phenomenon was likely connected to the development of his brain due to the integration of memories. Ultimately, this could only bode well for him, although he remained curious about how many more surprises awaited his discovery. After consuming the last of the bitter brew, he began to ponder the implications of the will. The old man was quite shrewd, fully aware that his two sons would inevitably clash over the leadership of the gang after his demise. Thus, he cleverly redirected the conflict, encouraging external unity before addressing internal strife. Even if the two sons ended up in a deadly confrontation, the ultimate victor would still belong to the Qingxi gang. However, one must question the wisdom of attempting to unify such a minuscule territory. The short-sighted old man likely grew accustomed to being a despot and believed his domain to be a treasure. I can discern your intentions. Do you truly think the leaders of other gangs are fools? The sound of the abacus striking my face only fueled my defiance. If I do not stir the waters, how can I hope to flourish swiftly? Li Xian, having completed his facade, glanced down at the moldy bun in his hand. The once grand ambitions swiftly choked back. With a bitter smile, he self-mockingly mused, before pursuing a career, one must first amass wealth. It seems I must venture to the gambling den once more meanwhile. In a private room of a tea house named Pink Xiangzai in the outer city, a coarse earthenware bowl was violently slammed onto the table, splattering cheap wine everywhere. Damn it! That old ghost of the Green Snake Gang is dead, yet he left us this mess. Is he pushing us into the fire? The speaker was Zhao Tianba, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, his face fleshy and adorned with a beard, his voice booming enough to shake the roof. Calm down, Boss Zhao. That old ghost was cunning. Who doesn't he know his two sons are no innocents? This unifying the slums is nothing more than a scheme to use us as stepping stones for his offspring. Zhao Si, the leader of the Scorpion Gang, remarked ominously, his small stature and triangular eyes betraying a shifty nature. He dreams in vain. After years of struggling in the slums, why should we make his sons look good? Lu Wu, the master of the Iron Claw sect, snorted coldly, his left sleeve hanging empty while his right hand had fingers like hooks, nails gleaming darkly. Indeed, with that old ghost gone, the Green Snake Gang will surely descend into chaos. His two sons will be at each other's throats over power and profit. This is our opportunity, Sun Ernyang, the only woman among them and the leader of the Mole Gang, asserted. She was stout, her face thickly painted, her voice sharp yet laced with a certain fierceness. Opportunity? Zhao Tianba stared with wide eyes, demanding clarity. Speak plainly, you old hag. Lu Wu, with a thump of his one arm on the table, his eyes gleaming with insight, proposed, Are you suggesting we join forces? Sun Ernyang chuckled, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. Brothers, this slum is but a small place. We have had our share of conflicts. Rather than squabbling and letting the Green Snake Gang's brats benefit, why not? She paused, her gaze sweeping across the assembly, enunciating deliberately, cooperate for mutual benefit. Cooperate for mutual benefit? Zhao Tianba stroked his beard, deep in thought. Exactly. Zhao C's eyes sparkled with greed. If we join forces to eliminate those inept sons of the Green Snake Gang, We can then divide their territory and business. Would that not be splendid? This slum will belong to us. Lu Wu's voice carried a hint of excitement. As for who becomes the leader, Sun Earnyang giggled, her eyes icy. At that point, we shall rely on our own abilities and compete fairly. Shall we? Good. Zhao Tianba slapped his thigh, sealing the deal. Let us unite, first to eradicate the green snake, and then divide the world among us. Cheers! The coarse earthenware bowls clinked together heavily, cheap wine splattering everywhere. A conspiracy against the Qing snake gang quietly brews within this dilapidated abode, yet the veracity of the words exchanged amongst the attendees remains shrouded in ambiguity. Qing snake gang headquarters. In the dimly lit chamber, the flickering oil lamp casts dancing shadows upon the wall, illuminating the character for endurance in intermittent flashes. Zhuge Qing, the advisor of the Qing snake gang, sits upright in an imposing armchair, his fingers deftly manipulating a string of sandalwood prayer beads, his eyes half closed. Caught in a state between slumber and wakefulness. Before him, a Qing snake gang scout stands with a respectful bow, his voice barely above a whisper, yet remarkably clear as he reports. Esteemed advisor, the eldest young master has been frequently visiting the drunken, immortal pavilion in the inner city, maintaining close ties with several mysterious individuals. My attempts to approach have been thwarted by his guards, making it difficult to ascertain the specifics. Zhuge Qing pauses momentarily, his fingers hesitating on the beads, before lifting his eyelids slightly to reveal a glimmer of interest. Oh? Mysterious individuals? Have their backgrounds been uncovered? Regrettably, not yet. The scout replies, however. I inadvertently glimpsed a jade pendant worn by one of them, seemingly bearing the emblem of the Imperial City. The Imperial City? Zhuge Qing's brow furrows in contemplation. After a moment of silence, he inquires further, what of the second young master? The second young master is even more circumspect. Aside from his daily inspections of the headquarters, he has remained secluded, not even allowing his favored concubine, Xiao Chui, to approach him. However, the scout hesitates, his tone tinged with uncertainty. However what? Zhuge Qing's voice remains even, yet carries an unspoken weight of authority. However, I have discovered that the second young master seems to be clandestinely recruiting mercenaries, and he is lavishly generous in his dealings. Zhuge Qing slowly opens his eyes, a cold glint flashing within. It seems both young masters can no longer restrain themselves. He pauses before asking, what the other factions? The Fierce Tiger Gang, Scorpion Gang, Iron Claw Sect, and the Mole Gang. Have there been any developments? Esteemed advisor, these factions have also exhibited unusual behavior. Wang Biao of the Fierce Tiger Gang has been acquiring weapons. Zhao Si of the Scorpion Gang is hoarding supplies in secret. Lu Wu of the Iron Claw Sect frequently ventures outside the city, seemingly meeting with someone, while Sun Earnyang of the Mole Gang is amassing a significant quantity of soul-entrancing incense. Soul-entrancing incense? Zhuge Qing's gaze sharpens. What scheme does that old woman intend to concoct? After a moment of contemplation, he commands, relay orders to the covert hall to closely monitor all movements, particularly those of the two young masters, as well as the actions of the other factions. Any hint of disturbance must be reported to me immediately. Understood, esteemed advisor. The scout bows and silently departs. Alone in the chamber, Zhuge Qing rises slowly and approaches the window, gazing into the pitch-black night sky, murmuring to himself, the mountain rain is about to come. The winds fill the tower. Where will this tempest lead the Qing snake gang? Master, your stratagem deftly ensnares all involved. In chaotic times, heroes emerge. Without destruction, there can be no creation. Perhaps this is also an opportunity for the Qing snake gang. Meanwhile, Li Xian stands at the entrance of the gambling den, taking a deep breath, preparing to embark on the first step of his money-making venture. The establishment known as Drunken Gold House is the territory of the second largest gang in the slums, the Black Tiger Gang. It is considerably more dilapidated than the gambling den of the Green Snake Gang. Rumor has it that the profits from this establishment are secretly funneled to the powerful figures behind the scenes by the gang leader, Zhao Tianba, leaving the place unable to afford even basic repairs, forcing it to patch up and continue operating as best as it can. Li Xian had his reasons for choosing to gamble here. Firstly, to evade the watchful eyes of the Green Snake Gang, and secondly, to meet with Zhao Tianba, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Since he had decided to stir the waters, was it not prudent to ally with the second-largest faction? As he pushed open the worn wooden door, he was immediately enveloped by a pungent emlang of sweat, animal waste, and cheap spices. The air was thick with the cacophony of raucous shouts, the sharp clattering of dice, and the anguished cries of dying beasts. These jarring sounds and foul odors mingled together, almost causing Li Xian to retch. He took a deep breath to steady his churning stomach, navigating cautiously through the throng. His gaze was as keen as that of a hawk, sweeping over each gambling table in search of a suitable opportunity to place his bets. However, after a circuit of the room, he realized that the gaming methods at Drunken Gold House were vastly different from those at Changle House. Here, the tables for dice games had a minimum entry requirement that rendered his meager chips insufficient. It seemed he would have to seek a more lucrative method. Li Xian pondered silently. Just then, a deafening uproar caught his attention. Get ready. Place your bets. It's a sure thing. The red side black whirlwind pays 2-1, while the yellow side iron claw pays 3-1. This was it. A flicker of excitement flashed in Li Xian's eyes as he pressed into the crowd without hesitation. This BLO Chapter 6. The casino strikes the first step of the plan. The distribution of underground forces within the slums is quite straightforward. Half belongs to the Green Snake Gang, while the other half is divided among various other factions. On the surface, the Green Snake Gang operates through three main establishments. The Wealth Collection Hall, overseen by Big Gold, which extorts protection fees. The Intimidation Hall, responsible for maintaining order. And the Gold Sinking Hall, managed by Second Gold, which runs gambling houses and brothels. However, unbeknownst to most, the Green Snake Gang also harbors a clandestine faction known as the Dark Hall, composed of assassins secretly trained from a young age through abduction. This Dark Hall specializes in intelligence gathering, assassinations, and illicit activities. Its existence is known only to the gang's leader and Zhu Guqing, with even the brothers Jin Buhuan and Jin Bai having only the faintest awareness of it, never having encountered it directly. Naturally, the operations of the Green Snake Gang extend far beyond what is publicly visible. Apart from gambling houses and brothels, their covert dealings are largely documented in the laws of the Great Zhou, and Li Xian's ledger serves as the most direct evidence of their transgressions. Li Xian maneuvered through the crowd and found himself captivated by a circular arena enclosed by wooden barriers, where two vividly feathered roosters engaged in a fierce battle. One was a robust black-feathered rooster with a striking red comb, exuding an intimidating presence. The other, a slightly smaller yellow-combed rooster, displayed remarkable agility, darting left and right, waiting for the opportune moment to counterattack. Betting is final. Betting is final. The red team, Black Whirlwind, pays 2-1, while the yellow team, Iron Claw, pays 3-1, shouted a gaunt man at the sidelines, energetically promoting the match while balancing a wooden tray brimming with copper coins and silver fragments. Li Xian was utterly ignorant of the intricacies of cockfighting and could not rely on any tricks. Instead, he depended solely on his sensory perceptions. He first focused on listening. The cacophony surrounding him faded away, leaving only the sound of the rooster's breaths and heartbeats. The Black Whirlwind was panting heavily, its heartbeat erratic, clearly showing signs of fatigue, while the Iron Claw maintained a steady breath and vigorous heartbeat, indicating it was in peak condition. Next, he concentrated on observing, despite the distance. Li Xian could discern the muscular condition of the two roosters. The muscles of the Black Whirlwind had begun to stiffen, whereas the Iron Claw's muscles remained supple and elastic. After careful consideration, Li Xian unhesitatingly wagered all his remaining silver on the Iron Claw. Hey kid, are you sure you want to bet on Iron Claw? The Black Whirlwind just won a match decisively. A nearby gambler kindly cautioned. Indeed, that Iron Claw looks rather scrawny. Can it really hold its own? Another added, young man, heed my advice. Betting on Black Whirlwind is the safer choice. The surrounding gamblers chattered among themselves, clearly skeptical of Li Xian's decision. He merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. In the arena, the battle reached a fever pitch. The Black Whirlwind, relying on its size advantage, launched relentless assaults, but the iron claw, with its nimble movements, evaded the ATT with fervent determination. The iron claw pursued the victory, relentlessly pecking and clawing at the black whirlwind until it was swiftly brought to the ground. "We have triumphed! We have triumphed!" exclaimed the iron claw. "By heavens, this lad is extraordinarily fortunate to have guessed correctly. It is merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat." The surrounding gamblers erupted into a cacophony of cheers and lamentations, some exuberantly celebrating, while others pounded their chests in despair, casting envious and resentful glances at Xuan. A gaunt man with a sharp visage begrudgingly handed 3 taels of silver to Xuan, inwardly cursing his ill fortune for not having consulted the calendar before venturing out that day. Xuan accepted the silver, weighing it discreetly before pocketing it. After a series of consecutive victories, he had amassed sufficient capital to engage at the table. He understood that a string of unexpected wins was enough to draw attention. Thus, he quietly retreated to the periphery of the crowd, seemingly observing the unfolding events while, in truth, awaiting an invitation. "Ah, young sir, your luck seems rather splendid." A greasy voice chimed beside him. Turning, Xuan beheld a middle-aged man clad in coarse linen, his chest exposed and his face adorned with excess flesh, grinning broadly as he toyed with 2 polished iron balls in his hands. "It is merely fortune," Xuan replied coolly, recognizing the man as the steward of the drunken gold pavilion. "Fortune is indeed a facet of strength." The middle-aged man chuckled heartily, then shifted the topic. "However, young sir, our drunken gold pavilion offers more than just cockfighting." He gestured toward the nearby table, surrounded by an eager crowd. "Over there lies the true test of discernment and courage." Xuan understood that he referred to the area for dice betting. "Well then, young sir, would you be interested in giving it a try?" A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in the steward's eyes. Xuan smiled faintly. "That is precisely my intention." He discerned that the steward, having observed his winning streak in cockfighting, harbored suspicions and wished to assess him in the realm of dice. Following the portly steward to the gambling table, Xuan noted that, in stark contrast to the bustling cockfighting area, the dice betting zone was considerably less crowded. Yet, despite the fewer patrons, the piles of copper and silver coins on the table were substantial. The steward did not usher him directly to his seat, but rather pointed at the towering mound of silver with a wry smile. "Young sir, while cockfighting is but a trifling affair, this dice game is where true wealth is contested. However, our drunken gold pavilion has a rule. A minimum stake of at least 1 tael of silver is required to join the table." Xuan surveyed the individuals gathered around the table, each exuding a fierce demeanor, evidently no novices to gambling. He retrieved his winnings from his pocket and placed them gently on the table. "This shall serve as my stake." The steward weighed the silver, his eyes widening in surprise, then remarked with a grin, "Indeed, young sir, you are quite generous. Please take a seat." He guided Xuan to an empty spot, indicating for him to sit. The elder responsible for shaking the dice cup was a lean figure, yet his eyes sparkled with sharp intelligence. He cast a glance at Xuan and stated flatly, "You are aware of the rules, I presume? Once you place your bet, there is no turning back." Xuan nodded in affirmation, indicating his comprehension. The elder shook the cup, and after a series of rattling sounds, it settled steadily on the table. "Place your bets. The time for wagering has commenced." Around the table, gamblers placed their bets, and coins flowed like a torrent onto the surface. Xuan casually tossed all the silver in his hand onto the table. "Open." The dice cup was lifted, revealing a 1, a 2, and a 3 small. A flicker of surprise crossed the manager's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled. "Young brother, today fortune smiles upon you, and wealth is at your doorstep." Xuan remained silent, calmly accepting his winnings and awaiting the next round. Unbeknownst to the manager, Xuan had already discerned the basic outcome of the dice through his keen observation of the old man's micro-expressions, the movement of the dice, and the sound of the dice colliding within the cup, to prevent any chance of the old man cheating with weighted dice. He had meticulously compared the sounds of 2 different sets of dice. As the pile of coins on the table grew taller, the surrounding gamblers shifted from astonishment to shock. even fear. This lad? Cheating? Impossible. Cheating at the Drunken Gold House. He must be tired of living. How could he possibly win every time? Whispers grew louder, and the manager could no longer remain passive. He approached Li Xian and leaned in to speak quietly. Young brother, sometimes winning too much may not be a blessing. Be wary of losing your life while winning your fortune. Upon hearing the manager's veiled threat, Li Xian responded with a smile. Honestly, I find this rather dull. It seems the others at the table have nearly lost all their money. How about this? Let's play a private game, just the two of us for higher stakes. The manager, intrigued by Li Xian's proposition, asked, How do you wish to play? Seeing he had finally piqued the manager's interest, Li Xian pointed at the towering pile of dice. We'll still play for size, but with a twist. Each of us will have our own dice cup, with 3 dice in each, and we'll compare the total points on the 3 dice. As for the stakes, Li Xian gestured for the manager to lean closer. If I lose, you take all my money. If I win, I'll only take my rightful share. The rest, I shall not claim, but I demand to meet your boss, Wang Biao. The manager's expression shifted, his eyes hardening as he turned to bark, Clear the premises. No sooner had he spoken than the thugs lurking in the shadows of the gambling den emerged like phantoms. Each one was burly and intimidating, adorned with fearsome tattoos of tiger heads on their arms, and clearly armed. They moved with brutish efficiency, swiftly driving the gamblers out of the establishment. Get out! All of you get out! Came the shouts. Hurry up! Did you not hear the manager? The sounds of curses, shoving, and overturned tables echoed throughout the gambling house. Some gamblers, red-eyed from their losses, protested, unwilling to leave, their mouths spewing invectives. Why should we be forced out? I haven't recouped my losses yet. Exactly. The Drunken Gold House is open for business. There's no reason to chase away customers. Unmoved by their resistance, the thugs showed no mercy. They approached directly, without uttering a word, and seized the collars of those individuals, tossing them out as one might a mere chick. Ouch! My poor back! The cries of agony echoed in succession, reverberating outside the gambling den. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling and crowded establishment, known as the Drunken Gold Pavilion, lay desolate, leaving only Li Xian, the manager, and a dozen ferocious henchmen behind. A palpable aura of menace permeated the air. Once the scene had been cleared, the rotund manager slowly settled down across from Li Xian and spoke. Now, tell me, who are you really? Who sent you? To wreak havoc on the territory of my tiger gang without so much as a glance in the mirror to assess your worth? At that moment, a subordinate quietly approached the manager and whispered a few words, prompting a scoff from him. Ah, I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just a lackey of Scarred Lou from the Green Snake gang. Why are you here, causing trouble, instead of minding your own business back in your gang? Do you truly believe you have the qualifications to meet our leader? Li Xian observed this spectacle with unwavering composure, casually scratching his ear, which had been tickled by the manager's earlier outburst. He then spoke slowly. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is whether you will accept this wager. If you find yourself unable to decide, please relay a message to your leader. He may very well be intrigued by our meeting. Despite being surrounded by intimidating figures, Li Xian exhibited no fear. After all, he had encountered such scenes numerous times in his past life. This was child's play. Just as the manager was about to threaten Li Xian further, a deep and resonant voice echoed from outside. We shall accept this wager. Chapter 7. Encountering the Tiger. Do you wish to play big? The criminal forces within the slums merely represent the tip of the iceberg of the vast underground empire in Chang'an. In the eyes of the true crime lords of the city, these gangs are nothing more than a group of unsophisticated children playing house. Yet, despite the passage of years, no gang has managed to unify or dominate this territory. The reason lies in the slums of Chang'an, which appear chaotic and disordered, yet function like a colossal beehive, with every pore interconnected by a complex web of interests. Some of these conduits lead to the abodes of the powerful, while others penetrate the inner courts of the royal palace, and some even extend beyond the borders, colluding with foreign forces in secret. As for Li Xian, despite his disdainful remarks about this insignificant place, he is intent on establishing a foothold here through cunning tactics, ultimately aspiring to seize control. This area is the dirtiest dump in Chang'an. Yet paradoxically, it is also the cleanest purse. The sordid dealings of human trafficking, the illicit trade of contraband, and even murder and plunder all require a clean environment. The slums serve as this clean sanctuary. They are chaotic, filthy, and sufficiently concealed. Anything discarded here can be swiftly absorbed without a trace. If Li Xian wishes to rise rapidly and engage in the game of power, the slums are undoubtedly the most advantageous arena, without exception. Drunken Golden Pavilion. Before he arrived, a voice of considerable authority resonated through the air. The newcomer was none other than Wang Biao, the leader of the Tiger Gang, who had just returned from the fragrant pavilion. I hear from my underlings that you wish to have a chat with me. We can talk, but I wonder if you possess the qualifications. Let South first place a wager. With that, Wang Biao kicked aside the overweight steward who had risen from his seat and boldly took his place, waving his hand. Instantly, one of his underlings set up a set of dice cups for Li Xian. We'll adhere to your gambling methods. However, the stakes must change. If I win, you will leave empty-handed and with both hands intact. If I lose, you will still leave with nothing, but I shall grant you an opportunity to converse with me. What do you say? Do you dare to wager? Ha ha! Wang Biao jeered at Li Xian, provoking laughter and agreement from his entourage. This was not Li Xian's first encounter with Wang Biao. He had seen him from a distance during his previous association with Scar Lu. Yet, according to the memories of his former self, Wang Biao had always exuded a brutish and ostentatious demeanor, as if he were born with an air of arrogance. However, Li Xian understood that this was merely Wang Biao's fade. To maintain dominance in the slums requires more than mere brawn. It demands cunning and intellect. At present, Wang Biao found himself in a precarious position, desperately needing a powerful ally, or perhaps a sharp weapon. Very well, I accept your terms. Li Xian replied with a smile, gesturing towards Wang Biao. Kid, you've got guts. I'm starting to appreciate you, Wang Biao proclaimed, gesturing grandly. His underlings immediately understood the cue, presenting a finely crafted set of purple sandalwood dice cups before Li Xian with a resounding clap. Wang Biao gestured amidst the crowd. The previously timid and humble old man, who had been shaking dice at the gambling table, nodded slightly and slowly approached Li Xian. The earlier hesitation had dissipated, replaced by a suffocating sense of oppression. In truth, I have observed you several times before. You must be able to discern the numbers I rolled. Such gambling prowess at your tender age is indeed remarkable, yet it is regrettable. The old man's gaze held a hint of admiration and lament. But each serves their master, leading to an inevitable sigh. Fear not, old sir. Life and death are fated, and there is no need for further words. Please proceed. The old man refrained from further conversation, gently tapping the table with his left hand. The dice cup flew into the air with a jolt, and his right hand swept across to catch it steadily, dancing like a butterfly among flowers. The cup flipped and twirled in his grasp, the dice within spinning and colliding, producing a crisp sound of impact. Excellent. The onlooking members of the Tiger Gang cheered as they witnessed the old man's impressive display. With a heavy thud, the cup landed on the table, and the old man slowly raised his head, his eyes sparkling with intensity, a smile curving on his lips. 3 sixes, a triplet. Wang Biao laughed heartily. Youngster, did you see that? This is true skill. Admitting defeat now would be prudent. Oh, I recall hearing that fortune has favored you today. I shall add a stipulation. Should you fortuitously roll 3 sixes as well, a tie shall count as your loss. Ha ha ha. Li Xian gazed at Wang Biao's arrogant expression, slowly formed 2 classic words with his lips. Screw you. Then took a deep breath and began to shake the dice cup. In stark contrast to the old man's flamboyance, Li Xian's technique was straightforward and unembellished, devoid of any superfluous movements. Only the dull sound of dice colliding within the cup. However, this seemingly simplistic approach concealed a far more profound skill. Li Xian seamlessly integrated previously acquired sleight-of-hand techniques into his actions. Each shake was executed with precise control over the dice's rotation and impact, appearing casual while harboring intricate subtleties. Come now, let us see if this trick I learned from the movies proves effective. With a decisive thud, the cup landed, and Li Xian slowly unveiled it. A stunned silence enveloped the room, encompassing everyone, including Wang Biao and the old man. Inside the cup lay 4 dice, 3 showing 6s and 1 displaying a 1. Remarkably, the die showing 1 was shattered into 2 pieces, 3 6s and a 1. The old man murmured, disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? How? Did you achieve this? Li Xian smiled slightly, offering no explanation, merely replying, I concede. Wang Biao's countenance darkened ominously, his gaze fixed on Li Xian as if he intended to consume him whole. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice low and raspy. Young man, you have won. You are worthy of a conversation with me. Come with me. Wang Biao led Li Xian into the inner chambers of the gambling den, kicking open the intricately carved rosewood door. The room was spacious, adorned with simple furnishings. Enter, he commanded, taking the lead and plopping himself down on a yellow chair draped in tiger skin, gesturing toward the chair beside him. Li Xian did not hesitate, directly taking a seat on the lower left chair. Speak, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Wang Biao squinted, inspecting Li Xian from head to toe, as if appraising the worth of an object. The walnut in his hand crunched ominously, as if on the verge of shattering. Li Xian smiled faintly, maintaining an air of composure. Boss Wang, I seek to collaborate with you. Collaborate? Wang Biao scoffed, as though he had just heard the most ludicrous of jokes. What gives you the right to propose such a thing? Just because you triumphed over Lao Gui in that game? Certainly not merely that. Li Xian produced a sheet of paper from his pocket, gently pushing it towards Wang Biao. Boss Wang, take a look at this. Wang Biao, with a hint of skepticism, picked up the paper. Upon a mere glance, his expression shifted dramatically. Though the paper contained only a few scribbles, Wang Biao instantly recognized it as documentation of an under-the-table transaction involving the Qingxi gang. Where did you acquire this? Wang Biao's voice trembled with excitement as he abruptly looked up, fixing his gaze on Li Xian. Li Xian maintained his smile. Boss Wang, that is not for you to concern yourself with. You need only to know that I possess much more. Wang Biao fell silent, his gaze fixed on the paper, veins bulging on his forehead as he appeared to grapple with a fierce internal struggle. After a prolonged moment, he finally spoke, his voice raspy like sandpaper rubbing together. What do you want? Li Xian sensed he had reeled in the fish. He withdrew his smile, speaking slowly. Boss Wang, let us speak plainly. The Qingxi gang is currently in a state of turmoil and division. The 2 young masters remain oblivious to the status of the will. Yet I suspect they will still outwardly adhere to the late leader's wishes to confront external threats before securing internal stability. Now the question arises, who is this external threat aimed at? Unless, of course, you wish to submit to the Qingxi gang. Yet, it seems to me that you are not one to bow to others, are you? Transforming the Menghu gang into the preeminent gang of the slums has always been your ambition, has it not? The information I just provided is merely a token of my sincerity. I possess much more of such intelligence, and should our collaboration flourish, I assure you, the underground industry of the Qingxi gang shall eventually bear your name. If the Qingxi gang suffers a depletion of its underground benefits, and you gain strength akin to a tiger, how far off could your position as the foremost gang in the slums be? All I require from you is some necessary support, such as a small percentage from each profit. Wang Biao scrutinized Li Xian, a complex array of emotions flashing in his eyes, doubt, wariness, but above all, a fervent desire for ambition. He licked his greedy lips and spoke slowly. Kid, you possess quite the audacity, but do you truly believe you can secure a slice of such a grand pie simply by speaking? Wang Biao did not continue, but the murderous intent in his gaze conveyed everything. Yet, Li Xian seemed oblivious to this menace, maintaining his calm demeanor. He gently shook his head, saying, Boss Wang, are you testing me? Oh, Wang Biao raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he regarded Li Xian. What leads you to that conclusion? Li Xian spoke slowly and deliberately. You are the leader of the Tiger Gang, a sovereign of this impoverished enclave. A person of your stature would not easily place faith in the words of a stranger. Moreover, what I present is an enticing proposition of considerable magnitude. He paused momentarily before continuing. You would undoubtedly harbor doubts, exercise caution, and perhaps even entertain thoughts of violence. Wang Biao's gaze flickered, but he remained silent. Li Xian pressed on. Yet, you are well aware that taking my life would yield you no advantage. On the contrary, it would deprive you of an opportunity that could potentially alter the course of your destiny. Boss Wang, trust me, even if you were to kill me now, you would still be unable to obtain what you seek. His voice suddenly dropped to a deep, resonant tone, imbued with an undeniable confidence. Additionally, should you choose to spare me, I regret to inform you that my associates will disseminate the insider information I just shared with all the gang leaders within 3 days. After all, it is better to enjoy joy in numbers than to revel in solitude. Wouldn't you agree? My presence here is not without preparation. Li Xian's eyes sharpened as he stood to face Wang Biao directly. Boss Wang, you are a wise man. You should know how to make your choice. With that, he turned to leave, pausing momentarily at the last row of chairs on the left. He gently caressed the armrest of a chair, exerting a slight force. And in an instant, a row of chairs shattered and collapsed. Once you have contemplated your answer, select a clever and discreet subordinate to seek me out. Boss Wang, I hope this will be our first and final encounter. Farewell. The room descended into a profound silence. Wang Biao did not utter a word to stop him. Instead, he continued to manipulate a pair of walnuts in his hands, the cracking sounds echoing like the turmoil within his heart. Chapter 8. The initial plan takes shape. Recruiting the first batch of followers. Li Xian stepped out from the inner chamber, unfazed by the murderous glares of the Tiger Gang members. He sauntered past the gambling table, leisurely gathering the silver coins and packing them into a bundle, hefting it up. It was dark and quite heavy, weighing no less than 20 pounds, and he estimated it to contain several hundred taels. Kid, you're courting death. Put down the silver, the corpulent manager exclaimed, alarmed at Li Xian's intent to take all the money, rushing forward to seize it. Let him go. Wang Biao's voice resonated from the inner chamber, deep and authoritative. Brother Li, you possess courage. I accept your terms. You may take the winnings from today as a token of our initial collaboration. With a swift shift in tone, Wang Biao's voice turned sharp. However, I shall send someone to verify your earlier claims. Should I discover that you have deceived me, you will learn that Wang Biao's money is not easily acquired. Li Xian disregarded Wang Biao's threat, his pace unwavering as he slung the silver over his shoulder and casually waved his right hand behind him. Boss, how can you let him take the silver? That is no small sum. The corpulent manager scurried out from the inner chamber, his jowls trembling with anxiety. He dared not defy Wang Biao's orders, mumbling in a pitiful tone like a wronged wife. Short-sighted fool, had you possessed even half of that kid's bravery, I wouldn't have been compelled to intervene personally today. Wang Biao shot a cold glance at the manager. If the news this lad brings is true, and we succeed, we're not talking just hundreds of taels, but potentially thousands or even tens of thousands. Broaden your horizon. He is worth this price for now. Wang Biao, disinterested in further explanations, cracked the walnut in his hand, his eyes glinting with shrewdness as he commanded, Go, fetch the Zhou brothers for me. I have urgent business to discuss. Yes, boss. Upon exiting the Zhou Jin Fong, Li Xian's first action was to head straight to the Baofeng Bank. He had no desire to flaunt a hefty sum of silver in the chaotic slums, where danger lurked at every corner. He exchanged all his loose silver for banknotes, ultimately netting a profit of 300 taels. Weighing the banknotes in his hands, a slight smile crept upon his lips. He now had the capital to set his plans in motion. With money in hand, the next step was to recruit followers. It was high time to assemble his own crew. One could not remain a solitary commander forever. Li Xian contemplated, his mind already formulating a preliminary plan. Robbery! A shrill cry suddenly pierced the air behind Li Xian. Instinctively, he turned to look. In that instant, a small, scrawny figure collided with him, only to slip past him like an eel, showing no signs of halting. Li Xian gazed at the ragged figure that had darted a meter away and sensed something amiss. He reached for the hidden banknotes within his inner lining. Damn it, where are my banknotes? Li Xian, fueled by fury, took off in pursuit. Stop right there. You little rascal, Li Xian bellowed, instantly channeling his inner strength into his feet, propelling himself forward with newfound speed. The diminutive figure ahead darted through the crowd with the agility of an eel, weaving effortlessly amidst the throngs of people. It appeared that this elusive thief was more familiar with the area than Li Xian himself, expertly navigating narrow alleys and densely populated spots, twisting and turning in a manner that nearly allowed him to shake off his pursuer several times. Li Xian was taken aback. The speed and reflexes of this little rogue were far beyond those of an ordinary pickpocket. He must have undergone training from a young age. If this chase continued, he would surely lose him. He forced himself to regain composure, concentrating his thoughts and rapidly recalling his mental map of the area. In an instant, a three-dimensional model of the streets and alleys materialized in his mind, with every narrow passage and corner vividly clear. As he closely monitored the thief's escape route, Li Xian swiftly calculated the optimal interception strategy. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. This was the place. Try to run, are we? You're not quite ready for that. He shouted to the nearby residents. Make way. Thief! Creating a ruckus as he pursued. He watched as the surrounding citizens hurriedly stepped aside, clearing a path through the previously congested street. The small figure, sensing an opportunity, quickened his pace. However, he failed to notice that Li Xian had altered his pursuit route, no longer chasing in a straight line, but instead taking a shortcut through an apparently unrelated alley. Just as the diminutive figure was about to burst through the crowd and enter the alley, Li Xian sprang out from the side, delivering a powerful kick to the wall. With a resounding crash, the crumbling wall collapsed, effectively sealing the alley's exit. The little rascal, caught off guard, collided with the debris and fell unceremoniously into the dirt. Now, where do you think you're going? Li Xian advanced with swift determination, pinning the small figure down. Let me go! Let me go! The thief struggled in vain, unable to break free from Li Xian's grip. Hand over the banknotes. Li Xuan comanda starly. What banknotes? I have no idea what you're talking about. The thief protested, attempting to feign innocence. You're not shedding tears until you see the coffin. Li Xian scoffed, swiftly searching the little rascal's person and quickly retrieving his stolen banknotes. Caught red-handed. What do you have to say for yourself? He waved the banknotes in front of the thief's face. The small figure's bravado deflated, and he sighed in resignation. I give in. Do as you please. Kill you? I have no time for that. Li Xian chuckled darkly. However, having pilfered my banknotes, you must face some consequences. Take me to your hideout. Li Xian released his hold on the small figure, his tone resolute. The thief hesitated, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. What do you intend to do? Enough with the nonsense. Lead the way. Li Xian retorted with an impatient huff, lacking the patience to indulge the little thief any longer. The young thief's eyes flickered, as if weighing the pros and cons, ultimately succumbing to his fate. He understood that, once in the grasp of Li Xian, he had no avenue for escape. Very well. Follow me, he muttered, his voice hoarse as he lowered his head. The two navigated the labyrinthine alleys of the slums, with Li Xian discreetly observing. Despite the thief's youth, his intimate knowledge of the terrain was astonishing. After winding through several turns, the thief led Li Xian to the front of a dilapidated temple. The walls had long since crumbled, leaving only a few battered columns barely supporting the sagging roof. This is the place. The thief indicated the ruin, his voice low. As Li Xian stepped inside, a wave of decay assaulted his senses. The temple was in disarray, filled with dust and cobwebs, clearly abandoned for a considerable time. Where is everyone? Li Xian scanned the surroundings, finding no trace of other souls. Inside, the thief gestured deeper into the temple. Following the direction indicated, Li Xian passed through a crumbling doorway into an even smaller chamber. Before he could fully enter, an elderly voice, frail yet inquisitive, emerged from within. Xiao Lu, why have you brought a stranger home today? In the corner sat a blind old man with milky eyes, fumbling with something in his hands, surrounded by a handful of gaunt children who regarded Li Xian with wary, fearful gazes. So, these are your accomplices? Li Xian observed the frail assembly, surprised by the pitiful sight before him. Yes, they are my partners, the thief's voice quivered. Li Xian fell silent, taken aback by the plight of these unfortunate souls. He scrutinized the group, an old man and 6 children, around 11 or 12 years old, with parched hair, darkened skin, tattered clothing, and emaciated bodies. How do you survive? Li Xian's tone softened considerably. By stealing, the thief mumbled, unable to meet Li Xian's gaze. The blind old man spoke tremulously, his voice hoarse and weak. Esteemed warrior, we are left with no choice. The world is harsh. These children escaped from being trafficked, and now we must constantly hide. They take turns stealing a little each day to scrape by. Otherwise, we face certain death. Li Xian surveyed the group, his heart a tumult of emotions. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. Would you wish to change your fate? Would you desire to wear new clothes and have enough to eat? Would you long for a normal life, rather than this mere existence of survival? His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Change our fate? The murky eyes of the blind old man seemed to flicker with a glimmer of hope. Can we? Truly? A timid little girl ventured to ask. Only if you are willing. Can you? Li Xian asserted with unwavering conviction. He gazed upon the group, as if seeing a reflection of his former self. He resolved to assist them, to grant them an opportunity, a chance to alter their destinies. From this day forth, you shall accompany me, Li Xian declared, pausing momentarily before continuing. I shall not allow you to endure such precarious days any longer. I will impart skills to you, enabling you to sustain yourselves and, perhaps, to defend yourselves. However, Li Xian's tone shifted, growing stern. You must remember, from now on, you're no longer thieves, but my people, Li Xian's people. As long as you pledge absolute loyalty and obedience, any act of treachery against me will result in consequences far worse than death. His voice resonated with an undeniable authority, sending a shiver through everyone present. Children, quickly, bow before your benefactor. You are saved. The blind old man was the first to voice his allegiance, his voice trembling yet resolute. We are willing. The children echoed, their eyes alight with hope. Li Xian nodded in satisfaction, aware that he had taken the first step. Chapter 9. Mutual Exploration of Reality and Illusion. Has metaphysics and destiny arrived? Today, Li Xian found himself somewhat swayed by emotions. Given his usual cautious demeanor, the sudden appearance of a group of individuals with obscure backgrounds felt too coincidental. Yet, human nature often leads one to make impulsive decisions. He resolved to assist Xiao Liuzi and his companions, perhaps stirred by memories of his own youth. A moment of nostalgia compelling him to extend his hand. After all, when he ventured alone into Hong Kong, it was also driven by sheer determination. Regaining his composure, Li Xian retrieved a bundle of silver notes from his inner pocket and unceremoniously thrust them into Xiao Liuzi's hands. 50 taels? Xiao Liuzi accepted the notes, his hands trembling, for he had never encountered such wealth. His voice quivered with disbelief. Brother Xian, this is too much. Li Xian waved his hand to silence Xiao Liuzi, his expression serene as he stated, Liuzi, listen carefully to what I am about to say. This money is not a mere charity. You may interpret it as a remuneration for your assistance. The specifics of the task will be revealed in due course. He paused, his gaze sweeping across everyone in the dilapidated temple, his tone growing solemn. Xiao Liuzi, hear me well. Over the next few days, I require you to accomplish 3 tasks. First, take this money and venture into the outer city. Remember, it must be the outer city and seek a discreet location. The place need not be extravagant, but it must be secure, ensuring that those pursuing you cannot easily discover it. Second, ensure your own well-being. Your needs for food and clothing do not have to be luxurious, but you must guarantee that you are well-fed and warm. This is the most fundamental requirement. Xiao Liuzi nodded vigorously, his eyes glistening with tears. Benefactor, rest assured, I would rather starve than allow them to suffer even a slight grievance. Li Xian inclined his head slightly and continued. Third, and most importantly, once you have settled in, simply come to my residence to inform me of your whereabouts. Beyond that, you need not concern yourselves with anything else. Focus on recuperating. I adhere to a principle in my endeavors, to act with spontaneity. If you were to take this money and flee, it would matter little to me. It would simply mean another visit to the gambling den. However, I sincerely hope you choose to remain and collaborate with me. Though I, Li Xian, may not be a paragon of virtue, I maintain a fundamental moral compass. and you will not be disappointed in following my lead. After Li Xian spoke, he approached the blind elder and gently patted the back of his hand. Old man, I have a few words I wish to share with you. Please come here for a moment. The blind elder was led outside the crumbling temple by Li Xian. Once assured that their conversation was inaudible within, Li Xian began, Elder, I believe it is prudent to clarify certain matters beforehand. I am aware that you harbor secrets. After all, it is quite extraordinary for a blind man to guide a group of teenagers in evading such extensive pursuit. If I am not mistaken, Xiao Yozi possesses some martial prowess, which I presume you imparted to him. Before I even entered the temple, you had already discerned my location through sound. The object you were feeling for at that moment was likely a weapon, was it not? The blind old man lifted his head, his murky eyes gazing at Li Xian as he sighed deeply. Do you believe in fate, my benefactor? Do you believe in a destiny that is preordained? Do you believe that I have been waiting for you all along? Li Xian was somewhat taken aback by this sudden inquiry. Are we really in the same conversation? My intention was merely to provoke you. Yet here you are, delivering a profound revelation. Old man, what riddle are you trying to pose? I do not believe in fate. I only believe that my destiny is shaped by my own actions, not by heaven's decree. Li Xian did not directly answer the old man's question, but instead offered his steadfast belief. The old man appeared unfazed by Li Xian's words. He slowly straightened his stooped body and gazed into the distance beyond the temple, recounting memories little by little. We are all sinners. These children are, in fact, the offspring of sinners. Their fathers were once ordinary soldiers of the left Imperial Guard, who, during a night patrol, stumbled upon a smuggling operation by mysterious force and were falsely accused of treason, ultimately facing confiscation of their homes and execution. I was once a military officer in the original Imperial Guard, a superior to these children's fathers, and due to my counsel, I too was dismissed and investigated. These children were not abducted. They escaped while being exiled. I used my life savings to bribe the officials responsible for their expulsion, allowing them this chance to flee. They ran and hid until they arrived here. At this point, the old man couldn't help but express a few regrets. Xiao Yozi's skills were not taught by me. He merely learned a bit from his parents, which granted him a slight edge in agility over ordinary children. Old man, what do you mean by fate? And why do you say you have been waiting for me? Is it truly that mystical? After listening to the old man speak at length, Li Xian instinctively relaxed his guard, though he did not fully trust his words. Half a month ago, while I was fleeing with the children, Dan fell ill. He is the smallest among them, and I thought he would not survive. To our surprise, we encountered the divine Wang, who was gathering herbs on the mountain. He healed Dan and advised us to flee towards the slums, directing us to this dilapidated temple, saying we should lie low, as help would come. The old man paused, staring intently at Li Xian. Could it be that this divine Wang is Wang Wenwu from Baiketang? Li Xian's heart raced, but he maintained a calm facade as he inquired. I do not know. All I know is that he instructed us to address him as such. I am uncertain whether he is the person you mentioned. Xiao Yozi should know. Their fathers previously patrolled this outer city area. The old man then called out to the temple, summoning Xiao Yozi and reiterating Li Xian's earlier confusion. It was he, for I had previously witnessed my father drive away a few delinquents while patrolling with him. The old man would also provide free treatment for some minor injuries, thus leaving a profound impression on me. After Xiao Lu finished speaking, he was waved into the temple by Li Xian. How can you be certain that person is me? Li Xian inquired once more. In truth, I was uncertain as well. Initially, I approached with a sense of vigilance. Had you indeed been a villain, I would have fought fiercely alongside the children. However, you did not act that way. You offered the children a glimmer of hope, even though I am aware that you are utilizing us. Nonetheless, I wish to express my gratitude, for at the very least, these children now have a chance to survive. The old man hesitated for a moment before continuing. From the few words you just spoke, it is evident that you are a person of great ambition, and I understand your desire to cultivate these children for your future endeavors. During my time as a soldier under General Chao, I became quite versed in military strategy and acquired some knowledge of martial arts. These children possess considerable potential, and I shall endeavor to guide them well. One day, they will surely be of assistance to you. Faced with the old man's candid insight into Li Xian's intentions, Li Xian felt a sense of relief. Although he pitied the plight of the children, he understood that in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. No one offers kindness without reason. And any benefits received without merit must come at a cost. Li Xian recognized that the old man understood this truth as well. Having informed the old man of his residence, Li Xian had no intention of returning to greet the children. Taking advantage of the cover of night, he made his way home. As he departed, he committed the old man's name, Han Renli, to memory. For now, he would refer to him as Old Han. Chapter 10. The initial emergence of inner strength. Is this what you call a warning? Several days have elapsed since Li Xian last assisted Han Lao and his companions. During this interim, he ventured into various gambling establishments in the outer city, acquiring a few goods that ultimately resolved his current monetary shortfall. In the midst of this, Xiao Yozi stealthily sought out Li Xian under the cover of night, informing him of their present hiding location. After carefully sifting through the information in his mind, Li Xian discerned the whereabouts. Just as Xiao Yozi was about to depart, Li Xian bestowed upon him several sheets of paper inscribed with the incantations for the first tier of his inner strength cultivation method, along with a supplementary dietary regimen for restoring vitality and rapidly rejuvenating bodily functions. Lastly, he handed over 2 silver notes, offering a few parting words before returning to his quarters. Interestingly, Li Xian found it rather peculiar that the original inhabitant of his body possessed the ability to read and write. Wasn't it said that the majority of the impoverished in ancient times were illiterate? Those who could read were either scions of noble families or offspring of affluent merchants. Could it be that Li Xian's own lineage harbored a profound secret? Wait a moment. What is the surname of the current emperor of the Great Zhou? Li. Goodness. Could it be mere coincidence? Is it too melodramatic to suggest that I might be a lost prince of the realm? Li Xian chuckled at his own whimsical deductions. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand was to enhance his strength. In his past life, upon joining the New Yan Association, he successfully passed the test of scalding water to become an adopted son of one of the 4 elders, receiving a cultivation technique known as Dragon Qi Inner Strength. This technique is divided into 4 tiers. The first tier, Fundamental Heart Method, involves practicing the gathering of yang and yin to harness the energies of heaven and earth, thereby cultivating the foundation of inner energy. The second tier, 5 Techniques of Inner Strength, encompasses 5 specific methods designed to amplify blood circulation and enhance both defensive and offensive capabilities. These techniques are 1. Qi-penetrating dual palms, focuses on gathering energy in the palms to augment their hardness. 2. Iron Fist Solid Arm, strengthens the power and resilience of the arms. 3. Fingers Penetrating Walls, enhances the hardness of the fingers and inner strength. 4. Twin Dragons Seizing Pearls, improves grip and finger strength. 5. Vajra Shaking the Body, boosts the ability of internal organs to withstand shocks and impacts. The third tier, Bodyguarding Technique, centers on enhancing the body's resilience against external forces, incorporating practices such as Iron Dantian, Iron Belly, Iron Rib, and Iron Back, enabling various body parts to endure impacts. The fourth tier, Advanced Hard Techniques, further fortifies both defensive and offensive capabilities, reminiscent of the perfected Golden Bell Shield. In his previous life, Li Xian required 5 years to attain the first technique of the second tier. However, in this lifetime, thanks to the development of his cerebral domain, innate understanding, and physical prowess, he has reached an extraordinary level. Even if his talent were inferior, it is believed he could master this inner strength technique to its pinnacle. Moreover, Li Xian remains uncertain whether the world he currently inhabits possesses a martial arts system or if there exist formidable martial artists capable of extraordinary feats. For now, his sole focus is on mastering this inner strength technique, which is sufficient for self-preservation. Before he knew it, mid-May had arrived, and Li Xian found himself in the courtyard early in the morning, bare-chested and fervently engaged in physical training. A group of ragged ruffians, their clothing tattered and their faces marred with traces of blood, forcefully kicked open the dilapidated wooden door and stormed in. Li Xuan, my master Jin has commanded me to bring you. The leader, a man with slanted eyes, entered the courtyard with an aggressive demeanor. But upon confronting the bare-chested Li Xian, whose muscular physique radiated a fiery red. He faltered, unable to finish his sentence. "What will you do to me?" "Do continue." Li Xian appeared, quite pleased with the ruffian's astonishment. After all, individuals from ancient times were unfamiliar with the concept of fitness. The slanted-eyed man turned back to his companions, repetitively confirming if this truly was Li Xian. Once assured of their target, he quickly donned a smile and stated, "I am to invite you to a meeting." "Oh, I recognize most of the leaders of the Green Snake Gang, yet I have not encountered you before. When did you join, and to whom do you pledge your service?" Li Xian halted his exercise, abruptly tossing his equipment to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust that startled the group of ruffians. Goodness, is this the same Li Xian, the obsequious and timid one spoken of by Boss Jean? He seems transformed. Regardless, the priority was to invite him back to Boss Jean. The slanted-eyed man cautiously navigated around the discarded equipment, approaching Li Xian, who was wiping himself down, and spoke with a slight bow. "It is Jean Buhuan, Lord Jean. He asked me to convey a message. The matter with Scar, Lu remains unresolved, and he wishes to discuss it with you in person." Li Xian chuckled coldly within. Realizing that Jean Buhuan could no longer conceal his impatience, the fox's tail had finally been revealed. This was fortuitous. He was curious about the progress of the plan involving the Fierce Tiger Gang. Casting a casual glance at the ruffians' injuries, he pondered whether they were the result of a clash between the Green Snake and Fierce Tiger gangs, as his first piece of information to the Fierce Tiger Gang had cost him dearly. "Lead the way." The slanted-eyed man guided Li Xian through a winding path to a lavish courtyard adorned with vibrant lights and intoxicating revelry. Upon entering, Li Xian spotted Jean Buhuan reclining on a lounge chair, his corpulent form nearly overwhelming the seat, a broad grin plastered across his face as he regarded Li Xian. "Li Xian, you've been rather carefree lately. Do you believe the incident with Scar, Lu, no longer concerns you? Do you know why I sought you today?" Noticing that Jean Buhuan had no intention of inviting him to sit, Li Xian took it upon himself to sit at the table before Jean Buhuan, shedding his previous obsequiousness, and softly inquired, "Lord Jean, you are too kind. What business do you have with me?" Jean Buhuan squinted, his plump fingers lightly drumming on the table, and it was evident that he too sensed the change in Li Xian. He seemed a different person after just a few days. "Have you grown overly bold recently? Did I permit you to sit?" With a wave of his hand, dozens of burly men wielding knives and axes surged forth from the courtyard's periphery, encircling Li Xian with menacing glares. Facing this formidable assembly, Li Xian remained unperturbed. After all, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. He was no longer the naive individual he once was. Brimming with vitality, his internal strength had recently ascended to the second tier, and he was eager to test his newfound prowess against worthy opponents. Jean Buhuan observed Li Xian leisurely sipping the tea he had just brewed, his expression darkening. With a forceful slam of his palm on the table, the teacups rattled violently. "How audacious! Seize him! Break one of his legs!" Before the echo of his command faded, the burly men surrounding him sneered and brandished their weapons, charging at Li Xian. Li Xian let out a cold chuckle, propelling himself off the ground like an arrow released from a bow. His form moved with a ghostly agility, evading an incoming cleaver while delivering a powerful straight punch to one of the brute's chests. The sound of cracking bones was unmistakable as the man let out a wretched scream, soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, colliding with several of his comrades. Without pausing, Li Xian sidestepped a thrusting spear, seizing the shaft with a sudden yank that sent the assailant stumbling. Following this, he executed a swift kick that landed squarely against the man's waist. The unfortunate fellow howled in agony, clutching his side as he collapsed to the ground. Li Xian's movements were as swift as lightning, his inner strength coursing through his arms, imbuing each fist and kick with tremendous force. At times, he descended upon them like a fierce tiger, unstoppable. At others, he slithered like a cunning serpent, unpredictable. Within mere moments, over a dozen individuals lay scattered on the ground, groaning in pain. What kind of martial arts is this? It's too intense. Brothers, unite. Ouch. My arm. Damn it. This kid is something else. We can't touch him. The remaining brutes were paralyzed with fear, shrinking back and hesitating to advance. Li Xian flexed his wrists, casting a scornful glance at the crowd. Is this all you're capable of? You dare to provoke me? Jin Buhuan, it seems your subordinates are nothing but a bunch of useless fools. Jin Buhuan's face turned a shade of ashen, stunned by Li Xian's formidable prowess. He had intended to intimidate Li Xian, but found himself humiliated instead. Useless. A group of worthless wretches. What use is there in feeding you? Jin Buhuan bellowed, his corpulent frame trembling with rage. Calm down, boss. We'll go again. One of the men with slanted eyes hastily approached Jin Buhuan, speaking in a subservient tone. He then turned to the burly men, shouting, "What are you all waiting for? Charge together. Whoever can take him down will be handsomely rewarded." The promise of reward rekindled their spirits, and with a collective roar, the brutes surged towards Li Xian once more. A flicker of impatience crossed Li Xian's eyes. He resolved to hold nothing back any longer. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned his inner energy, feeling his muscles swell, veins bulging, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a mighty deity. With a powerful technique, qi uniting both palms, Li Xian unleashed a flurry of strikes, each palm accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, clashing against the weapons with resounding metallic clangs. The blades were severed cleanly by his palms. Is he even human? A monster. Yes, a monster. The brutes were utterly demoralized, terrified and soiled, no longer daring to take a single step forward. Li Xian retracted his internal energy, clapped his hands lightly, and gazed at Jin Buhuan, speaking in a calm tone. Master Jin, may we engage in a serious conversation now? Chapter 11. The Secret of the Ledger. Do you think I know or not? Upon hearing Li Xian's inquiry, Jin Buhuan immediately snapped out of his astonishment, his corpulent body trembling in fear as he fell from his chair. He could not fathom how Li Xian, who had been groveling before him just half a month ago, had transformed into a martial arts master in the blink of an eye. Was this even human? To confront blades and axes barehanded, was this not utterly outrageous? In an instant, dread surged like a tidal wave. Jin, Master Jin, the quavering voice of the bespectacled man beside him jolted Jin Buhuan back to reality, his trembling finger pointing at the ground of the courtyard. With great difficulty, Jin Buhuan turned his neck, surveying the yard. His once mighty subordinates now lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. Some clutched severed limbs in anguish. Others groaned while pressing their chests, and some had simply fainted. The scene was a ghastly sight. Meanwhile, Li Xian stood there nonchalantly, as if the turmoil that had just unfolded bore no relation to him. Yet, internally he felt a surge of astonishment. Was I too strong? Or were the weapons of this era truly inferior? How could I have cleaved that blade with a mere palm? Reflecting on the moment of contact with the blade, he distinctly sensed it was composed of ordinary iron. Could it be that this era had yet to witness the emergence of refined steel? If so, this could be excellent news for me. Li Xian, what do you intend to do? Jin Buhuan finally mustered the courage to voice his inquiry, though the arrogance in his tone had dissipated entirely. What do I intend to do? Li Xian replied playfully, gazing at him. Master Jin, should it not be I who poses that question to you? Did you not summon others to engage me in conversation? Shall we converse now? I can Jin Buhuan stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He cautiously approached Li Xian, slightly bowing, inhaling deeply to suppress his mounting terror, and forced a sycophantic smile upon his plump visage. Brother Li Xian, it was all a misunderstanding. You see, we have come to know one another through conflict. Today, I concede, and I sought you out for one matter alone. Scarred Lu possessed a ledger, and I wonder if you have encountered it? Li Xian sneered inwardly. So it was indeed for this. He feigned ignorance. A ledger? What ledger? Master Jin, I do not comprehend what you speak of. Seeing Li Xian's pretense, Jin Buhuan inwardly cursed, yet maintained a facade of joviality. Brotherly, let us speak candidly. Last time, you dispatched Scarred Lu through the hands of the thin monkey. While Scarred Lu was one of my capable subordinates, he wronged you and thus met his deserved end. Since he is no longer among us, let us consider the matter settled. However, Scarred Lu was in possession of a ledger that I kindly ask you to return. If you return the ledger to me, you shall from henceforth be my brother, and the Qing Shi gang will belong to you, second only to me. What say you? Brotherly? Is this proposition not agreeable? Jin Buhuan, after reciting a plethora of grandiose promises, paused to sip his tea. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Moreover, that night, Shouho had been persistently searching for Scar Lu's whereabouts. You tipped off Shouho, and he, seizing the opportunity, eliminated Scar Lu and sought to reclaim the ledger. However, unexpectedly, while the deed was accomplished, the ledger remained elusive, and now, the matter has unraveled, leaving me at the mercy of my so-called good brother." Li Xian felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Then how did Shouho arrive at the tavern so swiftly that night? And how did he so readily assist me? He chastised himself for his fortuitous luck and overconfidence in Shouho, never anticipating that it would be he, a mere pawn, who inadvertently became the final beneficiary of this intricate game. Nonetheless, Li Xian maintained an outward fade of epiphany. "Oh, I see. But I truly have not seen any ledger. That night, I was quite inebriated and remember nothing." Seeing Li Xian's continued reticence, Jin Buhuan felt an intense urgency. He understood that this ledger was of paramount importance. It contained not only the transgressions of the Qingxi gang, but also the essential threads of the entire underground profit chain within the slums. Moreover, according to Jin Buhuan's inquiries, this mysterious ledger had been discreetly chronicled by Zhuge Shirya, intended to control the Qingxi gang following the demise of the old leader. The thought of acquiring the ledger and steering the Qingxi gang towards the pinnacle of success fueled Jin Buhuan's urgency. "Li Xian, Brother Xian, Sir Xian, why not name your price? As long as I, old Jin, can procure it, I will certainly meet your demands. I seek only the ledger. Money, beauty, status, whatever you desire, I shall not hesitate to fulfill." Li Xian remained unmoved, gazing at him with an indifferent demeanor. Jin Buhuan, realizing his attempts at persuasion and coercion had failed, found himself at an impasse. "Brother Li Xian, you may leave," he said wearily, feeling as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Li Xian rose, clasped his fists in a gesture of farewell, and slowly turned to depart. Just as he reached the door, Jin Buhuan's voice echoed behind him. "Li Xian, this is a hot potato. Its implications involve countless interests, most of which you cannot afford to offend. If you reconsider, you may return to find me." Li Xian continued his stride, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Do I need your warning?" The moment I laid eyes on the ledger, I recognized it as a hot potato. Jin Buhuan watched Li Xian's retreating figure, a flicker of malice crossing his gaze. "Bring me someone. Is there anyone still breathing and able to walk?" He shouted into the courtyard. A subordinate clad in black swiftly entered. "From now on, divide into several groups to monitor Li Xian closely, every hour of the day without exception. At the slightest movement, report back to me immediately." Jin Buhuan gritted his teeth as he spoke, "and inform my good brother about the ledger's whereabouts." "Understood, Master Jin," the subordinate replied, departing promptly. Li Xian stepped out of the courtyard of Jin Buhuan, and after mentally confirming his direction, he leisurely made his way towards the renowned Rouge Alley in the slums. Upon reaching the entrance of the alley, he visited a fabric shop where he purchased 3 feet of black cloth, requesting the shopkeeper to tailor it into the shape of a black scarf. During the purchase, he found himself rather speechless as the shopkeeper incessantly inquired about the purpose of the black cloth and his occupation. To his astonishment, he learned that in the Great Zhou dynasty, black clothing was subject to certain social hierarchies and regulations, primarily designated for merchants and butchers. Ordinary citizens would only buy black cloth upon the death of a family member. After concocting a story about needing it for mourning, Li Xian tossed a silver coin to the shopkeeper and promptly took his leave. As night descended and the lights began to twinkle, it was Li Xian's first experience in scaling walls and sneaking through courtyards. Following the example he had seen in dramas from his former life, he folded the black cloth into a triangle and secured it tightly around his face, revealing only his eyes. He chose not to change his clothing, as the attire of the slum dwellers was quite similar. Once he had completed his preparations, Li Xian quietly concealed himself in a corner of a residential area, feigning sleep as he awaited the passage of time. This was the residence of Jin Bai. Li Xian intended to assess the situation and catch a glimpse of the thin monkey. To be honest, he held a certain fondness for the thin monkey and wondered if he might be able to recruit him for his own purposes. If so, a scheme of subterfuge could be put to the test. Chapter 12. Capturing the lean monkey, the plan advances. As time slowly flowed by, Li Xian raised his head to gaze at the moonlit sky, estimating that it was now the hour of Z. At this time, most of the inhabitants of the estate must have already succumbed to slumber. Li Xian took a deep breath, crouched low, and channeled his energy to his calves. With a sudden leap, he grasped the eaves and effortlessly flipped over, silently entering the courtyard. Upon landing, Li Xian immediately lowered his body, utilizing the shadows along the wall as cover, and began to move cautiously forward. He consciously slowed his breathing, tread lightly, and meticulously observed his surroundings. The courtyard was expansive, with a thoughtfully arranged layout, a testament to the extravagant lifestyle of old Second Gene, who had managed to acquire such an estate in the outer city. The entire courtyard was enveloped in silence, with a few dimly lit lanterns swaying gently in the breeze, casting faint beams of light. Directly ahead stood a grand two-story main house, adorned with intricate carvings and boasting an air of magnificence. Yet at this moment, it lay shrouded in darkness, suggesting that the master had retired for the night. Flanking the main house were several guest rooms, one of which emitted a faint glow. Indistinct voices could be heard engaged in hushed conversation. Li Xian activated his listening skills. Damn it, Second Master has brought back another young one from the Ningxiang Pavilion today. How many is that this month? A slightly sleazy voice, belonging to a man in his 20s or 30s, expressed envy. Hush, keep your voice down. Be wary of eavesdroppers. A rougher voice lowered its tone, hastily cutting off the chatter. What is there to fear? Who would dare to eavesdrop at the Second Master's residence? They must be tired of living. The younger voice retorted with evident disdain. Don't be hasty. Once Second Master is done, perhaps he'll reward us tomorrow, as is customary. Now, get some sleep to conserve energy. Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt an overwhelming urge to storm in and teach them a lesson. But recalling the purpose of his visit, he decided against it. He mentally noted their voices, vowing to deal with them later. After assessing his surroundings, he resolved to steer clear of the lit guest room and ventured deeper into the courtyard. He stealthily navigated along the wall, carefully circumventing the artificial hill and flower beds. Strivy as the inebriated man felt his limbs severed, the overwhelming agony jolted him from his stupor. At that moment, upon hearing Li Xian's cold voice, he dared not utter a sound of pain. His eyes widened in fear as he gazed at the masked figure before him. Please spare my life. I have a bit of silver in my pocket. The drunkard, mistaking him for a ruthless brigand, was about to disclose the location of his coins when Li Xian abruptly interrupted. Less chatter. Answer me this question, and I shall grant you mercy. Is there a person named Thin Monkey imprisoned in this courtyard? The man, upon hearing this, revealed a flicker of panic in his previously terrified eyes. I don't know. The drunkard hesitated, stammering his response. Li Xian let out a cold laugh. From the drunkard's expression, he discerned that he was lying. Thus, with a swift, knife-like motion, he struck the man's lower abdomen. Don't know? I see you are inviting punishment instead of accepting kindness. The drunkard, racked with pain from the sudden blow, found himself gasping, his voice muffled by Li Xian's hand. With a firm grip on the drunkard's chin, Li Xian forcefully applied pressure, dislocating his jaw, primarily to prevent him from inadvertently biting his tongue in despair. It seems you do know where Thin Monkey is. Since you can no longer speak, you must lead me instead. The inebriated man was on the verge of unconsciousness from the pain, but Li Xian held him upright, refusing to let him collapse. MMM. The drunkard pointed ahead, gesturing towards the darkened backyard. Li Xian's heart leaped with joy at this revelation. Lead the way. The duo traversed a lengthy corridor, circumventing several rooms, until they arrived at the backyard. This area was even more tranquil than the front, cluttered with haphazardly stacked bundles of firewood and a solitary building, presumably a woodshed. The door was ajar, shrouded in darkness within, rendering it impossible to see anything. Li Xian brought the drunkard before the woodshed, gently rapping on the door several times, exchanging a knowing glance before swiftly reattaching the man's jaw. "Who is it?" A hoarse voice emerged from inside. "It's me, Xuan. I wish to see Thin Monkey." The drunkard, trembling and casting wary glances at Li Xian, stuttered his words. "Get lost. What nonsense is this in the middle of the night? Are you itching for trouble? Didn't second master order that no one is to see him?" The voice from within barked impatiently. Li Xian furrowed his brow. It appeared that Thin Monkey was indeed confined here. He signaled to the drunkard, who, understanding, knocked on the door again. "Open up. I come on second master's orders." He raised his voice, feigning an air of authority. "Second master?" The voice within hesitated momentarily. "Hurry and open the door. Can you bear the consequences of delaying second master's important matters?" The drunkard urged. With a creak, the woodshed door finally opened, revealing a shadow at the threshold. Li Xian's eyes gleamed with determination, and in that instant, as the door swung wide, he charged forward with fervor. With a swift strike, he delivered a decisive blow to the man's neck. The individual emitted no sound, collapsing limply to the ground. Li Xian then turned to pursue the fleeing drunkard, administering another precise strike, causing the intoxicated man to gradually succumb to unconsciousness. The shed was permeated with a foul, musty odor, and in the dim light of the moon, Li Xian discerned a frail figure curled in the corner. The person's hands were tightly bound behind their back, their feet similarly restrained, and their body bore numerous scars, clearly indicating they had endured significant torment. "Shouho," Li Xian called softly. Upon hearing the voice, the figure slowly raised their head, revealing a pale and haggard face. "Who are you?" Shouho weakly inquired, his eyes filled with suspicion. Li Xian removed the black cloth from his face, exposing his true identity. "It's me, Li." "Brother Li Xian?" Shouho's eyes widened with surprise before dimming once more. "What are you doing here? It's very dangerous. You must leave. I'm here to rescue you." Li Xian approached Shouho and, using his internal energy, severed the ropes binding him. "Rescue me? Our friendship hasn't reached such depths." Shouho chuckled bitterly, gently moving his sore limbs. "It's futile. Jinbai will not let me go." "Why did he capture you?" Li Xian inquired as he helped Shouho stretch his wrists. "Because I failed to procure an item for him." Shouho hesitated, seemingly contemplating whether to divulge this information to Li Xian, ultimately deciding against it to avoid bringing trouble upon himself. "What item?" Li Xian pressed further. "It seems it's Brother Li Xian, please don't ask. I've taken note of today's events. You must leave at once." Shouho was hesitant, unwilling to pursue the topic further. "The ledger? By the heavens, Brother Li Xian, how did you know?" Shouho was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment at Li Xian's knowledge of the ledger. "Boss Jean informed me. I've heard the entire story, and it was also Boss Jean who told me of your imprisonment." Li Xian helped Shouho to a rickety chair within the room. "Shouho, you are a clever man. According to Boss Jean, this ledger is of utmost importance. Since you are aware of this matter, you must understand that even if you retrieve the ledger for Jean Eyre, the likelihood of you being silenced is exceedingly high. After all, only the dead can keep secrets, and Scarface Liu has just completed his mourning period." Li Xian gently persuaded, gradually dismantling Shouho's psychological defenses. "Thus, Shouho, your fate with Jinbai is bound to end poorly. Why not consider this? I offer you a choice. Let's collaborate. Join me, will you say?" Shouho was momentarily stunned, gazing at Li Xian in bewilderment, taken aback by such an unexpected proposition. What will we collaborate on? How? How would I join you?" Shouho's voice conveyed his confusion. It wasn't disbelief in Li Xian, but rather the suddenness of the question that left him at a loss. Li Xian did not respond directly. Instead, he slowly walked over to the dilapidated wooden table within the shed. "Extend your right hand, palm facing down, and gently lay it upon the table." There is no deafening noise, nor is there a flurry of wooden splinters. The entire table, as if sliced by an invisible blade, slowly fractures into pieces and quietly collapses to the ground. This, Brother Li Xian, what is this?" The Thin Monkey is utterly astonished. He could never have imagined that after merely a few days apart, Li Xian had transformed into someone with such terrifying power. "I want you to join me." Li Xian retracted his hand, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "My goal is simple. First, to take down the Green Serpent Gang, and then, using that as a foundation, unify the entire underworld of the slums. It is as straightforward as that. He paused, his gaze piercing, locking onto the Thin Monkey's eyes. So, Thin Monkey, you now face two choices, to agree or to refuse. His voice was ethereal and profound, imbued with a certain magic that rendered it irresistible. The room fell into a profound silence, broken only by the Thin Monkey's labored breaths, echoing softly. He lowered his head, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes glimmering with a complex mix of emotions: hesitation, struggle, but predominantly resolve. All right, brotherly Xuan, I will stand with you. Although his voice remained somewhat hoarse, his tone was resolute and unwavering. However, the Thin Monkey's demeanor shifted, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. I have one condition. Speak, Li Xian replied, his expression unchanged, quietly observing him. I want to personally exact my vengeance. The Thin Monkey gritted his teeth, each word emerging as if forced through clenched jaws, suffused with deep hatred. He would never forget Jean Bai's treacherous face and the torment he had endured. This vendetta he must fulfill. Chapter 13. Midnight Conversations, preparing to meet Zhuge. Li Xian supported the Thin Monkey as they traversed several dimly lit alleys under the cloak of night, returning to his dilapidated courtyard. However, before reaching his abode, Li Xian discreetly dealt with a few thugs who had been shadowing them. He had initially thought that shaking off this group during the day would suffice, but to his surprise, they had taken to lurking in wait for him after losing track. He did not take their lives, but merely incapacitated them to ensure they would not witness his meeting with the Thin Monkey. All of Li Xian's actions were observed by the Thin Monkey, who said nothing as he was guided through the courtyard. Upon entering, the Thin Monkey's eyes widened in astonishment. The courtyard, already confined in space, was filled to the brim with an assortment of oddly shaped stones. The Thin Monkey gazed in disbelief, cautiously stepping around the massive stone slabs, and quietly inquired, brotherly Xuan, were these stones carved like this for? Oh, they serve no purpose, Li Xian replied nonchalantly as he stepped into the house. They're just used for tossing around for fun. He ignited a candle and beckoned the Thin Monkey to enter. Unable to resist, the Thin Monkey stole a glance at Li Xian, who appeared unfazed, seemingly oblivious to his astonishment. The Thin Monkey swallowed hard, suppressing his curiosity, knowing that some matters were better left unasked. Due to his injuries, the Thin Monkey was forcibly seated on a slightly softer bed by Li Xian. Observing the impoverished living conditions, he revealed a flicker of surprise. Despite their previous encounters, it was his first visit to Li Xian's residence, and he felt that the man before him was somewhat different from his recollections, exuding a calm and composed demeanor that hinted at an air of authority. Li Xian rummaged through a corner and retrieved a worn-out medicine box, extracting some medicinal packets and ointment, remnants from his last self-treatment. Bear with it, he instructed, deftly cleaning the Thin Monkey's wounds, applying the ointment, and meticulously bandaging them with tattered cloth. Hiss! The Thin Monkey gasped in pain, but gritted his teeth in silence. All done, Li Xian said, patting the Thin Monkey's shoulder. Though these remedies are rudimentary, they should suffice for your superficial injuries. Take the remaining internal medicine with you when you leave. It will save you the trouble of purchasing more. Even if you could buy them, I imagine you wouldn't be able to afford it now. That shop is far too unscrupulous. Li Xian inwardly scoffed at Baichao Hall, and a fleeting image of a figure clad in green crossed his mind. Thank you, brotherly Xuan. The Thin Monkey expressed his gratitude. Li Xian waved his hand dismissively, signaling him not to mention it. He pulled over a rickety stool and sat across from the Thin Monkey, stating directly, Thin Monkey, by rescuing you from Jean Bai, it signifies your complete severance from him. By tomorrow at the latest, he will issue a bounty on you throughout the underground world of the slums. During this time, you need to find a hidden place to conceal yourself. Given your years of experience, I trust you can find at least one refuge, cannot you? Once you have secured your hiding spot, focus on healing your wounds before anything else. During my recuperation, I require your assistance in executing several plans. The Thin Monkey was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in understanding, quietly awaiting Li Xian's further instructions. Firstly, recruit personnel. Li Xian gazed intently into the thin monkey's eyes. His tone grave. I need you to discreetly reach out to your former associates. The number need not be large, but they must be unwaveringly loyal and trustworthy. This poses no problem. The thin monkey responded without hesitation. Good. Xuan nodded in appreciation. Secondly, once you have contacted this group, instruct them to subtly circulate rumors within the Green Snake Gang and the entire underground network. The first rumor should assert that the Jean brothers of the Green Snake Gang are preparing to unite and will soon commence a thorough purge of rival gangs. The second should claim that the other gangs have secretly formed an alliance, preparing to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the Green Snake Gang. This, Brother Li Xian, are you suggesting? The thin monkey immediately grasped Li Xian's second plan, seeking to muddy the waters and take advantage of the ensuing chaos. But even if the waters are truly muddied, do we possess the capability to consume such a plethora of fish? I understand your concerns, and I'm not so overconfident as to believe that our small group could overpower the entire underground forces of the slums. Li Xian interrupted the thin monkey. Thus, the third plan entails weakening the Green Snake Gang and the other major factions. Once they are rendered ineffectual, we shall then clean up the aftermath. How do we weaken them? The thin monkey inquired. Do you recall why you were punished by Jin Bai? Li Xian cast a meaningful glance at the thin monkey. Oh, the ledger. The thin monkey instantly realized. Brother Li Xian, you don't mean to suggest that the ledger is in your possession, do you? Of course not. Li Xian teased, then smiled at the thin monkey. For the ledger has already been burned. Observing the thin monkey's expression shift from excitement to disappointment, Li Xian continued. Rest assured, I have committed all the contents of the ledger to memory. That's a relief, the thin monkey replied. Although I have never seen the ledger, I have heard Jean Lauer allude to it. It seems to contain numerous secrets. Li Xian pondered for a moment, then picked up a pen and paper from the table, swiftly jotting down a line of information. Open the door. Qinglong Fong, North 3rd Alley, East 2nd Street, 5th Residence. Smuggled salt. Remember this information within 3 breaths. Then burn it. Li Xian handed the note to the thin monkey, speaking with utmost seriousness. The thin monkey hurriedly accepted the note, his expression changing drastically after reading it, and quickly memorized its contents. Brother Li Xian, what is this? He asked, as he held the note over the candle flame and set it ablaze. The third task, find a few trustworthy subordinates, and 3 days hence, deliver this message to all gangs except the Black Tiger Gang. Li Xian refrained from elucidating the note's contents, trusting that the thin monkey's instincts would suffice to decipher its meaning. Why not inform the Black Tiger Gang? The thin monkey queried. Haha, because this is my partner. I intend to personally negotiate a good price for this information. Li Xian grinned mischievously. You mean a scheme to sow discord? The thin monkey's eyes lit up. Precisely. Li Xuan nodded. The essence of these 3 plans can be distilled into a few words. To drive away wolves and swallow tigers. To kill with a borrowed knife. The lean monkey contemplated these plans carefully, and with a cautious heart, he voiced his concerns. Brother Li Xian, this entails considerable risk. What if those 2 factions become aware? The greater the risk, the greater the reward, Li Xian replied nonchalantly. Fortune favors the bold. If you're unwilling to take risks, we shall have to devise alternative strategies. The lean monkey fell silent for a moment, ultimately conceding with a nod. All right, I will do it. However, Brother Li Xian, I have one more question. Speak. Even if we successfully undermine the power of these gangs, can we truly absorb their influence? The lean monkey inquired. Of course not. A glimmer of ambition flickered in Li Xian's eyes. These plans are merely the first step in our ascent. I'm not so naive as to believe that a mere scheme could obliterate these established factions. The remainder involves leveraging our position. I need to meet someone. I understand. The lean monkey nodded, refraining from asking whom Li Xian intended to meet. He was already captivated by Li Xian's formidable charisma and recognized that some questions were best left unasked. Li Xian meticulously instructed the lean monkey on various details, ensuring he fully comprehended the plan. As night fell, the slum was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by a few flickering oil lamps swaying in the wind. Li Xian escorted the lean monkey to the gate, watching him vanish into the shadows. "Proceed with caution," he murmured. "Rest assured, brother Li Xian." The lean monkey's voice echoed from the darkness. Li Xian returned indoors and closed the gate. He did not immediately rest. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to formulate the next phase of his plan in his mind. "Zhugeqing, it is time for us to meet." Chapter 14. An unusual encounter as the first rays of the morning sun gently illuminated the sky. Li Xian commenced his training. It is often said that diligence leads to mastery, while idleness leads to ruin. Contemplation fosters achievement, while carelessness brings destruction. He understood that only through relentless effort could he attain the strength necessary to seize everything he desired in his pursuit. Taking a deep breath, he expanded his consciousness, keenly perceiving his surroundings. The emissaries from the Jin Bu Huan sect had retreated, indicating that the individual in question possessed a degree of prudence. He approached the center of the courtyard, where his self-fashioned exercise equipment lay. Several stones of varying sizes, polished to a smooth finish, and a sturdy wooden post carved into a humanoid shape. Li Xian began to limber up, initiating his daily regimen. He first lifted a lighter stone, repeatedly performing presses and squats. Soon, beads of sweat soaked through his garments, yet he showed no inclination to cease. The second tier of inner strength was still insufficient. Li Xuan reflected. Drawing from his previous life's experiences, he knew that upon entering the second tier of inner strength, one must continuously refine their vitality to achieve steady progress. Patience was essential, yet he could not afford to be lax. Setting the stone aside, he turned his focus towards the humanoid wooden post. With a composed mind, he summoned his inner strength and began to practice his martial techniques. The sound of his fists slicing through the air resonated as the wooden post endured a series of heavy impacts. Li Xian's movements quickened, growing increasingly fierce. Each punch and kick was imbued with formidable power, as though he intended to shatter the post entirely. "Not enough! Not enough!" Li Xian fervently chanted within. "My strength remains inadequate, my speed insufficient. I must grow stronger to safeguard myself and fulfill my ambitions." He persistently pushed the boundaries of his limits. Each strike more forceful than the last, each kick more rapid. Sweat poured down like rain, and his breaths grew increasingly labored, yet he remained undeterred. After an indeterminate amount of time, Li Xian finally ceased his efforts. Gasping for air, his body felt as though it had been disassembled. Nevertheless, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration engulfed him, as if every cell within him rejoiced. "That shall suffice for today's training," he mused, "for excess can be counterproductive. Tomorrow shall bring further endeavors." Upon completing his morning routine, Li Xian changed into a fresh set of clothes and stepped outside the courtyard. His first destination was a discreet location in the outer city, known to Shao Liuzi. It was a dilapidated residence, cluttered with debris. A group of ragged youths sat in a circle, conversing in hushed tones. The moment Li Xian arrived, they fell silent, rising to bow respectfully in his presence. "Big brother." Li Xian acknowledged them with a nod, surveying the youths. He noted that their spirits appeared significantly improved, their eyes reflecting newfound resolve. "How has your training progressed during this time?" Li Xian inquired. In response to "Big brother," "We practice daily as you instructed, fearing to show any signs of negligence," replied a diminutive youth. Li Xian nodded, expressing his satisfaction, and approached a tall, albeit somewhat frail, boy standing before him. The young man's Adam's apple was not pronounced. His chest slightly swollen, and an air of heroism radiated from his brow. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of feminine delicacy. "What is your name?" "Li Xuan inquired. In response, "Elder brother, I am called Acio," came a young man's voice, somewhat delicate and tinged with nervousness. Li Xian's heart understood. Indeed, this was a girl masquerading as a boy. "Acio, why do you disguise yourself as a male?" Li Xian did not directly expose her, but instead asked gently. Acio's face flushed slightly. Her head bowed as she murmured, I wish to accompany elder brother on adventures, not wanting to be looked down upon." Li Xian chuckled, saying, "Well, you possess ambition. However, henceforth, you need not conceal your true identity in my presence. Remember, strength is of utmost importance." "Yes, elder brother. Aisho lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Li Xian encouraged the other youths with a few more words and left behind a sum of silver, entrusting Xiao Liuzi with their daily expenses. Xiao Liuzi, keep an eye on the movements of the Tiger Gang. Report to me immediately if anything occurs, Li Xian commanded. Yes, elder brother, you can rest assured, Xiao Liuzi assured, thumping his chest. Upon departing from Xiao Liuzi's residence, Li Xian arrived at the herbal hall. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. Behind the counter, a young attendant in a blue outfit was busy preparing medicine. The attendant still donned male attire, yet today appeared more spirited than usual. Young master, here to purchase medicine today? The blue-clad attendant offered a fleeting glance at Li Xian, quietly awaiting his request. Yes, I wish to buy a few bottles of wound ointment, Li Xian replied. Certainly, please wait a moment. The attendant turned to fetch the medicine. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xian surveyed his surroundings. The business at the herbal hall remained rather sluggish. Apart from himself and the attendant, there were no other customers. Young master, here are your wound ointments. The attendant handed several bottles to Li Xian. Accepting the medicine, Li Xian casually inquired, where is your master Xuan? I have not seen him for some time. Master has wandered off again. It is uncertain when he shall return, the attendant responded. Li Xian nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Young Master Li, your injuries seem to be healing quite rapidly, the attendant suddenly remarked, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Li Xian felt a stir in his heart. Indeed, this attendant was not ordinary. Oh, how did you discern that? Li Xian asked, maintaining a calm demeanor. To be honest, I possess some rudimentary skills myself. The attendant lowered his voice. Your current vitality exceeds that of an average person. You must have recently cultivated internal techniques. A flicker of brilliance crossed Li Xian's eyes. This attendant could perceive his internal energy, indicating he was indeed skilled. A mere trifle, not worth mentioning, Li Xian humbly replied. You are too modest, young master, the attendant smiled. With your talent and strength, your future is bound to be limitless. Li Xian chuckled, choosing not to comment further. After settling the payment for the medicine, he turned and departed from the herbal hall. The 100 Herbs Hall is indeed remarkable, Li Xian pondered himself, realizing that he must exercise greater caution in the future. After navigating several twists and turns, Li Xian arrived at a secluded alley. Suddenly, he halted, pivoted sharply, and exclaimed, Who goes there? Come forth from the shadows. No sooner had he spoken than a dark figure darted from the depths of the alley, attempting to flee. With a cold snort, Li Xian swiftly pursued the figure, delivering a punch that struck the figure squarely in the back. The figure cried out in agony, propelled backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Li Xian stepped forward, grasping the figure by the collar and lifting him up. Who sent you? He inquired, his tone icy. The figure struggled briefly, but could not escape Li Xian's grip. Trembling in fear, he stammered it. It was Master Zhuge who sent me. Zhuge? Li Xian's brow furrowed. Indeed, it was he. Take me to him, Li Xian commanded. Yes, the figure nodded vigorously. Under the guidance of the shadowy figure, Li Xian arrived at a humble dwelling in a slum situated on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by fields. This abode starkly contrasted with Li Xian's expectations of Zhuge Qing's residence. He had anticipated a luxurious estate within the inner city. Master Zhuge certainly knows how to savor the pastoral life, Li Xian mused internally. At that moment, Zhuge Qing stood upon a ridge, wielding a hoe as he tended to some crops. Master, I have brought the person, the shadowy figure announced respectfully as he approached Zhuge Qing. Zhuge Qing slowly turned, his gaze landing upon Li Xian. You are Li Xian? His voice was calm, devoid of discernible emotion. I am, Li Xian replied coolly. Do you know why I sent someone to monitor you? Zhuge Qing inquired. Yes, Li Xian nodded, because I have been stirring the waters in the slum from behind the scenes. Oh, you are quite candid. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhuge Qing's eyes. Since you are already aware, I shall not conceal anything from you. Li Xian continued. I wish to propose a transaction. Zhuge Qing's interest was piqued. What qualifies you to negotiate with me? The account books. Chapter 15. Becoming a pawn. The first trial begins. On the ridge. After uttering these words, Li Xian fixed his gaze intently upon Zhuge Qing, his eyes blazing with intensity. He yearned to discern some hint of speculation upon Zhuge Qing's countenance. Yet his expectations were dashed. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, akin to a revolving lantern, as he endeavored to reassemble the recent events and ascertain whether he had erred in any aspect. While Li Xian was lost in contemplation, Zhuge Qing hoisted his hoe and emerged slowly from the fields, a faint smile adorning his face, a smile imbued with the assurance of victory, laced with a hint of amusement, as if silently conveying to Li Xian that he was still rather naive. The ledger, Li Xuan Musa Internadi, believing it to be the linchpin of his scheme, the stepping stone to a larger stage. Yet, it now appeared to be nothing more than a bait deliberately cast to ensnare him. From Zhuge Qing's gaze, Li Xian perceived himself as a hapless prey ensnared in a web. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. The demise of Lord Jin was surely no mere coincidence. A chill coursed through Li Xian as he quickened his pace to draw nearer to the truth. Initially, he had perceived the conflict as an internal power struggle within the gang, with the leader and his second usurping authority. However, it now seemed likely that this nefarious poisoning was orchestrated by none other than Zhuge Qing himself. By exploiting the ledger, he incited the greed and desires within the Qing Shi gang, turning those once loyal to Lord Jin against one another for personal gain, ultimately aiming to clear the chessboard. This cunning strategy, employing others' blades to strike, was executed with unparalleled finesse. As for the openly declared will, a bitter smile crept upon Li Xian's lips. Lord Jin would have never anticipated that his meticulously arranged affairs would be so thoroughly distorted, transforming into the final straw that heralded the Qing Shi gang's demise. Throughout history, fraternal betrayal has invariably ended in tragedy. Families shattered, lives ruined. A most venomous turn of fate. Although I too harbor desires to enact such retribution, for malevolence warrants no sympathy. The misdeeds of those within the Qing Shi gang recorded in that ledger ignite a desire within me to wield a machine gun and obliterate them all. At this moment, upon deeper reflection, Li Xian began to fear that his cunning may indeed be too juvenile, as most of his previous life had revolved around direct confrontation. In this life, he barely navigated the complexities of scheming through cerebral prowess. Yet, compared to Zhuge Qing, he was woefully outmatched. Henceforth, I must never underestimate the ancient foxes of this era. Zhuge Qing's intellect was astoundingly meticulous. Every step he took was calculated with precision, always ahead of others. The four strategies. Zhuge Qing set down his hoe, standing beside the thatched cottage, extending four fingers toward Li Xian, gently swaying them. His gesture was light and casual. What four strategies? As Li Xian pondered the riddle posed by Zhuge Qing, enlightenment suddenly dawned upon him. What a brilliant maneuver to kill four birds with one stone. The first strategy, unexpectedly presenting the ledger as bait to lure the snake from its hole, revealing the internal power struggles within the Qing Shi gang. The second strategy involves utilizing the conflicts within the Green Snake gang to surreptitiously eliminate Master Jinjiu, igniting the fuse. The third strategy entails fabricating a will to create chaos, thereby crafting a serendipitous opportunity for oneself to seize control of the slums. The fourth strategy, Li Xian suddenly raised his head, his eyes sparkling with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Zhuge Qing. He had already begun to conjecture the essence of the fourth strategy. Who exactly are you? Li Xian's voice was low yet charged with an imposing aura. Zhuge Qing offered no reply, merely casting a quiet glance at Li Xian. Who I am is of little significance. Rather, who stands behind me should be your primary concern. My master has stated that should you wish to play this game, an exception may be made to allow you to join. Zhuge Qing spoke slowly, yet his voice resonated powerfully, each word striking at Li Xian's heart. However, you must first start as a mere pawn. He paused, seemingly gauging Li Xian's reaction, and indeed, he perceived the astonishment he sought. Li Xian understood that Zhuge Qing intended to recruit him, to integrate him into his fold. Alternatively, the forces behind him required a new representative, what one might refer to in modern terms as a white glove, someone capable of replacing the Green Snake gang and commanding the underworld of the slums. The political landscape had shifted dramatically. Those who had previously supported the Black Tiger Gang were now preoccupied with their own affairs and had lost their influence. Zhu Guqing explained this with a nonchalant demeanor, as if recounting an insignificant matter. His tone carried a hint of disdain, suggesting he held those individuals in low regard. The leader of the Green Snake Gang, aged and conservative, had been more inclined to maintain the status quo. Yet over the years, the gang had engaged in numerous actions detrimental to the strength of the Great Zhou kingdom, and my master no longer wished to endure such tolerance. Zhu Guqing shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with Master Jin Jiu's conservatism and obstinacy. Why choose me? Li Xian expressed his lingering doubts, eagerly seeking an answer. Zhu Guqing smiled, a knowing grin that conveyed a sense of omniscience. He approached Li Xian, scrutinizing him as though his gaze were an X-ray, attempting to see through him completely. Rather than saying we chose you, it would be more accurate to state that you willingly leaped forward for us to select you. Do you truly believe the slums are as simple as you imagine? Since the moment you took that ledger, you have been under our scrutiny. I am uncertain what transformations you have undergone, but from the intelligence I receive daily, it is evident that you are not the same as before. I shall momentarily interpret this as you having feigned ignorance while biding your time. From an inconspicuous individual to a pivotal force stirring the winds of change. Remarkable. Zhu Guqing elaborated on Li Xian's recent actions, detailing his collaboration with the Thin Monkey to eliminate Scar and his connections with the Black Tiger Gang. Each step advancing the situation, every nuance well within his grasp. I have investigated your background. It is impeccably clean, so pristine that it seems as if you fell from the heavens, abruptly plunging into this murky pool. He paused, his gaze drifting as if lost in recollection. The Master has decided to grant you an opportunity, a chance for you to transform your fate. Well, ultimately, I shall answer your question on behalf of the Master, although I find this reasoning somewhat absurd. Zhu Guqing's voice was soft, almost as if she were conversing with herself, yet simultaneously revealing a monumental secret to Li Xian. Because you happen to share the surname Li. After speaking, Zhu Guqing turned and walked away, gesturing for Li Xian to refrain from following her. This left Li Xian alone outside the thatched cottage, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions, a profound feeling surging within him. By heavens, could my brother truly be related to the imperial family? Unfortunately, the original owner of this identity is far removed from any interactions with the powerful elite of the Great Zhou. Powerful elite? Interactions? Li Xian smacked his forehead. How could I have forgotten that old man who once held an official position? I must find time to consult him regarding the current political landscape and the intricate power struggles among the royal family. As Li Xian retraced his steps homeward, he passed through an alley when suddenly, a figure clad in black descended from the eaves behind him, without uttering a word, launching a concealed weapon towards him. Easily catching it, the black-clad figure scaled the wall and vanished. Li Xian lowered his gaze and slowly unfolded the concealed weapon. It was a piece of grass paper folded into a triangle, inscribed with the words, "Within 3 days, the green serpent shall change the dynasty. Within 10 days. This place shall witness a change of heaven." The message was straightforward, and Li Xian's expression turned grave. He understood this was the first test. A mere small trial. Chapter 16. A second collaboration. An old acquaintance visits. At this moment, the slums had transformed from their usual cacophony into a realm of unsettling silence, with far fewer street vendors peddling their wares. An atmosphere of chilling foreboding hung in the air, as if everyone sensed that the coming days promised unrest. The Baichao Hall had been inundated each day, with a multitude of the wounded sprawled at its entrance. The once fragrant aroma of herbal remedies within the grand hall had been supplanted by a pungent stench of blood. Strangely, however, the vicinity surrounding Baichao Hall was unexpectedly harmonious, with no disturbances erupting. At most, enemies exchanged menacing words and bared teeth in threats. In the alleys surrounding Baichao Hall, anguished cries intermittently pierced the air, startling a few wild dogs that scurried off with their tails between their legs, whimpering as they fled. In a shadowy corner, several ragged men huddled together, their expressions tense as they furtively surveyed their surroundings. "Have you heard? Last night, The turf of the Lame Wong was taken down, and even he. One man lowered his voice, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. Hiss! That makes it the third incident, doesn't it? Who could be so audacious as to confront the Qing Shi gang? Another man gasped in trepidation, fear flickering in his eyes. Who knows? Regardless, we ought to be cautious these days. Let us not invite trouble upon ourselves. I doubt we'll see any money today. Let us pack up. The leader of the group sighed, spitting in frustration, his gaze heavy with resignation. Ah, the life of a beggar is truly unbearable. As the sun dipped low in the west, its dying light painted the squalor and chaos of the slums in even sharper relief. Black Tiger Gang. Zhao Tianba sat grandly in a tiger skin chair, his face aglow with vitality as he toyed with an exquisite jade ring. Brotherly, I declare, the magpies are chirping merrily above us today, indicating the arrival of esteemed guests. Zhao Tianba boomed with laughter, rising to personally usher Li Xian into the room. Thanks to your intelligence last time, my Black Tiger Gang seized that shipment with remarkable ease. Even now, the Qing Shi Gang remains oblivious to our involvement. Ha! Li Xian stood calmly at the entrance, a serene expression on his face as he slightly cupped his hands in greeting. Leader Zhao, you flatter me. It is merely a gesture of goodwill for our collaboration. Ah, Brotherly is far too modest. Zhao Tianba waved his hand dismissively, signaling his subordinates to serve tea. Here, try this Gu Zhu purple bamboo shoot tea, a rare delicacy indeed. You must savor it thoroughly. Without you, how could such a rarity ever grace our impoverished abode? He pushed the teacup forward with a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes. Li Xian lifted the cup, taking a delicate sip. His eyes flickered momentarily as he acknowledged the quality of the purple bamboo shoot tea, with its tender leaves curling like the husks of shoots. A true treasure. After a taste, he set the cup down gently, smiling as he spoke. As long as this token of sincerity brings you satisfaction, Leader Zhao, that is all that matters. The mountains are high and waters long. Good days lie ahead. Zhao Tianba observed Li Xian's composed demeanor and mused inwardly. This Li fellow, faced with such opulence, remains utterly unfazed. Could it be that he is accustomed to such luxuries? It appears that this young man's background is indeed extraordinary. Just as Zhao Tianba was pondering this, Li Xian spoke again. The Qing Shi gang has been quite tumultuous lately. The two young masters of the Jin family have reached a point of irreconcilable conflict. I wonder what Zhao Laoda thinks of this. Indeed, Zhao Tianba nodded in agreement. In my opinion, it is high time for a change in the underground world of this slum. Li Xian mused to himself. Everyone in the slum knows Zhao Tianba's intentions. Yet outwardly, he feigned surprise. Oh? Zhao Laoda, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that? Li Xian paused, looking at Zhao Tianba with keen interest. To be frank with you, Brother Li, I have discreetly contacted the leaders of other gangs, and we have formed an alliance, preparing to covertly deal with the Qing Shi gang. Zhao Tianba leaned closer to Li Xian, lowering his voice. Such confidential information, Zhao Laoda, is it appropriate to share with an outsider? Are you not worried I might inform the Qing Shi gang? Li Xian regarded Zhao Tianba with a playful glint in his eyes. However, Zhao Tianba seemed unfazed by the insinuation, laughing heartily. This matter is hardly a state secret. Who in this slum is unaware of my ambitions? In that case, I shall not keep Zhao Laoda in the dark. I possess a piece of vital intelligence that could further aid you. Upon saying this, Li Xian gestured for Zhao Tianba to lean in closer. As Zhao Tianba listened, astonishment grew in his eyes, and by the time the last word was uttered, he stood up straight, resting his chin on his hand, pacing back and forth in the room while stroking his small goatee. Li Xian, observing this, did not rush him, but smiled and took a sip of tea, savoring its flavor. Excellent, 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 Zhao Tianba exclaimed 3 times, his smile growing ever more radiant. Brotherly, you truly are my timely rein. Though Zhao Tianba had previously harbored some suspicion towards Li Xian, their past collaboration had alleviated much of his wariness. After all, the intelligence Li Xian provided had allowed the Heihu gang to profit immensely from a recent covert operation, yielding substantial rewards. Nevertheless, the coincidences surrounding Li Xian's motives and the source of his information compelled Zhao Tianba to remain cautious. Brother Li, allow me to confirm once more. What you just stated, can it be trusted? Absolutely, Zhao Laoda. If you have doubts, as before, you may send someone to observe before taking action. Without waiting for Li Xian to finish, Zhao Tianba swiftly produced a stack of banknotes from his pocket and handed them to Li Xian. Brother Li, since you are so forthright, I shall trust you once more. As per our usual arrangement, the fee for information is but a trifling matter, a token of respect. Li Xian accepted the banknotes without a glance or count, simply tucking them into his pocket. Thank you, Zhao Laoda. It is getting late. I shall take my leave for today. Having achieved his objective, Li Xian did not linger, clasping his fists in farewell as he departed. Very well. I shall escort Brother Li Xian. Bring me 2 tails of tea leaves for my brother Li. Initially, Li Xian was pleasantly surprised by the gift of tea, but upon inspecting the meager bundle in his hands, he could only chuckle in disbelief. 2 taels equate to a mere 100 grams, hardly enough for a single brew. As Li Xian ambled along, grappling with the dilemma of whether to tuck the tea away or carry it in hand, he found himself back at his residence. Approaching the vicinity of his home, he was taken aback. 3 bloodied individuals lay sprawled at his doorstep. Sensing their presence, he realized they were all on the brink of death, their vitality fading. What madness is this? Instead of seeking medical help, they come to my doorstep? How unfortunate! Just as Li Xian voiced his grievances, he scrutinized the trio more closely and was struck by a sense of familiarity. They were, indeed, the very subordinates of Scar Lu who had once attempted to abduct him. Despite their bloodied state, Li Xian did not recoil. He began to examine their wounds, discovering that most injuries were superficial, though each bore a significant laceration on their backs. One man had a visible depression in his chest, indicating multiple broken ribs. Li Xian was neither a saint nor a hero, yet he could not turn a blind eye to their plight. Resolving to assist, he dragged each of them back to his cramped courtyard, which became even more congested as he had to relocate some of his fitness equipment indoors. Gazing at the newly acquired first aid kit in his hands, he let out a rueful sigh. This was meant for his own emergencies, and now, it seemed, they had come to take advantage of his supplies. Reflecting on the previous incident with the ledger, it occurred to him that he had indirectly ensnared them in a predicament. Logically, they should have been dealt with by Master Jinjiu long ago. How were they still alive? Had Master Jinjiu intentionally spared them? Or was there someone else shielding them in the shadows? Regardless, fate had brought them to him, and he could not abandon them to their demise. After much contemplation, Li Xian resolved to attempt to save the trio. Their survival would ultimately depend on their own fortune. Fortunately, as summer approached, the nights were not overly frigid. Li Xian deftly tore their garments, retrieved a jar of liquor from within, and poured it liberally over their wounds like a fire extinguisher. After the disinfection, the trio remained unresponsive. Understandably so, for the alcohol content of the liquor in the Great Zhou dynasty was rather mild. Had it been modern times, a spritz of iodine would have elicited a far more intense reaction. Next came the application of medicinal powder. Li Xian's technique was somewhat rudimentary and clumsy, as he was no trained physician. After hastily cleaning the wounds, he wrapped them with strips of cloth. Observing the dire condition of the 3, he let out a silent sigh. In the slums, life was as cheap as grass. Who could guarantee their survival until the morrow? Having completed his task, Li Xian chose to leave them to their fate and settled himself at the table, contemplating his next course of action. As the night grew deep, the flickering flames of the oil lamp cast an elongated shadow of Li Xian upon the wall, imbuing the scene with a sense of solitude. Within the span of 3 days, the green serpent had usurped the throne. Li Xian murmured to himself, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Cough. Water, water. Just as Li Xian was lost in contemplation, a faint voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning his gaze, he discovered that among the 3 injured individuals, the one with the least severe wounds had regained consciousness. Ah, could it be that you have defied death? Is the physique of ancient folk truly so resilient? The man, with cracked lips and a pallid complexion, was struggling to sit up. Li Xian stepped into the courtyard, ladled a bit of well water, and brought it to the man's side. You are gravely injured. Do not drink too much. Just take a gentle sip, he advised softly as he held the ladle to the man's lips. The man accepted the ladle and, following Li Xian's counsel. Cautiously sipped a small amount of water before slowly opening his eyes. Thank you, Li Xian. Brother. He gazed at Li Xian, a flicker of gratitude illuminating his expression. Now that you are awake, speak. What brings you to seek my presence? Chapter 17. The assistant in distress, the man who awoke, was known as Niu Er, accompanied in his injuries by two others, namely Ergu and Wang Fu. As Li Xian listened to Niu Er's fragmented narrative, a barely perceptible frown crossed his brow. These individuals, it seemed, had remarkably resilient lives. So, your days in the Green Serpent Gang have been arduous, treated merely as expendable pawns? Li Xian's tone remained flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Niu are struggled to end. The violent motion aggravating the wound on his back, contorting his features in pain, cold sweat glistening on his brow. Yes, brother Li Xian. He gasped, his eyes bloodshot, his voice hoarse. We truly cannot endure any longer. Then, what is it that you seek from me this time? Li Xian's gaze was as piercing as if it were a tangible force, fixed upon Niu Er's face, imbued with an air of detached scrutiny. A sudden spark of desperation ignited in Niu Er's eyes, mingled with a flicker of reckless hope. We wish to ally with you, brother Li Xian. His voice rose abruptly, tinged with a note of supplication. We know you are no ordinary person now. We implore you, grant us a chance at survival. The unconscious Li Ergu and Wang Fu beside him seemed roused by this fervent plea, emitting indistinct murmurs from their throats, instinctively echoing the yearning for life. Li Xian fell silent, his gaze deep and contemplative. He had never been a paragon of virtue. These three were, after all, subordinates of Scar Lu, having directly participated in the abduction that ensnared him. Despite the circumstances, the barrier in Li Xian's heart was not easily surmountable, especially in a world where loyalty, amidst the squalor of the slums, held little value, light as a feather, worthless as a coin. Moreover, he himself was ensnared in troubles, having just established contact with Zhuge Qing. The Green Serpent Gang was bracing for a storm, and he could be drawn into its depths at any moment. To take in these three almost useless individuals would undoubtedly complicate his situation, potentially inviting unnecessary peril. Yet, gazing at Niu Er's almost overflowing desire, and witnessing the fragile breaths of the other two, as if they might slip away at any moment, Li Xian was reminded of his own days struggling for survival in the slums, that sense of despair where each dawn was uncertain. Uselessness, sometimes, even the seemingly useless, can serve a purpose. First, they must recuperate. Ultimately, Li Xian did not outright refuse, nor did he immediately acquiesce. His tone remained indifferent. Whether you live or perish depends on your own resilience. He rose, no longer casting his gaze upon them, and walked directly outside. The early summer night breeze carried a chill, dispersing the thick stench of blood within the room. Li Xian looked up at the night sky, the stars sparse. Yet his mind was icy and clear. The following morning, the faint light of dawn filtered through the dilapidated window, casting beams into the room. Li Xian had completed his daily training regimen and, after a brief wash, returned inside. Niu Er had regained consciousness, his gaze complex, filled with both reverence and unease. The other two remained unconscious, yet their breathing seemed steadier than the previous night, with a slight rise and fall in their chests. Truly, they had a remarkable tenacity for life. He retrieved a few pieces of broken silver from his pocket, remnants of the intelligence fee given by Zhao Tianba the previous day. Stepping out of the small courtyard, he knocked on the door of the neighboring house. "Aunt Wang, are you home?" With a creak, the door opened, revealing a middle-aged woman with a simple, kind face and a slightly plump figure. "Ah, it's young Master Li Xian. So early. Is there something you need?" Aunt Wang greeted him with her customary warm smile. "Aunt Wang, I would like to ask for your assistance." Li Xian handed over the silver, speaking succinctly. "There are a few friends inside who are gravely injured and require someone to care for them, perhaps to provide them with some water and thin porridge. What do you think?" Aunt Wang glanced at the silver and then at Li Xian, without a moment's hesitation, her face breaking into a beaming smile. "Oh, it's no trouble at all." She quickly accepted the silver, weighing it in her hand, her smile becoming more genuine. We are all neighbors. It's only right to lend a helping hand. Then I must trouble you. Li Xian nodded, acknowledging her reliability despite her greed. At least she could keep a secret. No need for formality. You attend to your matters. I'll head over right away. Aunt Wang turned and went inside to make some simple preparations. Li Xian watched her enter her courtyard, whispering a few instructions before not delaying any further. The matters with the Green Snake gang needed urgent attention. The trial was pressing, and he wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. Just as Li Xian was about to step out of the courtyard, without any warning, a shadow silently landed in the space before him, moving so swiftly that it barely stirred the air. The figure was clad in tight-fitting black attire, with a cloth covering their face, revealing only a pair of sharp, anxious eyes. Li Xian. The master has been cornered by the Jin brothers in the narrow alley of West Street. The black-clad individual spoke rapidly, like a barrage of gunfire. They've brought many people. It may not hold for long. A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Xian's eyes. How could someone as astute as Zhu Guqing be forced into such a predicament? Even more shocking was the revelation that the Jin brothers had indeed joined forces. Lead the way. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xian moved, following the figure in black as they hastened towards West Street. West Street, a dim and damp narrow alley, reeked of mildew. Deep within, Zhu Guqing leaned against the cold, moss-covered wall, his complexion ashen, a stark trace of blood staining the corner of his mouth, his clothing soaked in the crimson of his own blood. The calm demeanor he typically exuded while fanning himself was now replaced by disarray and a hint of helplessness in his gaze. Surrounded by over 100 members of the Green Snake gang brandishing clubs and knives, he found himself trapped, their faces twisted into menacing snarls. At the forefront stood Zhu Guqing, spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva, casting a scornful glance at the two men. You two have shown a glimmer of intelligence this time. Do you wish for the account books? Such wishful thinking. You are requesting a toast only to drink from the cup of punishment. The fierce glint in Jin Bu's eyes shone brightly as he stepped forward, waving his hand with a harsh voice. Seize him. First, break his legs. Let us see how he continues to speak defiantly. As a dozen thugs prepared to reveal their menacing expressions and charge forth, a sudden, chilling shout echoed through the narrow alley like thunder on a clear day. The voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable force that made everyone tremble. Glancing around in search of its source, a figure darted forward, leaping down from the building, stirring up a slight cloud of dust. Bang! Crack! Ah! The sickening sound of bones snapping and the brief cries of pain resonated in quick succession. The first 3 or 4 thugs, without even catching a glimpse of the newcomer, were struck as if by a stampeding buffalo, spitting blood and twisting in midair before crashing into the walls on either side, collapsing like discarded sacks, their fates unknown. Amidst the swirling dust, a tall figure stood firm before Zhu Guqing, facing away from him. Li Xuan. Upon recognizing the visitor, the Jin brothers gasped in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. Li Xian slowly turned around, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the two men. Gentlemen, it is good to see you both well. Chapter 18. Rising to fame in the Great War. The Green Snake will change hands. The sudden appearance of Li Xian indeed startled Jin Buhuan and Jin Bai. However, having survived in the perilous world of blades and blood, they quickly suppressed their internal shock. Jin Buhuan fixed his gaze on Li Xian's seemingly gentle smile, remaining silent. A strange sense of retreat unexpectedly arose within him. The memory of that young man single-handedly wreaking havoc in his own home was still vivid in his mind. In contrast, Jin Bai had evidently not suffered from Li Xian before. His eyes glinted with menace as he stepped forward, spitting contemptuously. Li Xian, what the hell do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my affairs? The score from last time remains unsettled, and you have now delivered yourself right into my hands. I see you are tired of living. The smile on Li Xian's face faded. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. The affairs of my mentor are my own. I am here today. No one shall harm him. What audacity! Jin Bai was thoroughly incensed, breaking into a sinister grin. Do you truly believe that you alone can stand against so many of us? Whether I can withstand you, you shall find out soon enough. A slow, chilling smile crept across Li Xian's lips, revealing the disdain and lethal intent hidden within. He gently flexed his wrist, producing a series of subtle yet sharp cracking sounds. An invisible yet oppressive aura began to permeate the air around him. Jin Buhuan was the first to sense the pressure, his heart jolting with dread as a cold sweat broke out on his back. This young man seemed even stronger than before. He lowered his voice, urgently warning Jin Bai. "Younger brother, be careful. This fellow is exceptionally formidable. Fear not." Jin Bai shot a disdainful glance at Jin Buhuan. "If you are afraid, then step aside. With so many of us here, we could drown him in our spittle." He abruptly waved his hand, shouting at his remaining subordinates. "All of you, attack together. Kill him. Whoever manages to slay him shall receive a reward of 100 taels of silver." Under the promise of a generous reward, there would surely be those willing to risk their lives. Seeing this, Jin Buhuan gritted his teeth and resolved, "Charge." Yet anxiety gnawed at him. It seemed that they had shouted the same just before, and what had been the outcome? The remaining dozen or so thugs exchanged glances, their eyes ignited by the gleam of silver. Suppressing their fear, they unleashed a primal roar, brandishing clubs and blades, surging toward Li Xian like a tidal wave. Li Xian let out a cold snort. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His movements were astonishingly swift, weaving through the chaotic crowd with ghostly precision. There were no flamboyant techniques, just fists, elbows, knees, and palms. Each strike was stripped down to its essence, yet contained a terrifying, explosive force. The internal energy he had painstakingly cultivated during his days of rigorous training surged through his limbs without reservation. As Li Xian plunged into the throng, it was akin to a tiger among sheep. He simply needed to evade the glinting blades that threatened his vital points. The rest would be a series of precise and efficient strikes. Each strike landed with precision upon the most vulnerable joints, acupoints, and vital areas of a human body. The brittle sound of bones shattering echoed through the alley. The muffled thud of muscles being struck reverberated. Uncontrollable cries of anguish filled the air. In mere moments, the alley was engulfed by these cacophonous sounds. Within just a few breaths, 5 or 6 assailants crumpled to the ground, stripped of all fighting spirit. Their limbs twisted grotesquely, or their chests visibly caved in as they writhed in agony, moaning. Li Xian's figure flickered amidst the crowd, moving as if in a leisurely stroll, leaving chaos and dismembered bodies in his wake. Not a single soul could withstand even a fraction of his prowess. Jin Buhuan and Jin Bai watched in horror, their eyelids twitching, palms slick with cold sweat. They finally comprehended that the situation had spiraled far beyond their control. This was no mere street brawl. It was a one-sided massacre. Li Xian's prowess was almost inhuman. Altogether now, Jin Buhuan, seeing his men lose their courage and begin to falter, knew there was no time to waste. With a furious roar, he drew his short blade from his waist, channeling all his strength as he lunged forward. The blade gleamed menacingly, aimed directly at Li Xian's face. Jin Bai, too, sprang into action, brandishing a heavy iron rod, summoning a howling wind as he struck fiercely at the back of Li Xian's head. The two launched a combined assault, bolstered by the last few brave henchmen who recklessly flanked Li Xian, attempting to distract and restrain him. In an instant, the air was filled with the clash of blades and rods, momentarily encircling Li Xian in a tight formation. Though he faced many, Li Xian remained composed, yet was compelled to take the situation more seriously. His gaze sharpened, becoming as focused as a hawk's. Bang! Jin Bai seized upon a minuscule opening. Ignoring his own defenseless stance, he poured all his strength into the iron rod. The tip grazed Li Xian's blocking arm, striking heavily against his left rib. A dull thud resounded. Li Xian's form momentarily faltered, his breath hitching slightly. He instinctively retreated 2 steps, creating distance. "Ha! I hit you," Jin Bai exclaimed, his confidence soaring as he envisioned the dawn of victory. He laughed maniacally. "Li Xian, aren't you supposed to be formidable? It's not so impressive after all." Li Xuan, expressionless, rubbed his left rib where the blow landed. A sharp pain radiated there, yet thanks to his internal energy, the damage was not severe. His gaze turned frigid, a chilling resolve settling in. Initially, he had merely intended to incapacitate them. His voice, deep and resonant, carried an icy malice that sent shivers through the soul. Since you have chosen death, Li Xuan ni nalatzluli, the power within him, awakened through cerebral development, surged with an intensity beyond ordinary comprehension. Like a volcano long dormant, now violently awakening. His limbs and every sinew brimming with explosive strength. "Let me grant you your wish," he exclaimed with a thunderous shout, akin to a muffled thunderclap. With a powerful stomp, Li Xian propelled himself forward. In an instant, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bowstring. His target none other than the recently ambushed Jinbai. With a single, unadorned punch, devoid of any superfluous movements, he unleashed a force that seemed to extract the very air from in front of him, compressing it with a deafening boom. Alarm bells rang in Jin Buhuan's mind, for he was acutely aware of the cataclysmic power encapsulated within that strike, even more so than Jinbai. A chilling shadow of death enveloped him, as if a frigid tide had washed over him completely. His pupils dilated in terror. He yearned to scream a warning and evade the impending doom. Yet his body felt as if it were ensnared by invisible shackles, rigid and immovable, paralyzed by a primal fear that stemmed from the depths of existence itself. Jinbai, too, sensed the suffocating aura of terror emanating from the punch. His maniacal laughter froze, replaced by an overwhelming dread that sent shivers through his very soul. He felt an urge to flee or seek assistance, but found his movements sluggish as a snail. In that very moment, two thunderous impacts echoed through the narrow alleyway, reverberating in a haunting symphony. Li Xian's fist struck with surgical precision, landing squarely on Jin Buhuan's chest, while his advancing body collided with Jinbai, who had barely attempted to block with his staff. Jinbai was sent flying as if struck by an indomitable battering ram, crashing into the wall at the alley's end with a bone-jarring thud, followed by a sickening silence as he crumpled to the ground. Blood, mingled with shattered innards, erupted from his mouth and nose, his eyes dimming as life ebbed away in violent spasms before falling still. Jinbai's fate was even more harrowing. He bore the brunt of Li Xian's explosive shoulder strike. Every bone in his body felt as if it had been pulverized in that instant. Not a single cry escaped his lips as his form tumbled helplessly like a rag doll, rolling several meters before collapsing to the ground, a lifeless mass devoid of strength, twitching momentarily before succumbing to silence. With but a single strike, the once mighty Jin brothers, who had roamed the streets with arrogance, were rendered powerless. One, with a shattered ribcage and ruptured organs, lay dead. The other, his bones obliterated, perished on the spot. Silence fell heavily in the alley, broken only by labored breaths. The remaining henchmen were utterly paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The horrific scene had obliterated their psychological fortitude. With a clatter, one of them was the first to discard his weapon, followed by a cacophony of metal clinking as the rest followed suit. In a frenzy, they scrambled and rolled, desperate to escape the hellish confines of the narrow alleyway. Chapter 19, Late Night Enlightenment. Only strength can create miracles in the alleyway. A heavy stench of blood mingled with dust and mold permeated the air. The lifeless bodies of the Jin brothers lay sprawled on the filthy ground not far away, their grotesque expressions frozen in horror, their voices silenced forever. An oppressive silence enveloped the blood-soaked narrow passage, a stillness so profound that the fall of a pin could be heard. Zhu Guqing leaned against a cold, damp wall covered in slick moss. The sharp pain in his chest made each breath feel as laborious as working a bellows, cold sweat soaking his back. Yet at this moment, his focus was entirely diverted from his injuries. His gaze was magnetically drawn to the tall figure before him. Li Xuan. This name had recently represented a young man struggling for survival at the bottom of the slums. However, the events that had just unfolded felt like the most absurd nightmare. Yet they struck his long-held beliefs with brutal clarity, shattering the cunning he prided himself on. One move, just a single move, right before his eyes, Li Xian had effortlessly dispatched the infamous Jin brothers, who struck fear into the hearts of many in the slums. The explosive force unleashed was wild, brutal, and utterly unreasonable. The almost demonic intensity of his onslaught sent an indescribable chill through Zhuge Qing's soul for the first time, along with a profound sense of unfamiliarity. This was not any martial art he had ever known. It felt more like a higher realm of existence. Perhaps he and his master had underestimated this seemingly unassuming young man. This incident must be reported to reassess Li Xian's true potential. Li Xian slowly turned around. The splatters of crimson blood on his face contrasted eerily with the calmness in his eyes, creating a disquieting disparity. He approached Zhuge Qing, his gaze sweeping over the bloodstains on his chest, his brow slightly furrowing. "Master, can you hold on?" His voice remained tranquil, devoid of any tremor, as if he had merely crushed a couple of bothersome insects moments ago. Zhuge Qing struggled to swallow, his lips moving as if to speak. But his voice emerged dry and raspy, akin to sandpaper, trembling with an unrecognized quiver. "Li Xian, who exactly are you? Where does this astonishing ability of yours come from?" Countless questions lodged in his throat, yet he ultimately swallowed them down. Some secrets, once unveiled, could irrevocably disrupt the delicate balance between them. He could distinctly sense that before him, though Li Xian's appearance had not changed, something profound within him had undergone a seismic transformation. Li Xian perceived the astonishment, inquiry, and the barely discernible apprehension in Zhuge Qing's eyes and merely offered a faint smile. "Just fortunate, practice some self-defense moves." He casually dismissed the matter, evidently unwilling to delve deeper into explanations. Zhuge Qing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous waves of anxiety within him. So be it. This was not the time for probing into the depths of truth. The brothers of the Jin family met their untimely demise here, and once this news spreads, it will undoubtedly stir a tempest within the ranks of the Qingxi gang. This represents an unprecedented and monumental crisis, poised to unravel at any moment. Yet, it also presents a rare opportunity for a complete overhaul. His gaze sharpened once more, and the dimness of his eyes glimmered with a calculating brilliance. "Li Xian, your maneuver is truly earth-shattering." Zhuge Qing curled the corners of his mouth into a faint, bitter smile, his demeanor complex and inscrutable. However, this is not the time for reflection. With Jinbu Huan and Jinbu Yi deceased, this information cannot be concealed. Within half an hour, it will reverberate throughout the entire slum. The Qingxi gang cannot afford to be leaderless for even a day. Otherwise, the various factions within that harbor ulterior motives, along with the ravenous wolves lurking outside, will pounce and tear us asunder. He lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently on Li Xian, imbued with an unprecedented gravity. "You have personally eliminated the Jin brothers. Your power has reached its zenith, unparalleled by any. Now, it is imperative for you to assume the position of the leader of the Qingxi gang. This is the sole means to stabilize the situation and quell any dissent." Zhuge Qing's calculations rang loud and clear. The terrifying martial prowess displayed by Li Xian was an unforeseen variable in his plans, yet was the only solid foundation he could rely upon. As long as Li Xian is willing to step forward and assert his dominance with overwhelming force, he can orchestrate the situation from behind the scenes, strategically guiding and maneuvering. Perhaps he might truly reintegrate this crumbling Qingxi gang and even absorb other factions advancing further. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's expression did not reveal the anticipated stirring of emotions that Zhuge Qing had envisioned. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the alley walls, peering into the chaotic and tainted depths of the slum, lost in thought. Upon returning to his dilapidated yet familiar courtyard, night had fully descended. Aunt Wang had long since departed, and the air was suffused with a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs and the delicate aroma of thin porridge. In the corner, Niu Air had managed to prop himself against the wall, and upon seeing Li Xian return, his eyes instantly filled with an ineffable awe and gratitude. The other two companions, who were more gravely injured, remained unconscious, yet their breathing was markedly steadier, their chests rising and falling in a rhythmic pattern. Li Xian said little, merely nodding before striding into the house, taking a seat at the table before the oil lamp. The flickering, dim light illuminated his youthful yet unexpectedly profound visage, his eyes shimmering with uncertainty. He was in deep contemplation. Since arriving in this unfamiliar world, he had felt as if he were traversing a tightrope, treading carefully, step by step. Utilizing the advanced knowledge and insights from his previous life, he gathered information, analyzed human emotions, and manipulated power dynamics, striving to carve out a sliver of survival amidst the clashing forces, gradually plotting for growth. Yet, the events that transpired in the narrow alley of West Street today led him to ponder. Had he perhaps overcomplicated matters in the past? The collaboration with Zhao Tianba of the Black Tiger Gang necessitated presenting valuable intelligence as a bargaining chip, while constantly guarding against the other suspicions. Gaining the recognition of Zhu Guqing necessitates enduring the so-called trials, showcasing one's worth and potential. Each step is fraught with calculation, probing, and strategic maneuvering. Is it exhausting? Indeed, it is profoundly taxing. Reflecting on today, it is simple, brutal, and direct. Do the Jin brothers obstruct the path? Are they an inconvenience? Eliminate them. What is the outcome? Immediate and striking. Zhu Guqing's attitude has undergone a complete transformation, filled with reverence and a willingness to offer counsel. The core power of the Qin Shi Gang is almost effortlessly within reach, readily attainable. Indeed, in the face of absolute strength, all so-called schemes, intricate plots, and manipulations appear utterly feeble, even somewhat laughable. Perhaps, from the very beginning, a more forthright approach was warranted. Why squander so much time and energy deciphering the convoluted and sordid nature of humanity? Fists within this law of the jungle. In a world where lives are as inconsequential as blades of grass, fists embody the most unwavering truth. Of course, unbridled recklessness is unwise. One must still engage the mind as necessary. Yet, at least, there is no longer a need to be as constrained and hesitant as before. With this realization, Li Xian's mindset seems to have flung open a heavy door, illuminating his path and clarifying his thoughts. Let us act decisively. Chapter 20. The Green Snake changes hands. Countdown to Unification 3 days later. Within the Grand Hall of the Green Snake Gang, the air seemed to solidify, oppressive enough to render one nearly breathless. An invisible tension and restlessness permeated every corner like a rising tide. Zhu Guqing sat in a side position, which was emblematic of the second-in-command within the gang, adjacent to the vacant main seat. His complexion still bore the pallor of recent injuries, yet his eyes regained their former shrewdness. Li Xuan, casually standing in the center of the hall, found himself surrounded by a significant expanse of space, as if all present were deliberately maintaining their distance from him. With his hands clasped behind his back and an air of indifference, he appeared as though everything around him was irrelevant, merely a passerby in this scene. The chairs on either side of the hall presented a rather desolate sight, occupied by only 3 or 4 hall masters. These individuals were either among the lower ranks of strength within the gang or peripheral characters who habitually aligned themselves with Zhu Guqing's faction. As for the other influential vice hall masters, such as Master Zhang, who controlled all the docks in the slums, and Master Zhao, who managed several of the largest casinos, they were conspicuously absent. Their absence itself was a silent declaration, a blatant provocation and disregard for the new order. Zhu Guqing's expression darkened in an instant, a barely perceptible shadow fleeting across his gaze. He cleared his throat heavily, his voice reverberating throughout the hall. Esteemed colleagues, he paused, his sharp gaze sweeping across the few present hall masters like the edge of a blade, imbued with an undeniable authority. The purpose of gathering you all here today should already be clear to you. Brothers Jin Bu Huan and Jin Bu Yi have acted against the principles of our brotherhood, their ambitions blinding them, even turning their hands against their own kind, seeking to fracture our gang. They have now been dealt with. His voice was resolute. A nation cannot be without a sovereign for a day, nor can a gang be without a leader for a day. Zhu Guqing's voice rose suddenly. For the preservation of the Green Snake Gang's legacy, and for the future of all my brothers, I propose that Brother Li Xian be appointed as the new leader of the Green Snake Gang. As his words hung in the air, Zhu Guqing's fervent gaze fixated on the composed figure of Li Xian. The few hall masters present, along with the assembled members of the gang, were instantly jolted. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a complex blend of emotions. The renown of Li Xian, in a brief span of 3 days. It had swept through every dark corner of the slums like an unstoppable tempest. One man, one strike. The Jin brothers were vanquished in an instant. This almost mythical achievement was too terrifying to fathom, having already planted the seeds of fear within their hearts. Opposition? With their meager courage, they dared not. Moreover, they lacked the strength to oppose him. After a moment of profound silence, someone finally mustered the courage to tremulously nod in agreement, as if responding to an unspoken signal. The others immediately echoed their agreement. However, just as the weight that had been hanging over Zhu Guqing's heart was about to lift, believing the situation was settled, Li Xian suddenly spoke up. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout every corner of the Grand Hall. "I am humbled by your kind regard," he stated with a calm demeanor. "I, Li Xian, am unworthy of such praise." He stepped forward, his tranquil gaze sweeping over the assembly, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. The position of leader carries immense responsibility concerning the lives and fortunes of thousands of brothers within our clan. Li Xuan am but a newcomer with little experience. He gently shook his head. It would be difficult to command the respect of all. Zhu Guqing was taken aback. He had never anticipated Li Xian would decline. For a moment, he struggled to comprehend the true meaning of Li Xian's words. Then, Li Xian extended a finger towards the corner of the hall, pointing at a slender figure, visibly anxious yet striving to maintain composure, the thin monkey. A hint of amusement tinged Li Xian's voice as he continued. "I believe Brother Thin Monkey is more suited for this position. He has long been part of our gang and is well-versed in its affairs, displaying both acumen and insight." Most importantly, Li Xian emphasized his words, his gaze sweeping over everyone present as if it were a tangible force. "He is loyal and trustworthy. I will fully support him." The declaration struck like thunder in a clear sky. Gasps filled the room. Zhu Guqing's mouth fell agape in astonishment, his gaze darting between Li Xian and the thin monkey, who was slowly approaching the front, following Li Xian's direction. His mind seemed to stall at that moment. Him, the leader. Zhu Guqing's voice trembled, laden with incredulity. "Brother Li Xian, you cannot be serious?" The thin monkey. "He merely oversees a handful of subordinates under Jin Bai. By seniority, he is hardly fit to assume such a role." This was beyond absurdity, more surreal than the sky collapsing. The other hall masters exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions rife with confusion and disbelief. They were utterly perplexed by Li Xian's intentions. Yet, Li Xian remained unfazed by the tumultuous reactions around him. His tone remained steady, imbued with an undeniable resolve. "My decision is made. From this day forth, the thin monkey shall be the new leader of the Green Snake Gang. I will wholeheartedly assist him." His calm gaze surveyed the entire room, an invisible pressure weighing heavily upon all, causing their breaths to hitch and hearts to race. Zhu Guqing fixated on Li Xian's serene yet unfathomable eyes. Countless thoughts raced through his mind in an instant. In a flash, he understood. He comprehended Li Xian's intentions entirely. To elevate a puppet with shallow foundations, one who is utterly loyal and easily manipulated, to the forefront. Meanwhile, Li Xian would remain comfortably behind the scenes, exercising power from the shadows, firmly grasping the actual authority of the Qin Shi gang in his hands. In doing so, he could skillfully evade prematurely placing himself in the spotlight, drawing the fire and attention of all opposing forces. Simultaneously, he could utilize the entire resources and strength of the Qin Shi gang entirely for his own benefit without any compromise. Brilliant! This maneuver was truly remarkably astute. Zhu Guqing silently admired this strategy, and as he turned his gaze toward Li Xian, it was imbued with an indescribable depth and genuine reverence. This young man, not only did he possess a terrifying martial prowess, akin to that of a deity capable of crushing all, but his insight into human nature, his far-reaching strategies, and his ability to manipulate circumstances were equally extraordinary. Ahem, since brotherly Xuan has made his decision. Zhu Guqing swiftly adjusted his mindset, donning a perfectly measured smile, and smoothly declared, I, Zhu Guqing, concur. Although Brother Shouhou is young and lacks experience, with brotherly Xuan as a towering pillar of support behind him, and with our assistance as seasoned veterans, he will undoubtedly lead the Qing Shi gang toward new heights of glory. With Zhu Guqing, a highly esteemed elder, expressing his clear endorsement, the other hall masters dared not voice any dissent. They all bowed in unison, echoing their agreement. Thus, amidst a slightly hasty, even somewhat bizarre atmosphere of the assembly, the new leader of the Qing Shi gang was dramatically established. A mere moment ago, a small-time thug struggling in the depths of a slum for the chance to survive another day, Shouhou was suddenly elevated to a coveted throne on this tainted land, a position that countless individuals coveted and would risk their lives for. Meanwhile, the true master, Li Xian, stood quietly behind him, his gaze calmly surveying the chaotic, filthy, yet brimming with infinite opportunities slum sky beyond the open doors of the hall. As for those influential hall masters who dared to be absent today, the corners of Li Xian's lips slowly curved into a cold and sharp smile. If they refuse to comply, then they shall be made to submit through force. Simplicity is indeed preferable. Chapter 21. The Reformation of the Green Snake. Who supports and who opposes? Within the grand hall of the Green Snake Gang's headquarters, an eerie silence enveloped the air, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. An invisible weight pressed heavily upon each individual's heart, nearly suffocating them. The lean figure of the monkey sat uneasily upon the tiger-skin throne, as though seated upon a bed of nails. The expansive chair felt like a searing iron, causing him great discomfort. He dared only to perch on the edge, his hands gripping the frigid armrests tightly, knuckles turning pale. Although his gaze did not betray sheer panic, it frequently darted towards Li Xian, who stood silently below, revealing his underlying tension. This chair, a symbol of the pinnacle of power within the slums, was something he had never dared to dream of occupying. Yet now, he found himself in this very seat, feeling more tormented than ever. Li Xian stood at the center of the hall, hands clasped behind his back, his expression eerily calm, gaze indifferent as it swept across the assembly. The hall masters, rendered mute by fear, lowered their eyes in deference, even their breaths becoming deliberately subdued. Seasoned veterans of the perilous underworld, they had long mastered the art of navigating treacherous waters. However, the shocking events that transpired in the narrow alley just yesterday haunted them like a nightmare indelibly etched into their souls. At this moment, their respect for Li Xian transcended mere fear. It had become instinctual. The gang's rules were exceedingly lax. When Li Xian spoke, his voice was not loud. It struck each person's heart like a heavy hammer, clear, cold, and indisputable. What is of no concern to me. Starting today, things will change. There are no superfluous words, no explanations. Simple, direct, this was a command. At Li Xian's side, Zhu Guqing stepped forward at an opportune moment. He held a stack of papers, filled with writing, which had appeared in his hands unbeknownst to anyone. Although his complexion bore the pallor of recent injury, his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, regaining their former sharpness, perhaps even surpassing it. He cleared his throat gently, his gaze electric as it swept over the assembly. Mr. Zhuge, please proceed. Li Xian nodded slightly. Zhu Guqing inclined his body in acknowledgement and then straightened, his voice resonating throughout the hall. Esteemed colleagues, the intent of brotherly Xian is to ensure the enduring stability of the Green Snake Gang, as well as to safeguard everyone's future. With a new leader at the helm, it is the perfect moment to eradicate old vices and forge a new path. First and foremost, the accounts must be clarified. As his words fell, the expressions of several hall masters subtly shifted. Their eyes flickered uncertainly, and some instinctively touched their waist pouches. Zhu Guqing observed these minute reactions with keen interest, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. He continued, his voice tinged with gravity. During the time of the Jean brothers, the gang's accounts were in disarray, incomes and expenditures muddled, a chaotic mess. There were even significant sums of money whose whereabouts were unknown, lost without a trace. He paused deliberately, his tone deepening. What has been lost is not merely the gang's silver. It is, above all, the greatest injustice to us brothers who risk our lives daily, trading our very existence for a meager pittance. The words struck like a needle, piercing the hearts of some minor leaders who had climbed from the lower ranks below. Their daily share of the spoils was already meager, and they harbored deep resentment towards the higher-ups who fattened their own pockets. Upon hearing Zhu Guqing's remarks, many among them revealed expressions of indignation. Li Xian observed quietly, fully aware that this was the desired effect. In murky waters, one can fish more easily. Yet, to gain complete control of this vessel, one must first seal the leaks at the bottom and root out the parasites siphoning off resources. The purse strings, after all, remain the most vulnerable target. Advisor, how shall we proceed? Li Xian spoke again, relinquishing the speaking rights entirely to Zhu Guqing. Zhu Guqing, evidently well prepared, confidently raised the paper in his hand. I propose the establishment of an account room effective immediately. I, Zhu Guqing, will personally oversee it. All income and expenses from each hall must be reported punctually, with clear cash flow and transparent accounts, all verifiable. He continued, furthermore, we shall establish a punishment hall. Rewards and penalties shall be enforced according to gang regulations. Anyone who dares to reach out or engage in favoritism will face the punishment hall's relentless blade. Moreover, he declared, we shall set up a win hall. This will be dedicated to intelligence gathering and information collection. Our eyes must be sharp, our ears attuned, to understand ourselves and our adversaries, ensuring our unassailable position. With each decree, he announced, the expressions of the veteran leaders in the hall darkened. Establishing an account room? This threatened to sever their financial lifelines. Creating a punishment hall? This was akin to placing a sword at their throats. Instituting a win hall? This meant constant surveillance over them. This was not merely a gang. It was an attempt to bind them like livestock. Soon, someone could no longer endure the tension. A short, stout figure, with whiskers resembling those of a rat. The usually slippery Wong Hall master forced a sycophantic smile and stepped forward. Leader Li, monkey master, advisor. He rubbed his hands together, his back hunched like a shrimp, cautiously probing. I assent this. A bit too complicated? We are but simple folk, illiterate in the ways of bureaucracy. Implementing such a system might be beyond our capabilities. His words ignited a spark. Yes. Wong Hall master speaks wisely. Wasn't our gang thriving before? Engaging in brawls and settling scores. Why complicate matters with these pedantic regulations? As for the accounts, as long as they are somewhat in order, must we scrutinize every detail? Such precision only breeds discord among brothers. In an instant, a chorus of buzzing debates erupted throughout the hall. Voices of dissent rose and fell like waves. Most of these individuals were longtime followers of the Jin brothers, accustomed to the unrestrained lifestyle of taking what they desired. Having grown fat on the spoils, Li Xian's new rules undoubtedly threatened their very livelihoods. Though they spoke of inconvenience in their hearts, they feared they would no longer be able to indulge in the reckless appropriation of the gang's wealth for their own gain. Seated in a tiger skin armchair, the lean figure of the monkey master listened to the clamor below, his face turned ashen, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He stood there, utterly at a loss, casting a helpless glance towards Li Xian. Li Xian's expression remained inscrutable, as calm as an ancient well. He merely listened and observed, as if he were witnessing a poorly executed performance of a monkey show. It was only when the dissenting voices and murmurs gradually subsided, and all eyes involuntarily converged upon him, that he began to speak slowly. Unable to cope, he reiterated the 4 words in a flat tone, yet laced with a chilling intensity. Then learn. His voice was not loud, yet it silenced the entire hall in an instant. If one cannot learn, he paused, his gaze as sharp and cold as a blade, sweeping over the few leaders who had instigated the uproar. Then relinquish your position. Allow it to be occupied by those who can learn. The Green Snake Gang will not harbor idlers. Each word was pronounced with deliberate severity, chilling to the bone. Nor will it tolerate parasites. The leaders he had glanced at stiffened, as if ensnared by the gaze of a venomous viper. A wave of frost surged from their feet to the crown of their heads, and their backs were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Their throats went dry, lips trembled, and they dared not utter another word, averting their gaze from Li Xian and bowing their heads low. Li Xian stepped forward, positioning himself at the center of the hall. His voice rose abruptly, resonating like a thunderclap. I hereby declare, effective immediately, the Green Snake Gang will implement new regulations. First, the accounts must be transparent. 30% of all income shall be submitted to the Central Treasury, while 70% will be allocated by each faction. However, every transaction must be meticulously recorded and available for inspection at any time. Should there be any instances of embezzlement or misappropriation, those found guilty will be dealt with according to gang regulations, without exception. Second, a merit ledger shall be established. Anyone who contributes to the gang shall be generously rewarded. Money, status, women, as long as you have merit, the gang will not skimp. Conversely, anyone who betrays the gang, colludes with external enemies, or harms the gang's interests, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, shall be executed without mercy. Third, all members, regardless of rank, must obey orders. Compliance is mandatory. Should anyone feign compliance or delay, they will face severe punishment. His voice reverberated like thunder, exploding in the ears of everyone present. Rewards and punishments must be clear. Discipline must be strict. This proclamation fell upon the seasoned veterans like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing their last flicker of hope and filling them with trepidation. Yet, it also ignited a flame of aspiration in those lower-tier members who yearned to rise through merit and hard work. They feared not the strictness of rules. They feared the absence of rules. They feared unclear rewards and punishments. They feared their hard-earned achievements being siphoned away by those greedy and gluttonous individuals. Li Xian's display of unyielding authority, coupled with a seemingly harsh yet clearly defined pathway for advancement, unveiled a completely different Green Snake Gang to them. A gang that might truly offer them the possibility of ascending through their own blood, sweat, and contributions. Who is in favor? Li Xian's gaze once again swept across the assembly, as tangible as a physical presence. His gaze was calm, yet it concealed a terrifying pressure akin to a cataclysmic avalanche. Who dared to pose? This time, silence reigned. The sound of a pin dropping could be discerned. Those few who had previously dared to voice their dissent were now desperate to retreat into the shadows, fearful of attracting Li Xian's attention once more. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhuge Qing's eyes as he seized the moment, stepping forward. He bowed deeply to the lean monkey seated at the head and to Li Xian below, proclaiming in a resounding voice, "We shall faithfully obey the commands of our esteemed leader. We shall adhere to the regulations of our gang." The lean monkey, startled, promptly leapt from his chair, echoing fervently, We shall obey our esteemed leader. No, we shall adhere to the regulations." The assembly, whether with genuine intent or feigned sincerity, collectively inclined their bodies, responding in a thunderous chorus. The sound coalesced into a torrent, reverberating through the grand hall. A barely perceptible smile graced the corners of Li Xian's lips as he nodded. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The true resistance would not dissipate so easily. Those entrenched in the old order, accustomed to reaping profits with ease, would not willingly relinquish their substantial gains. Open compliance paired with covert subterfuge, and even collusion with external adversaries, were all foreseeable outcomes. Nevertheless, Li Xian remained unfazed. He intended to employ these new regulations and the stringent auditing measures to flush out the parasites lurking in the shadows, one by one. Then, through the simplest yet most effective means, he aimed to utterly crush them. The thorough investigation of recent gang activities was the first bait he had cast. He eagerly anticipated which restless fish would soon leap into the open. Li Xian's gaze transcended the crowd, once again directed towards the chaos beyond the hall. He looked upon the squalid yet vibrant slums, brimming with boundless vitality and opportunity. A new order was gradually taking shape, founded upon iron and blood. Conversely, the old powers would inevitably respond with frenzied retaliation. This game had only just begun. Chapter 22. The Removal of a Chronic Malady. The new Qing Shi Gang the night enveloped the surroundings like ink, dense enough to wring water from it. Within the depths of the Qing Shi Gang's headquarters, in a secluded chamber, a solitary candle flickered. The flame cast elongated shadows of two figures upon the mottled walls, swaying gently. Though it was Li Xian's first visit to the inner sanctum of the headquarters, he appeared completely at ease, seated in the primary position. His fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the table. Top, top, top. The subtle yet rhythmic sound resonated distinctly in the profound silence of the room. Zhu Guqing and the lean monkey sat at the lower left and right, respectively. Neither spoke, patiently awaiting the next words, particularly the lean monkey, whose eyes gleamed with reverence as he gazed at Li Xian. Despite the lingering fatigue etched on Zhu Guqing's face from his injuries, his eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness, even possessing a piercing intensity. He fixed his gaze upon Li Xian, and after a moment of silence, noticing that Li Xian did not intend to speak, he carefully chose his words before finally breaking the silence. Brother Li Xian, there are matters I believe it is time to clarify thoroughly. Zhu Guqing's voice, tinged with a rasp from his injuries, carried an unprecedented gravity. Li Xian ceased his rhythmic tapping, lifting his gaze to meet Zhu Guqing's, silently encouraging him to continue. My arrival at the Qing Shi Gang was not by chance. As I previously mentioned, I am backed by a powerful force and have come at the behest of my master. A self-deprecating smile flickered across Zhu Guqing's lips, the candlelight dancing in his eyes, revealing a complexity that was difficult to articulate. Beneath the surface of the Qing Shi Gang lies a depth far beyond this mere territory of the slums. It is entangled with certain prominent figures in Chang'an. Li Xian's gaze subtly sharpened, though he remained silent, listening intently. Those hall masters who did not appear today, such as Zhang Dehai, who controls all dock operations, and Zhao Keizi, who oversees several of the largest gambling establishments, are the true hidden lines of the Qing Shi Gang. Zhu Guqing lowered his voice deliberately, as if each word bore weight, fearful of awakening something lurking in the shadows. These enterprises constitute the lifeblood of the Qing Shi Gang, its most significant source of wealth. Their profits far exceed the visible protection fees and sporadic violent dealings. Smuggling, trafficking in contraband, even some unspeakable human trafficking. The bulk of these earnings never truly appear on the gang's books. Instead, they are clandestinely funneled into the residences of certain nobles in Chang'an through this hidden line. Zhang Dehai and Zhao Keizi are merely lackeys propped up by these nobles, tasked with handling the sordid affairs and amassing wealth for their masters. Zhu Guqing inhaled deeply, a glint of cold sharpness flashing in his eyes. And I, Zhu Guqing, it was indeed at the behest of a certain esteemed individual that I infiltrated the Qing Shi Gang, ostensibly to assist, yet in reality, to act as an undercover agent. My objective is to meticulously uncover the intricate accounts of this clandestine operation, gather irrefutable evidence of their illicit gains, and secure definitive proof of the channels through which their benefits flow. Li Xian's gaze was as profound as the night, betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. So it is. This game is, indeed, far more expansive than he initially anticipated. Zhu Guqing, observing the lack of surprise on Li Xian's countenance, could not help but elevate his assessment of this young man. He continued, his tone imbued with an urgent sense of immediacy. This clandestine network is not only the lifeblood of the Qing Shi Gang, but also its most malignant tumor. With the Jin brothers now deceased, a unique power vacuum has emerged within the gang. This presents us with the opportune moment to decisively sever this dark thread, or rather, to completely seize control of it ourselves. We must act swiftly, extremely swiftly. Otherwise, should Chang'an respond, whether by deploying new pawns or directly utilizing governmental forces for intervention, we shall find ourselves in a precarious position. Zhu Guqing's gaze burned fiercely, akin to a raging flame, fixated intently on Li Xian. If we can grasp this clandestine network, not only will we immediately acquire unimaginable wealth, but we can also leverage this as a bargaining chip to negotiate with certain factions in Chang'an, engaging in strategic maneuvers. Indeed, at a crucial moment, We could turn the tables and seize their very lifeblood. The key to achieving all this lies in your power. Only you, brotherly Xuan, possess the absolute strength necessary to decisively subdue those unruly elements, such as Zhang Dehai and Zhao Kezi, who remain loyal only to the old masters of Chang'an. Li Xian's fingertips resumed their rhythmic, gentle tapping. Tap, tap, tap. The flickering candlelight illuminated his calm, yet inscrutable profile, which seemed to conceal an unfathomable abyss within. In the ensuing 2 days, the entire slum was shrouded in a palpable silence of oppression. Undercurrents surged in every shadowy corner. Several local leaders, usually brazen in their domains and deeply entrenched in power, vanished without a trace. They seemed to evaporate into thin air. Whispers circulated that they had been ambushed by rivals at night, brutally slain and fed to wild dogs. Others speculated that, sensing danger, they had absconded with their accumulated wealth under the cover of darkness. However, the majority sensed an unusual and chilling stench of blood emanating from the Qing Shi gang's headquarters, which remained tightly shut with occasional, harrowing cries faintly escaping through the cracks in the door. No one dared to inquire further, nor did anyone risk a glance. Li Xuan. This name now hung over the heads of all withy after the event. Several substantial gifts were personally handled by Zhuge Qing, discreetly delivered through the inconspicuous back doors of various official establishments within the city. The water's surface temporarily regained a deceptive tranquility. Yet, all were aware that beneath this calm lay a more tumultuous and perilous undercurrent. In the main hall of the Qing Shi gang headquarters, the emaciated monkey remained seated in the tiger skin chair that felt as though countless needles were pricking beneath him. He observed the group of several temporarily summoned, literate lackeys below, diligently inscribing details on sheets of paper, following the orders of the esteemed Li Xian. He was engaged in an unprecedented and meticulous registration of all personnel within the Qing Shi gang. Names, ages, places of origin, the time of joining the gang, current responsibilities, and even whether they had family members were to be recorded in detail. Such thoroughness had never been witnessed since the gang's inception. The intricate process left the emaciated monkey feeling dizzy, yet deep within, it also kindled an unprecedented sense of assurance. Li Xian stood by, casually perusing the preliminary roster that had just been compiled, his brow slightly furrowing as he noted that the actual number of individuals registered was somewhat fewer than he had anticipated. Nonetheless, it was sufficient, enough to forge a powerful apparatus capable of controlling the region. Summon all the remaining hall masters to the headquarters. Li Xian instructed Zhuge Qing in a calm tone, setting down the roster. Zhuge Qing immediately bowed in acknowledgement, not daring to show any semblance of delay, and swiftly departed to make the arrangements. Before long, the spacious hall was once again filled with people. This time, the atmosphere was even more oppressive and weighty. Every old and new hall master was present, heads bowed, not daring to breathe, their eyes betraying a mix of uncontainable reverence and fear as they furtively glanced at the young figure standing in the center of the hall. Li Xian surveyed the room, his gaze tranquil as a bottomless pool of cold water. The purpose of gathering everyone today was to announce a significant decree. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with an extraordinary clarity that penetrated the ears of every person present, as if imbued with a peculiar power. From this day forth, the Qing Shi gang. He paused, emphasizing his words, shall no longer engage in those disreputable black businesses. The moment these words escaped his lips, it was as though a colossal stone had plunged into a serene lake. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Everyone abruptly lifted their heads, their faces etched with disbelief as they fixated on Li Xian. No more involvement in black businesses. They thought, what would become of the hundreds of mouths within the gang? How would they eat or drink? Smuggling, gambling, prostitution, and a collection of protection fees. These were the very foundations upon which the Qing Shi gang had thrived. They were the sources of wealth for these individuals. Li, Boss Li, stammered an older hall master, his hair grizzled, his lips quivering as he sought clarification. Li Xian raised his hand. A simple gesture imbued with undeniable authority that silenced any further inquiries. "I'm aware of your thoughts." His voice remained calm, yet it carried an undeniable power of insight into the human psyche. However, those businesses would inevitably narrow their paths, and the risks would only escalate. The notion of extracting immediate gain from the weak is ultimately not a sustainable strategy. His gaze slowly traversed the faces of the crowd, each marked by uncertainty and anxiety. Henceforth, the operational model of the Green Snake Gang must undergo transformation. The docks shall remain under our control, yet we must embrace formalized management. We will charge a fee for maintaining order and ensuring the safety of shipping, rather than relying on the coercive collection of protection money, as in times past, living by the sword and plundering. The casinos may continue to operate, but stringent rules must be established. The commission must be transparently displayed, and cheating or deceiving gamblers shall be strictly prohibited. As for smuggling and human trafficking, these vile trades that obliterate futures. Li Xian's tone suddenly turned frigid, a fleeting glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, akin to a chilling blade slicing through each heart present. Who dares to cross that line? The gang regulations will be enforced without mercy. Our objective is to gain complete dominion over all resources in the slums. Here, we shall establish an order belonging to the Green Snake Gang. We aspire to be the underground sovereign of this domain, rather than a mere band of ruffians who know only violence and theft, with no regard for tomorrow. The vision Li Xian painted was grandiose and revolutionary, leaving the gang leaders, accustomed to bloodshed and illicit gains, momentarily unable to fully comprehend. Yet, from his authoritative tone and those calm eyes that seemed to see through all facades, they grasped one undeniable truth. The Green Snake Gang was destined for transformation. A profound transformation. They may not fully understand Li Xian's intentions, but they were acutely aware of their singular task at hand, to obey. Absolute obedience. Otherwise, the vanished leaders serve as a cautionary tale. Chapter 23. Opening a new casino, the first step to profit. Days slipped by like grains of sand through one's fingers. Quietly passing, Li Xian was perusing a booklet that had recently been compiled and presented to him. The paper was coarse, yet the handwriting was neat and orderly. This was a comprehensive inventory of the current assets of the Green Serpent Gang. Personnel lists, territorial divisions, visible business revenues. Each item was clearly delineated as per Li Xian's instructions. Zhu Guqing sat as Li Xian's aide, appearing somewhat dispirited. The absent-minded leader had been preoccupied with cultivation these past few days, leaving the old man exhausted. "Brother Xian, the gang currently has 372 core members, with nearly 1,000 peripheral affiliates. We control a total of 15 streets, with over 200 shops, and 12 dock spaces." The voice of the thin monkey was steady, tinged with a barely perceptible fatigue, yet underscored by a sense of certainty stemming from having a firm grasp on the situation. Li Xian responded with a non-committal hum, continuing to read. At this moment, the nominal leader stood uneasily at a distance, wringing his hands, gazing at Li Xian with a mix of reverence and trepidation, afraid to breathe too loudly. Li Xian's gaze shifted from the roster to another set of accounts. His brow furrowed ever so slightly. It was indeed cleaner, infinitely more so than before. Yet it was also considerably emptier. Having ceased the most lucrative illicit dealings, relying solely on protection fees and dock management charges was sufficient for maintaining gang operations. But for expansion and undertaking more ambitious endeavors, this sum was woefully inadequate. "What news from the Black Tiger Gang?" Li Xian set the documents aside, his tone flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. The thin monkey jolted forward, urgency and indignation evident in his voice. "Brother Xian, those Black Tiger Gang bastards have become excessively arrogant lately. They have swallowed up the Axe Gang in the southern part of the city and the Sand Snake Society in the western market, more than doubling their territory." The thin monkey's voice trembled with excitement. Moreover, he furtively glanced at Li Xian's expression before gritting his teeth and continuing, "And just a few days ago, didn't we halt the transfer of that batch of goods, as per your orders? Well, that batch, damn it, was intercepted entirely by the Black Tiger Gang. It is said that they made a fortune from it. Now, rumors are circulating that the Black Tiger Gang has become the new overlord of the slums. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, his fists cracking ominously. Li Xian's expression remained inscrutable. He was well aware of that batch of goods. It was information he had deliberately leaked to the Black Tiger Gang. His intention was to use a shipment of contraband to thrust the Black Tiger Gang into the spotlight of controversy, only to watch them turn on one another. However, he had not anticipated that the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Wang Biao, would prove to be more cunning than he had imagined, outright betraying their collaboration and absorbing several allied gangs. Truly, he had shot himself in the foot. A fleeting moment of self-mockery crossed Li Xian's mind, yet his demeanor remained unchanged. Zhu Guqing seized the moment to interject, adding, "Moreover, Li Xian, we are also encountering some issues internally. The implementation of new regulations has disrupted the interests of many, causing discomfort among some older individuals accustomed to a more relaxed lifestyle. In recent days, dozens of our brethren have gradually departed, aligning themselves with the Black Tiger Gang." Zhu Guqing's voice was laced with concern. The Black Tiger Gang, now numerous and audacious, has subtly emerged as the predominant force within the slums. Their members have repeatedly provoked us at the fringes of our territory, igniting a simmering frustration among our brothers. The lean monkey nodded vigorously. "Indeed, Xian, those ruffians are utterly despicable. If it weren't for your directive to endure, we would have long since clashed with them." Li Xian raised his hand, signaling them to remain calm. "Let them stir," he said softly, yet his voice carried an extraordinary sense of composure. "The higher one leaps, the harder one falls. What we require now is time and stability. An unstable foundation, if recklessly engaged in conflict, would lead us to repeat the mistakes of Boss Jean." Zhu Guqing nodded thoughtfully, and although the lean monkey remained indignant, he refrained from further commentary. Li Xian rose and paced a few steps, his gaze drifting toward the chaotic yet vibrant slums outside the window. The pangs of reform had begun to manifest. External pressures were mounting. However, the most critical issue lay within: finances. Without sufficient funds, all discussions are futile. If we cannot secure the loyalty of our men or sustain our brethren, notions of expansion and establishing a new order become mere illusions. It is imperative to swiftly discover a new, substantial revenue stream that can be controlled from within. Zhu Guqing, as if perceiving his thoughts, stepped forward and whispered, "Li Xian, the financial department is under immense pressure. Since we halted the operations of illicit prostitution and smuggling, our income has plummeted by 70%. Although the management fees for the docks and shops are gradually being standardized, this will take time. As it stands, merely covering the monthly expenses for our members is proving to be a struggle. If we do not devise a solution soon, I fear." Zhu Guqing left his sentence hanging, but the implication was clear. Without money, loyalty would wane. Li Xian lapsed into silence for a moment, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the window ledge. Tap, tap, tap. His gaze slowly traversed the low, dilapidated rooftops of the slums, ultimately resting on a few brightly lit establishments where revelry thrived night after night. These were among the few makeshift casinos within slums. In the past, the Greensnake Gang had dabbled in this domain, albeit on a smaller scale, with disorganized management resulting in minimal profits reaching the main ledger. Moreover, these venues were notorious for harboring vice, with money laundering, setups, and violent debt collection being commonplace, earning them a dreadful reputation. Li Xian had initially intended to eradicate these operations entirely. Yet now, a glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. "Mr. Zhuge, yes? What if we were to establish a new casino ourselves?" Li Xian turned to face Zhu Guqing, his gaze penetrating. "A casino, with strict regulations, fairness, transparency, and profits, yet the largest in the slums. Is this venture feasible?" Zhu Guqing was momentarily taken aback, only to be illuminated by a brilliant insight in his eyes. He instantly comprehended Li Xian's intent. A casino. Indeed, this was a venture with boundless profit. Furthermore, if they could truly implement the strict rules and fairness that Li Xian spoke of, it would utterly revolutionize the existing casino model in the slums. Not only would it attract those weary of being deceived and cheated, but it would also establish the image of the Qingxi Gang as an organization that upheld integrity. The most crucial aspect was the swift influx of wealth. Moreover, compared to smuggling and human trafficking, the risks associated with the casino were comparatively manageable. It was feasible. Zhu Guqing affirmed decisively, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Absolutely feasible, as long as we can establish the rules and build our reputation. This is undoubtedly the fastest and most effective solution to our predicament. The thin monkey, listening from the side, was puzzled, yet upon hearing the mention of profit, his eyes sparkled with interest. Li Xian nodded, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Then let us proceed. Tomorrow, we shall visit the Qing Shi Gang's casino. I intend to wholeheartedly reinvent a new casino. I want the entire slum to be aware that we, the Qing Shi Gang, have opened a distinctly unique casino. A casino where they can genuinely win through luck and where they can lose with complete transparency. His gaze drifted once more to the window, as if he could already envision the opulent establishment rising from the ground, along with the torrent of wealth that would follow. This game required monetary support. Thus, let us employ the quickest means to reclaim our fortune. Chapter 24. The casino opens, awaiting the fish to bite. On the following morning, as the first light of dawn broke, the chill lingered. Li Xian, accompanied by Zhu Guqing and the thin monkey, walked steadily toward the nearly forgotten casino under the banner of the Green Serpent Gang. The thin monkey trailed behind, his expression a mix of anticipation and confusion. Zhu Guqing's eyes flickered with a hint of understanding regarding Li Xian's intentions. Before they approached, a foul and indescribable stench assailed their senses. A nauseating blend of low-quality tobacco, sweat, mildew, and a faint hint of vomit filled the air. The casino entrance was a dismal sight, characterized by a slanting wooden sign, severely faded, with the words of fortune and wealth barely discernible, and a significant portion of it missing, exuding an air of despair. The thin monkey grimaced in distaste. Li Xian remained expressionless as he pushed open the creaking, dilapidated wooden door, which seemed on the verge of collapse. The scene inside was even more disheartening. Dimly lit, the stench intensified tenfold. Several rickety gambling tables were haphazardly arranged, their surfaces greasy and marred with pits and scratches. In a corner, a middle-aged man in a filthy coat dozed over a table, drool at the corner of his mouth, snoring softly. He was the overseer of this place. The thin monkey felt a flush of embarrassment. This venue was a disgrace to the Green Serpent Gang. This was hardly a casino. It was clearly a trash heap, radiating an aura of hopelessness. Zhu Guqing shook his head inwardly. In such a place, it would be a miracle not to incur losses, let alone make a profit. Yet Li Xian remained serene, stepping forward with a calm demeanor, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the decay. This rot and despair were precisely what he aimed to obliterate. Only upon such ruins could he construct an order that truly belonged to him, his own den of iniquity. Wake him. Li Xian's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. The thin monkey stepped forward and unceremoniously kicked the leg of the overseer's table. Bang! Damn it! Who? The overseer jolted awake, cursing as he looked up. Upon seeing the thin monkey and then the cold, indifferent gaze of Li Xian standing behind him, his anger turned instantly into sheer terror, nearly causing him to topple from his seat. Li! Boss Li! He scrambled to his feet, hurriedly wiping the drool from his mouth, bending so low that he nearly touched the ground. What brings you here? Li Xian ignored him and approached a gambling table. His fingers lightly brushed over the surface, collecting a thick layer of greasy black dust without even a hint of a grimace. How has business been lately? He inquired, his tone flat. The overseer trembled, his face paling as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Report to you, Boss Li. It's not so good. The outside is chaotic. Few people are coming. His voice quivered uncontrollably. Is it that there are few patrons, or those that do come cannot be retained? Li Xian's gaze slowly shifted toward the few expressionless gamblers. The overseer's throat constricted, cold sweat soaking his back, leaving him speechless. He understood the underlying issues here better than anyone. What are the rules here? Li Xian inquired once more. Rules? The steward was thoroughly flustered, his eyes darting nervously. Well, It's about betting on high or low, compensations, odds, depending on the situation. Depending on the situation? A cold smile curled at the corners of Li Xian's mouth. Assessing individuals based on their worth, taking advantage wherever possible. The fact that such a place has survived until now is a miracle in itself. From today onward, this establishment is closed. Li Xian's voice was not loud. It resonated like thunder in the steward's ears. Closed, closed. The steward abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with despair and confusion. But Boss Li, this is an asset of our organization. Not just here. The remaining casinos of the Qing Shi gang will be shut down as well, redirecting all resources to this venue. I intend to establish a new casino here. Li Xian interrupted him, his gaze sweeping over the filthy, cramped space. Yet his tone was as if he were envisioning a resplendent palace. He turned to Zhuge Qing beside him, his eyes sharp as blades. Mr. Zhuge, take note. Zhuge Qing's heart jolted. He immediately focused, knowing the critical moment had arrived. First, the venue. Li Xian raised his hand, gesturing to the surroundings. Everything here shall be demolished. Rebuild from the ground up. I want it spacious, bright, and clean. The tables and chairs must be crafted from the finest Nama wood, and the gaming tools should be exquisite ivory and jade. Zhuge Qing's breath quickened, a spark igniting in his eyes. Second, the gameplay. Li Xian's voice carried an enchanting allure. It cannot merely consist of simple high-low bets. That's far too rudimentary. We shall introduce a variety of games, Sickbo, Pai Gao, and perhaps even some more innovative and enjoyable options, like roulette. His mind raced with countless ideas, casually mentioning a few examples. The key is that the rules must be straightforward. The odds must be fixed, clearly written in black and white, engraved on plaques, plastered on the walls, so that every individual entering this place can comprehend it fully. Zhuge Qing's fingers trembled slightly. This was nothing short of revolutionary. Third, the dealers. Li Xian's gaze landed precisely on a young man in the corner, who had remained silent, yet with nimble fingers and a glimmer of defiance in his eyes. We need true bankers. The dice must be shaken steadily, the bets called clearly, and the cards dealt swiftly. There must be no room for corruption. We shall recruit a cohort of clean-handed, quick-witted young individuals, providing rigorous training. Our Qing Shi gang will cultivate its own professional dealers. He approached the young man slowly. What is your name? The young man stiffened, seemingly unprepared for the attention of such a formidable figure, nervously swallowing and standing tall. Reporting to Boss Li. I'm called a Fei. Steady hands. Li Xian remarked with 3 simple words that bore immense weight. Do you wish to learn genuine skills? A Fei's eyes ignited with disbelief, almost shouting, yes. I have dreamed of this. Li Xian nodded slightly, turning to Zhuge Qing. This individual shall be retained and prioritized for training. Yes. Zhuge Qing immediately responded, casting a deep glance at a Fei, etching the name into his memory. The fourth, and most crucial rule, discipline. Li Xian's voice suddenly turned icy, akin to the chilling winds of midwinter. In the new gambling house, strict regulations must be established. Anyone, regardless of status, anyone daring to cheat, cause disturbances, or engage in usury within these walls. He paused, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone present, including the terrified manager crumpled on the ground and several trembling gamblers. Sever the hand. Sink into the river. The final 4 words were articulated slowly, each syllable striking like a hammer on the heart of every listener. The hall was enveloped in a profound silence. The thin monkey felt a surge of blood rush to his head, as if envisioning a brand new, glittering super casino rising from the ground, raking in gold by the day. Xiangu is truly remarkable. Zhuge Qing, however, was shaken to his core, his eyes filled with awe and fervor as he regarded Li Xian. Was this merely the establishment of a casino? It was, in fact, the creation of an unprecedented order. Fairness? Transparency? Rules above all? To attract gamblers in such a manner? It was nothing short of genius. This brotherly Xian. No, this leader Li, his vision and courage have far surpassed the confines of the slums, even exceeding his wildest imagination. He could almost see a grand den of wealth poised to rise amidst the ruins. Accompanying this would be an influx of riches, a formidable power sufficient to enable them to fully dominate this land. Li Xian, if this plan succeeds, not only will the slums be drawn in, but likely gamblers from the entire outer city will flock to us. Zhu Guqing exclaimed with excitement. This is precisely the effect we desire. A smile played at the corners of Li Xian's mouth. We aim not only to be the largest casino in the slums, but also the most upscale. We shall entice the wealthy to come and indulge here. We will transform this place into a true den of riches. He surveyed the dilapidated casino, yet his gaze seemed to pierce through time, envisioning a future filled with brilliant lights, bustling crowds, and a cascade of wealth. Orders were issued with resolute efficiency. The old casino was promptly sealed off, undergoing substantial demolition and reconstruction. Zhu Guqing personally oversaw the work, mobilizing manpower to labor day and night according to Li Xian's specifications. Simultaneously, he began drafting comprehensive casino rules, odds tables, and a personnel training program. The thin monkey was tasked with selecting reliable associates, preparing to form an internal security team dedicated to maintaining order within the casino, ensuring that Li Xian's stringent regulations would be enforced. Fei, who had caught Li Xian's attention, along with a few other promising talents, began secret training in dealing skills. Within just a few days, a new structure rose astonishingly fast in the heart of the slums. Unlike the surrounding low and dilapidated buildings, this two-story edifice, adorned with blue bricks and dark tiles, featured a spacious facade. Though it could not be deemed luxurious, it stood out remarkably in the slums. The sign was also replaced, with gold letters on a black background elegantly inscribing the three characters, Gathering Treasure Tower. On the eve of the grand opening, Li Xian conducted his final inspection. The hall was spacious and illuminated, with dozens of pristine mahogany gaming tables arranged in neat rows, polished to a brilliant shine. Large posters detailing the rules and odds adorned the walls, the text clear and easily comprehensible. The croupiers, dressed in matching azure short coats, exhibited a spirited demeanor as they engaged in their final rehearsals, their movements deft and their speech articulate. In the corner, the robust security personnel surveyed their surroundings with piercing gazes, exuding an unspoken aura of intimidation. The air was imbued with a subtle scent of sandalwood, replacing the previous staleness. Indeed, Li Xian nodded in satisfaction. Boss Li, everything is ready, Zhu Guqing said, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Tomorrow is the opening day, and, as per your instructions, we have spread the word that for the first 3 days, all patrons will receive 100 won in complimentary chips. Good, Li Xian replied. Has the news been disseminated? It has, replied the lean monkey eagerly, barely containing his exhilaration. The word is spreading like wildfire. They say our Qingxi gang has opened a divine casino. Not only fair, but also giving away money. Many have declared their intent to come and see for themselves tomorrow. Excellent. Li Xian's gaze drifted towards the entrance. Inform the brothers to be on high alert tomorrow. The opening is merely the first step. The true spectacle lies ahead. A cold, sharp smile slowly graced his lips. He was acutely aware that the emergence of Zhu Bao Lu was akin to casting a colossal stone into a tranquil pond, inevitably stirring up tumultuous waves. Especially when the glistening silver began to flow into Zhu Bao Lu in abundance. The ravenous wolves, such as the Black Tiger Gang, would not remain passive. He awaited their arrival, using Zhu Bao Lu as bait to see how many oblivious fish he could lure in. Chapter 25. The Opening of the Money House. Grasping the economic lifeline. The inauguration of the Treasure Pavilion struck the stagnant waters of the slums like a searing iron brand. Initial skepticism and hesitation swiftly crumbled under the compelling allure of 100 won in free chips within merely 3 days of its launch. When the first fervent gambler emerged from the Treasure Pavilion, clutching his hard-won, weighty coins without encountering any treachery or being interrupted by the security, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Fairness, transparency, the genuine prospect of winning. These 3 words took flight, spreading rapidly to every corner of the slums, even wafting into the streets of the outer city. The queue in front of the Treasure Pavilion extended from dawn until dusk, never ceasing. The crisp sound of dice clashing, the clear calls of the dealers, the cheers of victors and the groans of the defeated intermingled, creating a vibrant atmosphere that no longer resembled the chaotic turmoil of the past. Instead, it resonated with an extraordinary vitality bound by rules. Zhu Guqing gazed at the daily compiled accounts, his beard trembling slightly with excitement. The cash flow surged in like a floodgate, open wide. Within a mere span of days, the wealth amassed by the treasure pavilion far surpassed the total illicit income of the Qing Shi gang over several months. And this was legitimate, transparent money. The lean monkey beamed with delight, practically floating as if the clinking coins and silver were transforming into flesh on his own body. Within the quiet chamber, the candlelight flickered. Li Xian remained seated at the head, several thick ledgers piled before him. His expression was as composed as ever, as if the astonishing figures were merely commonplace ink strokes. Zhu Guqing closed the final ledger, his voice barely concealing his exhilaration. Boss Li, the income of the treasure pavilion has stabilized completely. The daily net profit, after deducting all expenses, is at least this amount. He extended 5 fingers. 500 taels of silver? The lean monkey gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. Zhu Guqing shook his head, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Is 5,000 taels? The lean monkey nearly leaped from his chair. 5,000 taels a day. This is akin to highway robbery. No, it's even swifter than that. Li Xian's fingers tapped lightly on the table. Thud, thud, thud. An abundance of wealth also brings its own troubles. He finally spoke, his tone flat. Zhu Guqing was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping Li Xian's implication. Such a colossal cash flow, surging in and out daily, accumulating in the treasure pavilion's storeroom, posed not only management challenges, but also heightened risks of envy and covetousness. Indeed, what you say is true. Zhu Guqing bowed, acknowledging storing and transporting such a large amount of cash presents significant issues. Li Xian's gaze seemed to pierce through the walls, directed towards the city of Chang'an. The casino was merely the first step. It addressed our immediate dilemma, yet it is insufficient. We require a more expansive reservoir to accommodate this wealth, one that can generate further income and extend our reach into far-off territories. Zhu Guqing's heart raced as a bold thought emerged in his mind. Boss, are you implying? Li Xian raised his gaze, looking at Zhu Guqing with a profound expression. To establish a money house. These 4 words struck like thunder, resonating in the ears of Zhu Guqing and the thin monkey. A money house. It was a realm only dared to be approached by those with government backing or wealthy merchants of considerable influence. Their Qing Shi gang, a faction entrenched in the slums, dared to venture into such a domain. The thin monkey's mouth fell agape, unable to close for quite some time, utterly convinced that Brother Xian's idea was sheer fantasy. However, Zhu Guqing was electrified, his eyes igniting with an even more fervent light. He instantly grasped Li Xian's profound intention. Gambling houses yield quick profits, yet their foundations are unstable, and their reputations remain unrefined. In contrast, a money house, once established, can not only resolve the issue of wealth management, but also attract deposits, issue loans, and permeate various aspects of commerce. Most importantly, a money house embodies credibility. It signifies strength. If Qing Shi gang could launch a money house of esteemed reputation, it would fundamentally alter public perception of them. This endeavor transcended mere profit-making. It was about constructing a vast financial system, cloaking the Qing Shi gang in a legitimate and unassailable guise. Li Xian's ambition was monumental. Establishing a money house was no trivial task, and the entangled interests were far more complex than one might presume. Zhu Guqing's voice trembled with excitement. I must report this matter to the master immediately. With his support, everything will fall into place effortlessly. Li Xian nodded slightly, for the plan had already crystallized in his mind. The location would be chosen in the most prosperous area of the outer city. If we are to open, let it be the largest and most magnificent establishment in the outer city. The premises must be crafted from the finest golden silk namu, and the counters polished to a mirror finish. The signboard shall be inscribed by the finest calligrapher in the city. The name, Li Xian pondered for a moment. Let it be Tonghui Money House, uniting the world, connecting the seas. The ambition was evident. In the days that followed, with the master's approval, Zhu Guqing not only secured substantial financial and manpower support, but also began to subtly disseminate information hinting at Qing Shi Gang's background, while coordinating with the authorities. Under Zhu Guqing's orchestration, significant funds were mobilized. A prominent streetfront property in the outer city was swiftly acquired. Skilled artisans were summoned, working day and night. Unlike the understated construction of the Zhu building, the establishment of the money house was flamboyant from the outset. The finest materials, the most meticulous designs, the most opulent decorations. The entire populace of Chang'an's outer city took note of this imposing new structure rising in a prime location. Whispers abounded as people speculated which affluent merchant or noble was about to make a grand move. When a signboard of Tongwei Money House, inscribed by a renowned artist in bold golden letters against a black background, was hung, it sparked an uproar. Tongwei Money House. Who is behind it? I have not heard of it. Among the venerable moneylenders in the outer city, this establishment is not among them. Observing its grandeur, one can surmise that the proprietor possesses considerable influence. My word, the FAAD is even more opulent than that of a government treasury. Curiosity, speculation, astonishment, and skepticism. A myriad of gazes converge upon this soon-to-be-launched bank. On the day of the grand opening, the air was filled with the clamor of gongs and the crackling of firecrackers. Li Xian did not make a personal appearance. Instead, Zhu Guqing took the helm. The doors of the bank swung open, revealing a dazzling interior. The marble floor gleamed with a reflective brilliance, lined with polished high cabinets made of rosewood, while behind the counter stood a dozen spirited young clerks clad in matching indigo silk robes. The air was fragrant with the scent of fresh wood and ink blocks. Most striking was the enormous plaque suspended in the center of the hall, where clear and elegant script detailed the interest rates for deposits and the rules for withdrawals. Deposits of 10 taels would yield a monthly interest of 1%. Deposits of 100 taels would earn 1.2%. Withdrawals could be made upon presentation of a receipt, without any delays. Among the crowd of onlookers, those literate read aloud, inciting an even greater stir. The interest rates here surpassed those of the city's other established banks. Moreover, they were clearly documented in black and white. Could it be true? Such high interest? Withdrawals without delay? What if they refused to honor the receipts? Though the establishment appeared grand, who could discern if it was merely a FAAD designed to swindle money? Skepticism rippled through the crowd. At that moment, several carriages arrived at the bank's entrance. A few individuals, bearing the demeanor of overseers, directed the clerks to unload heavy wooden crates. Bang, bang, bang. The crates were opened before the public gaze, and the dazzling sheen of silver instantly blinded the onlookers. Esteemed guests, Zhu Guqing stepped forward and declared with a resonant voice, "Behold, this is the reserve capital of Tonghui Bank. We possess 500,000 taels of silver. From this day forth, deposits made here will be available for withdrawal at any time. Tonghui Bank is built on the foundation of integrity. All deposited funds will come with receipts, and withdrawals will be honored without hesitation. Should there be any delay, we shall compensate tenfold." The crowd fell into a profound silence as they beheld the mountain of silver and sensed the intoxicating aura of wealth. All doubts seemed to dissipate in this straightforward and forceful display. I shall deposit 50 taels. A bold merchant proclaimed first. Others quickly followed suit. I shall deposit 100 taels. I shall deposit 30 taels. A long queue formed before the counter in an instant. The clerks, well trained, efficiently collected the money, recorded the transactions, and issued deposit slips embossed with the unique seal of Tonghui Bank. These slips, crafted from thick, exquisite paper, clearly indicated the deposit amount, date, interest rate, and the terms for withdrawal. This was the original silver note designed by Li Xian, inspired by the banknotes of future generations. Observing the eager influx of depositors, Zhu Guqing stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Chapter 26. Various forces, undercurrents stirring. The inauguration of Tonghui Bank was far more grandiose than that of Zhu building. It plunged into the depths of Chang and like a searing boulder, sending ripples that spread to every corner. The popularity of Zhu building, after all, bore the essence of the underworld, primarily influencing gamblers and lower-tier gangs. However, the bank was different, especially as it was established in the prime location of the East Market, offering interest rates that far exceeded its competitors, and boldly displaying reserves of 500,000 taels of silver. This shook the already entrenched interests and touched upon deeper nerves. In the initial days of its opening, a fervor enveloped the merchants and common folk. Unprecedentedly high interest rates, convenient and swift deposit and withdrawal processes, and the tangible sight of mountain-like silver ingots created a phenomenon where the name Tonghui Bank became synonymous with trust almost overnight. Deposits surged like a tidal wave, rushing in relentlessly. Every day, Zhu Geqing observed the accumulating figures in the accounts, his fingers trembling as they stroked his beard, and the smile on his face nearly froze. Yet, deep within his gaze, a heavy concern quietly surfaced. Li Laoda's judgment was frighteningly precise. An abundance of wealth was indeed a colossal burden, especially when this wealth was seized from others in a manner that bordered on barbaric. The outer city of Chang'an, and even the inner city, seemed to be ensnared within an invisible net, tautened by the sudden emergence of Tonghui Bank. An unusual aura permeated the air. It was no longer the stench of despair and decay from the slums, but rather a more complex, frigid atmosphere filled with scrutiny, greed, and vigilance. The elderly proprietors of the long-established banks in the East Market wore expressions of stark rigidity. Their gazes toward Tonghui Bank were laced with unmasked hostility. Those businesses tethered to the old powers began to sense an intangible pressure, their conversations thick with unspoken taboos. Even the patrolling officials on the streets cast glances at the members of the Qing Shi gang with increased scrutiny and suspicion. This was no longer a mere turf war among gangs in the slums. It was a blatant and audacious challenge to the existing order. In an elegant room on the second floor of Jubao Building, the windows were wide open. Li Xian stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, overlooking the bustling crowd below with an expression of serene composure. Outside, the clamor of voices and the raucous flow of money filled the air. Yet within, his gaze seemed to penetrate the facade of this illusory prosperity, clearly perceiving the surging undercurrents lurking in the shadows. He understood well that both he and the Qing Shi gang, which had just revealed its menacing fangs, had been thrust into the eye of the storm. Countless eyes were fixed upon them from all directions, both overt and covert. "Boss," Zhu Geqing's voice broke through from behind, tinged with an unmistakable worry. "The recent rumors in the city are quite unsettling." Li Xian did not turn around. The waters have been thoroughly stirred, and naturally, some restless fish and shrimp will leap forth. His voice remained steady, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if recounting an affair entirely unrelated to himself. Yet this time, it seems that the matter extends beyond mere fish and shrimp. Zhu Geqing lowered his voice, his tone grave. The Black Tiger Gang has been making increasingly bold moves, gathering personnel from all directions with considerable momentum. Furthermore, the owners of several venerable pawnshops in the Eastern Market have been engaging in clandestine exchanges of late, likely conspiring together. Moreover, I have utilized some newly placed informants and caught wind of rumors that significant figures within the government are inquiring into the details of our Tonghui pawnshop. Li Xian slowly turned around, his gaze resting on Zhu Geqing's face, which, though slightly fatigued, still glimmered with vitality. As expected, he approached the table and casually took a seat, his long fingers lightly tapping on the smooth redwood surface. Tap, tap. The sound was soft yet seemed to resonate deep within the heart. We have encroached upon the territories of many. Large portions, small pieces, overt and covert. If they do not seek us out, that would be truly abnormal. Zhu Geqing observed Li Xian's unflappable demeanor amidst the chaos, finding some reassurance within. This remarkably youthful leader appeared to possess an unwavering confidence, as though he held all strings firmly in hand. So why should we be anxious? Li Xian lifted his eyelids, casting a cool glance at him. If they wish to observe, let them scrutinize closely. If they wish to test, let them come forth and probe. A cold and ruthless smile curled at the corner of his lips. However, we cannot perpetually wait for others to make the first move. Mr. Zhuge, It is time for our eyes and ears to be put to genuine use. Zhu Guqing felt a surge of vitality. He instantly grasped Li Xian's intent. In recent days, following Li Xian's directives, he had quietly woven an extensive intelligence network, leveraging the immense wealth amassed through the Jabala and the pawnshop. This network was rapidly encompassing the entire outer city and cautiously beginning to infiltrate the inner city. Comprising the most inconspicuous of individuals, it included beggars on the streets, prostitutes in the brothels, attendants at the stables, storytellers in the taverns, and even impoverished scholars of unrecognized talent. They served as the capillaries of this vast city omnipresent, conveying the most concealed and authentic messages hidden beneath the facade of glamour. "I understand, boss." Zhu Guqing immediately bowed in acknowledgement, his voice resolute. "I will ensure that they closely monitor the movements of all factions, especially the Black Tiger Gang and those old pawnshops, as well as the government. I will not overlook any trace or clue." "Indeed." Li Xian nodded slightly, his gaze profound. "Not only must we keep a close watch, but we must also take the initiative to dig deeper, exploiting the vulnerabilities of the Black Tiger Gang, uncovering the unsavory secrets of officials, and identifying those who share our dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs." His gaze seemed to plunge into unfathomable depths. The chessboard, once laid out, cannot persistently remain under the control of others. In the days that followed, the outer city of Chang'an appeared to revel in a fade of prosperity and merriment. The gathering of treasures pavilion thrived, overflowing with gamblers, while the Tonghui Bank bustled with patrons, its deposits soaring. Yet beneath the tranquil surface, turbulent undercurrents surged, nearly reaching a boiling point. Unassuming figures, akin to fish in water, silently navigated the city's myriad corners, blending seamlessly into the throngs of humanity. Fragmented and seemingly unrelated pieces of information continuously flowed into Zhu Guqing's possession. Through his meticulous organization, filtration, and analysis, these disparate threads transformed into succinct intelligence. Presented before Li Xian, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, known as Black Mountain Tiger, was a ruthless killer, addicted to gambling, and deeply in debt to numerous casinos within the city, the sum staggering under compounded interests. Preliminary investigations into several old banks in the Eastern District hinted at the shadow of a powerful figure from the capital, though the identity remained elusive. In the Southern District, Deputy Commander Lu Mang of the Military Affairs Commission, known for his greed and indulgence in antiquities, appeared to be in dire straits due to embezzlement, desperately seeking solutions. The largest silk merchant in the Western market, Boss Wang, had long suffered under the gang's extortion, enduring silent torment, with insiders suggesting he had harbored grievances for some time, albeit restrained. These precise pieces of intelligence swiftly sketched a complex web of interwoven interests in Li Xian's mind. Who were the enemies? Who were the potential adversaries? And who might be swayed into becoming allies? Li Xian's fingers glided over a rudimentary map of power distribution on the table, eventually pausing heavily on the three characters spelling Black Tiger Gang. His fingertips felt icy. It seemed someone was on the verge of losing their composure. His voice was soft, laced with an almost imperceptible mockery. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the door swung open abruptly. The thin monkey rushed in, his face betraying an undeniable anxiety and pallor. "Boss, I've just received urgent news. The Black Tiger Gang is planning a significant move tonight." Trembling, the thin monkey handed over a damp, hastily scrawled note. "They've gathered over 300 desperate men, fully armed, preparing to raid the gathering of Treasure's Pavilion under the cover of night." Zhu Guqing's expression changed drastically as he sprang to his feet. Yet Li Xian merely accepted the note with a calm demeanor, casting a detached glance at its contents. He then casually brought the note close to the candle flame. The orange flicker licked at the paper, swiftly consuming it, reducing it to a wisp of ash. 300? His tone was disturbingly flat, as if he were not speaking of 300 armed adversaries, but rather 300 lambs awaiting slaughter. It appears that this Black Mountain beast intends to achieve its goal in one fell swoop, seeking to devour us whole. He slowly rose to his feet, strolling to the window, gazing at the sky being gradually engulfed by darkness. The nightfall is imminent. A storm, long brewing, is finally upon us. Since they are so eager to court death, a chilling smile suddenly crept into Li Xian's voice, akin to a blade slicing through ice. Let them come. It is fortuitous. For their boiling blood shall serve to enhance the genuine credibility of our Jabala and Tonghui Bank. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, sweeping over the pale-faced thin monkey and the solemn Zhuge Qing. His eyes sparkled with a disquieting, bloodthirsty glimmer. Relay the orders. Tonight, all internal security personnel at Jabala shall double their vigilance. No one is permitted to slacken their efforts. Dispatch all those fine fellows from the storeroom in the backyard. Inform all brothers to read Chapter 27, stepping forward, strategizing the future. As nightfall descended, the entire slum seemed engulfed by an endless darkness. Yet, within the treasure pavilion, the lights shone brightly. The daytime clamor had long dissipated, replaced by an unusual tension in the air. It was the oppressive aura of an impending storm, substituting the usual scent of sandalwood and copper coins. The once boisterous hall now lay deserted, with gaming tables meticulously pushed aside, creating a vast expanse of empty space. The security personnel donned matching azure short coats, their faces devoid of the usual relaxation, replaced by solemnity and a chilling intensity. Gripping unsheathed broadswords, the blades glinted ominously under the illumination. Others clutched heavy iron rods, their knuckles pale from exertion. All eyes were keen as blades, fixed intently on the doors and every window. In the backyard warehouse, crates marked with red warning symbols had been pried open. Inside lay no gold or silver, but rather meticulously wrapped black ceramic jars in oiled paper, bundles of rudimentary crossbow bolts, and several rolls of coarse yet lethal tripwires. These were the good fellows referred to by Li Xian, remnants smuggled by the Green Serpent Gang. Li Xian stood by the window on the second floor, surveying the vigilantly poised gang members below, his expression as frosty as ice. Zhuge Qing stood behind him, brow furrowed, concern evident. Boss, everything has been arranged. The front and back doors, along with several potentially vulnerable corners, have doubled their defenses. The contents of the warehouse have also been distributed. He paused, lowering his voice further. The scouts from the Black Tiger Gang have just reported back. Their men are fully assembled and are stealthily advancing towards us under the cover of night. At most, we have the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Li Xian nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed on the oppressive night outside, as if he could penetrate the darkness. The Black Mountain Tiger, he murmured, a trace of barely perceptible derision in his tone. Brave as he may be, he is nothing but a fool. Does he truly believe that the treasure pavilion is our sole foundation? Does he think that sheer numbers can dismantle everything we have painstakingly built? A sudden realization sparked in Zhuge Qing's mind. You mean, to feign an attack? Li Xian's lips curled into a cold arc, akin to a blade's edge. The treasure pavilion serves as bait, our facade as the Green Serpent Gang, which we must protect. But the Tonghui Bank is our true lifeline. That is the succulent prize they covet. He turned to face Zhuge Qing. Has everything been arranged with Shouho? A glimmer of intelligence flashed in Zhuge Qing's eyes, his posture straightening as he promptly replied, Rest assured, Li Xian, everything is proceeding according to plan. Shouho has personally led a team of our finest operatives, equipped with the majority of the good fellows, and has already secretly positioned themselves around the bank. They await the greedy wolves of the Black Tiger Gang to unwittingly stumble into our trap. Excellent. Li Xian slowly turned away, no longer gazing into the silent abyss of darkness outside. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, sweeping over Zhuge Qing and each breathless underling waiting below. This battle tonight was not merely to repel them, but to maim them, to instill fear. With the blood of the Black Tiger Gang, the entire outskirts of Chang'an, and many beyond, would witness. Whoever dares to reach for what belongs to the Green Serpent Gang shall have their claws severed. No sooner had the words left his lips than the eerie silence of the street was abruptly torn apart. Kill! The thunderous battle cries erupted like a clap of thunder in the night sky. Charge in, steal their wealth. Women, slay those wretched bastards of the Green Serpent Gang. The chaotic, frantic footsteps surged forth like a tidal wave from all directions. Then came the resounding thuds, bang, bang, bang. The heavy wooden door of the gathering treasure pavilion groaned in agony under relentless assault, splintering wood flying about. The flickering light of torches seeped through the crevices of the door and windows, casting shadows of menacing figures wielding knives, guns, and clubs. The air seemed to ignite in an instant. The scent of blood mingled with the impending smoke wafted through the air. The internal guards below instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, beads of sweat forming in their palms. Yet, there was little panic in their eyes. Instead, a suppressed, fighting spirit blazed within them. The bosses commanded, "Hold your ground, let them in, and then strike." A subordinate guard shouted in a hushed, trembling voice. The battering of the door grew more intense, more deafening. The door's groans became increasingly mournful, cracks spidering across its surface. Finally, boom, a deafening roar resounded. The door could withstand no more and was violently flung open. Shattered wood flew inward. Firelight and shadows surged in like a flood breaking through a dam. Kill! The foremost members of the Black Tiger Gang charged in, their eyes aflame with ferocity akin to bloodthirsty beasts. They brandished their weapons, roaring as they lunged toward the awaiting members of the Green Serpent Gang in the hall. Their overwhelming numbers filled them with confidence. They envisioned their opponents easily felled and trampled underfoot. However, what awaited them was not the anticipated rout and cries of despair, but the grim arrival of death. "Loosen the arrows," came the icy, emotionless command from Li Xian on the second floor. An order is an unbreakable law. Swish, swish, swish. The crossbowmen, long prepared, unhesitatingly pulled the triggers through the shooting holes in the second floor railing. The dense barrage of bolts whistled through the air like venomous serpents, striking down with deadly precision. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of arrows piercing flesh was unmistakable. The first wave of Black Tiger Gang members fell without even a scream, their bodies stiffening as they collapsed to the ground like cut wheat. Those who followed were caught off guard, stumbling over the corpses of their comrades, throwing their formation into chaos. "Steady! For heaven's sake, steady yourselves! Charge forward! They are outnumbered!" A leader of the Black Tiger Gang, his face marred by scars and contorted with rage, wielded a ghostly blade as he bellowed desperately to regain control of the chaotic scene. Yet, his cries were swiftly drowned out by a more terrifying sound. "Ignite!" With another command from Li Xian, members of the Green Snake Gang, poised and ready, hurled torches towards the entrance of the hall. The ground had already been stealthily drenched in a copious amount of incendiary oil. In an instant, a wall of fire erupted, soaring towards the heavens. The blazing flames reached several feet high, forming a scorching barrier. The tongues of fire licked the air ferociously, crackling and popping with an ominous resonance. This fiery wall not only obstructed the incoming tide of Black Tiger Gang members, but also isolated the dozens of enemies who had already breached the hall from the main force outside. They had become trapped. Fire! It's fire! Retreat! Quickly retreat! The Black Tiger Gang members, ensnared by the flames, were plunged into a profound panic. The specter of death loomed near, shattering their formation, causing them to flail about like headless flies. Kill! At that moment, the Green Snake Gang's internal guards, unable to contain their fervor, surged forth like tigers descending from the mountains. They unleashed a thunderous roar, pouncing from the shadows on either side. The glint of blades and shadows of blood intertwined wildly within the hall. Blood began to spatter with abandon. The cries of the wounded, the piercing sounds of clashing weapons, the final screams of the dying. In an instant, these cacophonous sounds converged, composing a gruesome symphony of death. Li Xian remained on the second floor, coldly observing the bloody chaos unfolding below. His gaze was tranquil, unperturbed, as if he were savoring a well-scripted drama. His eyes, akin to the sharpest falcon, swept across every corner of the battlefield, capturing even the slightest anomaly. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed almost imperceptibly, his keen gaze fixated on several figures within the disarray of the Black Tiger Gang, fiercely wielding their weapons. These individuals stood in stark contrast to their comrades. who fought blindly with sheer bravado. Their blades, uniform and elongated, gleamed with the chilling luster characteristic of state-issued weaponry in the firelight. Their movements were far more composed and effective than those of the average gang member. In their advance and retreat, there was an unspoken synergy, a tacit understanding forged only through prolonged military training. Li Xian's expression deepened with profound intensity. Officials? The thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, there were official shadows lurking behind the Black Tiger Gang. Moreover, they had directly dispatched personnel to partake in this assault. A chill coursed through Li Xian's heart, a harbinger of the complexities and dangers that lay beyond his expectations. Just as his mind raced, analyzing this sudden twist of fate, whoosh, a cold arrow, shot from an unseen corner, sliced through the chaos with a sharp whistling sound, hurtling directly towards him on the second floor. Its speed was astonishing, and its trajectory remarkably cunning. It was evidently aimed at him, the commander. Li Xian's reaction was instantaneous. He instinctively sidestepped. With a soft thud, the arrow grazed beneath his ribs, leaving a spray of crimson in its wake. A searing pain coursed through him in an instant. Li Xian stifled a groan, his body swaying slightly, and his complexion paled in an instant. He glanced down to see blood rapidly staining his garments. He was injured. Boss! Both Zhu Guqing and the lanky monkey beside him gasped in shock and rushed forward to assist him. I am fine. Li Xian forcefully pushed them away, enduring the excruciating pain as he straightened his posture. His gaze turned icer, akin to two unsheathed swords, fixating intently on the figures below that resembled official soldiers. It was them. It had to be a skilled archer among them who had loosed that cold arrow. Their intent was clearly to eliminate him, the commander, thereby shattering the resistance of the Qing Shi gang. Such a ruthless tactic. Keep a close watch on those wearing identical attire and wielding long blades. Li Xian's voice, laced with pain and fury, carried an undeniable rasp and severity. Eliminate them first. Though his voice was low, it resonated with an unassailable authority amidst the tumult of battle. His injury ignited the ferocity deep within him. Upon hearing their leader's command and witnessing his apparent injury, the members of the Qing Shi gang were instantly filled with fervor. Protect the boss. Annihilate those sons of dogs. At that moment, their morale surged rather than waned, reaching its zenith. The Qing Shi gang surged forward like a pack of enraged wolves, attacking the enemy with even greater ferocity, especially targeting those few who stood out in their distinct attire. The tide of battle, propelled by Li Xian's injury and his decisive orders, began to veer towards a more brutal and unpredictable direction. Clutching his bleeding side, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, yet he remained upright on the second floor, his gaze resolute, calmly orchestrating the fight. He understood that this battle was far from over. The true test of strength was perhaps only just commencing. The Black Tiger Gang and those hidden forces of the government. How many contingencies had they prepared? Where would this bloody night ultimately lead? Chapter 28. A Feast Without Joy. The invitation of the Black Tiger. The sanguine scent of blood had yet to dissipate from the gathering treasure tower. The air remained thick with the acrid amalgamation of rust and charred remnants, a grim reminder of the previous night's brutality. The shattered entrance had been hastily boarded up with splintered wood, yet it could not conceal the gruesome traces left by the violent clash within. The members of the Green Serpent Gang quietly cleared the remnants of the battlefield, their visages interwoven with the fatigue of survival and an ineffable complexity of emotions, a gaze imbued with both exhilaration and reverence, particularly evident when directed towards a certain location on the second floor. In the tumult of the previous night, they had emerged victorious, decisively and exhilaratingly. The once mighty Black Tiger Gang had approached with an overwhelming ferocity, only to collide headlong against a formidable resistance, leaving them bloodied and battered. Their retreat akin to that of a lost dog, abandoning nearly 100 corpses in their wake. Particularly fearsome were the concealed crossbowmen, coupled with the infernal wall of flames that had surged like hellfire, a stroke of genius that left all witnesses still trembling with trepidation and chill. Li Laoda's stature had soared to divine heights among the gang members following this triumph. News spread like wildfire through the alleys and thoroughfares of the outer city of Chang'an. The Black Tiger Gang had suffered a catastrophic defeat. The Green Serpent Gang had claimed a resounding victory. The Gathering Treasure Tower and Tonghui Bank not only weathered the ferocious tide, but emerged from the ashes like a phoenix, standing taller and more formidable, their prestige amplified upon the corpses of the Black Tiger Gang. However, the elation of victory was short-lived. A heavier, more oppressive cloud of foreboding began to silently envelop the skies above the Green Serpent Gang, headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang. Incompetent fools, a wretched assembly of imbeciles. Zhao Tianba's grotesquely muscular visage contorted in fury, his frenzied roar causing dust to rain down from the rafters above. With a resounding crash, he kicked over an exquisite Zeton wood table, the costly teaware shattering into a chaotic mess. On the floor knelt several small leaders who had narrowly escaped, each bearing wounds and trembling violently, their heads bowed so low that they scarcely dared to draw breath. The losses from the previous night had been devastating. Not only had nearly a third of their elite fighters perished, but the esteemed reputation and face of the Black Tiger Gang, built over many years in the outer city, had been trampled underfoot repeatedly. This was a profound humiliation, an indelible disgrace. The Green Serpent Gang, Li Xian, Zhao Tianba ground his teeth, the sound echoing ominously, his eyes ablaze with a blood-red madness, as if they could devour souls. He understood that Li Xian was a formidable adversary, but had always maintained that no matter how strong an individual, they were ultimately inconsequential in the face of overwhelming might. Yet reality had delivered a resounding slap to his face, stinging and painful. He had miscalculated, had underestimated the depth of the Green Serpent Gang's reserves. Indeed, the emaciated camel is larger than a horse. The Gathering Treasure Tower, the Tonghui Bank, every step taken by the adversary precisely struck at his vulnerable points, akin to maggots gnawing at his flesh, relentlessly undermining the very foundation upon which the Black Tiger Gang relied for its survival. This meticulously planned ambush had left him bereft of both allies and resources, severely crippling his strength. This individual must not be allowed to remain. Zhao Tianba's chest heaved violently, his labored breaths resembling the wheezing of an old bellows. He compelled himself to regain his composure. A direct confrontation? The losses would be insurmountable. Moreover, that lad by the surname of Li appeared to be thoroughly prepared, employing a series of bewildering tactics that rendered any defense futile. A foolproof strategy must be devised, one that would ensure a decisive blow. His gaze grew increasingly menacing, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, glimmering with a cold and perilous light. Moments later, a twisted grin slowly emerged upon his countenance, chilling to behold. "Come in," a voice promptly responded from outside the door. "Yes, Chief. Go, prepare a generous gift and draft an invitation." Zhao Tianba's voice took on an unusually slow cadence, imbued with an intentionally suppressed chill. "Convey my admiration for brotherly Xian's remarkable heroism, and express my desire to transform hostility into friendship, leaving past grievances behind. Invite him to meet tomorrow at noon, accompanied by his two trusted aides, Zhuge and the Thin Monkey, at the gathering hall beyond the city, to deliberate on our future plans for the outer city. Remember, it must be sincerely articulated." The subordinate visibly hesitated, seemingly perplexed by the chief's intentions. But upon meeting Zhao Tianba's dark, brooding countenance, a shiver ran through him, and he dared not question. He quickly bowed and replied, "Yes, I shall obey." In the quiet chamber of the treasure-gathering pavilion, candle flames flickered. Li Xian gently pinched the humble, earnest invitation resting on the table, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, tinged with amusement. The invitation was crafted from exquisite gold-flecked rice paper, the ink meticulously applied, adorned with the prominent scarlet seal of the Black Tiger Gang. Beside it lay a list of gifts, enumerating silks, ginseng, jade artifacts, and other valuable items, reflecting a significant display of sincerity. "Boss, what scheme is Zhao Tianba concocting?" The Thin Monkey leaned in for a closer look, unable to suppress a disdainful smirk. Just last night, we sent him scurrying back in disgrace, and today he shows up to apologize, proposing to bury the hatchet. I suspect it's akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well. Ill intentions abound. Zhu Guqing stroked his beard, his brow furrowed in deep concern. "Boss, this must surely be a trap," he declared solemnly. The gathering hall had long been the Black Tiger Gang's stronghold, nestled in a remote area outside the city, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, making it easily defensible. Zhao Tianba was known for his vengeful nature and brutality. He would never swallow his pride so easily, nor sincerely submit. The hall would undoubtedly be fortified with traps and armed guards. "We must not take this risk, boss." Within the confines of the room, the Green Serpent, alongside several other pivotal leaders, voiced their apprehensions, their expressions marred by evident concern. They unanimously concurred that this was a cunning ploy devised by Zhao Tianba, insisting that they must resolutely decline the invitation to avoid falling into a trap. Li Xian's fingers continued to tap rhythmically on the smooth mahogany surface of the table, producing a sound that resonated with clarity in the quiet chamber, echoing in the hearts of all present. Casually, he picked up another recently delivered intelligence report from the table. This was information gathered at great risk by his informants, revealing the latest developments near the gathering of Heroes Manor. The scrawled writing was hasty and urgent. Since the previous night, no fewer than 300 mercenaries from the Black Tiger Gang had been secretly dispatched around the manor. The hidden passages and mechanisms within the estate had been thoroughly inspected and set in order. Zhao Tianba had even instructed his trusted subordinates that this time, the Green Serpent would not return, intending to dismantle Li Xian and his associates utterly. Li Xian placed the report down gently, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. "Mr. Zhuge was indeed correct. This was a meticulously orchestrated banquet of death prepared for them." "Then we absolutely cannot go, boss," the thin monkey exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat. "Isn't this akin to knowingly walking into a den of tigers?" Li Xian slowly raised his gaze, his calm eyes sweeping over the anxious and worried faces of his companions. Yet deep within them lay an undeniable strength. "Go." The single word was pronounced with unwavering certainty. "Why not go?" Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Knowing full well that it was a perilous trap, why would they willingly plunge into it? Li Xian stood and walked leisurely to the window, casting his eyes outside. The remnants of last night's chaos were gradually being cleared from the streets, and order seemed to be slowly restored. Zhao Tianba has gone to great lengths to orchestrate this scheme, aiming to annihilate our core leadership in one fell swoop, eliminating future threats. His voice resonated calmly. This, in fact, signifies his fear. He fears our continued growth, fears that we will eventually overshadow him completely. Thus, he has become desperate, risking everything. Li Xian slowly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, surveying the assembly. Simultaneously, this presents an opportunity to discern the true nature of the Black Tiger Gang, an opportunity to make them pay a far greater price for their greed and folly. His voice dropped, imbued with a chilling intensity and an almost audacious confidence. Indeed, it is an opportunity to eradicate this rabid dog that has plagued the outer city for years once and for all. Zhu Guqing and the thin monkey exchanged glances, observing Li Xian's demeanor, seemingly in complete control of the situation. Their initial apprehensions were unwittingly replaced by a fervent anticipation. Boss Li always seemed to possess a knack for transforming despair into hope, consistently finding a path through dire straits, creating miraculous outcomes. However, the leader, the lean monkey, hesitated slightly, his voice quivering with an almost imperceptible tremor. Even if there was an opportunity, it was fraught with peril. Li Xuan smiled faintly, yet his expression bore an undeniable resolve. Danger often coexists with opportunity. He ceased his discourse and began issuing commands. "Select 10 of our most agile and astute brothers. There is no need for weapons. Only bring short daggers for self-defense, done the most inconspicuous coarse garments. Additionally, head to the storeroom and retrieve the several jars of fine wine I had prepared earlier, along with that specially crafted skyrocket." The lean monkey was momentarily taken aback. attending a banquet without arms, yet bringing wine and some fireworks? Leader, are we going to feast or— To a feast, Li Xian interrupted, his gaze calm, yet prepared for upheaval. He looked at the lean monkey, his tone imbued with a hint of patience. Remember, lean monkey, even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it exerts its full strength. Moreover, we are to face a wounded and frenzied tiger. Any lapse in vigilance could lead us to irreversible doom. The lean monkey nodded, understanding only partially, yet the steadiness and conviction in Li Xian's eyes dispelled much of his doubt, leaving only absolute obedience and trust. Li Xian's attention shifted to Zhuge Qing. Mr. Zhuge, you shall remain in the gang to oversee matters. If afternoon tomorrow a red skyrocket ascends in the southwestern direction— He paused, lowering his voice to a whisper audible only to the two of them. Immediately execute Plan B. Zhuge Qing trembled with anticipation, his eyes sparkling with intensity as he nodded emphatically. Rest assured, leader, I shall not fail you. The so-called Plan B was known solely to him and Li Xian. It was a backup plan meticulously laid by Li Xian, one capable of turning the tide at a critical moment. As night deepened, the courtyard of the Qingxi gang's headquarters was brightly illuminated yet imbued with an unusual gravity. Li Xian personally inspected the gear of the 10 chosen confidants. Were the short daggers well concealed? Were the garments sufficiently ordinary? Were the jars labeled as common wine, yet filled with highly flammable spirits, securely placed? And the specially disguised signal flare, skyrocket, was it in order? He scrutinized each detail with sharp focus, his demeanor starkly different from his usual detached calm. In this moment, he resembled an extraordinary sword poised to be unsheathed, its brilliance subdued, yet exuding a palpable aura of danger. All preparations were complete. A hint of dawn began to grace the horizon. Li Xian waved his hand. Let's depart. There were no superfluous words, no impassioned slogans. Li Xuan, accompanied by the lean monkey and the 10 meticulously chosen confidants, formed a group of 12, clad in the most ordinary attire. Silently merging into the tranquil streets just before dawn, they headed toward the outskirts of the city. Ahead lies the gathering stronghold, akin to a colossal beast lying in the shadows of dawn, silently unfurling its gaping maw, patiently anticipating the approach of its prey. Awaiting them is the duplicitous smile and venomous whine of Zhao Tianba, or perhaps an inferno of blades and flames that has long been predestined? Or might it be another sanguinary melody, already composed by Li Xian? None can ascertain. Only the gradually brightening light of day gazes silently upon these silhouettes, stepping towards an uncertain fate. Chapter 29. Internal Traitors, Crisis Looming. As the dawn began to break, the faint light dispelled the last traces of the long night's chill. Yet it could not dissipate the invisible threat looming over the gathering hall. Nestled on a gentle slope outside the city, the hall, with its blue bricks and dark tiles, adorned with elegantly curved eaves, appeared to be merely the estate of an ordinary wealthy family. In reality, it served as the core stronghold of the Black Tiger Gang for many years. At this moment, the hall's gates stood wide open, and a brand new red silk lantern hung at the entrance, as if celebrating a momentous occasion. Zhao Tianba, the notorious leader of the Black Tiger Gang, known throughout the outer city for his fearsome reputation, personally awaited at the door. Dressed in a pristine satin robe, his face was adorned with an overly enthusiastic smile. Had it not been for the fleeting glint of malice in his eyes, he might have appeared as a generous man eager to mend past grievances and extend a hand in reconciliation. Brotherly, what a rare guest. It has truly been too long since we last met. I never imagined you would rise to such prominence. Zhao Tianba boomed with a hearty laugh, striding forward and extending his large hand in a familiar gesture, aiming to clap Li Xian on the shoulder. Li Xian subtly paused, his body instinctively avoiding Zhao Tianba's seemingly warm, yet potentially probing touch. This is our new leader of the Green Serpent Gang, Big Zhao. Let us not misidentify our esteemed guest, he said, a hint of modesty and surprise gracing his features as he stepped aside to introduce the lean monkey beside him. The lean monkey, wearing a smile, clasped his hands and said, I have long heard of your great reputation, Big Zhao. Meeting you today, I find it truly deserved. Moreover, your hospitality is overwhelming. I am unworthy of such honor. Seamlessly taking over from Li Xian, the lean monkey spoke in a calm manner, betraying not a hint of unease. Oh, haha. I always thought Li Xian was the leader of the Green Serpent Gang. It turns out you are the true decision-maker. Lean monkey, I stand corrected. Later, I shall drink 3 cups as penance to express my apologies. With that, the group entered the estate in a lively manner. However, Li Xian's gaze was as keen as that of a hawk, swiftly scanning behind Zhao Tianba and the shadowy corners of the estate the moment they stepped through the gates. Guards? There seemed to be few. Yet, this lack of defense was itself a glaring flaw, an indication of something amiss. Li Xian deliberately lagged half a step behind the lean monkey, observing intently as the other 10 loyal members of the Green Serpent Gang, clad in the most unremarkable coarse garments, bowed their heads submissively, resembling the humblest of attendants. They appeared to scatter casually around Li Xian and the lean monkey, yet their movements subtly formed a protective formation, ready to adapt at a moment's notice. Brotherly, a young hero indeed, truly deserving of your reputation. Zhao Tianba seemed entirely oblivious to Li Xian's vigilance, continuing to exude warmth and joviality. In last night's battle, Brotherly, your strategic prowess was unparalleled. You have earned the respect of the Black Tiger Gang. Our defeat was not unjust. Today, a special light wine is prepared, both to extend my sincerest apologies to Brother Li and to engage in momentous discussions with a remarkable individual such as himself. His tone was earnest as he guided Li Xian and his companions further into the estate. Inside the gathering hall, an exquisite banquet awaited, lavishly adorned with an array of mountain delicacies and seafood. The rich aroma of fine wine mingled with the savory scent of roasted meats, enveloping the air with an almost inescapable allure. However, beneath this enticing fragrance, Li Xian's keen senses detected a faint, yet persistent odor reminiscent of iron rust. It was a fresh scent of rust, as if a multitude of weapons had just been washed, or perhaps something had wiped away the still-drying traces of fresh blood. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, sinking slightly with unease. Within the hall, a handful of minor leaders from the Black Tiger Gang appeared to attend to the guests, pouring wine and serving dishes, creating an atmosphere filled with exuberance. Yet, Li Xian could distinctly sense the presence of at least dozens of concealed, lethal intentions lurking in the surroundings, akin to venomous snakes. Behind the screens, above the rafters, and even within the seemingly tranquil shadows of the trees outside, danger lay in wait. Indeed, it was a meticulously orchestrated trap, poised to unleash a devastating blow the moment he stepped into its snare. Come, Brotherly, allow me to toast you first. Zhao Tianba personally raised a white jade cup brimming with fine wine, his smile radiant and his enthusiasm almost irresistible. All past grievances were merely misunderstandings. As fellow wanderers of the martial world, we forge bonds through conflict. From this day forth, the outskirts of Chang'an shall witness our 2 families advance together towards prosperity. Li Xian lifted his cup, the amber liquid within shimmering with an alluring glow under the flickering lights, exuding a captivating fragrance. A hint of appropriate trepidation and gratitude graced his features, as if genuinely moved by Zhao Tianba's heartfelt sincerity. You flatter me, Zhao Gang leader. The Green Serpent Gang is in its infancy and will undoubtedly rely on your support moving forward. He spoke humbly, yet his fingers subtly caressed the rim of his cup, while his gaze appeared to casually scan the table, lingering on Zhao Tianba's mask of 4 smiles and the flickering eyes of the Black Tiger leaders standing by. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, exchanges between the 2 parties became a dance of words, each sentence laden with hidden meanings, every glance akin to a clash of blades. Zhao Tianba persistently employed indirect inquiries, seeking to uncover the true nature of the Gathering Treasure Tower and the Tonghui Bank, as well as the Green Serpent Gang's forthcoming expansion plans. Li Xian, however, remained impenetrable, occasionally feigning ignorance, embodying the role of a naive newcomer to the world of martial arts. At other times, he played the part of an anxious upstart, intoxicated by sudden success and eager to solidify his position, portraying this persona with remarkable finesse. Amidst this delicate charade, as currents of tension surged beneath the surface, an unexpected upheaval suddenly erupted. Seated at the lower position beside Li Xian was a loyal confidant of the Green Serpent Gang, a man renowned for his valor and fidelity, known by the moniker Ahu. Suddenly, he emitted a guttural groan of excruciating agony, a sound as chilling as a beast with its throat constricted. Clutching his abdomen with both hands, the color drained from his face at an alarming rate, transforming into a ghastly shade of ashen blue, tinged with an eerie purple hue. Veins in his forehead bulged, resembling twisted worms, while beads of sweat cascaded down his brow in torrents. Ahu's mouth gaped open, as if he wished to utter a word, yet only a series of horrifying gasps escaped his throat. In an instant his body slackened, as though bereft of all skeletal support, collapsing to the ground. A copious amount of white foam erupted from his mouth, and he convulsed violently on the floor, his eyes wide open, pupils dilated. This sudden, terrifying turn of events plunged the entire assembly hall into a profound silence, freezing all movements. Every gaze, magnetically drawn, fixated upon the fallen Ahu, who appeared on the brink of death. The next moment, a thunderous bang resonated as Zhao Tianba slammed his hand on the table and sprang to his feet. The dishes rattled violently in response. The duplicitous smile on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by an overwhelming fury and a menacing snarl. His finger pointed accusatorily at the several jars of untouched fine wine brought by Li Xian as he bellowed with ferocity, "Li Xian, you've dared to poison our wine? Do you wish to eliminate us?" His voice reverberated like thunder throughout the hall, almost simultaneously, by an uncanny coincidence. A previously subservient confidant responsible for pouring the wine emitted a piercing scream. Clutching his chest, his complexion morphed into a hue of deep blue and purple. Collapsing to the ground in agony, his symptoms alarmingly similar to those of Ahu. In an instant, the intent to frame and accuse became glaringly evident. What? The wine is poisoned. The other members of the Green Serpent Gang, witnessing this, were struck with horror. They instinctively glanced at the jars of wine, personally instructed by Li Xian to be brought, then at their fallen comrade, Ahu, and finally at the similarly afflicted leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Shock, rage, and a hint of incredulity washed over them. Could it be that the wine brought by their leader had indeed been tampered with? No, it was impossible. Yet, the reality before them felt all too tangible. Even the lean monkey's expression shifted dramatically, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he turned sharply to Li Xian, his lips moving as if to speak. Yet no words emerged. He had unwavering faith in his leader, but the scene unfolding was exceedingly bizarre. In the face of this abrupt upheaval, Zhao Tianba's vehement accusations, and the astonished, wavering gazes of his subordinates, Li Xian's countenance remained devoid of any hint of panic, not even a trace of surprise. As if everything unfolding before him had long been anticipated, he did not even spare a glance at the theatrical antics of Zhao Tianba. Instead, he swiftly crouched down, executing a rapid and professional assessment of Ahu's condition. His fingers found the pulse, weak and rapid, akin to a wisp of thread. He observed the breathing, short, shallow, labored, with an ominous rasp in the throat. He lifted the eyelids, the pupils constricted sharply, like pinpricks. It was a potent and swift-acting poison. Moreover, the source of the toxin could not possibly have originated from the beverages they had consumed at the table, for the liquor had been provided by Zhao Tianba himself. It was a deliberate frame-up, a cunning and malevolent scheme to cast blame. The adversary had accurately predicted that he would adhere to the Underworld's customs and bring gifts to the banquet, intentionally exploiting this to tarnish his reputation. Additionally, there was a traitor within his ranks collaborating with the enemy. Otherwise, Ahu could not have succumbed to poisoning unnoticed right under his nose. This thought struck Li Xian's mind like a chilling bolt of lightning. He slowly rose to his feet, his icy gaze sweeping across the 9 trusted subordinates he had brought with him, akin to 2 unsheathed swords. Each face reflected varying degrees of panic, anger, or utter bewilderment. Ultimately, his gaze, like a nail, fixed intently upon one particular subordinate, Mouse, a small-framed individual who, under ordinary circumstances, was taciturn and appeared fiercely loyal. At that moment, Mouse's eyes flickered nervously, instinctively avoiding Li Xian's penetrating stare, while his hand, trembling and uncontrolled, subtly crept toward his waist. An involuntary gesture, an action betraying profound anxiety and guilt. It was him. In the blink of an eye, Li Xian sprang into action. His movements were astoundingly swift, surpassing the reaction limits of all present. Like a specter, like a phantom, he did not direct his attack at the grinning Zhao Tianba, who was within arm's reach and believed himself victorious. Instead, he abruptly shifted, leaving behind only an afterimage, like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, like a soaring eagle seizing a rabbit. In an instant, he closed in on the traitor known as Mouse. He seized him, gripped his throat, a decisive technique, refined through countless combat experiences from a past life, executed with exquisite simplicity. There was no opportunity for Mouse to react. Not even a cry of alarm escaped his lips. Crack! A faint yet distinctly audible sound of bone fracturing echoed. In Mouse's eyes, wide with terror and despair, Li Xian's hand clamped down on his throat like a scorching iron vice. Simultaneously, Li Xian's other hand darted like lightning to his waist. With pinpoint precision, he retrieved an item, a small packet tightly wrapped in oil paper, containing remnants of a white powder poison and a black iron badge, chilling to the touch, intricately carved with the visage of a fierce tiger, the insignia of a core member of the Black Tiger Gang, a case of crime and evidence found together. Li Xian did not even glance at Mouse, who had succumbed to asphyxiation and a broken neck, casually discarding him as if he were refuse on the cold ground. Then, he slowly raised the poison in his hand along with the black iron badge that symbolized his identity. The entire assembly hall once again fell into a deathly silence. The sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Only Zhao Tianba and his cohorts, who were eager to witness the spectacle, found their triumphant sneers instantly frozen, as if encased in ice. Chapter 30. Playing into the scheme, Li Xian's strategy. Li Xian moved swiftly, his actions as elusive as a specter, catching everyone off guard. Instead of targeting the grinning Zhao Tianba, who was perilously close, he shifted his form like a tiger pouncing on its prey, instantaneously closing in on the traitorous rat. His fingers, akin to cold iron bands, tightly gripped the traitor's throat. A chilling intent to kill silently permeated from him, instantly freezing the air around them. He lowered his gaze, looking down at the face twisted in asphyxiation, purple and grotesque, with bulging eyes, his voice devoid of any trace of human emotion. Who instructed you? The rat emitted desperate, raspy gasps, reminiscent of a deflating bellows, his body trembling violently as primal fear consumed him. Instinctively, he exerted his last ounce of strength to glance toward Zhao Tianba, his lips moving soundlessly, as if he wished to divulge something. However, Zhao Tianba's piercing, knife-like gaze pierced through the air, shattering whatever scant courage remained within him. The light in the rat's eyes extinguished completely, his head drooped limply. He was dead. Li Xuan, expressionless, released his grip, allowing the warm body to slump to the ground like a puddle of mud. He gradually straightened, his eyes sharp as unsheathed blades, sweeping across the 9 loyal subordinates he had brought along. Their faces were a tapestry of relief at having survived, anger at betrayal, and an indescribable sense of dread. Li Xian slowly raised the pouch containing the white powder poison and the black iron waist token, intricately carved with a fierce tiger's head. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the silent assembly hall. Everyone behold, this is the hospitality of the Black Tiger Gang. His words seemed to carry an inexplicable magic, instantly dispelling the last remnants of doubt among the members of the Green Serpent Gang. They bribed the traitors to tarnish our brothers. They plotted to sow discord among us, seeking to eliminate us all at once. The gazes of the lean monkey and other members of the Green Serpent Gang instantly transformed into sharpened steel, directed at Zhao Tianba and his subordinates, brimming with unmasked hostility and seething fury. So it was. All suspicion and wavering dissipated like mist before the cold corpse and undeniable evidence. They instinctively tightened their grips around the concealed daggers in their sleeves, their expressions resolute and unwavering, silently gathering closer to Li Xian, their movements forming a tightly knit defensive formation. Zhao Tianba's face, initially frozen in shock, began to convulse, ultimately melting into a grotesquely twisted grin. With the conspiracy laid bare, he tore away the last shreds of his disguise. Ha ha ha, it was me, so what? He emitted a shrill, night owl-like laugh, his voice laced with bloodthirsty cruelty and unabashed arrogance. Li Xian, I must concede, you possess a modicum of cleverness. Alas, Zhao Tianba's smile abruptly turned frigid. No matter how clever you are, today, none of you shall leave this assembly hall alive. He suddenly waved his hand, his large palm, reminiscent of a fan, cutting through the air with a fierce whoosh, his eyes radiating a murderous intent. Come out, all of you. Charge at me. Chop them to pieces and feed them to the dogs. The command was as authoritative as a mountain. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a loud crash echoed. The massive wooden screens on either side of the assembly hall were violently kicked open from behind, splintering into fragments. Simultaneously, the heavy side doors, which had been tightly shut, were ruthlessly slammed open. In an instant, the battle cries erupted like thunder. Countless members of the Black Tiger Gang, armed with gleaming blades, surged forth like a tide of darkness from all directions. Each of them bore fierce expressions, their eyes ablaze with a crimson glow, exuding a palpable scent of blood, swiftly encircling the 12 individuals led by Li Xian in the very heart of the assembly hall. The entire hall transformed in a heartbeat from a deceitful banquet of clinking glasses into a scene rife with murderous intent, a bloody arena alive with the glint of knives. Tables and chairs were violently overturned, exquisite porcelain shattered across the floor. The cold blades reflected a chilling gleam under the flickering candlelight, filling the air with an inescapable aura of death. Faced with this sudden and dire predicament, surrounded by foes that outnumbered them by dozens, the faces of the thin monkey and his companions turned as pale as paper, their palms gripping the small daggers beginning to sweat uncontrollably. However, standing at the forefront, Li Xian remained eerily calm. In fact, a chilling arc of a smile began to form in the depths of his otherwise tranquil gaze. Just as Zhao Tianba wore a menacing grin, confident of his impending victory and anticipating a massacre, Li Xian remarked, Zhao Tianba, you truly never learn. With that, Li Xian abruptly flicked his wrist. A bamboo tube, disguised to resemble an ordinary firework, appeared in his hand like a phantom. Without a moment's hesitation, he rubbed his thumb swiftly against the fuse at the bottom of the tube with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. With a sharp hiss, a dazzling spark ignited, illuminating his face, which was almost coldly composed. Li Xian's arm shot up, executing a clean and swift movement, aiming the flaming bamboo tube precisely at the open skylight above the assembly hall. Whoosh! A piercing whistle suddenly sliced through the tumultuous battle cries. A brilliant crimson flare shot upwards like an enraged blood comet, trailing a long tail of flame. Boom! The flare exploded in the night sky above the assembly hall, blossoming into an enormous, strikingly vivid blood-red firework. The intense crimson light spilled like blood, instantly casting an eerie red hue over the faces of everyone below, lingering ominously. Zhao Tianba's cruel grin once again froze, as if cast under a spell. He recognized this signal, marked by blood. It was the highest level of alert. Observing the sudden shift in Zhao Tianba's expression, Li Xian allowed a mocking smile to curl at the corner of his lips, his voice rising sharply, resonating throughout the entire assembly hall, drowning out all the clamor. Zhao Tianba, do you truly believe that I, Li Xian, am a fool who would recklessly step into your den of treachery without preparation? He pointed toward the several jars of fine wine, currently dismissed as mere evidence. Do you think these jars contain the poison with which you intend to frame me? You are gravely mistaken. Li Xian's voice dripped with unabashed mockery and coldness. These jars of wine are, in fact, a generous gift that I, Li Xian, have specially brought to honor you, the great leader Zhao. However, he paused, his gaze slicing through the already restless core members of the Black Tiger Gang, particularly focusing on the leader who had previously feigned poisoning under Zhao Tianba's direction. What lies within is not a deadly poison, but rather a potent laxative, meticulously concocted by my own hand during my idle time. Oh, and let me add, for enhanced effect, I have also included a touch of narcotic that renders one weak and powerless, unable to muster any strength. Upon these words, a thunderous reaction ensued. It seemed to validate Li Xian's claims. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang, who had previously collapsed as if poisoned, now clutched his abdomen in genuine distress. His face paling, cold sweat pouring from his brow, emitting pained groans. Following suit, those who had partaken in the toast with Zhao Tianba, or had been persuaded by his subordinates to sample the Green Serpent Gang's celebratory gift, all began to change their expressions. Oh no, my stomach, this is bad. Gurgle, gurgle. A cacophony of suppressed cries and strange sounds erupted. Many clutched their bellies, their faces turning pale, beads of cold sweat rolling down their temples. Some stumbled, their legs giving way, struggling to hold onto their weapons. Others turned ashen, veins bulging on their foreheads, feeling a tumultuous unrest in their bellies. Gurgle, gurgle. The odd and awkward sounds rang out starkly in the previously tense silence, shattering the atmosphere. Zhao Tianba's complexion darkened instantly, darker than the bottom of a pot. He had also drunk. Moreover, in a bid to display his sincerity and generosity, he had consumed the most. At this moment, an indescribable agony surged within him, swirling like a drill deep in his abdomen. The sensation was intensifying, becoming increasingly impossible to ignore. He struggled to suppress the overwhelming urge that surged toward his physiological limits, his face contorted in pain and fury, veins pulsing like worms along his neck and temples. Li Xian regarded Zhao Tianba's exquisite expression with growing amusement, the curve of his lips deepening. He seized the opportunity to mercilessly strike the drowning man, his voice echoing mockingly within the gathering hall. Leader Zhao, how does this generous gift taste? I have no particular hobbies, save for a penchant for experimenting with novel concoctions. The concocted liquor, infused with a touch of my Green Serpent Gang sincerity, is specifically prepared to entertain those uninvited friends who harbor ulterior motives. He deliberately emphasized the words sincerity and friends, as if delivering two invisible slaps to Zhao Tianba's face. You. Zhao Tianba trembled with rage, one hand clutching his abdomen while the other pointed at Li Xian, his lips quivering, nearly unable to articulate a coherent sentence. The excruciating pain in his stomach intertwined with an overwhelming fury, pushing him to the brink of madness. Yet, Li Xian offered him no respite, shifting his gaze toward the members of the Black Tiger Gang, who had encircled them, but now stirred restlessly due to their leader's peculiar behavior. Behold, this is the leader you loyally follow. To eliminate us, he resorts to such despicable means. Unable to frame us, he is now furious and intends to silence us forever. Do you truly believe you will fare well following such a man? His voice, though not loud, resonated with penetrating clarity, reaching each member of the Black Tiger Gang, shaking their resolve. Simultaneously, Li Xian discreetly gestured to the Lean Monkey and his 9 trusted aides. Lean Monkey, maneuver with your men to the left column. Use the overturned tables and chairs as cover. His commands were clear and composed, serving as an anchor in the chaotic fray. The members of the Green Serpent Gang promptly understood, swiftly and methodically repositioning themselves to secure a more advantageous terrain, their backs against sturdy columns and obstacles, vigilantly observing the restless adversaries surrounding them. Zhao Tianba observed Li Xian's calm command and noted the diminishing combat effectiveness of his elite subordinates, some already bending over, their faces shifting from pale to green. He realized he could no longer afford to wait. Delaying further would result in total humiliation for his Black Tiger Gang once the effects of the poison fully manifested. Moreover, that damned signal flare. A swift resolution was imperative. Incompetence. Endure it. Zhao Tianba bellowed, suppressing the tumultuous agony within, summoning every ounce of strength for a frenzied roar. Kill. Annihilate them. Leave not a single one alive. His eyes were bloodshot, his visage contorted like a malevolent specter. The order was given. Those members of the Black Tiger Gang who could still endure, despite their discomfort, summoned their spirits under the weight of their leader's stern command and the authority he had long established, tightening their grips on their blades. The murderous intent surged once more. Dozens of gleaming sabers, imbued with a chilling aura, descended from all directions upon the 12, encircled by Li Xian. The gleam of the blades was piercing. The cries of battle reverberated through the air. A gruesome clash, marked by a stark disparity in strength, was on the verge of erupting within this assembly hall. The signal flare had ascended, yet the reinforcements within the city remained conspicuously absent. Li Xian's gaze swept over Hu, lying on the ground, breath faint, teetering on the brink of life and death. Confronted by foes numbering in the dozens, surging forth like an unstoppable tide. Can these mere 12 souls endure until the moment reinforcements arrive? Or will this meticulously orchestrated banquet of Hades ultimately become their grave? Chapter 31. The Black Tiger's Frenzy. Life and death on the line. Zhao Tianba's desperate roar ignited the long-suppressed desire for slaughter within the assembly hall like a detonated powder keg. Kill. The remaining members of the Black Tiger Gang, their eyes blazing with ferocity, fought against the searing pain in their bellies, brandishing their gleaming blades like enraged beasts, surging in from all directions to attack. The blades intertwined, forming an impenetrable web of cold steel that tore through the air with a chilling whistle. In a cramped space, the cacophony of battle cries mingled with the sound of splintering furniture, the clashing of weapons, and the muffled groans and screams of the wounded, creating a symphony of bloody chaos. Form ranks. Take cover behind the pillars. Li Xian's voice rang out, calm and clear, like a stabilizing anchor amidst the storm, instantly soothing the panicked hearts of the Green Serpent Gang members. The lean monkey let out an enraged roar, brandishing his dagger like a swift leopard, and charged first towards the left side pillar. The other 9 elite members of the Green Serpent Gang, well-trained and disciplined, followed closely behind. They pressed against the cold stone pillars, swiftly forming a rudimentary defensive formation, stacking overturned tables, wine jars, and anything else they could use as temporary cover. The blade struck first, crashing down onto the wooden table with a dull thud, sending splinters flying. The first wave of Black Tiger Gang members surged forth like a relentless tide, hacking wildly. The sounds of furious shouts, clashing weapons, and splintering wood intermingled in an instant. Li Xian stood tall as a spear at the forefront of the line, his gaze icy as he surveyed the oncoming tide of enemies. He understood that in a contest of numbers, they stood no chance of victory. They must exploit every possible advantage to maximize their gains. His gaze sharpened as it fell upon the traitorous rat he had previously throttled, now lifeless on the ground. A corpse, at times, could serve a purpose, yet now was not the right moment. The immediate priority was to withstand this initial, ferocious onslaught while simultaneously shattering the enemy's morale. Zhao Tianba is heartless. He uses poison against his own brothers. Li Xuan Shouta, forcefully kicking a broken wooden stool into the path of an advancing Black Tiger Gang member, his voice booming like thunder, cutting through the din of battle. Now you are being forced to your demise. Is it worth serving such a man? Though he knew the effect would be limited, his words fell like stones cast into a still lake, sending ripples through the hearts of some Black Tiger Gang members, especially those who had witnessed the earlier framing or were suffering from their own discomfort. Their grip on their weapons faltered momentarily. Nonsense. Do not heed his deceitful words. Zhao Tianba roared, fighting against the waves of pain in his abdomen, his face a mask of fury. He had already arranged for archers to lie in ambush, prepared for any contingency. The indescribable turmoil within him nearly unseated him, yet he understood that he could not show weakness at this moment. Kill for me. Whoever kills Li Xian shall receive a reward of 10,000 taels. The position of Hall Master, under the allure of generous rewards, valiant souls inevitably emerge. The temptations of wealth and status swiftly overshadowed the doubts and discomfort lingering in the hearts of some. The onslaught of the Black Tiger Gang surged once more, akin to ravenous wolves, heedlessly launching themselves at the diminutive defensive perimeter. With a swift thrust, a brother from the Green Serpent Gang found himself unable to evade, suffering a grievous wound on his arm that laid bare his bone, crimson blood instantly staining his sleeve. He let out a suppressed groan, gritting his teeth as he retaliated with a dagger plunged into the adversary's abdomen. The battle was fiercely brutal, despite the Green Serpent Gang's elite fighters occupying a favorable position. The disparity in numbers proved overwhelmingly daunting. Waves of foes crashed upon them relentlessly, each collision threatening to topple their defensive formation. The wound on the lean monkey's arm continued to bleed, his complexion paling, yet he staunchly remained by Li Xian's side, brandishing his short dagger with fierce determination. Ahu, sprawled on the ground, breathed with a faintness nearly imperceptible, his face a ghastly shade of purple, teetering on the brink of demise. Li Xian's heart sank gradually. The signal had been sent, yet no reinforcements appeared. Could Zhuge Qing's plan truly be executed on time? He inhaled deeply, suppressing the rising anxiety within. There was no choice but to rely on himself now. At that moment, Li Xian took action, no longer content with passive defense. He resolved to carve a bloody path with the most ferocious offensive. As a member of the Black Tiger Gang swung a blade from the side, he advanced rather than retreating, his body executing an astonishing sidestep to narrowly evade the razor-sharp edge. Simultaneously, his dagger struck like a venomous serpent, swift as lightning. The blade accurately sliced through the adversary's wrist, sending blood droplets cascading. The man let out a pained scream as the weapon flew from his grasp. Without pausing, Li Xian's elbow surged forward with great force. A resounding thud echoed as it connected with the opponent's jaw. The Black Tiger thug's eyes bulged, and he careened backward like a kite severed from its string, toppling several others in his wake. Clean and decisive, ruthlessly lethal, the combat technique, infused with modern martial prowess, showcased a dominating advantage against these gang members who relied solely on brute force. Li Xian moved through the chaos like a tiger among sheep. With each strike, an enemy fell, be it shattered bones, severed tendons, or instantaneous death. His icy gaze, lightning-fast agility, and relentless killing efficiency profoundly intimidated the surrounding foes, while simultaneously reigniting the morale of his own beleaguered comrades. Boss is magnificent. A member of the Green Serpent Gang could not restrain a roar, their eyes rekindling with the flames of hope. However, individual valor could not ultimately compensate for the staggering numerical disadvantage. Increasingly, Black Tiger Gang members encircled them, their fear of Li Xian palpable. Yet spurred on by Zhao Tianba's coercion and enticing rewards, they remained undeterred in their ferocity. Just then, archers prepare. Zhao Tianba's sinister voice rang out once more, imbued with an undeniable command. He endured the pain in his abdomen, his eyes glinting with a frenzied, murderous intent. If close combat proved futile, then they would resort to arrows. He could hardly believe that Li Xian could evade the torrential rain of arrows. Numerous archers from the Black Tiger Gang, armed with bows and crossbows, emerged from the elevated positions on either side of the assembly hall, as well as from various concealed corners. They had long been lying in wait, and now they simultaneously drew back their bowstrings, the cold arrowheads meticulously aimed at the encircled Li Xian and his companions. The creaking of the taut bowstrings pierced through the cacophony of battle, resonating distinctly and ominously. A shroud of death instantly enveloped the hearts of all the members of the Green Serpent Gang. Surrounded on all sides, with no escape, the distant sounds of battle and flickering flames remained indistinct, as if they were far beyond reach. Li Xuan's pupils constricted suddenly. The arrows were knocked, and the situation was dire. Was this meticulously orchestrated banquet truly destined to become their final resting place? Chapter 32. Outnumbered, will a miracle occur? Zhao Tianba sneered, his grotesque face, layered with flesh, radiating a cruel delight at the thought of tearing apart his prey. Release the arrows, he bellowed. With the command issued, The crossbowmen concealed in the shadows of the estate swiftly pulled their triggers. The air was ripped apart by the resounding twang of bowstrings. Dozens of glinting crossbow bolts soared forth in an instant, emitting a chilling shriek of death as they wove a lethal net, descending upon Li Xian and his companions, who were cornered in the center of the hall. The arrows sliced through the air with a suffocating speed. Li Xian's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, an icy dread crawling up his spine. "Get down! Seek cover!" he roared with all his might, his voice hoarse yet resolute amidst the cacophony of whistling arrows. Reacting swiftly, he forcefully tackled the slender figure beside him, who was also exposed to the rain of arrows. As their bodies hit the ground, he seized a sturdy wooden table that had been overturned and thrust it upright before him. Thud! 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 In the next instant, the barrage of arrows struck the tabletop with a jarring thump, producing a sound that was both muted and excruciatingly grating. The hardwood was easily pierced, splintering into shards. The immense force reverberated through the tabletop, numbing Li Xian's arms and nearly splitting his palms. Gritting his teeth, he tensed every muscle in his body, barely managing to withstand the onslaught, avoiding being thrown back. He had evaded a fatal blow. However, others were not so fortunate. A heart-wrenching scream echoed, piercing the air. Two of Li Xian's closest brothers, unable to evade in time, were struck through by several bolts. Blood spurted forth in an instant. They barely had time to emit a complete groan before collapsing heavily to the ground, twitching for a moment before silence enveloped them. Warm blood splattered across Li Xian's face, and his heart felt as though it were gripped by a frigid hand, sinking into an abyss of despair, helplessly witnessing the brutal demise of his comrades, whom he had shared countless days with, ignited a raging fury within him, nearly consuming his reason. Yet, he forced himself to remain composed. The rain of arrows continued to fall. Although the first wave had been the most intense, sporadic, deadly bolts still descended. The members of the Black Tiger Gang seized the opportunity created by the chaos, tightening their encirclement once more. The makeshift defensive formation, which had been barely holding, crumbled entirely under the assault of crossbow bolts. The remaining members of the Green Serpent Gang, all wounded, huddled back to back, desperately wielding their daggers to fend off the relentless tide of enemies. The situation had deteriorated to its utmost depths. If this continued, annihilation was merely a matter of time. Just then, a chilling arrow, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, pierced through the gaps in their defenses. Its target was none other than the resolute Li Xian. It was too swift. Li Xian felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder, as if seared by a red-hot iron. The agonizing sensation coursed through his entire body. He let out a muffled groan, his body swaying violently. Lowering his gaze, he beheld an arrow deeply embedded beneath his left shoulder, its tip nearly piercing through. Blood surged forth, akin to a geyser unleashed, rapidly staining half of his body crimson. He gritted his teeth, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. The excruciating pain and the dizziness from blood loss crashed upon his consciousness like a relentless tide. Yet, he could not falter. He fixed his gaze ahead, his eyes sharp like those of a wounded lone wolf. Should he fall, none here would survive. Blood trickled down his arm, dripping onto the ground and staining the short dagger he gripped tightly. Enduring the tearing agony, he plunged the dagger fiercely into the earth before him, using it to prop up his faltering body. Zhao Tianba, upon witnessing Li Xian being struck, felt an exhilarating rush of adrenaline. He let out a beastly roar, personally wielding his heavy steel knife to sweep aside the obstructing lackeys, striding forward with tremendous strides. Li Xian, you shall perish. His visage twisted in ferocity, his voice brimming with bloodthirsty fervor. Boss, the thin monkey, witnessing this scene, felt his eyes blaze crimson. Nearly bursting with rage, he struggled to rise from the ground, barely pausing to wipe the blood from his lips. He charged recklessly toward Zhao Tianba like a cannonball. He understood that he was no match for Zhao Tianba, but he had to go, even if it only meant buying a moment for the boss. Boss, run! The thin monkey howled, exerting all his strength to thrust the already dulled dagger toward Zhao Tianba's waist. You overestimate yourself. Get lost. Zhao Tianba's eyes flashed with disdain. He did not even glance at the thin monkey's dagger, lifting his foot and delivering a brutal kick to the thin monkey's chest. Crack! The chilling sound of bone fracturing echoed. The thin monkey was sent flying backward as if struck by a speeding carriage, landing heavily several meters away. He coughed violently, spewing forth a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his insides. Struggling to rise, he felt as though his bones were shattered, rendering him utterly powerless. His vision began to blur. He could only watch helplessly as Zhao Tianba's imposing figure advanced step by step, like the Grim Reaper, toward the gravely injured Li Xian. Despair, a profound sense of hopelessness spread like a plague among the few remaining members of the Green Snake gang. Reinforcements still showed no signs of arrival. Li Xian felt his body growing heavier, the surroundings beginning to swirl and blur. Excessive blood loss rendered his consciousness as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Was he truly destined to perish here today? He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tumult within, his right hand firmly grasping the spare dagger concealed at his waist. Yet his gaze remained resolutely fixed on the ever-approaching Zhao Tianba. Even in death, he would take someone with him. Zhao Tianba finally stood before Li Xian. He looked down upon Li Xian's disheveled state, an expression of grotesque triumph and mockery twisting his face. Heh! He let out a low, scornful laugh. A commercial genius? Modern management? Nonsense. Before Laozi's blade. All are but worthless. He slowly raised the steel knife in his hand. The gleaming edge, illuminated by the flickering firelight in the hall, reflected a chilling, bone-piercing glimmer. The blade was poised high, ready to descend. The breath of death enveloped Li Xuan like a tangible shroud. His consciousness had become exceedingly blurred. In that critical moment, where life and death hung by a thread, an unexpected change occurred. A cool, feminine voice resonated without warning, akin to a clear spring striking stone, piercing the ears of all present. Stop! Before the voice had fully faded, a small stone, propelled with astounding force and speed, sliced through the air. It emitted a sharp sound as it broke through the void. With unmatched precision, it struck fiercely upon Zhao Tianba's wrist, which gripped the knife. A crisp sound echoed. Zhao Tianba felt a surge of intense pain and numbness in his wrist, as though stung by a venomous scorpion. His grip trembled violently. He could not maintain control, and the steel knife he was about to let fall clattered from his grasp, embedding itself in a nearby pillar. Who? Zhao Tianba, both startled and enraged, abruptly turned his head, his fierce gaze sweeping toward the source of the voice. Who dares to thwart his endeavor at this moment? Almost simultaneously, the near-unconscious Li Xian also lifted his head with great effort. He strained to open his bloodshot eyes wide, seeking the identity of the intruder. Who is it? Chapter 33. The Mysterious Woman. Reinforcements arrive. Zhao Tianba felt a sharp pain, and his steel blade slipped from his grasp. The crowd, filled with uncertainty, turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. A slender figure, akin to a Dark Knight sprite, quietly leaped down from the high wall. Her movements were light and ethereal, almost transcending the realm of mortals. In mere moments, she had traversed through the chaotic melee of combatants, finally coming to a steady stance directly before Li Xian, like an abrupt and steadfast barrier. The newcomer was a woman, her face partially veiled by a thin gauze, revealing only her piercing eyes. Those eyes were as cold as a millennium-old frozen pool, unfathomable in their depths. Though her figure appeared graceful, an aura of chilling detachment emanated from her, compelling onlookers to avert their gazes. In her hand, she held a uniquely styled slender blade, its narrow body shimmering subtly in the flickering firelight with an almost imperceptible dark sheen. Merely standing there, the invisible pressure radiating from her stilled the cacophony of battle surrounding them. Zhao Tianba could scarcely discern her movements. The woman made her move, her silhouette transformed into a wisp of smoke gliding over water, swift to an extraordinary degree, ethereal and elusive. The slender sword in her hand seemed to possess a will of its own, striking at an unfathomable angle with precision. A series of barely audible sounds echoed, soft as the snapping of silk. 3 members of the Black Tiger Gang, who had just charged forward with fierce cries, froze in place simultaneously. A nearly invisible line of crimson appeared at their throats or wrists, a silent testament to her lethal strike. In the next instant, blood gushed forth like a torrent breaking free from its dam. The 3 men collapsed, devoid of the opportunity to emit even a semblance of scream, their bodies slumping lifelessly to the ground, their eyes still wide with the shock and confusion of their final moments. What swiftness in her blade! What ferocity in her heart! Zhao Qianba's pupils constricted to pinpricks, his astonishment surging like a tumultuous wave. He instinctively shook his still-numb wrist, suppressing the metallic taste rising to his throat, and hoarsely demanded, "Who are you? Why do you intervene in the affairs of the Black Tiger Gang?" His voice betrayed an unmistakable mixture of bewilderment and concealed fear. No matter how he strained to recall a time when he had offended such a formidable figure, he could not fathom why she had appeared in this dire situation to rescue the dying Li Xian. Li Xian's consciousness was clouded by excruciating pain and a significant loss of blood. Yet, the fierce instinct for survival flickered within him, like the last flickering flame of a candle, preventing him from succumbing entirely. He gazed at the figure before him, unassuming in stature yet resolute, and felt a tumult of confusion swell within him. Who is this woman? Why does she save me? He struggled to blink away the bloodshot haze clouding his vision, attempting to discern her identity. Yet, the world around him remained a dizzying blur. However, the veiled woman paid no heed to Zhao Qianba's inquiries. She did not even turn her head, as if the notorious leader of the Black Tiger Gang behind her was utterly unworthy of her attention. Instead, she merely cast a cold, indifferent gaze around the gang members, who, intimidated by her aura, hesitated to advance. Then, a voice, cool and clear, resonated through the air, imbued with an inherent authority that brooked no dissent. "I have guaranteed his safety. Should you wish to harm him, you must first inquire of the sword in my hand." The voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear present with crystalline clarity, akin to a sudden splash of icy water in a bubbling cauldron, instantly chilling the previously heated atmosphere. Zhao Qianba's expression fluctuated between darkness and light, a tempest of uncertainty. He glanced at the gruesome corpses of his fallen subordinates, blood pooling around them, then warily regarded the enigmatic woman before him, whose strength was unfathomable and origins unknown. He felt the lingering pain in his abdomen from the peculiar drug coursing through him, leaving him unable to muster his full strength. For a moment, he found himself contemplating retreat. Engaging in a direct confrontation might lead to the demise of Li Xian. It would likely exact a toll too grievous to bear on his own side. Indeed, he might not even survive the encounter with this formidable woman. She was far too powerful, her might defying all reason. Just as Zhao Qianba wrestled with his inner turmoil, weighing the pros and cons, Li Xian gritted his teeth fiercely. He bore the excruciating pain from his left shoulder, feeling as if it were being torn apart. Yet he used the dagger plunged into the ground to support himself, and, with great effort, managed to stand once more. Though his complexion was as pale as parchment, his cracked lips oozed blood, and his bloodied, tattered clothes rendered him a pitiful sight. The fierceness and resilience in his gaze remained undiminished. Instead, the agony and fury within him burned even more brightly. With great difficulty, he bowed respectfully to the woman's back. Though his voice was hoarse from blood loss and weakness, each word rang clear, infused with an undeniable conviction. "Thank you, noble heroine, for your assistance. However, I am still able to fight." He refused to fully rely on a stranger of uncertain origins. Even in his dire state, he was determined to uphold the dignity of the leader of the Green Serpent Gang. He, Li Xian, had not yet fallen to the point of needing a woman to shield him for survival. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Beyond the gathering, the distant sounds of battle, once faint and nebulous, suddenly became vivid and resounding. Flames soared, illuminating half the night sky like a raging inferno. Faintly, one could hear the hurried, chaotic footsteps of many, the clashing of weapons creating a symphony of metal, and the familiar battle cries and banners of the Green Serpent Gang resounded. "Charge in! Protect our leader. Rush forth. Annihilate these mongrels of the Black Tiger Gang. The voices drew ever closer, like a surging tide roaring forth. It rushes towards the gates of the gathering of heroes. This is Li Xian's plan B. The elite forces led by Zhuge Qing have finally arrived. Mysterious and formidable reinforcements stand resolutely before them, their blades pointed forward, daring no one to challenge. Outside, the allied army is on the verge of breaching the gates, their battle cries echoing like thunder, a spectacle of grandeur. Zhao Tianba's expression instantly darkens to an extreme, even more dismal than swallowing a dead fly. He finds himself ensnared in an unprecedented dilemma. Should he seize the moment while the main force of reinforcements has yet to fully breach the defenses, recklessly attempt to eliminate Li Xian and embrace a mutually assured destruction? Or should he temporarily swallow this bitter pill, retreat in pain to conserve his strength, and bide his time for a future resurgence to exact revenge? And what of this mysterious masked woman who has suddenly emerged? What is her true identity? Is her intervention merely to safeguard Li Xian? Or is there a deeper purpose behind her actions? Severely injured and on the brink of death, how much longer can Li Xian sustain himself with that astonishing willpower at this critical juncture? Chapter 34. Underestimating the enemy and overestimating oneself. Zhao Tianba's face twitched violently, his expression shifting erratically, dark and foreboding as if it could drip with malice. His gaze repeatedly roamed over the enigmatic masked woman, then swept across the gruesome corpses of his fallen subordinates scattered on the ground. The excruciating pain in his abdomen persisted, subtly gnawing at him, hindering his ability to muster all his strength and amplifying his agitation. The distant sounds of battle cries grew ever closer and louder, like a relentless drumbeat, striking mercilessly against his heart. Reinforcements from the Green Serpent Gang had indeed arrived, and with astonishing swiftness, with formidable adversaries blocking his path. The woman's sword glimmered with a sharpness that made his heart race. Outside, a vast army loomed, their presence overwhelming, threatening to breach the estate's defenses. He glanced once more at Li Xian, teetering on the brink, yet retaining a ferocious glare akin to a starving wolf. To kill him? Now? Zhao Tianba clenched his fists tightly, his hard nails digging deep into his palms, sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. He was unwilling to concede, truly unwilling. Just a moment more, just a hair's breadth away from utterly crushing this formidable thorn in his side. Yet, the remnants of rationality screamed frantically. The moment has passed. If he lingered any longer, not only would he fail to eliminate Li Xian, but he might very well meet his own demise here. That woman's sword was frightfully swift, so fast, it seemed almost supernatural. He doubted he could withstand even 3 strikes from her at full force. Retreat. The word escaped Zhao Tianba's lips, hoarse and filled with unrelenting resentment and frustration. We must leave. He shot a fierce, lingering glare at Li Xian, as if he wished to devour his very essence and engrave his visage into his bones. With a hint of undeniable trepidation, he cast a hasty glance at the unmoving, commanding presence of the masked woman. As if granted a divine pardon, the members of the Black Tiger Gang, who had been wavering in their resolve under the woman's imposing aura, breathed a collective sigh of relief. They no longer cared to besiege Li Xian and his companions. Some hurried to assist their injured comrades, while others clutched their still-churning stomachs, stumbling in their retreat. The remaining archers emerged awkwardly from the shadows, faces reflecting the relief of surviving a calamity. A disheartened throng, surrounding the pale-faced Zhao Tianba, fled like lost dogs towards the rear exit of the estate. Their steps hurried and chaotic. Soon, they vanished entirely into the thick shroud of night. Within the assembly hall, silence finally descended, leaving behind a harrowing scene of devastation. Upturned tables and chairs, shattered wine jars, and lifeless bodies sprawled in disarray, eyes forever closed. The air was thick with the suffocating stench of blood and death that lingered long after the chaos. The enemy had finally retreated. The taut nerve that had been stretched to its limits, on the verge of snapping, suddenly relaxed. Waves of overwhelming fatigue and agony surged through Li Xian's body, like floodwaters breaching a dam. The wound on his left shoulder felt as though it had been brutally torn open, a fiery pain penetrating deep into his very bones. The intense dizziness brought on by blood loss caused his vision to darken. The surroundings began to spin uncontrollably. His body lurched violently, and he could no longer support himself, staggering forward as if to collapse. "Boss!" A hand, caked in thick, viscous blood, timely and powerfully steadied him. It was the thin monkey he had somehow struggled over. His lips stained with glaring froth of blood, and his chest visibly caved in, clearly gravely injured. Yet, the concern reflected in his bloodshot eyes was unmistakably genuine. At that moment, a loud crash resounded. The dilapidated door of the gathering hall, already worn by time, was brutally forced open from the outside. A torrent of torchlight flooded in, dispelling some of the darkness in the hall, yet illuminating the scene of carnage that resembled a battlefield. A middle-aged man, dressed in a long robe and appearing scholarly, now wore an expression of urgency, sweat beading on his forehead. He was accompanied by a throng of the fiercely armed members of the Green Snake Gang, surging in like a tidal wave. It was Zhuge. Upon witnessing the horrific scene inside the hall, especially seeing Li Xian, bloodied and weak, leaning against the thin monkey, barely able to stand, his expression changed drastically. "Li Xuan, what has happened to you?" Zhuge rushed to his side, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Leaning against the cold stone pillar, Li Xian gasped heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, each breath sending sharp pain through his wounds. Crimson blood dripped continuously from his arm, pooling into a glaring red stain on the cold ground. He struggled to lift his head, gazing at his brothers who had rushed in, while his mind raced through the events of the night. It was perilous, too perilous. Although the sudden appearance of the mysterious woman and the timely arrival of reinforcements had averted a fatal outcome, this meticulously orchestrated banquet had laid bare numerous fatal flaws. He had underestimated Zhao Tianba's ruthlessness and madness. That old scoundrel had truly dared to employ such despicable and shameless means as poisoning on his own turf. He was even willing to sacrifice some of his own men to ensure Li Xian's demise. The laxative he had prepared, while effective in disrupting the enemy's formation and significantly reducing their combat capability, had not incapacitated all foes, particularly under the dual pressures of reward and the threat of death. The ferocity of those desperate men remained terrifying. Intelligence. The internal network had utterly failed to uncover the deeply hidden traitor, the Rat. This was a grave dereliction of duty, unforgivable. Moreover, his own strength had been overestimated. If not for that mysterious woman, Li Xian's gaze involuntarily shifted to the masked woman, who stood still, seemingly at odds with the surrounding chaos and bloodshed. He struggled to straighten his body to express his gratitude, but was firmly restrained by the suddenly alert Zhuge. "Li Xian, you are gravely injured. Do not move," Zhuge urged anxiously. Li Xian took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the surge of metallic sweetness rising in his throat. He directed his voice towards the silhouette of the woman, gathering every ounce of strength to articulate as clearly as possible. "Thank you for the life-saving grace, heroic lady." His voice, rendered hoarse by blood loss and weakness, nonetheless conveyed an unmistakable gravity. "May I inquire your esteemed name? What compels you to extend your assistance?" The masked woman turned slowly. She sheathed her uniquely styled slender blade with fluid grace, as if the weapon were not a tool of bloodshed, but rather a magnificent work of art. Her cold voice resounded once more, devoid of any discernible emotion, akin to the depths of a frigid pool. "There is no need for thanks. I am merely fulfilling a commission." Her gaze fell upon Li Xian's bloodied form, carrying a subtle hint of scrutiny. "Your life is, for the time being, under my purview." She offered no answers to Li Xian's inquiries, nor did she divulge her name or any details about her employer. Having uttered these words, she appeared poised to turn and vanish into the night. Yet, Li Xian's heart raced. This voice, though chilling to the bone, bore a peculiar resonance so familiar. He felt he had heard it before. Indeed, he had. Just as the woman began to pivot, her garments fluttering, on the verge of merging with the shadows outside, a small, exquisite object seemed to slip from her waist. With a soft chime, it fell onto the ground nearby. It was a jade pendant, warm to the touch, its gentle hues reflecting a faint glow in the flickering firelight. Upon the pendant, intricate and peculiar cloud patterns appeared to be carved. Li Xuan's gaza sharpened instantaneously, despite the blurriness caused by his blood loss. He signaled to the frail monkey beside him with his eyes. The monkey understood, enduring the intense pain in his chest as he cautiously approached. He bent down to retrieve the cool jade pendant, clutching it tightly in his palm. The masked woman seemed oblivious to the pendant's fall, or perhaps she simply did not care. With a few fleeting movements, her figure vanished completely into the oppressive darkness outside the gathering hall, as though she had never existed. All that remained was the chaos strewn about and the shaken members of the Qingxi gang, along with a multitude of enigmas swirling in Li Xian's mind. Who exactly was this enigmatic woman? Whom did she mean when she mentioned a commission? What significance lay behind her chilling declaration that your life is temporarily mine? What secrets did this seemingly inadvertently dropped jade pendant conceal? Could it be the key to unraveling the mysteries? Following this confrontation, would the severely weakened Hu gang truly relent? Zhao Tianba's vengeful gaze did not seem the type to easily concede. Li Xian gazed intently at the delicate jade pendant clutched tightly in the hands of the lean monkey. The searing agony radiating from his left shoulder wound piercing through him like a relentless torrent. His eyes deepened in intensity, akin to a tranquil yet tumultuous abyss. This night, without a doubt, was not an end. On the contrary, it marked merely the commencement of a far greater saga. The storm had only just begun to unfurl its ominous wings, and he, Li Xian, must hasten to heal his wounds, resume his training, and, ultimately, emerge even stronger. Chapter 35, Post-War Assessment, Healing and Reflection inside the Assembly Hall. The stench of blood hung heavily in the air, almost palpable and nauseating. Lean Monkey endured the searing pain in his chest and the churn of his stomach, his face ashen yet resolute as he commanded the influx of his comrades. Quick! Injured brothers, move to the back. Find Dr. Sun. Count the numbers. Note how many brothers have fallen. Drag the bodies of those wretched Black Tiger gang members outside. They're an eyesore here. His voice was hoarse, tinged with the fatigue of survival, yet it still resonated with a fierce determination. The flickering torches illuminated faces marked by shock, yet tinged with relief. The scattered bodies, overturned tables, and shattered pottery on the ground silently testified to the brutality of the recent clash. They had emerged victorious, but at an exorbitant cost. 6 of the loyal brothers who had accompanied Li Xian to the feast lay forever in this pool of blood. Many more bore wounds, their groans echoing through the hall. Li Xian leaned against the cold stone pillar, his pallor akin to that of parchment, as waves of intense pain surged through his left shoulder, assaulting his nearly scattered consciousness. Boss! Lean Monkey staggered over to support him, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. His chest caved in, clearly indicating broken ribs. Quick! Summon Dr. Sun. Zhu Guqing rushed in, his tone shifting to one of urgency upon seeing Li Xian's condition. Soon, an elderly man with a goatee, carrying a medicine box, was ushered in by several gang members, moving swiftly. Dr. Sun was a renowned healer in the outer city, specializing in treating wounds from blades and arrows. With a mere glance at the gruesome injury on Li Xian's shoulder, where flesh and blood were mangled and bone was visible, his brows furrowed deeply. The arrowhead has barbs. It must be extracted immediately. Otherwise, the wound will fester and inflame, and we may lose this arm. Dr. Sun spoke gravely, his demeanor serious. Proceed, Zhu Guqing urged urgently. The scissors delicately sliced through the blood-soaked fabric that clung to the wound. Strong liquor was poured over the injury to cleanse it of congealed blood. A sharp, excruciating pain jolted through Li Xian's body, causing him to tremble, beads of cold sweat instantaneously forming on his forehead. Yet he clenched his jaw tightly, suppressing any sound of anguish, his complexion growing even more pallid. Dr. Sun picked up a specially designed, delicate pair of forceps, his gaze intensely focused. Hold on, Li Xian. The cold metal probed deep into the gruesome wound, cautiously seeking the deeply embedded barbed arrowhead. The sensation of the metal brushing against flesh and bone sent an indescribable agony coursing through Li Xian's nerves. His body was taut, like a bowstring drawn to its limit, his nails digging deeply into his palms, leaving trails of crimson. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, pooling on the cold ground beneath, expanding into a small stain. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. At last, Dr. Sun's eyes sharpened, and with a sudden, forceful twist of his wrist, thwack. The sound was a nauseatingly sharp pop. The barbed arrowhead, along with bits of flesh, was forcibly extracted from Li Xian's body. Li Xian emitted a suppressed groan from his throat, his body convulsing violently for a moment, as darkness enveloped his vision, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. A thick stream of black blood surged forth from his wound once more. Dr. Sun, with nimble hands and feet, swiftly applied the finest wound ointment and meticulously bandaged the injury with clean linen cloth, layer upon layer. Throughout the entire process, aside from that initial involuntary groan, Li Xian uttered no further sound. Only his pale lips bore deep blood marks from his own biting. This astonishing willpower to endure excruciating pain left Zhuge Qing and the lean monkey, among others, feeling a tightness in their chests, their eyes filled with admiration and concern. His injuries were severe, and he had lost a considerable amount of blood. Fortunately, none of the vital areas had been harmed. Dr. Sun wiped the sweat from his forehead, letting out a sigh of relief, and solemnly advised that he must rest. Anger must be avoided, and combat must not be resumed. What about Ahu? Li Xian's voice was hoarse as he cast his gaze towards Ahu, who was also being carefully tended to on the other side. A leader promptly replied, reporting to the boss, "Brother, Ahu is temporarily out of danger." Dr. Sun administered emetics and antidotes, but the poison is insidious, and he remains exceedingly weak. It may take a long time for him to recuperate. Ahu's complexion was waxen as he lay on a makeshift soft mattress, his breathing faint, yet he had managed to cling to life. Li Xian gazed at his loyal brother, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. "Rest assured, I shall remember this debt. I will find the antidote." Once the wound was treated, the agonizing pain subsided somewhat, but the weakness from blood loss surged like a tide. Yet, Li Xian waved off Zhuge Qing's suggestion to immediately rest in the back. "Help me up," he commanded, looking at Zhuge Qing and the lean monkey with unwavering resolve. "Li Xian, your injury." Zhuge Qing hesitated, his face etched with worry. "We must discuss matters," Li Xian stated firmly, his tone decisive. Soon, a relatively clean corner of the assembly hall was cleared. Li Xian leaned back in a chair, his complexion still pale, but his gaze had regained its sharpness. Zhuge Qing, the lean monkey, and several core leaders who had narrowly survived gathered around, each face betraying an unmistakable gravity. "Let us discuss the specific losses incurred," Li Xian said, his eyes sweeping over the group, his voice low yet imbued with an invisible pressure. Zhuge Qing took a deep breath, his voice heavy. "Li Xian, among the brothers who accompanied you to the banquet, 6 have perished, all seasoned fighters who have been with us for many years. 8 are severely injured, including Ahu, who was poisoned, and the lean monkey along with you." He glanced at the lean monkey's sunken chest, choosing not to continue further. "The lightly injured are countless. This group comprised the most capable and loyal backbone of the Qing Shi gang, and this battle has left us severely crippled." "What is Zhao Tianba's side?" Li Xian inquired again, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "They retreated in haste and did not take the time to count," one leader replied. "However, the bodies left on the ground number at least 30, and the injured will undoubtedly be far more. Moreover, judging by their disheveled state at the end, many appeared weak and pale. Boss, your medicine surely inflicted considerable suffering upon them. Those who survived will have their share of troubles." Li Xian nodded slightly. This could be considered a silver lining amidst the misfortune. Though the laxative may not have achieved complete success, it undeniably weakened the opponent's combat capability. Otherwise, they would have had no chance of enduring until reinforcements and that enigmatic woman arrived. Li Xian, despite having temporarily repelled Zhao Tianba, had irrevocably severed any semblance of cordiality. Zhuge Qing was filled with apprehension. Having suffered such a significant loss, Zhao Tianba, given his temperament, would never let this matter rest. The situation was further complicated by... He paused, his tone growing increasingly grave, the sudden appearance of the masked woman. Mention of that mysterious figure weighed heavily upon the hearts of all who had witnessed the recent events, as if a colossal stone had been placed upon their chests. Her ghostly agility, that deadly swiftness which rendered her strikes imperceptible. She seemed to defy the very nature of this world. Who could she possibly be? Why did she choose to rescue us? The thin monkey clutched his chest, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with trepidation and confusion, haunted by her final words. Your life is temporarily mine. Li Xian softly echoed that chilling and commanding phrase, his gaze deepening into an abyss of contemplation. He took the jade pendant from the thin monkey's hands. The pendant felt warm to the touch, its texture delicate and cool, evidently crafted from extraordinary material. Illuminated by the flickering firelight, the front of the pendant bore an intricate floral design, its petals layered and elaborately ancient, unlike anything he had ever seen. Turning it over revealed two exceedingly vague, ancient characters, their strokes twisted and worn by the passage of time, rendering them nearly illegible. Was this jade pendant inadvertently dropped by that woman, or was it a deliberate clue left behind? It had become the most profound enigma of the moment. Boss, what should we do now? Someone could not help but inquire, their tone tinged with confusion and unease born from the specter of mortality they had just faced. The knight's peril, Zhao Tianba's viciousness, and the inscrutable prowess of the female master had instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure among them. The Qingxi gang seemed to have unwittingly become ensnared in a vortex far more dangerous and complex than they had ever imagined. Li Xian remained silent for a moment, the sharp pangs in his left shoulder only serving to sharpen his mind. Gradually, he lifted his head, his gaze cutting through the air like a blade, surveying each person present. Retreat? His voice was soft, yet imbued with an undeniable, resolute strength. We have no retreat. From the day we resolved to annex the Black Tiger Gang and consolidate the power of the slums, our fate was sealed. It is a fight to the death. Tonight, Zhao Tianba, driven to desperation, has cast aside all pretense and resorted to underhanded tactics, which only serves to demonstrate that he has exhausted his resources. He is afraid. The more reckless he becomes, the more it reveals his insecurity. Though we have suffered great losses, the Black Tiger Gang is equally weakened. Moreover, they are not a united front. After this conflict, Zhao Tianba's authority will surely be compromised, and the morale of his followers will waver. This is our opportunity. Li Xian took a deep breath, stifling the dizziness brought on by his injuries, yet his resolve only strengthened. First, we must tend to our wounds, provide for the families of our fallen brothers, and care for our injured comrades. This is paramount. Second, we must conduct an immediate and thorough investigation for traitors. The mice must be unearthed. No treachery shall be tolerated within our ranks. His voice resonated with an icy chill. Thirdly, Master Zhuge, you must immediately consolidate all our forces, fortify our territorial defenses, and closely monitor every movement of the Black Tiger Gang. Zhao Tianba has suffered a significant setback and will undoubtedly retaliate. We must be prepared. Fourthly, Li Xian's gaze fell upon the jade pendant in his hand. The origins of this woman and this pendant must be thoroughly investigated. Is she friend or foe? And what are her intentions? This is crucial to every step we take in the future. Though his voice was somewhat hoarse from weakness, it was clear and resonant, dispelling the confusion and unease that lingered in the hearts of those present, reinvigorating their resolve. Zhao Tianba wishes for our demise, yet we shall not only survive, but thrive. The blood shed tonight shall be repaid tenfold. Li Xian's eyes shone like cold stars in the dark night, sharp and resolute. He gazed at the chilling jade pendant, feeling the surges of agony from his left shoulder, his mind fixated on a singular thought: become stronger. He must swiftly resume training. His martial prowess remains insufficient. Chapter 36. The Mysterious Woman, the Peerless Master. The dull ache of his wounds compelled Li Xian to recall the figure clad in azure from Baichao Hall. He resolved to seek him tomorrow for some healing ointments. Leaning against the headboard, his pallor lingered, a remnant of excessive blood loss, yet his eyes shone with a sharper, deeper intensity than before his injury. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the low table beside the bed. A jade pendant lay there quietly, its smooth texture and intricate patterns exuding an enigmatic aura. The icy words, devoid of any earthly warmth, echoed repeatedly in his mind. "Your life is temporarily mine." Li Xian murmured the phrase softly, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the coarse linen of the bedsheet, his gaze shrouded in darkness. This was no mere declaration. Its profound implications weighed heavily upon his heart. He had already commanded his intelligence network to operate like an invisible web, tirelessly working to uncover two paramount objectives. The first was the latest movements of the Black Tiger Gang. The second was to unveil the true identity of the elusive masked woman. Information regarding the Black Tiger Gang soon filtered back, confirming Li Xian's expectations. Zhao Qianba had suffered devastating losses in the meticulously orchestrated, yet ultimately failed banquet of betrayal. Not only had he lost numerous loyal henchmen who had followed him for years, but he himself seemed to have sustained injuries to his vital energy from forcefully suppressing the effects of a peculiar drug. The territory of the Black Tiger Gang had visibly contracted, retreating like a wounded wolf back to its lair, quietly licking its wounds. However, this did not signify their surrender. In the shadows, their power continued to accumulate surreptitiously, and the venom of vengeance fermented in obscurity. Li Xian had never forgotten, nor would he ever forget, Zhao Tianba's eyes, filled with unbridled malice. Yet, the investigation into the mysterious woman had reached a complete standstill. She appeared like an elusive gust of wind, manifesting and vanishing without a trace. Neither the official records of the local government nor the myriad of rumors circulating in the underworld yielded any information about her. It was as if she had never existed in this world. The only clue ultimately circled back to the seemingly unremarkable jade pendant. Li Xian entrusted the pendant to Zhu Guqing. This strategist, known for his meticulous planning and foresight, rarely displayed concern. Yet he now furrowed his brow as he examined the small jade piece. He perused countless ancient texts and illustrations, investing considerable thought, yet had never encountered the layered, intricately complex floral patterns adorning the pendant. These designs, appearing both familiar and alien, did not seem to belong to the mortal realm. Zhu Guqing pondered deeply, his fingers delicately brushing over the two exceedingly faint ancient characters on the back of the pendant. These characters, entwined in intricate strokes, were heavily worn and seemed to represent a form of ancient script long thought to be lost. Leaning closer to the candlelight, he squinted and scrutinized them for a long while, his expression growing increasingly grave. Reluctantly, it seemed he could discern a phrase, "listening to the rain." Listening to the rain? Li Xian's heart stirred suddenly. How did it resonate so closely with the name of an assassin organization? A rare gravity crossed Zhu Guqing's face. The name of the Listening to the Rain Pavilion was something I had only encountered in some exceedingly ancient tales of the martial world. It was said to be an exceptionally mysterious, even taboo organization. Previously, while surveilling the second son of the Jin family, my subordinates had reported a connection between him and the Listening to the Rain Pavilion, but no further information had emerged since. The specifics of this organization remained largely unknown to the outside world, shrouded in an enigmatic mist. A thread of direction seemed to emerge. It pointed towards an even deeper and more perilous unknown. After a moment of contemplation, a flicker of resolve passed through Zhu Guqing's eyes as he proposed a suggestion. Li Xian, at the southern edge of the city, lies an old pawn shop named Tongbao Zhai. The old steward there is reputed for his sharp eyesight and extensive knowledge, having handled countless rare treasures. Perhaps he could identify the precise origin of this jade pendant or possess more information about the Listening to the Rain Pavilion. Tongbao Zhai. Li Xian silently noted the name, his fingertips once again tracing the cold jade pendant. Once his injuries had stabilized enough for him to walk, he donned a nondescript gray outfit with the careful assistance of the thin monkey and secretly made his way to the southern part of the city. The fade of Tongbao Zhai appeared quaint and understated, starkly contrasting with the surrounding hustle and bustle of the marketplace. Inside, however, lay a different world. The light was dim, and the air was filled with a peculiar scent of aged artifacts mingled with a hint of sandalwood, as if it had settled with the dust of time. Behind a tall mahogany counter sat an elderly man with white hair and beard, clad in a deep-colored silk jacket. He held a polished purple-copper magnifying glass, meticulously examining a small celadone bowl adorned with cracks. His focus so intense that it seemed the surrounding clamor was rendered irrelevant to him. This was the legendary old steward of Tongbao Zhai. Li Xian signaled for the thin monkey to wait discreetly outside while he took a deep breath and stepped forward. Gently, he placed the jade pendant, which was entwined with countless mysteries, upon the smooth surface of the counter. The old steward slowly lowered the magnifying glass, and his somewhat cloudy gaze inadvertently fell upon the pendant. Initially, he regarded it with a casual glance, as one would a common pawned item. Yet in the next instant, his expression suddenly sharpened. A rare flicker of surprise, subtle yet unmistakable, crossed his otherwise impassive face, akin to a tranquil well. He cautiously picked up the jade pendant, his aged, withered fingers meticulously stroking the intricate and unusual patterns. He then turned the pendant over, holding it to the light to scrutinize the two ancient characters that had long since faded. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and the air grew heavy. After what felt like an eternity, silence enveloped the space. The old steward slowly set down the jade pendant, lifting his gaze to meet Li Xian's eyes with an intensity that resembled a blazing torch. His expression became extraordinarily keen, imbued with an insight that seemed capable of penetrating the human heart and discerning the intricacies of the world. This esteemed guest, his voice was deep and hoarse, laced with an understated gravity and curiosity. This object, from whence do you come by it? Li Xian remained silent, maintaining a calm stare, his eyes steady and revealing nothing. The old steward paused momentarily, his murky pupils subtly shifting as if engaged in an internal struggle of great magnitude. Ultimately, he appeared to resolve himself, letting out a soft sigh and deliberately lowering his voice. Very well, given your demeanor and gaze, it seems you are entangled in matters that are far from ordinary. The patterns on this jade pendant, known as Yutan, are one of the tokens of the Listening to Rain Pavilion, and of considerable rank. Listening to Rain Pavilion? Li Xian's heart raced, prompting him to inquire further. The old steward slowly nodded, his countenance turning grave, even shadowed by a hint of profound apprehension. It is an extraordinarily secretive yet unimaginably powerful organization within the martial world. One might say it has transcended the typical boundaries of such organizations. The pavilion acts in ways that defy common worldly logic, adhering neither strictly to virtue nor vice. It merely considers the commissions it receives indifferent to right or wrong. Its members are all elite masters, employing inscrutable methods, shrouded in mystery. Their influence is deeply intertwined, akin to a web that spans the globe, capable of swaying the very tides of dynasties. The old steward scrutinized Li Xian, his tone imbued with a heartfelt and intense warning. This is not something akin to your Green Serpent gang, confined to a single city or region. It is an entity far beyond your comprehension or reach. They never reveal their identities lightly. Once they intervene in a matter, it invariably involves significant consequences and profound implications. Esteemed guest, heed the advice of an old man. If you have inadvertently acquired this object, it would be wise to dispose of it swiftly or simply pretend you have never seen it and forget it entirely. Listening to Rain Pavilion, a commission received. The steward's words reverberated in Li Xian's mind like thunderclaps. The mysterious woman's background pointed towards an entity of such immense stature. An unprecedented weight bore down upon his heart, nearly suffocating him. Who indeed possessed such formidable power to engage the Listening to Rain Pavilion to save him? Was the commission merely to preserve his life, or were there other undisclosed intentions at play? The chilling and domineering declaration, "Your life is momentarily mine," now resonated as an undeniable proclamation, laden with a sense of an unknown, binding contract. The individual who commissioned the Listening to Rain Pavilion, were they friend or foe? The involvement of this overwhelmingly powerful organization would undoubtedly introduce unpredictable variables into the future trajectory of the Green Serpent Gang. Li Xian instinctively tightened his grip on the jade pendant in his hand. Its cool, smooth texture seemed to penetrate his skin, reaching deep into the tumultuous depths of his heart. Should he take the initiative to seek clues about the listening rain pavilion? To endeavor to uncover the identity of that enigmatic client and the potentially earth-shattering truths concealed within? The path ahead appeared to be even more treacherous and unpredictable than he had previously imagined. Chapter 37. Healing Strategies and the Prelude to Counterattack. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight has passed. The arrow wound on Li Xian's shoulder, under the meticulous care of Dr. Sun and the nourishment of various precious herbs, has scabbed over and fallen away. Thanks to the inherent resilience of his physique and his unwavering dedication to martial arts, the recovery from this grievous injury has been astonishingly swift. He can even distinctly sense that his physical condition seems to have improved ever so slightly beyond what it was prior to the injury. His vital energy feels more abundant and vigorous, and his strength appears to have matured into a more refined and concentrated form after a period of sedimentation. Sunlight streams through the window panes, enveloping him in a warm embrace reminiscent of a long-forgotten comfort. However, the healing of his body has not led to the slightest relaxation of the taut strings of his heart. The suffocating sense of life and death that enveloped him at the Hongmen banquet still haunts him in the dead of night. Zhao Tianba's reckless fury and vengeful gaze seem ever present. And then there is that masked woman, her sword, ghostly and mesmerizing, swift to the extreme, appears as if it belongs not to this world. All of this remains etched as the most profound of imprints, deeply engraved within the recesses of his mind, serving as a constant reminder that in this world, where lives are as fragile as grass and the strong prey on the weak, personal martial prowess is the sole foundation upon which one can secure their existence and even realize their ambitions. Simply relying on clever tricks and minor stratagems is far from sufficient. When genuine crises descend like landslides or tsunamis, it is only absolute strength that can crush all conspiracies and obliterate every foe. He began to focus intently, eagerly sifting through the combat knowledge and training systems from another world that resided in his mind. He was no longer content with mere imitation of techniques. Instead, he delved deeply into the principles of force application, angle selection, timing, muscle coordination, and breath synchronization. He even began to construct in his mind more efficient and targeted training methodologies, focusing on strength, speed, reaction, and endurance, striving for the maximization of his physical potential. The injury of the thin monkey had also healed significantly. Although the fractured ribs still required time for complete recovery and caused faint discomfort, he was now able to move freely without assistance. Li Xian did not allow him to remain idle. Aside from recuperating, the thin monkey and several other core confidants who had narrowly escaped the Hongmen banquet were subjected to a grueling training regimen of a nearly ruthless nature. The training no longer consisted of the simplistic chopping and blocking techniques of the past or the street fighting styles. It now incorporated more of Li Xian's enhancements, placing greater emphasis on close-range cooperation and rapid response, as well as some physically demanding training that transcended the understanding of the era, designed to extract every last ounce of strength from the human body. Initially, many were puzzled. Some even lamented privately, questioning whether their leader had lost his mind due to his injuries. However, when they witnessed Li Xian, still not fully recovered, leading by example in training sessions of intensity far surpassing their own, all complaints transformed into silent, gritted-teeth perseverance, especially from the thin monkey. He personally experienced the despair and helplessness of that fateful night, gaining a profound understanding of the significance of strength and the discomfort of having one's fate resting in the hands of others. He trained with unparalleled diligence, even exhibiting a self-destructive fervor. On that afternoon, within the assembly hall, the atmosphere was solemn. Li Xian sat at the head of the table, his complexion still bearing the pallor of past injuries. Yet his eyes glinted sharply like those of a hawk, calmly surveying Zhuge Qing and the thin monkey below. Speak of the current situation, his voice was not loud, yet it carried an invisible weight. Zhuge Qing stroked his beard thoughtfully, his expression grave and eyes filled with concern. Following the harrowing trial of the last banquet of Hongmen, the morale within the ranks had consolidated like never before. The compensation for the fallen brothers had been adequately dispensed, and the injured were well cared for, maintaining a reasonable level of spirit. However, he shifted his tone, the gravity of his words deepening. Our deficiency in high-end combat strength has been thoroughly exposed. Were it not for that mysterious heroine who intervened at the last moment, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Although he refrained from voicing this sentiment outright, the three present understood it all too well. On the Black Tiger Gang's side, Zhuge Qin continued, despite suffering significant losses. Zhao Tianba himself seems to have sustained internal injuries from forcibly suppressing the effects of his drugs, causing a considerable contraction of his territory, rendering him unable to venture forth. Yet, their foundation remains intact. A centipede, though dead, does not fall apart easily. According to intelligence relayed by our infiltrators at great risk, Zhao Tianba has been reclusive, rarely seen in public. Nevertheless, he is clandestinely recruiting and reaching out to former allies, evidently amassing strength in preparation for a counterattack. Given his vengeful nature, it is only a matter of time before he retaliates, and with greater ferocity and unscrupulousness. The thin monkey interjected, his voice hoarse and tinged with unmistakable trepidation. Boss, what troubles me most is that mysterious Tingyu pavilion. That woman is like a phantom, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Although the old steward from Tongbao, Zhai, revealed the origin of the jade pendant, we remain utterly in the dark about the true nature of Tingyu Pavilion. Despite our prolonged inquiries, we have uncovered no useful information. It hangs over us like an invisible sword, poised to strike at any moment, leaving us uncertain whether it aids us or harbors ulterior motives. A brief silence enveloped the discussion hall, the atmosphere becoming oppressive, as if the very air had solidified. The Green Snake Gang appeared to have weathered the immediate crisis, even gaining a slight edge over the Black Tiger Gang in the slums. Yet Li Xian, Zhuge Qin, and the Thin Monkey, the three core figures, were acutely aware that this was merely a fleeting calm before the impending storm. The wounded wolf, Zhao Tianba, lurked in the shadows, ready to pounce and deliver a lethal blow at any moment. Meanwhile, the enigmatic and formidable Tingyu Pavilion loomed like an abyss before them, its true intentions inscrutable. Friend or foe, all remained unknown. Passive waiting had never been Li Xian's style. Rather than living in constant trepidation, dreading an impending attack, it is far wiser to take the initiative and extinguish the threat in its infancy, thus seizing control of our destiny. We cannot afford to wait. Li Xian's voice shattered the oppressive silence, imbued with a resolute certainty that brooked no dissent. Zhao Tianba may wish to recuperate and gather strength, but we shall not allow him that respite. The Qingxi Gang must assert its dominion over this slum, and the Heihu Gang must be utterly eradicated from this land. A glint of sharp insight flickered in Zhuge Qin's eyes as he grasped Li Xian's intent. Li Xian, you mean? To strike first, Li Xian interjected, his fingers gently tapping the table in a rhythmic cadence, his gaze as profound as a frigid abyss. Yet, this is not to be a brute force confrontation. Such an endeavor would exact a far greater toll. Zhao Tianba possesses his own resources and manpower, and we too have our advantages. We must exploit the disparity in information, leverage the resources at our disposal, and employ methods they could never anticipate. We shall wage an asymmetrical war. A cold, cruel smile curved his lips, radiating a confidence that suggested he held the key to victory. The first step is to sever their financial lifeline. Mr. Zhuge, having not accumulated some capital and connections through our dealings in the money market and the casino business, it is high time to put them to use. I intend to ensure that every establishment under the Heihu Gang's control, be they overt or covert, is thrown into disarray, causing them sleepless nights. We shall clandestinely spread rumors that their casinos engage in deceit, preying on the hard-earned money of gamblers, that their extortion fees have escalated to astronomical levels, forcing countless small vendors to shutter their doors, leading to familial ruin and widespread discontent. Simultaneously, on our own turf, we shall ruthlessly undercut prices in similar businesses. Even if it means incurring temporary losses, We must siphon away their clientele, driving them to the brink of insolvency. Zhu Guqing's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement as he could not suppress his applause. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! This is indeed a strategy that strikes at the root of the problem. The Heihu gang, despite its apparent numerical superiority, incurs enormous daily expenses. Should their finances be compromised, their morale will inevitably waver, and internal discord will escalate. Li Xian nodded slightly, unfazed by Zhu Guqing's enthusiasm, and continued, "The second step is to infiltrate their intelligence. We must intensify our efforts. At any cost, we will bribe key figures within the Heihu gang, even if they are but insignificant lieutenants or lackeys overseeing particular operations. I want to know what Zhao Tianba eats daily, whom he meets, and what he says. Every detail, no matter how trivial. Their troop movements, defensive strategies, and the rifts among their upper echelons must be meticulously documented. He shall have no secrets left from us." The lean monkey's eyes hardened as he pounded his chest in assurance, carefully avoiding his injuries. "Rest assured, boss. Leave this matter to me. Whether it requires silver or coercion, I will unearth several reliable informants for you. I guarantee I will expose every last secret of Zhao Tianba." The third step is to harness public opinion. Li Xian's gaze shifted towards Zhu Guqing, imbued with profound significance. "Mr. Zhuge," he remarked, "the pen can wield greater power than the sword, slaying unseen. We must enlist eloquent storytellers to traverse tea houses, taverns, and the bustling streets, recounting the tale of the Black Tiger Gang. Emphasize their collusion with the traitor known as Mouse, and how they insidiously poisoned our brethren at the Hongmen banquet, aiming to harm our Qingxi gang. Let's portray ourselves as reluctant victims who rise in defiance. Additionally, we shall print simple flyers detailing their nefarious deeds, enabling the literate to read aloud to the illiterate. We must claim the moral high ground and win the hearts of the people." Zhu Guqing pondered for a moment before nodding slowly. This plan was indeed feasible. While public sentiment alone may not decisively determine victory, it could profoundly affect morale and fracture the enemy's cohesion. The fourth and most crucial step, secret preparations for war, demanded Li Xian's intense focus. We need to find a concealed location outside the city to establish a secret stronghold. Gather our most elite and reliable brothers for rigorous training, particularly in executing squad raids, nighttime infiltrations, and, he paused, lowering his voice, the tactical use of gunpowder. We can craft rudimentary explosive devices. Their power need not be immense, but they must suffice to breach sturdy doors and windows or create chaos at critical moments. Smoke bombs will aid in covering our assaults or retreats. Furthermore, we must enhance our weaponry, forging sturdy yet lightweight shields, and we can apply poison to our arrows. Zhu Guqing and the lean monkey were profoundly stirred by these strategies and armaments, many of which were entirely unfamiliar to them. The application of gunpowder surpassed the conventional vendettas of the martial world. Observing their astonishment, Li Xian refrained from further elaboration. These were his trump cards. All preparations must remain shrouded in secrecy, with no whispers escaping our lips. We shall operate like a patient hunter, silently weaving an intricate web, awaiting the Black Tiger Gang to reveal their vulnerabilities or creating the optimal moment for their downfall. In the conference hall, only the crackling of the torch flames occasionally pierced the silence. Zhu Guqing and the lean monkey absorbed Li Xian's meticulously interlinked and relentless strategy, their minds swirling with tumultuous thoughts. They envisioned an invisible net quietly enveloping the seemingly tranquil Black Tiger Gang. In the days to come, the Qingxi gang maintained a faade of low profile, nursing their wounds and consolidating their territory. Yet, beneath the surface, they functioned like a meticulously tuned machine, commencing their methodical operations. Rumors detrimental to the Black Tiger Gang's enterprises spread like wildfire through the slums. Some petty vendors, once reliant on the Black Tiger Gang, began clandestinely transporting their goods to the Qingxi Gang's territory, where prices were more favorable. The gambling houses under the Black Tiger Gang's control visibly dwindled in patronage. Several small-time enforcers responsible for collecting protection fees were discovered bruised and battered, discarded in a stinking ditch, their pockets still lined with money, a clear indication of a warning. Within the ranks of the Black Tiger Gang, unsettling signs began to emerge, with a murmur of discontent and the clamor of disputes gradually increasing. Zhao Tianba seemed to sense the brewing turmoil and intensified internal controls, yet his efforts bore little fruit, instead exacerbating existing tensions. In an abandoned mine outside the city, dozens of elite members of the Green Snake Gang were undergoing rigorous training under the watchful eyes of Li Xian and the Slim Monkey. The sounds of shields clashing, sharp commands, and the occasional muffled explosion were swallowed by the cavernous darkness of the mine. Li Xian stood atop a precipice, surveying the scene with a tranquil demeanor. Yet his gaze held the keen glimmer of a hunter fixated on its prey. He was waiting for a signal, a cue to unleash a thunderous strike that would uproot the Black Tiger Gang entirely. Chapter 38. Luring the enemy into the trap in the territory of the Black Tiger Gang, a pervasive sense of oppression hangs in the air. The once bustling casino now stands desolate, its doors barely frequented. A few indifferent thugs lean against the peeling doorposts, exchanging no words, their gazes vacantly fixed on the empty streets. At the street corner, a handful of vendors whisper conspiratorially about the alarmingly low rice prices set by the Green Serpent Gang, cursing the ever-increasing protection fees imposed by the Black Tiger Gang. Damn it! Deep within the main hall of the Black Tiger Gang, Zhao Tianba kicked over a table in frustration. Fine china shattered upon impact, fragments scattering across the floor. His face was ashen, with sunken eyes bloodshot and filled with a frenetic irritation. The failure of the Hongmen banquet struck him like a venomous thorn, embedding itself deep in his bones. With most of his trusted subordinates lost, he was forced to suppress the lingering internal injuries caused by the aftermath, which continued to torment him. What drove him to madness further were the insidious tactics employed by Li Xian. Their funds had been cut off, and rumors swirled like a tempest. The gang's income plummeted, and morale dwindled. Even his loyal watchdog dared to bare its teeth at him. If this continued, before Li Xian could strike, the Black Tiger Gang would disband on its own. He was terrified of Li Xian's seemingly endless array of treacherous schemes, and he harbored deep-seated apprehension towards the elusive listening rain pavilion. Please, master, calm your anger. A middle-aged scholar with a sharp nose and a wiry frame hastily bowed, having recently been promoted by Zhao Tianba as a strategist. Master, we merely fell into the trap laid by that little bastard Li Xian and suffered a setback. We should now bide our time, avoiding direct confrontation. Moreover, I have a plan that might alleviate your current predicament, master. Zhao Tianba panted heavily, fixating a fierce glare upon him. Speak quickly. A glint of malicious cunning flickered in the strategist's eyes. Master, we can feign weakness, intentionally create a flaw, perhaps at the abandoned warehouse on the west side of the city, a remote location with little value. We spread the word that our forces are stretched thin, that we are struggling to hold even such a place. That young Li Xian, emboldened by his recent victory, will undoubtedly underestimate us and rush in. Our Zhao Tianba intends to set an ambush at the abandoned warehouse in the west of the city, using it as bait to lure us in. The lean monkey grew anxious, disregarding the pain in his chest. Boss, this is clearly a trap. That old dog Zhao Tianba is up to no good. We cannot walk into our own demise. Both of their gazes fixated on Li Xian. Yet, as Li Xian perused the bloodthirsty intelligence report, a cold smirk slowly crept across his lips. His fingers gently tapped the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Tap, tap, tap. A trap? Yes, it is indeed a trap. However, for an exceptional hunter, an enemy's trap often serves as the finest hunting ground, a golden opportunity to turn the tables and utterly bury the Black Tiger Gang. Who says we must fall into his snare? Li Xian lifted his head, his eyes glinting with sharp insight and a subtle, barely perceptible excitement. Zhao Tianba enjoys playing games. Thus, we shall indulge him in a grand performance. He wishes for us to march to our deaths in the west of the city. Then we shall raid his very lair. Zhu Guqing and the lean monkey were momentarily stunned, their eyes suddenly ablaze with disbelief. A brilliant feint. What a masterstroke of strategy to strike at the root of his plans. The lean monkey was so exhilarated he nearly leapt from his spot, only to clutch his chest in pain, grimacing. "Boss, you are brilliant. Damn it. Let us hit his stronghold. How did I not think of that?" Li Xian sprang to his feet and approached the makeshift map on the wall. His gaze was as piercing as a blade, seemingly penetrating through all barriers. Zhao Tianba has stationed his elite forces at the warehouse in the west, waiting for us to charge in. His finger forcefully pinpointed another location on the map, the headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang. Wouldn't he that render his own fortress unprecedentedly vulnerable? Li Xian turned around, his expression as frigid as ice in the dead of winter. The plan commences now. Lean monkey. Yes. The lean monkey straightened with fervor, his eyes brimming with combat spirit. "You must immediately assemble 50 capable brothers. Bring along all the fireworks and signal flares we have prepared. Stage a feigned assault on the warehouse in the west. Remember, your mission is not to break in. It is to delay, to create chaos. Make a ruckus to draw their attention. Ensure Zhao Tianba firmly believes that the main force of our Green Serpent Gang is entirely captivated in the west. Hold them off for an hour, then retreat as planned. I will send someone to provide cover. Rest assured, boss, I will ensure the task is executed flawlessly, even if I have to shout until my throat is raw. I will put on a grand show for you." Li Xian nodded slightly, withdrawing his gaze. "I will personally lead 30 of our most formidable men, our sharpest blades, our most reliable brothers, our true target." His voice bore a chilling intent, resolute and unwavering. "The headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang, utilizing the intelligence from our insider. We will circumvent their sentinels and strike directly at the heart from the most unexpected path." "Mr. Zhuge," Li Xian directed his attention towards Zhuge Qing. "You will remain at the helm, coordinating resources, supporting the lean monkey, and stabilizing our rearguard." Simultaneously, arrangements were made for personnel to create disturbances in various areas of the city, diverting the attention of the Black Tiger Gang. Zhuge Qing inhaled deeply, his aged eyes shimmering with a mix of excitement and gravity. "Li Xian, rest assured, I shall handle everything." This plan was utterly audacious, yet perilously risky. The feigned assault team served as bait, while the strike force acted as the blade. Any misstep could lead to the annihilation of the entire army. However, the calm and confident gaze of Li Xian belied the tension. He meticulously analyzed the defense schematics of the headquarters, the reliability of the inner line, and every detail necessary for a successful raid. His commanding demeanor subtly reassured Zhuge Qing and the thin monkey, quelling the last vestiges of their unease. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. They chose to place their faith in Li Xian, wagering the entire future of the Green Snake Gang. On the eve of action, in the depths of an abandoned mine outside the city, flickering torches illuminated the resolute faces of the young warriors. Tension mingled with a bloodthirsty exhilaration. Li Xian personally inspected the lethal instruments poised to taste blood. Each black ceramic jar, tightly wrapped in oilcloth, contained homemade explosives potent enough to shatter sturdy wooden doors. Bundles of ignitable materials, mixed with sulfur and nitrate, would release choking smoke upon ignition. Additionally, specially modified crossbows, equipped with enhanced limbs and rudimentary sights, awaited their moment. Alongside clusters of arrows glowing with a sinister blue light steeped in deadly poison. These weapons, surpassing the understanding of their time, would be the key to tearing through the night and altering the course of battle. Li Xian grasped a poisoned arrow, its tip glinting in the flickering firelight, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Zhao Tianba, have you prepared your grave?" The night was thick, as if woven from impenetrable ink. The sky bore no stars or moon, only oppressive dark clouds that felt suffocating. This night was destined to flow with blood. Outside the mine, the thin monkey gestured, and 50 shadows melded into the darkness like phantoms. Their steps were light and silent, the only sound being the subtle metallic clinks of their weapons. The air was thick with an aura of impending slaughter. They were both bait and a death squad, tasked with using their lives and roars to carve a path through the night for Li Xian's blade. Meanwhile, Li Xian conducted a final inspection of the equipment, ensuring everything was in order. He turned, his gaze sweeping over the 30 elite warriors behind him. "Brothers," he intoned, his voice deep yet infused with a haunting power. Tonight marks the night our green snake gang shall achieve renown. Follow me in a battle. The 30 men drew their weapons in unison, their blades gleaming coldly. Their eyes burned with fervor, resembling wolves poised for the hunt. Li Xian emerged from the mine first, merging with the boundless darkness. The true hunt had begun. Chapter 39. Night Raid on Headquarters, flames consuming the camp. As the night slowly unfurled its dark cloak, the sounds of slaughter emerged from the western part of the city. Kill, charge in, annihilate them all. The cries of battle, the piercing clinks of weapons clashing, intermingled with the thunderous booms and soaring flames, shattered the tranquility of the night like a stone cast upon a still lake. It was the lean monkey leading his men, utilizing homemade explosives, fireworks, and fire arrows to stage a fierce offensive and defensive struggle, grand in scale, as if the Green Serpent Gang had unleashed its full force. Around the abandoned warehouse where the Black Tiger Gang lay in ambush, figures lurking in the shadows began to stir restlessly. Zhao Tianba concealed himself behind a crumbled wall, listening to the distant sounds of intense combat, a savage and triumphant smile spreading across his face. They have indeed come. That little brat, Li Xian, is still too inexperienced. Does he truly believe that winning one battle renders him invincible? Tonight marks your demise. Boss, the fish has taken a bait. The commotion is substantial. It seems the main forces of the Green Serpent Gang have arrived. Xuan approached, his face alight with the smug excitement of his own astute calculations. Zhao Qianba's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he licked his cracked lips, trembling slightly from suppressed exhilaration. Reel them in, he commanded in a low voice. Yet it was laced with uncontainable cruelty. Chop every last one of those green serpent scum into pieces to feed the dogs. Leave not a single one. Yes. The ambushing forces of the Black Tiger Gang surged forth like a tide, driven by bloodlust, charging toward the cacophonous battlefield, their war cries echoing through the night. Little did they dream that they were rushing toward nothing more than a dazzling trap of fireworks. The true, deadly serpent had silently slithered around to their rear, its fangs glinting with a chilling light. The main hall of the Black Tiger Gang loomed with towering walls, resembling a silent beast in the night. In stark contrast to the ruckus of the western city, this place exuded an eerie stillness, almost lifeless. With most of the elite forces dispatched, the remaining guards appeared notably lax, huddled in small groups, murmuring grievances or dozing against the walls, blissfully unaware of the impending calamity. A shadow, akin to a gecko, stealthily crept close to the base of the wall. Li Xian glanced up at the high walls, then strained to listen to the sounds within, his gaze sharp and frigid. The intelligence from the inner circle was correct. The defenses here were as flimsy as a jest. He unfastened a cloth package from his back, retrieving a pair of uniquely designed iron claws attached to resilient ropes. With a flick of his wrist, the claws sliced through the air with a faint whoosh, securing themselves precisely into the crevice of the wall. After a gentle tug to confirm their stability, Li Xian inhaled deeply, channeling strength into his arms, and ascended the wall with the agility of a monkey. Just as he prepared to flip over the edge, footsteps and hushed voices echoed from within the wall. A small patrol of 3, yawning and meandering around the corner, approached at a leisurely pace. Li Xian immediately held his breath, pressing his body against the shadow of the wall, resembling a statue. As the patrol passed beneath him, the leader seemed to sense something amiss, looking up in confusion. However, he saw only the inky night sky and the silent wall above. With a mutter about an optical illusion, he continued onward with his companions. As the echoes of footsteps faded into the distance, Li Xian descended silently, landing with the stealth of a specter as he approached the 2 drowsy guards nestled in the corner. In a swift motion, the blade struck. A soft, muted sound was devoured by the night breeze. The guards barely had time to utter a cry before they crumpled to the ground, blood gushing from their necks. With an impassive expression, Li Xian wiped the blood from his dagger and signaled towards the wall. Soon, ropes were tossed up from below. 30 agile figures, like phantoms in the night, filed in one after another, rapidly gathering at the corner. Their actions were silent yet efficient. Li Xian's gaze swept over the group as he lowered his voice to deliver swift commands. Team 1, target the treasury. Team 2, the armory, proceed as planned. Team 3, create chaos and sow discord. The rest, follow me. Before his words had fully dissipated, the 30 individuals split into several units, darting forth like arrows from a bow, each pursuing their designated target. The tranquility of the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters was on the verge of being utterly shattered. Towards the armory, several shadows deftly evaded the sparse guards, prying open the heavy wooden doors, and swiftly slipped inside. The storeroom was laden with swords, guns, clubs, and an assortment of bows and arrows. The leading squad leader wasted no time. He placed several hefty ceramic jars in a corner, removed the fuses, and doused the area with the oil they had brought. A pungent odor began to permeate the air. Light it. With a sharp flick, the fire starter ignited. The fuse emitted a plume of blue smoke, hissing ominously. The group quickly exited the storeroom, retreating at breakneck speed. Attendre explosion érupted. Almost immediately, a towering inferno ascended. The orange flames hungrily licked at all combustible materials, illuminating half the night sky, as if it were day. The heat surged forth, and thick smoke billowed skyward. Simultaneously, sporadic sounds of combat and cries of alarm arose throughout the headquarters. The Black Tiger Gang is finished. Zhao Tianba is dead. Run. The piercing shouts, deliberately echoed by those tasked with creating chaos, spread rapidly through the disarrayed headquarters. The remaining members of the Black Tiger Gang, already in a state of unease, were now paralyzed with fear upon hearing of their leader's demise and witnessing the blaze erupting from the armory. Their spirit of resistance crumbled in an instant. Some cast aside their weapons and fled, while others, in a panic, stumbled and trampled over one another, their cries and curses blending into a cacophony, plunging the entire headquarters into utter chaos. Li Xian led the remaining members like a sharpened blade, piercing directly towards Zhao Tianba's residence. According to the plan, Zhao Tianba should have been coordinating the siege against the Thin Monkey in the western part of the city at this hour. His objective was to capture the king by seizing control of his core area and burning down his stronghold, even if Zhao Tianba was absent. However, as he forcefully kicked open the elaborately decorated courtyard door, he was met with an unexpected figure. Zhao Tianba. He was here. At this moment, Zhao Tianba's complexion was terrifyingly pale, his forehead glistening with cold sweat, supported by two loyal confidants. His chest heaved violently, breath ragged, clearly suffering from the severe aftereffects of the drug forcibly suppressed during the last banquet at Hongmen, rendering him incapable of commanding the front line and forcing him to remain in the headquarters, where an unsettling anxiety lingered in his heart. Upon hearing the thunderous sound of the door being kicked open and the chaotic explosions outside, Zhao Tianba abruptly raised his head. When he beheld the figure standing at the entrance, clad in black with eyes as cold as steel, resembling a hellish demon, his pupils contracted to the utmost. Astonishment, incredulity. This was swiftly followed by a volcanic eruption of rage and a tinge of fear stemming from the complete collapse of his plans. Li Xuan. Zhao Tianba's voice was hoarse and twisted, brimming with malice and disbelief. How could you be here? What is happening in the west of the city? He could never have imagined that the trap he had meticulously set would not ensnare prey, but rather thrust a deadly dagger straight into his heart. Li Xian regarded the furious and disheveled Zhao Tianba, a cold, bloodthirsty smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Indeed, he had found what he sought without any effort. It spared him the trouble of clearing the battlefield in the west of the city. Zhao Gangzhong, it is a pleasure to see you. Li Xian's voice was calm, yet thick with an inescapable aura of murder. Your time has come. When enemies meet, their enmity is palpable. The several bodyguards near Zhao Tianba quickly regained their senses, drawing their blades to shield him, nervously watching Li Xian and the fierce elite behind him. Zhao Tianba forcefully pushed aside the confidants who supported him, struggling to grasp the ghostly blade nearby. Despite Chapter 40, capturing the thief and the king, Zhao Tianba beheaded. Within the courtyard, flickering flames cast a glow upon two faces strikingly different. Li Xian, clad in black as ink, bore a gaze as tranquil as an unfathomable icy abyss. Yet beneath lay a surging tide of chilling, murderous intent, almost spilling forth. Behind him, 30 elite warriors held their breath, their blades glinting in the dancing firelight, silently exuding an oppressive aura of death. Zhao Tianba, pale as a ghost, gasped for breath like a broken bellows, his grip tightening around the heavy, ghost-headed dagger, resembling a mad beast ensnared. His loyal guards, sensing imminent peril, were drenched in cold sweat, their nerves taut to the breaking point. Li Xuan, Zhao Tianba's hoarse voice rasped, akin to a rusted blade scraping against iron armor, echoing from the depths of hell, infused with boundless resentment and heart-wrenching despair. How dare you? He could scarcely believe that his meticulously crafted ambush had devolved into a complete farce. Li Xian slowly drew a dagger from his waist. The blade shimmered with an otherworldly cold light under the flickering flames, akin to a venomous serpent's flickering tongue. He offered no response to Zhao Tianba's query, for the answer was already etched in the night's dance of blades. To the victor belongs the spoils, and to the vanquished, the stigma of a traitor. This is an unchanging, ironclad rule. Explanation? Utterly meaningless to one on the brink of death. Kill! Zhao Tianba's desperate roar ignited the final assault. The ghost-headed dagger, accompanied by the shriek of death, surged forth with all his madness and resentment, striking fiercely at Li Xian. His intent was no longer to slay an enemy, but to vent his fury, seeking mutual destruction. The guard beside him recognized this as the last struggle of a cornered beast. They drew their blades in unison, charging towards Li Xian with furious cries. In an instant, the air was filled with the clash of blades, the shadows of swords flying, and the cacophony of battle cries resonating, weaving a macabre symphony amidst the inferno. Li Xian suddenly crouched low, evading Zhao Tianba's thunderous strike with the agility of a spirit cat. The ghost-headed dagger, wielded with terrifying force, crashed into the stone ground. Crack! The hardened slate shattered instantly, debris scattering. Such immense strength. Li Xian's heart tightened, recognizing the adage. An old thief who does not perish is a true scourge. Indeed, Zhao Tianba, the venerable leader of the Black Tiger Gang, even in grave injury and dire straits, remained fiercely tenacious and formidable. Yet, he would grant Zhao Tianba no opportunity. Like a wraith, he danced between the flashes of blades. Utilizing his extraordinary agility and composed precision, he deftly evaded Zhao Tianba's frantic assaults. Simultaneously, like a serpent of the night, he seized a moment to strike ruthlessly at the guards surrounding Zhao Tianba. Thud! 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 The dagger sliced through the air, producing a chilling sound. The icy blade efficiently reaped lives. Splashes of blood erupted like vibrant blossoms of death. One by one, Zhao Tianba's guards cried out in agony as they fell, their lives as fragile as autumn leaves swept away by the wind, vanishing in an instant. Zhao Tianba, growing more enraged with each encounter, descended further into madness. He felt as if he were a beast driven to the brink of despair, possessing immense strength yet devoid of an outlet, forced to watch helplessly as his subordinates fell one by one before his eyes. The cacophony of battle and explosions grew louder and closer, the flames reaching skyward, threatening to paint the entire night sky crimson. Zhao Tianba understood that everything had come to an end. The tide had turned. The Black Tiger Gang was finished, and all that he, Zhao Tianba, had built was in ruins. Despair seeped into his reason like a deadly poison, rapidly eroding his sanity. His gaze became increasingly frenzied, and his movements more erratic and unrestrained. He no longer cared for victory or defeat, nor for defense. He only yearned to drag the instigator, Li Xian, down to hell with him. You little bastard! D. Zhao Tianba let out a primal roar, wild and frenzied, as he swung his heavy, ghostly blade down upon Li Xian once more. This strike contained all his strength, all his despair, and all his madness. He sought to exert his final ounce of energy to cleave the young man before him, the one who had ruined his life. In two, Li Xian inhaled deeply, suppressing the boiling intent to kill within his chest. His gaze abruptly turned cold, akin to the frost of a harsh winter. Flashing with a lethal glint, The opportunity had finally arrived. Just as the ghostly blade, imbued with the essence of death, was about to strike him, Li Xian's body slid sideways with ghostly swiftness, a movement subtle yet impeccably precise, narrowly evading the fatal blow. Simultaneously, his specially crafted crossbow, long prepared, was silently lifted. The cold bolt aimed directly at Zhao Tianba's exposed flank, utterly defenseless. He pulled the trigger. Swish! A nearly imperceptible sound of the bolt slicing through the air was almost entirely drowned out by the firelight and the clamor of battle. A poison in the bolt, akin to a serpent of the night, struck with unerring accuracy into Zhao Tianba's side. Ugh! Zhao Tianba's powerful physique shuddered violently, his throat emitting a muffled, agonized roar filled with anguish and disbelief. His frenzied movements abruptly froze, as if he had been ensnared by a binding spell. In disbelief, he lowered his head, his bloodshot eyes fixating on the bolt embedded in his side. The tip of the bolt gleamed with an eerie blue light, the glow of deadly poison. His eyes brimmed with resentment, despair, and profound, unshakable fear. You! He extended his thick, trembling finger, pointing at Li Xian, who stood close by, cold as death itself. He opened his mouth, attempting to utter something, summoning his last vestiges of strength, only to find himself utterly voiceless. The lethal poison had begun to take swift effect. His body convulsed uncontrollably, trembling as his strength ebbed away like receding tides. He staggered back a few steps, his eyes wide with terror, before collapsing to the ground like a mountain, a heavy thud resonating as his form struck the earth, raising a cloud of dust. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang, the underground tyrant of Qinghe County for many years, Zhao Tianba, had met his end. In the courtyard, an immediate silence descended, as profound as death itself. Only the relentless crackling of flames proclaimed the demise of the Black Tiger Gang. With Zhao Tianba's death, the remaining loyal guards disintegrated completely, as if their very spines had been severed, leaving them devoid of any will to resist. Spare us! Spare us! We surrender! Do not kill us! They discarded their weapons, collapsing to the ground like lost dogs, weeping profusely as they begged for mercy. Li Xian cast an impassive glance at the kneeling supplicants of the Black Tiger Gang. His gaze was frigid, devoid of any compassion, akin to that of a person observing inconsequential ants. Cleanse the area, he commanded coldly, his tones stripped of emotion. Behind him, 30 elite warriors, as agile and coordinated as trained cheetahs, sprang into action without hesitation. They unsheathed their blades, executing the order with precision, eradicating the remaining members of the Black Tiger Gang, as though harvesting wheat. Blood stained the ground, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of carnage. Li Xian approached Zhao Tianba's lifeless body, crouched down, and swiftly and skillfully retrieved a ring from his person. The ring, neither gold nor jade, felt icy to the touch, intricately carved with the fierce visage of a black tiger, vividly symbolizing the authority of the gang's leader. He pocketed the ring, stood upright, and surveyed his surroundings. The headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang had transformed into a hell on earth, flames soaring into the sky, thick smoke billowing. Regain control, he ordered in a low voice, though it resonated with undeniable authority. He needed to swiftly manage the chaos, extinguish the flames, and locate the gang's ledger, property deeds, as well as the treasures and secret documents that Zhao Tianba had hoarded over the years. These items were crucial to his forthcoming plans. Meanwhile, in the western part of the city, the deafening sounds of battle and explosions gradually subsided. The diversionary forces, led by the Thin Monkey, had successfully created sufficient chaos at the abandoned warehouses, effectively capturing the attention of the Black Tiger Gang's main forces. Upon confirming the raging flames at the gang's headquarters, signaling the success of their plan, the Thin Monkey decisively issued a retreat order. Withdraw, he commanded, and 50 members of the Green Snake Gang began to provide alternating cover, methodically extricating themselves from the encirclement of the Black Tiger Gang's main forces. At that moment, the main forces of the Black Tiger Gang also noticed the inferno rising from their headquarters. Panic ensued, morale plummeted. There was no thought of pursuit. In a state of sheer terror, They retreated towards their headquarters like a receding tide, eager to rescue, only to realize it was far too late. They could never have anticipated that their desperate and full-scale efforts to besiege an enemy had been directed towards merely a small diversionary force. Meanwhile, the true lethal strike had already circumvented them, like a venomous serpent, precisely and fatally piercing their hearts. Half an hour later, as the night deepened, the air was saturated with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. Li Xian's dispatched liaison finally located the successfully retreated Thin Monkey and his companions, guiding them to the predetermined rendezvous point. Boss, from a distance, the lean monkey spotted Li Xian's figure and, filled with childlike excitement, hurried over. How is it? Are the brothers all right? You weren't hurt, were you? Li Xian inquired with genuine concern, observing the weary, blood-stained lean monkey, who reeked of gunpowder. Ha! Thanks to the boss's good fortune, the brothers only sustained minor injuries. Nothing serious. The lean monkey grinned broadly, revealing his bloodied teeth, and exclaimed joyfully, Boss, we did it! The Black Tiger Gang has been completely dismantled. As Li Xian witnessed the lean monkey's exuberance, a faint smile finally broke through his previously tense expression. He patted the lean monkey on the shoulder, his eyes reflecting admiration and relief. Let us head back to the headquarters, he said in a deep voice, laced with a tinge of fatigue, yet predominantly filled with the joy of victory and anticipation for the future. He intended to personally oversee the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters, awaiting the arrival of the large contingent led by Zhu Qing to fully take control of the Black Tiger Gang's territory, assets, and personnel. The era belonging to the Green Snake Gang had truly arrived. Chapter 41. The Digestive Territory, achieving unity. The night breeze, laden with the scent of scorched earth, rustled through the ruins of the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. The air was thick with acrid smoke and the nauseating stench of blood. Once a rapidly growing force, the Black Tiger Gang now lay in ruins. Amidst the crumbling walls, the steward hunched over, accompanied by several others, weaving through the devastated rooms. His keen eyes glimmered with a greedy light in the flickering fire, meticulously counting the spoils of survival. Li Xuan. The steward hurried over, a satisfied grin plastered on his face, his voice barely above a whisper, yet unable to conceal his excitement. We have accounted for everything. He rubbed his hands together, his voice trembling slightly. The gold and silver items amount to over 30,000 taels. The food supplies are sufficient to sustain our gang for 3 months. The brothers also uncovered numerous land deeds and account books from the hidden chamber. The steward paused, his expression turning grave as he cautiously retrieved an oil paper package from his bosom. Layer by layer, he unfolded it to reveal a stack of yellowed letters. We found this in Zhao Tianba's study's secret compartment. It contains correspondence between Zhao Tianba and an official within the city. Li Xian took the letters, quickly scanning them by the firelight. The contents were appalling. The text was saturated with the foul odor of illicit power and monetary transactions, each word striking at the heart. Lord Wang, the undersigned presents 500 taels of silver as tribute, a 30% stake in the West City brothel, hoping for your gracious acceptance. With recent tensions rising, I kindly request your continued support. The name of the official stood out boldly, Wang Song. A sardonic smile crept across Li Xian's lips, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. Wang Song, the notorious Wang Song, the official responsible for overseeing the penal system in the city, was also the Wang family's representative in the slums. Who would have thought that Zhao Tianba had secretly colluded with the Wang family? This letter carries significant weight. Li Xian, how should we handle this? The steward inquired casually. Li Xian tucked the letter away into his bosom, his gaze deep and inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Let's keep it for now. It may prove to be of great use in the future. The news of the Black Tiger Gang's downfall and Zhao Tianba's demise swept through the territory like a tempest. Most members of the Black Tiger Gang were paralyzed with fear at the sudden turn of events. With their leader gone, chaos ensued, and they scattered like monkeys fleeing a fallen tree. Li Xian stood at the entrance of the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor calm. His gaze swept over the multitude of kneeling gang members, provoking a flicker of emotion within him. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. His voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable authority, reaching every ear. Those willing to submit to the Qing Shi gang shall be forgiven and assessed for their talents. To those who resist, Li Xian's tone abruptly turned frigid, akin to the frost of a harsh winter, sending shivers down spines. They shall be dealt with mercilessly. After a brief silence, the foremost kneeling leaders of the Black Tiger Gang were the first to express their allegiance. I willingly pledge allegiance to the Qing Shi gang. I vow eternal loyalty to Leader Li. With a leader taking the initiative, others knelt in reverence, signifying their submission. Faced with the threat of death, none were willing to perish for a once dominant Black Tiger Gang that had now fallen. Li Xian's gaze swept over the prostrate crowd, his demeanor remaining as cold as ever. He understood that among these individuals, those who genuinely surrendered were likely few and far between. The majority were merely yielding to circumstance, temporarily bowing to the inevitable. To truly harness this power would require both time and strategy. Zhu Guqing stepped forward at an opportune moment, beginning to soothe the newly surrendered members and maintain order. Meanwhile, the lean monkey led a group to confiscate weapons and guard the captives. In the ensuing days, the Qing Shi gang entered a phase of rapid mobilization. Zhu Guqing oversaw the main hall, coordinating resources and calming the spirits of the people. Li Xuan, alongside the lean monkey, commenced the dismantling of the remnants of the Black Tiger Gang. Utilizing the seized roster of gang members and intelligence, they initiated a strategy to fracture and dissolve the Black Tiger Gang. They wooed some while suppressing others, inciting internal strife. For those obstinate leaders who resisted, Li Xian showed no mercy. He dispatched elite forces for precise elimination, employing a thunderous approach to instill fear in any who dared oppose. Simultaneously, Li Xian began the process of assimilating and restructuring those members of the Black Tiger Gang who were willing to submit. Rather than incorporating them into the Qing Shi gang in a crude manner, he drew inspiration from modern corporate management practices. He disbanded the existing structure of gang members and, based on their abilities and specialties, redistributed them into the newly established departments of the Qing Shi gang: finance, intelligence, operations, logistics. Each department was assigned a leader with clearly defined responsibilities and collaborative roles. He personally drafted a new set of gang regulations, emphasizing discipline, obedience, and efficiency. Furthermore, he provided ideological reform and disciplinary training for all newly joined members, instilling the gang's culture of survival of the fittest and meritocracy. After implementing this comprehensive strategy, the previously disordered remnants of the Black Tiger Gang began to radiate renewed vigor. The adjustment of the organizational structure significantly enhanced the operational efficiency of the Qing Shi gang. During the integration process, Li Xian paid special attention to identifying talent. He discovered that even within the chaotic ranks of the Black Tiger Gang, there were individuals with remarkable skills and specialties. Some excelled in tracking, others in warehouse management, and even a few possessed knowledge of intricate mechanisms. For these individuals, Li Xian embraced a flexible approach, promoting and appointing them to positions that allowed them to showcase their talents. Before long, a fresh wave of faces emerged across the various departments of the Qing Shi gang. They may have hailed from the underbelly of society or once been mere foot soldiers of the Black Tiger Gang, but under Li Xian's leadership, they began to shine anew. The Qing Shi gang swiftly and seamlessly took control of the territories and enterprises formerly owned by the Black Tiger Gang. Casinos, brothels, and extortion territories. All gray industries previously dominated by the Black Tiger Gang changed hands overnight. In a bid to stabilize the territory and win public favor, Li Xian announced the reduction of certain oppressive taxes and fees, reassuring merchants and the lower classes. This initiative garnered considerable public support. The underground world of the slums underwent a dramatic transformation. The Green Serpent Gang has successfully assimilated the Black Tiger Gang, achieving a formidable unification. From this point onward, the outer territories are firmly under the dominion of the Green Serpent Gang. However, the rapid expansion conceals new challenges. The composition of the Green Serpent Gang has become exceedingly intricate, leading to inevitable conflicts and frictions between old and new members, as well as between the former members of the Green Serpent and the Black Tiger Gang. Effectively integrating this vast force and preventing internal turmoil has become a pressing dilemma for Li Xian. During this fierce battle, the lean monkey distinguished himself, his prestige soaring, and the followers regard him with greater reverence. Yet, he understands that Li Xian is the true voice of the Green Serpent, and he merely serves as a puppet elevated to the forefront by Li Xian. Even with this awareness, a complex emotional turmoil begins to brew within him: admiration, awe, and a subtle sense of detachment. He starts to perceive an invisible barrier separating him from Li Xian. The once intimate brotherhood seems to be quietly changing alongside the burgeoning strength of the Green Serpent Gang. After a period of both soft and hard tactics, along with efficient management strategies, the Green Serpent Gang has successfully absorbed the majority of the Black Tiger Gang's influence. Their territory has expanded exponentially, and their manpower has surged, establishing them as the undisputed underground overlords of the slums. The rise of the Green Serpent Gang hangs like a sword over the authorities, inevitably drawing their attention. What tumult with a letter revealing Zhao Tianba's collusion with the official Wang Song in sight? How will Li Xian navigate this hot potato? Has the combat capability of the restructured Green Serpent Gang genuinely improved? Are new adversaries lurking in the shadows? All remains uncertain. Yet, Li Xian is acutely aware that the era of the Green Serpent Gang has only just begun. Chapter 42, The Government's Probe. Undercurrents anew. The banner of the Qingxi Gang has been firmly planted amidst the crumbling ruins. It flutters defiantly in the night wind, carrying a scent of charred remains. This emblem signifies the collapse of the old order in this land, heralding the establishment of new rules. Indeed, the skies over the slums have transformed. The Jingzhou Prefecture, an imposing entity that typically turns a blind eye to the strife and bloodshed of the impoverished, has finally been stirred from its indifference. It sluggishly turns its gaze, scrutinizing the situation. Li Xian, the envoy of the prefecture, has arrived. Zhuge Qing hurries through the chaotic courtyard still in disarray, entering the hastily assembled conference hall. A weighty seriousness is etched upon his features. Inside, the light is dim. Li Xian stands before a freshly drawn map delineating the territories controlled by the Qingxi Gang. The area is marked in red ink, expanding several-fold from before. His fingers glide slowly across the map, as if measuring this land recently seized through blood and flame. His eyes deep in contemplation. Hearing Zhuge Qing's voice, he slowly raises his head, his gaze calm and unperturbed, as if he anticipated this moment. "Oh, quick in action, indeed," he remarks, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. "Who has come? Under what banner?" Zhuge Qing lowers his voice, drawing closer. It is Captain Zhang from the prefecture, accompanied by a dozen constables. They claim to be acting on the Emperor's orders to investigate the circumstances surrounding the conflict with the Hu Gang and seek our insight. Investigate? Seek insight. The corners of Li Xian's mouth curl into a cold smile, his heart filled with derision. In this slum, gang conflicts are as commonplace as daily meals, and casualties are a regular occurrence. When the Hu Gang and the Qingxi Gang clashed violently, where was the prefecture's diligence then? Now, with the Qingxi Gang having swiftly absorbed the Hu Gang overnight, their power swelling as if inflated by breath, they can no longer remain passive. To put it plainly, they are merely here to probe the situation, to sound out the new overlord and see if they might glean some advantage from this newly risen power. Prepare a generous gift, Li Xian instructs nonchalantly, his voice devoid of any discernible emotion. I shall meet with Captain Zhang. He is acutely aware that the Qingxi Gang has just emerged from a fierce battle. Its foundations are still unsteady, and the loyalty of its newly acquired members has yet to solidify. It will take time to integrate these defectors. Now is not the moment to sever ties with the government. The age-old adage that the common folk should not contend with the authorities carries profound wisdom. A modicum of tribute is a necessary cost for fostering relationships and buying time to breathe. At the entrance of the Black Tiger Gang's former headquarters, now the temporary base of the Qingxi Gang, a dozen constables stand languidly, their uniforms wrinkled and their swords askew at their waists. Their expressions are haughty, tinged with undisguised disdain as they survey the Qing Shi gang members bustling about, clearing debris and transporting supplies. From time to time, he would point and sneer at those underlings, as if observing a troop of inconsequential bumpkins. Leading the group was Captain Zhang, a man in his 40s, whose figure had begun to show signs of indulgence, with a protruding belly. Dressed in a relatively clean and tidy constable's uniform, his meticulously groomed mustache quivered slightly with each word he uttered. His gaze revealed the shrewdness characteristic of a seasoned bureaucrat, coupled with unabashed avarice. With his hands clasped behind his back and chin slightly raised, he carried himself with the air of an official, surveying the recently acquired dilapidated territory. Li Xuan, accompanied by Shou Ho and Zhuge Qing, along with several newly appointed corps leaders responsible for different factions, swiftly emerged to greet him. A perfectly measured smile of deference adorned his face, betraying no hint of unease. I was unaware of Captain Zhang's esteemed visit. I apologize for not extending a proper welcome. Please forgive me. Li Xian bowed deeply, adopting the demeanor of a genuinely apprehensive small-time gang leader. Captain Zhang cast a sideways glance at him, the corners of his mouth twitching in a semblance of smile that did not reach his eyes. You are Li Xian, the newly appointed head of the Green Snake Gang? His tone bore an interrogative undertone. I am indeed unworthy, Li Xian replied, slightly inclining his body as he gestured for Zhang to enter. After your arduous journey, please come inside and enjoy some warm tea, he offered. Captain Zhang snorted lightly, showing no reluctance. He strode in with an air of authority, akin to surveying his own backyard, entering the main hall with a swagger. Though the conference chamber was modest, the diligent underlings had managed to tidy it up satisfactorily. Fine tea was soon served, steaming and fragrant. Li Xian personally lifted a cup and presented it to Captain Zhang with both hands. Captain Zhang, please enjoy the tea. Captain Zhang accepted the cup, but did not drink. Instead, he placed it heavily on the adjacent table with a soft thud. His piercing gaze swept across the hall like that of a hawk, finally landing sharply on Li Xian's youthful visage. Head Li, you are indeed a promising young talent. He began leisurely, his tone laced with condescension. I have heard that the main hall of the Black Tiger Gang and its properties changed hands overnight. How did that old scoundrel Zhao Tianba, who has been so tyrannical for years, suddenly meet his demise? You must provide the authorities and the court with a plausible explanation. Li Xian maintained a respectful and gentle smile, as if completely oblivious to the veiled threats and insinuations in the captain's words. In response to Captain Zhang, this matter is rather intricate and has its share of complications, he began, inclining his body slightly and speaking at a measured pace. To be candid, it is all due to internal strife within the Black Tiger Gang. Zhao Tianba, known for his merciless nature and harsh treatment of his subordinates, had long fostered deep-seated grievances. On the night prior, several of his trusted leaders, unable to endure any longer, instigated an internal conflict, resulting in a fierce clash where swords and blades were indiscriminate, ultimately leading to Zhao Tianba's unfortunate demise amidst the chaos. Our Qing Shi gang, upon hearing the commotion, was compelled to come forth, responding to the desperate pleas of numerous brothers oppressed by the Black Tiger Gang and the local merchants. Our primary purpose was to maintain order, suppress the chaos, and prevent the area from descending into disarray, thus avoiding disturbances to the officials and sparing them unnecessary trouble. He articulated the premeditated narrative he had previously discussed with Zhuge Qing, delivering it with clarity and coherence. Each word had been meticulously considered, rationally explaining the cause of Zhao Tianba's demise, while portraying the actions of the Qing Shi gang as noble efforts to restore stability and rectify the aftermath. He exonerated himself entirely from any wrongdoing. As he spoke, Zhuge Qing subtly stepped forward. A heavy silk pouch of coins silently and aptly slipped onto the table beside Captain Zhang. Out of the corner of his eye, Captain Zhang precisely caught sight of the pouch. His fingers inadvertently brushed against it, feeling the weight of its contents. The tension in his expression eased slightly, though his tone remained haughty. Maintain order? He picked up the lid of the teacup on the table, casually skimming the surface, releasing a non-committal cold laugh. When did it become the responsibility of you, these underworld factions, to uphold order in this slum? With Zhao Tianba's death, have not his gambling dens, brothels, and protection rackets now fallen into your hands, Li Dongjia? He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Li Xian. How many pairs of eyes, within and beyond the city, are fixated on this morsel? Li Dongjia, allow me to remind you, this matter may not be so easily resolved. The insinuation of extortion was unmistakably laid bare upon the table. A chill deeper than ice enveloped Li Xian's heart. Yet, his countenance remained adorned with a humble smile, tinged with just the right amount of apprehension. Captain Zhang is indeed offering valuable lessons. We are but simple folk, newcomers who are unfamiliar with many of the official protocols. And we hope you, Captain Zhang, will kindly guide and look after us in the future. This small token is merely a gesture of respect, a modest offering for you and the esteemed officers to enjoy a cup of tea and soothe your throats. He exchanged another knowing glance with Zhu Guqing, who swiftly retrieved another pouch of similar weight, respectfully placing it beside the first. Captain Zhang's lips could no longer suppress a smile, his facial muscles relaxing to reveal a glimmer of greedy satisfaction. Indeed, Li Dongjia is a wise man attuned to the times. He picked up one of the pouches, weighing it in his hand, nodding in approval. Since it has been established that Zhao Tianba's death resulted from infighting within the Black Tiger Gang, this case shall not warrant further scrutiny from the authorities. He shifted his tone to one of mentorship, adding, however, that with a larger territory and more hands, troubles are bound to arise. In the future, should there arise any matters that require the intervention of the authorities, do not hesitate to voice your concerns. Naturally, it is well understood that such assistance invariably comes at a price. Li Xian nodded repeatedly in agreement, adopting an even more deferential demeanor. Indeed, it is inevitable that I shall impose upon Captain Zhang and the esteemed officials more often in times to come. Thus ensued a performance of feigned cordiality, a subtle dance of mutual probing. Ultimately, Captain Zhang, with two heavy pouches brimming with silver in hand, accompanied by a cadre of equally gratified officials who had also received their due benefits, departed with a sense of satisfaction, swaggering away with an air of triumph. Chapter 43. New Plans, New Challenges. As he watched the figures of the officials vanish around the corner of the street, the humility and respect on Li Xian's face dissipated in an instant, replaced by an icy silence. A faint scoff escaped his throat, laced with an indescribable disdain. The silver coins he had dispatched were merely a temporary morsel to silence the ravenous wolves. The appetite of the authorities would never be satiated. As long as the Green Snake Gang maintained its foothold here, these opportunistic flies would incessantly swarm around. It was imperative to grow stronger swiftly. Only by wielding the power to overturn the chessboard could one earn the right to stand on equal footing with them. Perhaps, one day in the future, he would trample underfoot those who thrived on the backs of the impoverished, crushing their arrogance. Li Xuan, the voice of Zhu Guqing, emerged from behind, tinged with lingering concern, shattering Li Xian's reverie. He approached quickly, his expression graver than when they had seen off the officials. Our informants have just relayed some news. In recent days, numerous unfamiliar faces have appeared in the city, particularly on several streets close to our territory. Zhu Guqing lowered his voice, quickening his pace. Some are well-dressed, resembling stewards or accountants from affluent families, sneaking around to gather information. Others exude a fierce aura, their gazes sharp. They are clearly seasoned practitioners, probing with great interest into the establishments and businesses left behind by Zhao Tianba. He paused, his voice nearly a whisper. Our people recognized one of the stewards as belonging to the Chun family of grain merchants in the western part of the city. There are also two skilled fighters who seem to have ties to the Iron Palm gang from the neighboring prefecture. It appears that the wolves eyeing this fat meat beneath our feet are not limited to the hungry officials. Li Xian slowly turned, his gaze calm as he met Zhu Guqing's. He was not surprised by this development. The fall of the Black Tiger Gang had left a power vacuum and bloody profits that would attract countless predators. Those wealthy merchants who had once relied on the Black Tiger Gang would naturally be eager to seek out new patrons or even attempt to usurp their position. Nearby gang factions would not miss such a prime opportunity for expansion. Not to mention the hidden Wang family, who had dealings with Zhao Tianba. Would Lord Wang Song willingly relinquish the cash cow that was the Black Tiger Gang? Surrounded by wolves, peril loomed. In this moment, the Green Snake Gang appeared to dominate the slums, basking in glory. Yet in truth, they walked on thin ice. One misstep could lead to a bottomless abyss. Send the orders. Li Xian's voice was low but imbued with unwavering resolve, sharp as a blade. From this moment on, reinforce the defenses of the main hall and all branch locations. Utilize all the iron and hardwood seized from the Black Tiger Gang. Set up warning mechanisms at every entrance and passageway. Even the simplest tripwires with bells must ensure absolute security. If we lack manpower, recruit immediately. Money is no object. Safety is paramount. In his mind, he has already sketched the rudimentary outline of a defensive structure, the strongest fortification he can conceive based on his limited understanding of the materials available in this world. He intends to transform the territory of the Green Snake Gang into an impenetrable fortress that instills fear in all who covet it. They shall understand that to snatch a morsel from Li Xian's grasp, they must be prepared to lose their teeth. Furthermore, Li Xian's gaze swept over the bustling members of the gang, and he continued to issue orders, his voice steady. Select a group from the surrendered soldiers and our original brothers, those with the finest skills, the sharpest minds, and the boldest spirits. I shall establish a guard squad led by none other than myself. He aims to distill the martial arts and tactical coordination from his previous life into a format comprehensible to this era, imparting it to these individuals. He requires no profound theories from them, only absolute obedience and precise execution. In an age of cold weapons, a cohesive and disciplined elite squad can serve as a sharp blade to pierce through enemy lines. The training grounds soon erupted into chaos. The chosen young men, their eyes still clouded with indifference, skepticism, and even defiance, were swiftly subdued when Li Xian personally intervened. He spoke no superfluous words, with clean, decisive, and lightning-fast grappling techniques. He effortlessly brought down the most vociferous troublemakers, the sound of their bones cracking, eliciting a wince. The cries of pain and shock immediately silenced all doubts. What followed was a hellish regimen of drills. Monotonous formations, stringent discipline, and repetitive exercises in simple coordination. Sweat soaked their garments, and their muscles ached to the point of trembling. Yet the former ruffians, thugs, and Black Tiger Gang lackeys gradually extinguished their apathy, igniting a new flame in their eyes. It was a yearning for strength, a reverence for the powerful, and a barely perceptible transformation. Meanwhile, in a concealed workshop, several master craftsmen, discreetly hired by Li Xian with substantial sums, were laboring tirelessly. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and nitrate. They meticulously followed the blueprints drawn by Li Xian, carefully mixing and enhancing the gunpowder. The objective was to create a more potent and stable explosive. Additionally, they were constructing a simple, yet terrifyingly lethal tubular weapon capable of unleashing devastating force at close range. Thick iron pipes were filled with specially formulated gunpowder, iron sand, and gravel ignited by a fuse. These would become Li Xian's hidden, deadly fangs. However, integration and transformation are rarely smooth processes. The intense training and stringent gang rules soon sparked discontent among the formerly unruly members of the Black Tiger Gang. Particularly among the SE, he distinguished himself in the Great Battle, his prestige ever on the rise. Yet, in the presence of former colleagues, or perhaps adversaries, a subtle hesitation crept into his methods, marked more by reprimands and reassurances. The results were negligible. On this day, in the training grounds, two former lieutenants of the Black Tiger Gang faced public reprimand from an elder of the Green Snake Gang for their laziness, leading to a verbal clash that swiftly escalated. The two factions glared at each other, weapons drawn, on the verge of igniting an internal conflict. The lean monkey arrived, just in time, bellowing to forcibly separate the two groups. "Do you all wish to rebel?" His roar temporarily quelled the uproar. However, as he gazed into the eyes of the former Black Tiger Gang members, which revealed their unmasked discontent and resentment, and then at his own brothers, equally ablaze with fury, his brow furrowed into a knot. He recognized that this was no mere coincidence, but merely the tip of the iceberg. The internal fissures were silently widening. Li Xian's methods were excessively forceful, and the pace of integration alarmingly swift. He cast his gaze toward the council chamber, where lights flickered like stars. Li Xian's silhouette cast a blurred shadow upon the papered windows, appearing somewhat solitary. A complex emotion surged within the lean monkey: admiration, trepidation, and an indescribable sense of estrangement. It seemed there existed an invisible barrier between him and Li Xian. The brotherly bond forged in life and death appeared to have subtly altered with the ascendance of the Green Snake Gang. The greed of the authorities was merely a temporary satisfaction. External predators still lurked in the shadows. The internal instability was akin to a powder keg buried underground, poised to ignite and shatter everything into fragments. Li Xian sat alone in the flickering light of the council chamber, his fingertips gently caressing a stack of letters retrieved from Zhao Tianba's secret chamber. The yellowed pages bore crude handwriting, yet recorded secrets potent enough to instigate a tempest. Wang Song, that lofty Lord Wang, would he willingly forfeit the unending financial lifeline of the Black Tiger Gang? How would the Wang family respond? This letter was a hot potato, as well as a razor-sharp blade. How should it be wielded? When should it be employed? Li Xian's gaze penetrated the window lattice, casting his eyes outward into the darkness engulfed by the night. Chapter 44. Enhancing equipment, armed to the teeth. On the training ground, dust swirled in the air, mingling with the pungent scent of sweat. Dozens of robust men, clad in uniform black leather armor, stood tall. The critical areas of their armor were adorned with polished iron plates, gleaming dully under the sun's rays. Their posture was erect, and their gazes sharp, transformed from the disheveled ruffians of yesteryear. Their movements were synchronized, exuding an aura of ironclad resolve. Firm came a low command. The men in the front row forcefully slammed their hefty wooden shields onto the ground. Bang! The resounding noise reverberated as the edges of the shields aligned closely, instantly forming a sturdy barrier. The spearmen in the rear stepped forward, their gleaming spear tips protruding ominously through the gaps in the shields, akin to a forest of steel, radiating a chilling intent to kill. Advance! The command shifted again. The shield formation suddenly dispersed, with spearmen leading the charge, followed closely by those wielding short blades. Their steps ominously steady. They alternated their cover, simulating an assault on enemy lines, each stride imbued with an indomitable spirit, though merely a drill. The ferocity of their advance sent shivers through the onlooking crowd. Li Xian stood atop a vantage point, his expression tranquil as still water, surveying the scene below. Beside him stood several newly appointed leaders, along with a lean figure whose expression was a mix of complexity and intrigue. The climax of the drill was just beginning. Several of his personal guards brought forth heavy black ceramic jars, filled with especially formulated black powder, gunpowder, meticulously refined by Li Xian himself. The fuse was ignited, the hissing sound tugging at the heartstrings of all present. The jars were hurled with great force into a distant clearing. Boom! Boom! Two deafening explosions erupted, akin to thunderclaps in a clear sky. Earth and debris were hurled high into the air, cascading back down. The ground was left with two charred craters, from which wisps of smoke still rose. The onlookers erupted in astonished gasps. Many instinctively recoiled several steps, their faces etched with disbelief and awe. What sorcery is this? Soon after, more guards produced thick, dark iron tubes, sealed at one end, filled with specially crafted gunpowder and an abundance of iron sand and gravel. The fuses were ignited. Bang! 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 The thunderous roars resounded in quick succession. The tubes unleashed a torrential barrage of deathly projectiles. Not far ahead, several weathered straw dummies serving as targets were instantly riddled with holes, bursting apart like tattered rags, straw flying through the air. The horrifying lethality at such close range sent chills down the spines of all who witnessed it, prompting a sharp intake of breath. Silence. After a brief, tense stillness, a voice broke through. Our leader is magnificent. Someone, summoning all their strength, bellowed with fervor. The Qingxi gang is formidable. The thunderous chorus of cheers instantly engulfed the entire training ground. The gazes of the gang members transformed entirely. Previous doubts, unease, and even disdain were replaced by an almost fervent zeal. Such an unprecedented weapon, such a transformation of military discipline. It has bestowed upon them an unparalleled confidence, a formidable assurance capable of crushing all adversaries. A barely perceptible smile graced Li Xian's lips, only to vanish almost instantly. The outcome exceeded expectations. Demonstrating might and unifying the hearts of the people was merely the initial step. He turned and made his way toward a more concealed workshop. Within, dozens of artisans were diligently engaged in their tasks, the rhythmic clanging of metal resonating throughout the air. The atmosphere was thick with the mingling scents of wood shavings, leather, and metal. Unlike the usual chaos of workshops, everything here exuded a remarkable sense of efficient order. Those cutting leather focused solely on their task, while others meticulously polished spearheads or stitched armor plates with unwavering concentration. The assembly of shields was executed with remarkable speed. The assembly line model introduced by Li Xian seemed incongruous for the era, yet significantly enhanced productivity. What once required days to complete could now yield several pieces of leather armor in a single day. The production speed and standardization of weaponry surpassed all previous benchmarks. Each spear's length and each arrowhead's weight were maintained within minuscule margins of error. The clerk, stooped over like a spinning top, darted in and out of the workshop. Clutching a thick ledger, he meticulously verified the inflow and outflow of every batch of supplies. He was no longer merely a clerk, but rather the chief steward of the Green Serpent Gang, overseeing logistics. Food supplies, medicinal herbs, weapons, armor. He managed the storage, allocation, and transportation of all resources with utmost diligence, leaving no room for negligence. Li Xian understood well that war is waged on the foundation of logistics. A stable and efficient logistical support system is the lifeblood that enables the Green Serpent Gang's emergent war machine to function continuously. Li Xian, here are the latest accounts. The clerk approached briskly, presenting the ledger with a hint of undeniable concern etched on his aged face. The expenses for equipment upgrades, personnel training, and intelligence networks are exceedingly high. He lowered his voice. The gold and silver seized from the Black Tiger Gang, combined with the income from our operations during this period, though substantial, is rapidly depleting. Li Xian accepted the ledger and swiftly perused its contents. The figures indeed struck a disconcerting chord. The massive investments resembled a voracious beast, greedily consuming the hard-earned reserves of the Green Serpent Gang. Money, it had become the most pressing concern at hand. Simultaneously, the intelligence network established was continuously relaying unsettling news. Shadows of unfamiliar faces were multiplying in the streets surrounding the slums. The merchants from the Chun family in the western part of the city were still scouring for information, seemingly very interested in the former enterprises of the Black Tiger Gang. The Iron Palm Gang, located near the provincial city, had also dispatched more capable hands, their intentions unclear. Although the government had temporarily been appeased with silver, no one could guarantee when they would once again reveal their greedy fangs. Even the mysterious listening rain tower, though currently silent, had never been far from Li Xian's vigilance. Internal strife and external threats, coupled with a shortage of funds. Li Xian's fingers lightly tapped the table, his gaze as profound as the night. It was imperative to swiftly discover a new and stable source of income. Solely relying on those shadowy, illicit businesses would ultimately prove unsustainable. The risks were too great and could easily be wielded against him. In his mind, he began to rapidly devise new plans. An improved version of soap? Perhaps it could unlock the coffers of the affluent within the city. Purifying sugar? If successful, the profits would be staggering. Establishing his own merchant caravan to facilitate trade routes? These legitimate enterprises, though slow to commence, offered stability and longevity, gradually cleansing the Green Snake Gang's rugged image. However, Li Xian's bold initiatives were not easily understood or accepted by all, particularly among the old-school members accustomed to violence and swift retribution. Li Xian's constructive endeavors appeared utterly heretical. Damn it, engaging in such frivolous pursuits daily, training and crafting, while gold flows like water. We are people of the rivers and lakes, thriving on fists and courage. What use are these effeminate antics? I see that Li is merely floundering. Sooner or later, he will squander our meager resources. The murmurs of discontent and dissatisfaction spread quietly like mold in a damp corner. Though the conflicts on the training grounds were temporarily suppressed, the fissures had not truly healed. The thin monkey found himself caught in the middle, overwhelmed. He had to enforce Li Xian's commands with an iron fist while maintaining discipline. Yet he faced the confusion and resentment of those brothers with whom he had once shared blood and battle. He understood their sentiments. They had grown accustomed to living for the moment, and Li Xian's meticulous and cautious approach felt foreign and unsettling to them. Yet, deep down, he recognized that Li Xian was right. Times had changed. This small mire of a slum could no longer accommodate the old ways of living. To survive, to rise higher, one must follow Li Xian. Yet, reasoning aside, emotional ties remained. Observing the expressions of discontent, confusion, and resentment on his brothers' faces, the thin monkey felt a tightness in his chest. The reprimands that hung on his lips often transformed into impotent reassurances. This hesitation and softness did not escape Li Xian's keen gaze. Late that night, the flickering lights in the conference hall cast a wavering glow. Li Xian studied the newly drawn blueprints for fortifications on the table, his brow slightly furrowed. Beside him lay several reports detailing resource consumption and income, the deficits glaringly apparent. Thin monkey. Li Xian did not lift his head, his voice calm and devoid of discernible emotion. The thin monkey stood to the side, his heart suddenly tightening. Boss, I have heard about the training ground issues. Li Xian finally set down the charcoal pencil and raised his head. His gaze was sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing the souls of men, directly targeting the thin monkey. Some people have yet to come around. The thin monkey's Adam's apple bobbed awkwardly, his voice somewhat dry. Boss, the brothers are rough men. It's normal for them to struggle with change. Normal? Li Xian interjected, his tone suddenly turning frigid, imbued with an undeniable chill. In the heat of battle, hesitation and inability to adapt can lead to our own demise. This is merely training. Should we ever face the soldiers or the elite of rival factions, do you expect them to perish due to their inability to adapt? The thin monkey was rendered speechless, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Li Xian rose and approached him, the distance between them shrinking. The thin monkey could almost feel the invisible pressure emanating from Li Xian. I understand your reluctance to sever ties completely. Li Xian's voice softened slightly, yet retained an unmistakable authority. But remember, compassion does not command troops, nor does righteousness govern wealth. We are not mere street thugs brawling. We are establishing a new order, a formidable force. Rules are rules. Discipline is discipline. Anyone who dares to break them shall face the consequences, regardless of who they are or what past merits they may possess. Li Xian's gaze swept over the thin monkey's face, tinged with disappointment, yet also a glimmer of hope. Thin monkey, you are my deputy, the second in command of the Green Serpent Gang. I need you to become a sharp blade, not a hesitant sponge. Those unwilling to move forward with us must either leave or be escorted out with dignity. Do you understand? Each word struck the thin monkey's heart like a hammer. He gazed at Li Xian's youthful yet resolute face, looking into those unfathomable eyes, and the last remnants of doubt and wishful thinking were shattered. Indeed, the chief is right. Mercy only begets more suffering. He took a deep breath, abruptly raised his head, his gaze solidifying with resolve. Chief, I understand. From now on, I shall show no weakness. Li Xian regarded him, a hint of a smile finally gracing his face as he patted the thin monkey's shoulder. Excellent. Go forth. Some individuals require a firm hand. The thin monkey nodded emphatically and strode away, his back radiating an unprecedented determination. Li Xian returned to his desk, picking up the financial briefing, his brow furrowing once more. Internal hazards were temporarily suppressed, yet the issue of funding loomed large. The improved soap samples had been produced with promising results, but mass production would necessitate space and manpower. The refinement of sugar would require substantial initial investments. It seems imperative to expedite these new business plans. The night deepened, the lights of the conference hall flickering in the wind. The Green Serpent Gang, a ship just setting sail, was becoming increasingly well-equipped with a clearer course ahead, yet the waters ahead were fraught with hidden reefs and watchful pirates. Moreover, not all within the hold were united in purpose. Li Xian understood that the true challenge was only just beginning. He caressed the stack of yellowed letters in his pocket. Wang Song. The Wang family. This blade may soon be put to use. Chapter 45. A warning to others. Rectifying internal affairs in a dimly lit room of the former Black Tiger Gang's main hall. A few flickering oil lamps cast a feeble glow, barely dispelling the night's encroaching darkness. The air was thick with the stench of cheap liquor and sweat, and several faces appeared particularly grim in the shadows. Leading the gathering was a burly man with a scarred face, known as Ma Dao. Once a loyal subordinate of Zhao Tianba, he had tasted glory in the past, but now under Li Xian's command, he had been relegated to guarding the warehouse. A subtle demotion stripped of any real power. What a miserable existence! Ma Dao cursed, spitting a thick phlegm onto the ground. Shattering a ceramic bowl in a fit of rage, its pieces scattering like his disheartened spirit. In the days when he followed Boss Zhao, he had basked in respect, feasting and drinking, surrounded by women who would dare to breathe loudly in his presence. A lean man with a sharp face edged closer, his tone dripping with sarcasm, resentment flashing in his eyes. And now, we're forced to train relentlessly, as if we were mere soldiers. This pitiful stipend barely covers a woman, let alone our appetites. Indeed, another voice chimed in, belonging to a stout fellow with a coarse demeanor. That Li kid is utterly treacherous. What do we, the brothers who have risked our lives, amount to in his eyes? All the benefits are hoarded by his cronies. I hear the treasury is overflowing with silver, all pilfered from the Black Tiger Gang. Why should we be left to suffer on scraps? As the atmosphere thickened with envy and greed, the resentment spread like a toxic gas within the small room, igniting a fire in the hearts of those present. Ma Dao cast a sweeping glance around, lowering his voice to a menacing whisper. Brothers, if we endure any longer, we shall become mere shadows of ourselves. Tonight, we shall strike big. We will storm the treasury and seize all the gold and silver. With the riches in hand, we shall vanish into the horizon, free as the birds. No matter how skilled that brat is, can he fend off our dozen guns? By the time he realizes, we will have long disappeared. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, as if he could already see mountains of gold beckoning him. The room was filled with a dozen marginalized veterans, once reliant on the Black Tiger Gang's protection for their survival, now feeling suffocated by Li Xian's new rules. The thought of robbing and fleeing, once ignited, grew wildly like rampant weeds. Meanwhile, in the well-lit meeting hall at the front of the main hall, a stark contrast to the dark and dilapidated rear, Li Xian sat calmly at the head of the table, listening intently to his loyal guards' low reports. These guards were his eyes and ears among the gang, specifically tasked with monitoring the restless elements. Ma Dao has rallied 15 men, planning to raid the treasury at the third watch of the night. The guard reported in a steady, unfluctuating tone, as if relaying the weather forecast. Li Xian tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, each beat methodical and unhurried. His expression betrayed no surprise, as if everything was perfectly anticipated. With the upgraded intelligence network, the territory of the Green Snake Gang had become as familiar as his own backyard. No unusual activity could escape his notice. Under the pressure of stringent policies, a backlash was inevitable. Li Xian had long anticipated that the remnants of the Black Tiger Gang would not easily submit. This presented an opportune moment for a thorough cleansing, a chance to set an example and instill fear in any lurking malefactors. Understood, Li Xian replied, his tone calm and composed. Let them proceed. Inform the guards to act according to plan and prepare to welcome our guests. A subtle smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth, a fleeting glimmer of cold amusement. This was not a mere capture. It was a meticulously orchestrated hunt. At the stroke of the third watch, the night was as dark as ink, the hour when humans feel most fatigued. Ma Dao, accompanied by 15 accomplices, stealthily approached the courtyard where the treasury was located, cloaked by the night. Along the way, the patrolling gang members were sparse, as though deliberately reduced in number. Even when encountering a few, they appeared drowsy and lethargic. Damn it, this Li fellow is truly foolish. Does he really believe we fear him? Ma Dao thought to himself, feeling triumphant, convinced that Li Xian had let down his guard. The entrance to the treasury courtyard was tightly shut, with only 2 guards dozing at the entrance, their heads bobbing gently. Now, Ma Dao hissed, drawing his sword and charging forward. Several accomplices followed suit, pouncing upon the guards like wolves upon their prey. Rags were stuffed into mouths, and daggers swiftly slashed throats. The actions executed with precision and not a sound uttered. The 2 unfortunate guards, still lost in slumber, met their demise. Ma Dao kicked the courtyard door open and rushed inside, exhilarated, with the others following in a frenzy. The treasury loomed before them, akin to a mountain of gold, tantalizingly within reach. However, just as they stepped into the heart of the courtyard, a sudden, piercing sound shattered the night's tranquility. Clanging metal echoed ominously. The clear chime of copper bells reverberated in the vast courtyard, disquieting in its sharpness. It was a tripwire. An ambush had been set. Ma Dao's face turned ashen in an instant, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Not good. We've fallen into a trap, he exclaimed, but his warning was cut short. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the shadows, a multitude of crossbow bolts soared through the air, whistling with the promise of death. The foremost members barely had time to react before the bolts pierced vital spots, collapsing to the ground, their blood staining the earth. Suddenly, flames erupted, illuminating the entire courtyard. Torches ignited on surrounding rooftops and walls, casting away the darkness as if daylight had descended. Dozens of elite members of the Greensnake gang, clad in black leather armor and wielding shields and spears, materialized like phantoms, encircling Ma Dao and his men, leaving no escape. The icy tips of their spears gleamed with a menacing metallic sheen in the firelight, resembling the scythes of death, aimed squarely at them. The shields formed an impregnable line of defense, blocking any chance of retreat. In an instant, Ma Dao and his companions plummeted from the heights of their earlier greed and excitement into the depths of despair and terror. The weapons in their hands felt feeble and absurd in the face of the adversary's superior armament and formidable formation. Drop your weapons, kneel, and surrender. A voice, chilling to the core, resonated from the shadows, akin to a verdict pronounced by the Underworld's judge. A group of cowards, already paralyzed by fear, clattered to the ground, discarding their weapons as they knelt, helplessly soiling themselves. The face of the blade-wielding man turned ashen, his hand trembling uncontrollably around the hilt. He understood that it was utterly over. They resembled a troupe of foolish jesters, mistakenly believing themselves clever, yet they had unwittingly stumbled into a meticulously crafted trap. Resistance? As he gazed upon the impenetrable shield wall and the glinting spearheads, he could not muster even the slightest thought of defiance. The overwhelming force before him was a testament to an insurmountable disparity in strength. In the end, the man could only despairingly relinquish his dagger, his knees buckling, collapsing to the earth as though his very backbone had been severed. What began as a seemingly flawless rebellion had, in the face of Li Xian's intricately woven net, devolved into a farcical spectacle, both ludicrous and tragic. Chapter 46. Public Execution, a balance of grace and severity the following day, as dawn's light gently broke. An atmosphere of chilling solemnity enveloped the training grounds of the Qingxi gang. All members of the gang, whether newly initiated or long-standing, were summoned to this place. The darkened throng filled the entire space, silence reigning supreme. In the center stood a makeshift platform, upon which knelt the traitor Ma Dao and 13 others who had participated in the rebellion the night prior. Bound tightly with hemp ropes and resembling discarded sacks on the frigid ground, their faces betrayed an unmistakable fear, as pale as ashes. Li Xian, clad in black, exuded an icy demeanor, stepping steadily onto the platform. Behind him trailed the equally grave and solemn Zhu Viqing and the lean figure known as Shou Ho. In that moment, The gaze of every individual in the crowd converged upon the young figure atop the platform. The surrounding stillness was haunting, broken only by the fluttering of the gang's banners in the morning breeze. "Brothers," Li Xian declared, coming to a halt, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, sweeping over the tightly packed assembly below. His voice, though not raised, carried an extraordinary clarity, penetrating the ears of every listener with a palpable force. A nation has its laws, a gang has its rules. Without regulations, there can be no order. What has brought the Qingxi gang to this moment? It is the unity of all brothers, working together in harmony. It is the ironclad principles that we uphold, ensuring obedience and discipline. He paused momentarily, his tone sharpening abruptly, akin to the edge of a drawn sword, imbued with a biting coldness. However, there are always those who harbor ill intentions, who are ungrateful and forgetful. They become complacent, lacking ambition, and even dare to undermine the prosperous situation that we have forged through blood and sweat. Li Xian abruptly raised his hand, pointing at the kneeling traitors below. Ma Dao, formerly the head of the Black Tiger Gang, after joining the Qingxi gang, not only did he fail to show gratitude or repent, but he also nurtured resentment, colluding in the shadows to incite discord. Last night, at the stroke of midnight, he, along with these 13, brazenly violated our rules, brandishing weapons and assaulting our treasury in an attempt to seize the gang's assets and betray us. At this juncture, Zhu Guqing stepped forward, unfurling a coarse cloth bearing the litany of offenses, and began to read each charge in a clear and resonant voice. Each word struck like a hammer upon the hearts of Ma Dao and his accomplices, rendering them as pale as specters, their bodies trembling like leaves caught in a tempest. "Spare us, master! Spare us!" They cried out in desperation. "We were wrong. We acted in haste. We beseech you, for the sake of our past camaraderie, grant us our lives." Among the crowd, several individuals, their psychological defenses shattered, broke into tearful pleas, their heads striking the ground with dull thuds. Ma Dao suddenly lifted his gaze, a flicker of defiance and argument flashing in his eyes. "Li Xuan, you seek personal vengeance. You eliminate dissent. We merely sought clarification regarding your distribution of resources. On what grounds do you?" Silence. Li Xian's cold reprimand abruptly silenced the futile cries of the machete-wielding man. His voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority that stifled any further words from behind the machete. The evidence was irrefutable. The criminals were caught red-handed. Who dared to quibble here? Li Xian's icy gaze swept across every individual in the audience, compelling those who met his eyes to lower their heads. Unable to bear his scrutiny, "I hereby declare, according to the newly established regulations of the Qingxi gang, anyone who betrays the gang, commits robbery, or incites internal strife." He articulated each word with chilling clarity. "Death." As the final word escaped his lips, the temperature of the training ground seemed to plummet several degrees. All the gang members felt a jolt of fear surge through them, a chilling sensation creeping up their spines. "No, don't kill me. Spare me, gang leader. I do not wish to die." The machete wielder, now utterly broken, emitted a desperate wail. Yet Li Xian did not even lift his eyelids, merely gesturing indifferently with a slight wave of his hand. "Execute." The several guards, who had long awaited on either side of the platform, approached with expressionless faces, like emotionless machines of slaughter, advancing swiftly. The blade rose. The strike fell. A series of muffled sounds of flesh being torn apart erupted almost simultaneously. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining the wooden platform red. Several heads, still bearing expressions of terror and despair, rolled to the ground, gathering dust. Swift and decisive, without a hint of hesitation, the pungent scent of blood swiftly seized the nostrils of all present, permeating the crisp morning air. Below the platform, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. All the gang members were utterly stunned by this gruesome and brutal spectacle. Their eyes brimmed with unspeakable fear, profound reverence, and a cold chill that penetrated to their very bones. In this moment, they truly understood. This remarkably youthful gang leader was no soft-hearted individual. His methods were far more ruthless and iron-fisted than the rumor suggested, surpassing even the infamous Zhao Tianba. The gravity of the new regulations was indelibly etched into the deepest recesses of every Qing Shi gang member's heart, marked by the scorching blood and the coldness of life extinguished. Li Xian's gaze gradually shifted to the remaining subordinates, now crumpled on the ground, trembling like leaves in the wind. You are merely coerced subordinates. Your crimes do not warrant death. His voice was calm, but carried an indifferent authority over life and death. However, while capital punishment may be averted, lesser sins cannot escape. According to the law, each of you shall receive 50 lashes. You will be demoted to the lowest rank within the gang, tasked with the most arduous and laborious duties. All personal belongings shall be confiscated and added to the gang's treasury. Immediately, a team responsible for executions stepped forward, dragging the already terrified and limp subordinates away like dead dogs. The shrill cries soon resonated from the vacant lot beside the training ground, the dull thuds of the whips striking flesh distinctly audible, further intensifying the atmosphere of death and oppression. The slender monkey stood behind Li Xian, his face somewhat pale, lips tightly pressed, yet his gaze was resolutely steadfast, devoid of any previous hesitation. He witnessed everything with his own eyes, the overwhelming force of it all. Li Xian's decisiveness and ruthlessness profoundly impacted his heart. Suddenly, he recalled Li Xian's earlier teachings. Mercy has no place in warfare. He finally comprehended the absurdity and naivety of his previous concerns and reassurances, which could have been fatally perilous, had it not been for the leader's meticulous foresight and preparations. The consequences of last night would have been unimaginable. He took a deep breath, stepped forward slightly, and addressed Li Xian's erect figure, his voice low and solemn. Leader, I was wrong. Henceforth, I shall never waver again. Li Xian did not turn around, but merely emitted a soft acknowledgement from his nasal passages. As the execution concluded, the cries gradually subsided. Li Xian turned once more to face the gang members, still enveloped in shock. His voice regained its calm, yet resonated with an undeniable authority. The rules are the foundation of my Green Serpent Gang. Anyone who dares to infringe upon them will meet the same fate as those before. His gaze swept across the assembly, exuding natural dignity. However, he abruptly shifted his tone, raising his voice. The gang will never neglect any loyal brother who adheres to the rules and bleeds for our cause. I hereby declare that, effective immediately, all gang members' monthly wages will be increased by 20%. Those who contributed during last night's suppression will receive a reward of 100 taels of silver. A slap followed by a sweet date, the balance of both grace and authority, revealing the heart of a sovereign. Below, the gang members, previously shrouded in fear and the scent of blood, erupted in a chorus of suppressed gasps and murmurs at this sudden announcement. The resentment and unease that had briefly surfaced due to the gruesome scene were instantly alleviated by this unexpected reward. Their gazes towards the young leader on the platform grew more complex, infused with an inexplicable blend of reverence, anticipation, and fervor. Chapter 47. New Sources of Wealth. Soap and sugar, the bloody internal purge within the Green Serpent Gang, swept through the slums like a sudden tempest, replete with a heavy scent of blood, rapidly engulfing the entire area and even extending to the neighboring districts. News spread swiftly, every detail embellished and transformed into something increasingly horrific. The various factions, which had been lurking in the shadows and coveting the remnants of the Black Tiger Gang's territory, recoiled in unison, retracting their probing claws. Li Xian's ruthless and merciless approach, coupled with his almost iron-fisted control over the gang, extinguished the flames of greed that had been burning within them like a bucket of ice water. The risks were too great, and the potential costs were beyond their capacity to bear. The steward of the Chun family in the west of the city, upon receiving the report from the spy, exhibited a countenance that shifted between uncertainty and resolve. Finally, he waved his hand dismissively, his voice laden with gravity. This individual is too formidable. We shall temporarily avoid his edge, continue to observe, and refrain from any rash actions. Meanwhile, The news relayed to the Iron Palm gang rendered its traditionally fierce leader silent for a prolonged moment, eventually uttering only a single phrase, a dragon crossing the river. With extraordinary methods, we shall watch and wait. Even within the government office of Great Zhou, the Captain Zhang, who had received some benefits, found himself momentarily taken aback by the vivid descriptions from his subordinates, subsequently abandoning any thoughts of further interference. This Li Xian, though still young, bore the demeanor of a malevolent spirit risen from a sea of corpses, exuding an aura of intimidation that was not to be trifled with. In an instant, the once turbulent undercurrents of the slum region settled into an eerie calm, as if all hidden forces had been forcibly suppressed, the surface undisturbed. Yet, Li Xian understood all too well that this was merely a fleeting, suffocating tranquility before the storm's arrival. The wolves and tigers lay in temporary concealment, licking their wounds from their probing forays, their gazes now imbued with greater greed and vigilance, all the while fixated on the Green Serpent Gang, awaiting a moment of vulnerability or a prime opportunity to strike decisively. Within the gang, the effect of killing the chicken to warn the monkey was immediate. The training grounds were devoid of any complaints or grievances. In their place were resounding, synchronized chants of commands and the heavy thud of feet striking the earth. The gang members gazed upon the young figure on the platform with transformed eyes, fear, pure, visceral, awe emanating from their very bones. No one dared to show even a hint of negligence, nor a shred of disrespect. Orders were issued and executed with the precision of an extension of the arm. The transformation of the lean monkey was the most pronounced. Having endured the harrowing events of that night and the bloody intimidation of the following day, he seemed to shed all his youthful hesitations overnight. His handling of gang affairs became swift and decisive, marked by an unwavering adherence to justice. His gaze was sharp, his demeanor as solemn as water, truly embodying the authority and ferocity expected of the Green Serpent Gang's second-in-command. Even when old comrades, with whom he had shared drinks and laughter, breached the gang's rules, he showed no mercy, enforcing the regulations strictly, leaving those punished to lament their fate while daring not to utter a word of complaint. Li Xian observed this with approval, silently nodding. This was precisely the outcome he had desired. The internal threats have been temporarily eradicated through resolute measures, and his authority has been unprecedentedly solidified, clearing the path for subsequent significant maneuvers. However, just as the old issues were resolved, new and fundamental problems immediately surfaced as anticipated. The advisor has arrived once more, clutching a weathered ledger with frayed edges, the deep-set wrinkles on his aged face appearing even more pronounced, and anxiety almost spilling from his murky eyes. Li Xuan. The advisor's voice was dry and hoarse, tinged with an inescapable worry. The rewards from the recent pacification were substantial. During this period, the expansion of the Guard, the crafting of new armor, weapons, and the seemingly bottomless pit of maintaining an intelligence network, coupled with the daily consumption of food supplies, has taken its toll. He trembled as he pointed to the glaring figure in the ledger. The funds. The funds are indeed running perilously low. The production of new equipment must not cease. It is the foundation of our brother's survival and the gang's standing. The refinement of gunpowder is of utmost importance, consuming money like water, yet it cannot be interrupted. The maintenance and expansion of the intelligence network are also costly endeavors, but if we halt, we shall become blind and deaf. The advisor's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of despair. We must find new sources of income swiftly. Otherwise, let alone expansion. At this rate, we may not even survive this month. Li Xian took the ledger, his gaze fixed on the number indicating a deficit, his brow furrowing tightly. Money. Once again, it is the matter of money. Indeed, in any world, this remains the core issue. Solely relying on protection fees and territorial disputes is ultimately akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Not only is the revenue extremely unstable, but the risks are also alarmingly high, and it easily invites harsher crackdowns from the authorities, rendering us as mere prey in the eyes of others. A transformation is imperative. We must discover a stable, sustainable, and lucrative path that can gradually cleanse the reputation of the Qingxi gang. His gaze fell upon the drawer of the writing desk. There lay several blocks of pale, solid substance exuding a faint, oily fragrance. Beside them was a sheet depicting strange symbols and flowcharts. Soap. Sugar. This is his breakthrough strategy. It possesses the potential to yield stable, substantial profits, and even alter the fate of the entire gang. Li Xian had witnessed the inferior soaps of this era, made from animal fats mixed with coarse alkaline substances like plant ash, which had a lamentably poor cleansing power and emitted an unpleasant odor, yet were not inexpensive. The average person could scarcely afford a block throughout the year. As for the sugar available in the market, it was even more dismal, often dark and impure, with a coarse texture and a bittersweet aftertaste, far from being a delight. What Li Xian intended to do was to leverage his millennia-old knowledge of chemistry to enact a thorough and transformative strike. He made a decisive choice and squeezed out a sum of money from the already strained resources. On the outskirts of the city, at the edge of the slums, a clandestine workshop quietly emerged in an abandoned warehouse area. The location was exceptionally discreet, surrounded by dilapidated houses and overgrown vacant lots, making it unlikely for ordinary people to approach. The interior of the workshop was meticulously divided into sections, and the workers were carefully selected. All had signed binding contracts, possessed clean backgrounds, and were reliable individuals with sealed lips. Military-style management was enforced, prohibiting any communication with the outside world. Li Xian personally oversaw operations, guiding every step of the process. Lard. Yes, use rendered pig fat, mixed with 30% rapeseed oil. Remember the ratio? He commanded sternly, pointing at several large iron pots, smoke billowing from them, as anxious, grease-stained craftsmen looked on. Ash from plant matter is too weak in alkalinity and ineffective for cleaning. Go to the mountains and chop hardwood. Burn it thoroughly. Soak the resulting ash in boiling water. Then filter it with lime water to extract a strong alkaline solution. The saponification reaction involves the hydrolysis of triglycerides under strong alkaline conditions, yielding sodium fatty acid and glycerol. The key lies in the concentration, purity of the alkaline solution, as well as the temperature and stirring speed of the reaction. The chemical principles vividly flashed in Li Xian's mind, yet his words were simple and direct, targeting the core of the matter. The craftsmen were left bewildered, grappling with unfamiliar terms like alkalinity and purification. However, the undeniable authority in their leader's tone, coupled with the cold gazes of the surrounding guards, left them no room for hesitation or doubt. They could only mimic his every word and gesture with precision. The oil in the pot bubbled vigorously, releasing a strong, pungent odor. After special treatment, the murky, yet evidently more corrosive alkaline solution was cautiously added. Continuous stirring was essential to control the heat. A more acrid and nauseating scent permeated the air, mingling with the greasy smell of the fat, becoming nearly suffocating. Hours passed, as if in torment. The liquid in the pot visibly thickened, shifting from murky yellow to a creamy white. When the time was right, the pot was removed to cool. After a few more hours, the viscous liquid solidified completely. The craftsman carefully cut it into neat, square blocks, the color a soft white, with a texture that appeared surprisingly refined. Most remarkably, the intense fishy and acrid smell had vanished, replaced by a subtle, clean fragrance of fat. Take it and wash your hands. Li Xian casually tossed a piece to a nearby craftsman, whose hands were smeared with black grease. The craftsman hesitated for a moment, then, with skepticism, walked to the water tank and dampened the peculiar soap. He rubbed it vigorously against his soiled hands. In an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. Rich, delicate, and pure white foam erupted like clouds, surpassing the combined lather of all soaps he had ever used in his life. He rinsed it off with clean water. A miracle had occurred. The stubborn grease on my hands, which usually requires relentless scrubbing with sand to remove, was effortlessly washed away. The skin, after being cleansed, not only lacked the dryness and tightness one might expect, but felt remarkably refreshed and smooth, imbued with an indescribable yet comforting scent of cleanliness. Divine, truly divine. Master, this is indeed a miraculous substance. The artisan's voice trembled with excitement as he gazed at his hands. Now, so clean they seemed to have been replaced, his face a tapestry of incredulity and fervor. On the other side of the workshop, the process of purifying sugar was simultaneously underway. The principle of activated carbon adsorption, with charcoal, carbonized at high temperatures, forms countless minute pores, resembling a sieve that can effectively absorb pigments and impurity molecules. Li Xian directed the workers to dissolve the coarse, dark red sugar, laden with impurities, purchased from the market, in water and bring it to a boil. Next, he employed fine hemp cloth for preliminary filtration, removing visible residue. The crucial step had arrived. Li Xian had a simple filtration apparatus constructed, a large wooden barrel, lined at the bottom with fine sand and hemp cloth, and filled with a substantial quantity of specially treated, crushed charcoal. The filtered syrup was gradually passed through this charcoal filtration column, time and again. With each filtration, the syrup's color lightened incrementally. When the final syrup was carefully returned to the pot, the heat meticulously controlled and allowed to simmer, crystallize, and dry. What emerged before the onlookers was no longer the coarse, dull, unsightly black-red lumps of ure, but rather fine granules as pure and delicate as the first snow of winter, shimmering with a crystalline luster in the light. The secretary was summoned, and upon witnessing this dreamlike creation, his aged eyes widened in disbelief. Trembling, he gingerly pinched a small amount, treating it as a rare treasure, and placed it delicately in his mouth. A pure, crisp sweetness, devoid of any off flavors or bitterness, erupted on his tongue, swiftly enveloping his entire palate. It was an unprecedented experience of exquisite, pristine sweetness. This is also sugar? The secretary's weathered face was etched with shock and ecstasy, having traversed the world for most of his life. He had never seen, nor even imagined, such impeccably white and pure sugar existed. This marvel was named snowflake sugar. Li Xian gazed upon these two epic-making products with a satisfied smile. Soap, addressing hygiene issues, held immense market potential. White sugar, a luxury, promised extraordinary profits. With these two commodities, the coffers of the Green Snake Gang would soon swell. Chapter 48. A rare commodity, a wealth of fortune. The first batch of improved soap and snowflake sugar has been successfully produced. Though the quantity is not substantial, the quality is sufficient to overshadow all similar products available in this era. Li Xian, well versed in the art of marketing, did not hastily launch the products into the market. Instead, he adopted a more prudent and tantalizing strategy. He instructed Zhu Guqing to meticulously select a batch of samples, packaging them in the most exquisite brocade boxes that could be found in the marketplace. A portion was casually gifted to the extravagant patrons, wealthy merchants, and notable figures through the casinos controlled by the Lean Monkey and the newly established moneylenders, serving as trifles that appeared nonchalantly given. Another portion was personally delivered by the steward, under the auspices of the Qing Shi Gang, to the owners of the largest silk shops and cosmetic stores in the city, with even a few samples making their way to the stewards of certain noble households. These establishments were the most informed and possessed the highest purchasing power. The soap and sugar, akin to pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, quietly rippled through these circles. The effect exceeded Li Xian's expectations, unfolding with remarkable rapidity. Have you heard? Recently, the circles of the high-ranking officials and aristocrats have been abuzz with talk of a miraculous soap produced by the Qing Shi Gang. Indeed, it's called fragrant soap. It's perfect for washing hands, faces, and even those delicate silks, far superior to the tributes from the palace. After washing, your hands are left with a delightful fragrance. And there is also a type of sugar called snowflake sugar. It's as white as snow, devoid of any impurities, whether brewed in tea or used in confections. Its sweetness is exquisite, not at all cloying, far surpassing the dark, coarse sugars of the past. The unparalleled cleansing power of the improved soap, its refreshing and unique scent, along with the snowflake sugar's revolutionary purity and sweetness, swiftly stirred a trend among the affluent circles of the city. Those who used them were left in awe, singing praises. Compared to the murky, coarse, foul-smelling products available in the market, these were worlds apart, one soaring in the heavens, the other buried beneath. Soon, inquiries began pouring in from various channels. Where can one procure this fragrant soap? Is there still stock of the snowflake sugar? Countless individuals, through various connections, sought to acquire these novel delights. However, Li Xian, through subtle hints, leisurely conveyed that both items were labor-intensive to produce, with extremely low output. Currently reserved solely for the brothers within the gang and a select few close friends for trial use, with no plans for external sales at this time. A quintessential example of desire and restraint, a hunger marketing strategy. The harder they were to obtain, the more enticing they became. The rarer they were, the more precious they appeared. In no time, Qingxi branded fragrant soap and snowflake sugar became synonymous with status and taste in high society. Behind closed doors, the prices of the samples soared, leading to an exaggerated situation where one bar of soap became a sought-after treasure and one piece of sugar commanded a king's ransom. The fervor of the market ignited like dry, kindling meeting a fierce blaze, burning brightly. A surplus milagrosa a Li Xuan's lips. The moment had arrived. He opted not to establish his own storefront for sales. Such a venture would be too conspicuous, attracting the unwanted attention of the authorities and various factions, leading to countless complications. Instead, he chose a more prudent path that aligned better with the current state of the gang, collaborative prosperity. Zhu Guqing once again stepped forward, meticulously selecting 3 of the largest, most reputable, and relatively untainted commercial establishments in the city for clandestine negotiations, as instructed by Li Xian. These 3 firms were the well-capitalized Hutonghao, specializing in a range of dried goods from north to south; the opulent Jinxiu Pavilion, known for its exquisite silks and satins, catering exclusively to the affluent; and Baicaotang, a discreet establishment with vague connections to government officials, dealing in rare medicinal herbs. Li Xian's terms were straightforward yet irresistibly enticing. The Qingxi gang would supply exclusively. The 3 firms would handle sales, sharing the profits equally. For these merchants, this was akin to a fortuitous windfall from the heavens. The recent explosive popularity and immense potential of fragrant lard and snowflake candy were not lost on these seasoned business people, who had long coveted a stable supply source but struggled to find one. Now, the Qingxi gang had approached them, offering such generous profit-sharing terms. It was as if silver was being delivered directly into their hands. Their only concern was the gang's somewhat unsavory background. Collaborating closely with an underworld organization inevitably entailed risks. However, the formidable tactics previously displayed by Li Xian and the current ascendancy of the Qingxi gang in the slums deterred these astute merchants from rejecting the offer hastily. Refusing the goodwill of a gang leader wielding brute force and ruthless methods could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, the potential profits were so staggering that they were willing to embrace this risk. After a brief period of hesitation and deliberation, the 3 firms engaged in minimal haggling and swiftly reached a cooperation agreement with the Qingxi gang, signing stringent confidentiality clauses. Before long, Qingxi-branded fragrant lard and snowflake candy were officially showcased on the counters of these esteemed establishments, known for their reliable clientele. With legitimate sales channels established, coupled with the meticulously crafted word-of-mouth and strategic hunger marketing, the sales could only be described as explosive, perhaps even surpassing that. Each morning, long before dawn, queues formed outside the 3 firms. The throngs of eager customers flowed incessantly, necessitating the deployment of staff and guards to maintain order. The prices were certainly steep. A piece of fragrant lard was priced equivalent to half a month's rations for an average household, while a small packet of snowflake candy cost as much as 2 or 3 months' worth of expenses for an ordinary family. Yet for the affluent, those truly pursuing quality of life, including officials and their families, such expenditures fell well within their means and were deemed worthwhile. The utilization of unique and novel possessions, which others lack, serves as a symbol of status in itself. Even affluent middle-class families may grit their teeth and purchase a piece of fragrant wax or a small bag of snowflake candy, both of which serve as impressive gifts when visiting relatives and friends. Silver coins, like a deluge breaching a dam, ceaselessly flow into the coffers of the Qingxi gang. Witnessing the rapidly ascending figures in the ledger, which almost double daily, even the typically composed and seasoned advisor cannot restrain his excitement. his hands trembling slightly, tears welling in his aged eyes. Wealth has arrived. The Qingxi gang is on the brink of true prosperity. The profits derived from soap and sugar far exceed everyone's expectations. Their revenue-generating speed surpasses that of traditional businesses, such as gambling houses and protection fees, which require a month of arduous effort to yield comparable returns. The financial strain on the Qingxi gang has been alleviated to an unprecedented degree. The previously dire circumstances have been swept away. Secret workshops immediately expand, recruiting more rigorously vetted workers and intensifying procurement of lard, rapeseed oil, hardwood, and raw sugar. The monthly wages of the gang members are significantly increased, and their welfare benefits rise in tandem. Meat supplies become more abundant, and the regulations concerning injury compensation and family support are further refined. Those who had merely complied with the authority of Li Xianwei out of fear now genuinely perceive the tangible benefits of following this young leader, recognizing the promising future ahead. It turns out that loyalty to the boss not only entails fighting for territory, but also affords a life of affluence and stability previously deemed unattainable. Under the nourishment of wealth and the allure of a brighter future, the hearts of the people begin to coalesce, achieving an unprecedented solidity. However, as the proverb goes, the tallest tree attracts the wind. Such exorbitant profits and attention-grabbing enterprises are bound to incite envy. Other envious merchants within the city begin to rack their brains, seeking ways to uncover the secrets of soap and sugar production in an attempt to replicate the success. Dormant local powers, akin to flies sensing blood, stir restlessly, eager to tear off a piece of this lucrative bounty. What heightens Li Xian's vigilance is the newfound scrutiny from the authorities, particularly from the tax collector responsible for the city's commercial revenues, known for his insatiable greed, Wang Song. Informants relay that at a lavish banquet attended by dignitaries, this Wang, after savoring the snowflake candy served as dessert, extolled its pristine whiteness. At the table, he seemingly nonchalantly inquired of those nearby. This Qingxi brand snowflake candy is quite novel. What is the origin of the Qingxi industries behind it? Has the tax been paid on such a profitable enterprise? New streams of revenue have emerged, alleviating the Qingxi gang's immediate financial concerns and propelling its development onto a fast track. Yet, this influx also ushers in new, more intricate and perilous troubles. The eyes lurking both in plain sight and in shadows, like sharks sensing blood, have caught wind of the scent of money and begin to slowly converge. Li Xian's gaze narrowed slightly, a chilling sensation enveloping his heart. The good days had only just begun. Yet, greater tempests were perhaps quietly brewing beneath the surface of the distant sea. He needed to swiftly convert this freshly acquired wealth into a more formidable power, one capable of self-preservation and even retaliation. His only strength that serves as the sole foundation for survival in this ruthless world. Furthermore, the letter he had previously discovered in the hidden chamber of the Black Tiger Gang, which documented evidence of Wang Song's corruption, seemed to have arrived at a moment ripe for action. Chapter 49. Collusion between officials and businessmen. Revealing the fangs in the depths of the rear courtyard of the Housing and Land Office, a tranquil study exuded the delicate fragrance of sandalwood, curling gently in the air. However, this elegant aroma could scarcely mask the lingering scent of corruption, which only served to accentuate the pervasive decay characteristic of the bureaucratic realm. Wang Song, clad in a 7-rank grayish-blue official robe, sat poised in a Zeton wood armchair. His gaunt visage was complemented by 3 wisps of goat beard beneath his chin, bestowing an air of cunning wisdom. Between his fingers, he caressed a jade ring made from sheep fat, its smooth warmth suggesting deep contemplation. "My lord," a figure with a furtive demeanor bowed low, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face, his voice barely above a whisper. "The profits from Qingxi Industries are truly astonishing, akin to mountains of gold and seas of silver." This tax official extended his greasy hand, gesturing exaggeratedly, his eyes practically oozing with avarice. "I personally ensure that I thoroughly understood the operations of several trading firms. Huitong, Jinxiu Pavilion by Chao Tang. My lord, you should have witnessed the scenes. As soon as fragrant fat-in snowflake sugar were placed on the counters, they vanished in the blink of an eye, as if they were free. The prices, too, are exorbitantly high. A single piece of fragrant fat could sustain us for half a month. And snowflake sugar, it is even more precious. The profits, I dare say, they may exceed even the most lucrative of trades. As the tax official edged closer, his tone grew increasingly base and explicit. Moreover, I have learned that the backing of Qing Shi Industries lies with those ruffians from the slums, the Qing Shi gang. Their leader is named Li Xian, and I hear he is quite ruthless. Wang Song's eyelids flickered slightly, and shrewd glimmers sparked within his murky gaze. Qing Shi gang? Li Xuan. He chuckled softly, for he was well aware of this name, which had become synonymous with unrest in the outer city. It was an affront to have a ruffian from the muck beneath his very nose amass wealth at such a pace. An utter disgrace. Maintaining his composure, he lifted his celadone teacup, gently blowing away the froth to conceal the cold smirk at the corner of his lips. Oh, if this is indeed a legitimate enterprise, he said leisurely, then it must adhere to the imperial regulations and pay taxes accordingly. Such a fundamental principle cannot be overlooked. You shall go. Wang Song set down the teacup, his tone turning grave, and meticulously conduct a thorough investigation on my behalf. We cannot allow these lowlifes to exploit any loopholes and pilfer the state's taxes. Upon hearing this directive, the tax official instantly grasped its import, his sycophantic grin widening, revealing a more grotesque demeanor. My lord is truly wise. Your insights are unparalleled. I shall see to it immediately. I guarantee none shall escape. He bowed deeply once more, retreating like a lapdog, his steps light as if he could already envision the countless gleaming silver coins rushing towards him. The so-called tax investigation was merely an appetizer. What Wang Song truly desired was to seize a lion's share. Soon, several minions clad in official attire, with old abacuses hanging from their waists, swarmed into the Huitong Hao, Jin Xiugu, and by Chao Tang like flies drawn to a scent of blood. They feigned interest as they perused the ledgers, furrowing their brows and shaking their heads, muttering complaints about discrepancies and unclear records. The merchants, astute as they were, quickly saw through these sycophants' ruse. Having received prior instructions from Li Xian, they welcomed the intruders with warm smiles and courteous demeanor, promptly settling any outstanding taxes. Subsequently, they discreetly slipped in some tea money and rewards for their troubles. The small officials, weighing the heavy silver in their hands, finally relaxed their expressions, though only momentarily, as their scrutiny did not cease entirely. Meanwhile, the secret workshop of the Qing Shi gang, located on the outskirts of the city, also received unwelcome visitors. A few overbearing constables, under the pretense of inspecting fire safety and verifying the artisans' registrations, lurked around the periphery of the workshop, their furtive eyes greedily peering inside, as if wishing to tear down the walls to uncover its secrets. The overseer of the workshop, a shrewd and capable middle-aged man personally appointed by Li Xian from the elite guards, remained loyal and circumspect. He diligently adhered to Li Xian's orders, keeping the workshop's doors firmly shut. Regardless of the constable's inquiries, he feigned ignorance, claiming it was merely a dilapidated storeroom for miscellaneous items belonging to the gang. He then discreetly offered some small coins as a token of respect to the officials. News trickled in like a gentle stream, ultimately converging at the main hall of the Qing Shi gang. Li Xian sat behind his desk, his expression as calm as still water, his long fingers rhythmically tapping on the surface. Indeed, it had come. Such a substantial piece of meat would not go unnoticed by the wolves and tigers of the official realm. Wang Song's appetite was far greater than he had anticipated. He issued orders, lifting his head with a gaze as sharp as a blade, instructing an increase in vigilance at the workshop. In the core area, except for absolutely reliable old craftsmen, no one was to approach even a step closer. He paused, his voice deepening, commanding the immediate relocation of several seasoned craftsmen who held the crucial steps of the fragrant chicken and snowflake candy recipes to a secret backup location in the back mountains. That place, he asserted, was much safer. Li Xian's voice carried an undeniable authority with every word he spoke. This was merely a faint harbinger of the storm that loomed ahead. Wang Song's true predatory nature had yet to reveal itself. What he sought was far beyond mere team money. His greedy gaze had long since set its sights on the Qing Shi gang's treasure trove, which brought in gold by the day. What he truly coveted might very well be the golden goose, the core's secret recipes for the fragrant chicken and snowflake candy. He yearned to directly intervene in this immensely profitable venture. If subtle hints were insufficient, then the mask of civility would be ripped away, and confrontation would ensue. With a grim expression, Wang Song secretly summoned the proprietors of several long-standing grocery stores and candy shops in the city to his dimly lit study. These individuals have long been envious of the booming business surrounding the fragrant pork belly and snowflake candy. Their eyes turned green with jealousy. However, lacking the necessary skill and resources, their attempts to produce inferior imitations have garnered no interest, resulting in a futile waste of money. They once contemplated unscrupulous methods, but fearing the fearsome reputation of the Qing Snake Gang, which is currently at the height of its power, they have always refrained from acting recklessly. Now, with the influential Wang Song lending his support and the implicit backing of the authorities, their audacity has suddenly swelled. Lord Wang, you need only give your orders. We shall certainly comply. A rotund merchant, with a balding head and a corpulent frame, nodded eagerly, rubbing his greasy hands together, his face plastered with a smile that belied the venomous glint of greed and envy in his eyes. That Qing Snake Gang is merely a bunch of commoners. They stumbled upon a stroke of luck, akin to a blind cat finding a dead mouse, to have produced these two trifling items. Why should they monopolize such a lucrative market? Indeed, Lord, just consider how much business of our esteemed old brands has been disrupted by the emergence of fragrant pork belly and snowflake candy. It is akin to severing a man's livelihood, as if slaying his parents. With but a word from you, we shall ensure that the so-called Qing snake industries cannot operate for even a single day. Wang Song nodded with satisfaction, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. Excellent. What I require is legitimacy and a justified cause. Go forth and create a ruckus. The louder, the better, the more authentic it appears. Remember, we must convince everyone that it is the Qing Snake Gang's products that have encountered dire problems. As for the rest, Wang Song's smile grew colder. Leave that to me. An invisible net began to silently unfurl, gradually tightening, its target aimed squarely at the Qing Snake Gang. A few days later, the market was suddenly flooded with a batch of cheaply made imitation fragrant pork belly and snowflake candy. These counterfeit goods, hastily packaged and poorly crafted, bore dull, soapy colors and emitted a pungent alkaline odor. After washing, one's hands felt dry and rough, even turning slightly red. The imitation candies were equally appalling, riddled with impurities, dark in color, lacking sweetness, and even possessing an indescribable bitterness. A discerning eye could easily discern these as blatant fakes. Yet there would always be those who, lured by the prospect of saving a few coins or unaware of the truth, would fall prey to the deception. In no time, whispers regarding the sharp decline in the quality of Qing snake products began to circulate quietly among the populace. But this was merely an appetizer. The true spectacle was yet to unfold. The grand performance was about to commence, set against the backdrop of the Jinxage establishment. On that afternoon, the halls of Jinxage were once again bustling with activity and vibrant with life. Numerous elegantly dressed, noble women were meticulously selecting silks and satins, while also purchasing several pieces of the recently popular fragrant pork belly. Suddenly, a piercing scream, akin to thunder, shattered the lively atmosphere of Jinxage. You vile heartless merchant, you have lost all decency. Return my son's life. Before me stands a ragged woman, tightly cradling a small boy whose complexion is a ghastly shade of blue and whose lips are ashen black. Stumbling, she rushes to the entrance of the splendid pavilion and collapses onto the cold stone pavement, wailing with a heart-wrenching intensity. Oh, my son, my little ancestor, what has happened to you? It is all the fault of your mother. It is all my wretched fault. I was foolish enough to buy that cursed fragrant soap for your bath. Who could have known? Who could have foreseen that after the bath, you would become like this? As the woman weeps uncontrollably, her voice hoarse from sorrow, she raises a piece of coarse, poorly made soap, a counterfeit product that has begun to circulate in the market. Tears streaming down her face. She points accusingly at the resplendent sign of the splendid pavilion, her words laced with fury as she curses, appearing almost deranged. You, splendid pavilion. You heartless scoundrels. What kind of man-eating wares are you selling? This will surely lead to death. Fellow villagers, neighbors, come quickly. The splendid pavilion, this unscrupulous merchant, is selling poisoned soap. They are thirsting for human blood. In an instant, a dense crowd gathers, their eyes fixed upon the gilded sign of the splendid pavilion, pointing and murmuring, their words a cacophony of outrage. The proprietor of the splendid pavilion rushes out to defend himself, his voice strained as he insists that the soap in the woman's possession is not their authentic Qing snake brand. Yet the distraught woman, akin to a madwoman, clutches her ailing child, rolling on the ground, crying out for justice, demanding retribution from the splendid pavilion for the life of her child. Among the throng, several prearranged instigators emerge, fanning the flames of chaos, eager to exacerbate the situation. Oh, the tragedy! How pitiful this child appears. Surely he is beyond saving. How can such a venerable establishment, the splendid pavilion, sell such malicious wares? Where is the government? Are the officials all dead? Shouldn't they report this immediately? Amidst the turmoil, someone indeed rushes to the authorities to file a complaint. Simultaneously, similar uproars unfold at the entrances of the Hutong and Baichaotang. Each consumer outcry echoing the last, with complaints ranging from stomach ailments caused by snowflake candy to skin afflictions attributed to the soap. Yet, without exception, all accusations point towards the nefarious Qing snake gang and their tainted products. News of the scandal spreads like wildfire, engulfing the city in a frenzy of fear and unrest. In the offices of the Housing and Land Bureau, Wang Song sits regally in his armchair, listening intently to the vivid report from his trusted tax collector, a sinister smirk finally creeping across his lips. The moment has come to fruition. Slamming his palm onto the mahogany desk, he rises abruptly, feigning righteous indignation, his expression a mask of outrage. This is outrageous, an affront to justice. This is utterly unacceptable. In broad daylight, under the expansive heavens, one dares to brazenly sell poison, endangering countless lives. Such an act is utterly devoid of conscience, provoking the ire of both man and deity. This heinous behavior, which contravenes the natural order, poses a grave threat to the safety and well-being of the citizens of Chaoyang City and must be met with the utmost severity. There shall be no leniency. With an authoritative demeanor, he immediately issued a command, his tone resolute and indisputable. Let it be known, immediately seal off the 3 unscrupulous establishments, Hutong Heo, Jinxiu Pavilion, and Baichaotang. All merchandise bearing the Qingxi brand shall be confiscated on the spot, pending government inspection. Furthermore, swiftly assemble the guards and constables, fully armed, and encircle the outskirts where the nefarious workshop produces these toxins. Ensure that not even a fly escapes. Convey to those within the workshop that they have half an hour to voluntarily surrender all recipes for fragrant Inzian Chihuahua candy for government examination, so that the source of the poison may be thoroughly identified. The citizens of the entire city deserve an explanation. Should anyone dare to resist obstinately, refuse to cooperate, or even resort to violence, they shall be prosecuted under charges of obstructing official duties and harboring criminals. There shall be no mercy, absolutely none. Chapter 50. The Battle of Wits Against Corrupt Officials. The counterattack of public opinion within the main hall of the Qingxi gang. The atmosphere was suffocatingly still, heavy enough to stifle one's breath. The distant clamoring of the constables sealing off the workshop faintly seeped in, echoing like a relentless hammer striking upon the heart. A direct confrontation? That would be tantamount to courting death. Li Xian's countenance remained serene, his slender fingers rhythmically tapping on the cold surface of the table. In his fathomless eyes, there was not a trace of panic. Instead, they glimmered with an otherworldly calmness, a perception that transcended the era. Since a forceful assault was a path to ruin, it was time to adopt a different strategy. Public opinion, the rules, the human heart. Mastering these elements could prove sharper than any blade. Master, Li Xian's voice, though low, possessed a certain enchantment that instantly alleviated some of the gloom hanging over the two men. Chief, Zhu Guqing hurried forward, concern etched on his face. I will immediately go and reassure the managers of Hutong Heo, Jinxiu Pavilion, and Baikeatang. Li Xian spoke with steady clarity. Inform them that our Qingxi gang will bear all losses this time, and we shall repay them double. Securing their trust is paramount for maintaining our coffers and our foundation. Li Xian's unwavering demeanor served as the most reassuring balm. Indeed, Zhu Guqing replied solemnly. Moreover, Li Xian's gaze swept over the diverse expressions of the gang members below, whose hearts were in turmoil. Convey my message. Tell all brothers that we have been wronged, framed. There are envious officials in the government who wish to rob us outright. This is not merely an attack on the Qingxi gang. It threatens the livelihoods of all our brothers. His voice suddenly rose, infused with a frigid wrath. Do they dare to snatch food from our mouths? They better ask the blades we wield whether they will agree. The initially anxious gang members were ignited by his words, their anger and resentment flaring. Yes, damn it. Let us take them on. Li Xian's lips curled ever so slightly. This was the fierce unity he sought. Internally, they must be bound together as one. The next step was to counterattack. Shouho, present chief. Shouho jolted forward with renewed energy. You are to gather the most astute members of our gang and investigate. Li Xian's gaze sharpened. Look into those so-called victims causing a ruckus outside the trading house. Uncover their backgrounds, whom they have been in contact with recently, and from whom they have received ill-gotten gains. I want to discern the puppeteer orchestrating this vile spectacle. His tone was chillingly resolute. Understood, chief. I will ensure you receive all the details. Shouho, brimming with excitement, swiftly departed. He excelled at such underhanded tasks. Li Xian's gaze once more turned to the window, the faint smirk at the corner of his mouth deepening. Wang Song, do you truly believe that these meager tactics will compel me to surrender? You're woefully naive. The true performance has only just begun. In a matter of days, the various tea houses and taverns in the outer city quietly began to circulate a new tale. The storytellers, with their fervent gestures and animated expressions, recounted the narrative of unscrupulous merchants tarnishing the reputation of genuine products and misguided officials failing to deliver justice. Although the characters were not named explicitly, anyone with a modicum of intellect could discern the veiled references. The jealous Wang Yuanwei, who resorted to underhanded tactics to frame others out of envy, was clearly modeled after Wang Song, the head of the household registry. The wronged, virtuous shop referenced was undoubtedly the recently embattled Qingxi Industries. Simultaneously, in the inconspicuous corners of the city, during the stillness of night, some individuals could be seen furtively posting crudely printed flyers. The handwriting was crooked, yet the message was unmistakable. Beware of counterfeit goods. Inferior products can cause great harm. Do not be lured by cheap prices. Let the black-hearted merchants have nowhere to hide. The focus was squarely on the low-priced counterfeit items circulating in the market. Among the populace, some idlers began to inadvertently disseminate various rumors. I must say, the fragrant product from the Qingxi gang are truly remarkable. They clean splendidly and smell delightful, albeit at a higher price. Indeed, and that snowflake sugar, as white as snow, adds prestige when serving tea to guests. Now, alas, it has been seized by the authorities, and even those with money cannot procure it. Have you heard? It seems that someone is deliberately using fake toxic products to harm people, aiming to bring down the Qingxi gang and then sell their own wares. TSK, TSK. The depths of human nature are truly dark. The tide of public opinion, much like an undercurrent, began to subtly shift without anyone's notice. An increasing number of people started to harbor doubts and engage in discussions. The blame gradually pointed towards the inferior counterfeit goods and the potential conspiracy lurking behind them. The inconveniences brought about by the seizures also stirred discontent among ordinary citizens, who previously felt detached from the matter, regarding the government's sweeping measures with some dissatisfaction. Li Xian understood that relying solely on these rumors circulating in the marketplace was far from sufficient. He needed to navigate the rules of this world, even if those rules were riddled with flaws. He He dispatched individuals to gather intelligence and ultimately located an impoverished old scholar named Fong in a dilapidated courtyard in the outer city. This old scholar, repeatedly failing in his examinations and living in dire straits, still possessed a semblance of the dignity and eloquence characteristic of a learned man. Li Xian personally visited him, presenting a generous gift and expressing himself with earnestness and humility. He was astute enough not to request the old scholar to compose a formal complaint to the authorities, as that would be akin to willingly placing his neck under Wang Song's blade. Instead, he courteously asked the old scholar to assist him by drafting a petition. Note, it was not a complaint, but a petition. To whom was this petition directed? To the censorate, an institution theoretically responsible for overseeing local officials and holding a higher authority than the Jingzhou prefecture. In the heartfelt petition, each word is earnest, meticulously detailing how the Qing Shi gang diligently developed beneficial products for the populace, how they were regrettably defamed and imitated by unscrupulous merchants, and how they suffered unjust treatment from local authorities, an implicit reference to Wang Song, resulting in a grave miscarriage of justice. Throughout the entire narrative, there is not a single word of defiance against the officials. Rather, it repeatedly emphasizes a plea for the superior authorities to discern the truth and conduct a fair investigation, thereby restoring the Qing Shi enterprise's honor and justice. This represents a subtle probing, an attempt to exert pressure within the existing regulatory framework. As Fang Xucai observed the young man before him, his demeanor was composed, his speech exceptional, exuding an unusual maturity and intriguing charm that belied his years. Glancing at the substantial pile of glistening silver on the table, he thoughtfully stroked his few yellowing goat hairs, pondering for a moment before nodding in acquiescence. Alas, let it be a trial. Almost simultaneously, Wang Song's circumstances began to grow increasingly uncomfortable. The market buzzed with rumors, akin to bothersome flies buzzing incessantly in his ears, causing him great distress. Particularly vexing was the petition that had reportedly been submitted to the inspection office, although he surmised it would likely sink without a trace. It nonetheless pricked at him like a thorn. Should a political rival seize upon it as leverage, it would pose a significant dilemma. He never anticipated that a leader emerging from the slums would employ such refined tactics to vex him. A band of ungrateful rascals, utterly oblivious to their fate. Wang Song paced restlessly in his dimly lit study, his fingers caressing a smooth jade ring, the rhythm of his motions hastening. He sensed that matters were ever so slightly beginning to slip from his grasp. Yet, Li Xian's counteroffensive did not wane. News soon arrived from the lean monkey. The ringleaders of the disturbance, as expected, turned out to be nothing more than hired ruffians. Tracing the leads further revealed connections to several well-established grocery and confectionery shop owners in the city, who had recently been esteemed guests in Wang Song's household. Regrettably, the evidence was still insufficient and lacked directness. Li Xian required more substantial and explicit leverage. A trap targeting these ruffians was quietly set. Several capable members of the Qing Shi gang transformed themselves into affluent merchants from distant lands, extravagantly displaying their wealth, deliberately approaching the most unruly troublemakers from the previous disturbances. After several rounds of drinking, they forged camaraderie, creating a lively atmosphere. As the revelry intensified, they subtly hinted, supplemented by the allure of gleaming silver. Brothers, your last endeavor was truly remarkable. Our employer has recently had some discord with a rival and would like to enlist your assistance in stirring things up. The remuneration is absolutely negotiable. Indeed, quite agreeable. We are familiar with this sort of task. The last time we assisted someone from Wang Zhu's side, we received merely a trifling sum in the dim corner of the tavern. An exceptionally keen-eared member of the Qing Shi gang meticulously recorded every drunken utterance. Witnesses secured. With a drunken confession in hand, he had also uncovered the clandestine locations of several shabby workshops producing inferior counterfeit goods. The time was nearly ripe. Li Xian meticulously compiled all the gathered evidence, including the records of those ruffians admitting to accepting bribes and instigating disturbances, along with clues pointing to the workshop's locations. This anonymous dossier, devoid of any signature, was discreetly placed on the desk of the gatekeeper at the Jingzhou prefecture's office by a nimble figure during a tranquil midnight. The governor of Jingzhou, a man named Zhang, nearing 50, had spent many years navigating the treacherous waters of the officialdom. He was not one to pursue grand achievements, preferring instead to avoid mistakes, placing utmost value on the stability of his jurisdiction and the preservation of his official cap. He was acutely aware of Wang Song's unscrupulous dealings under the guise of tax inspections, which included embezzlement and extortion, yet he had been too apathetic to intervene, deeming it unnecessary to reprimand his subordinates over trivial matters. However, it appeared that Wang Song had overstepped this time. The closure of 3 influential merchant houses in the outer city and the besieging of the Qing Shi gang's workshop had stirred significant unrest and scandal throughout the town, creating a profoundly negative impact. Now, this anonymous report had pointedly accused Wang Song of collusion with unscrupulous merchants to fabricate incidents and frame others. As Zhang scrutinized the well-organized document before him, its evidence, though indirect, was unmistakably clear, and he reflected on the recent rumors circulating in the city and the petition that had reportedly reached the inspection office. His brow furrowed in concern. This Wang Song was embroiling him in trouble. If this turmoil escalated and reached higher authorities, Zhang, as the governor of Jingzhou, could hardly absolve himself of responsibility. The implications were too severe. He must take measures against this reckless fool. Zhang picked up the gavel and lightly tapped it on the table, a flicker of determination sparking in his murky eyes. At the Qingxi gang's headquarters, Li Xian stood by the window, his gaze directed towards the brightly lit Jingzhou prefecture office in the distance. The night air was cool, carrying the damp scent of an impending storm. The web of public opinion had already been cast. The arrows of counterattack had been launched. Wang Song must have already begun to feel the pressure. Would the intervention of the Jingzhou office be the pivotal factor in breaking the stalemate? Would that avaricious registrar relent, or would he, in a fit of rage, resort to even more ruthless and unscrupulous means of revenge? Li Xian's fingertips brushed against something concealed within his sleeve, a letter discovered in the secret chamber of the Black Tiger Gang, containing irrefutable evidence that could utterly ruin Wang Song. Yet, the time to reveal this trump card had not yet arrived. Patience was required, waiting for the most critical moment to deliver a devastating blow. The tumult seemed to have momentarily subsided, but Li Xian understood that this could merely be a fleeting, suffocating calm before the storm. A greater tempest might be brewing just beneath the horizon. He had to seize every moment to swiftly transform the burgeoning wealth of the Qing Shi gang into a formidable power, one capable of safeguarding itself and even overpowering its adversaries. Strength. Only absolute strength serves as the sole passport to thrive in this era of the survival of the fittest. Chapter 51. The intervention of the prefect. Wang Song set back. The offices of the Jingzhou prefecture were illuminated brightly. Wang Song hurriedly traversed the corridors, ultimately pausing outside the main hall where Prefect Zhang was engaged in official duties. The gatekeeper offered him a slight nod before parting the heavy curtain. Taking a deep breath, Wang Song adjusted his official robes and stepped inside. Within the main hall, fragrant sandalwood lingered in the air, and the desk was piled high with a mountain of documents. Prefect Zhang, sitting upright, perused the papers before him by the glow of the lamps. Approaching 50, his face was square with a meticulously trimmed beard, exuding an innate authority without the need for anger. "Your Excellency, I, Wang Song, pay my respects," he said, bowing deeply, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Prefect Zhang did not immediately lift his gaze, merely responding with a soft hum, his eyes still fixed on the documents. The silence weighed heavily on Wang Song, inducing a sense of unease within him. Wang, the chief clerk. After a moment, Prefect Zhang finally set down the papers and raised his head, his calm gaze settling upon Wang Song. That look, seemingly tranquil, possessed an uncanny ability to peer into one's soul, leaving Wang Song feeling utterly exposed. Recently, the matters in the outer city have stirred quite a commotion. Prefect Zhang began, his tone deliberate, tinged with a barely perceptible pressure. Rumors abound in the marketplace. alleging that someone is exploiting tax inspections to extort merchants. Furthermore, there are claims of a malicious poisoner in the city, instilling fear among the populace. A chill ran down Wang Song's spine, his posture instinctively tightening. It had come to pass. Indeed, the prefect had summoned him regarding this matter. However, he maintained a composed facade, continuing to express his respect, responding in a measured tone. Your Excellency, please understand, I serve diligently and uphold the law, harboring no intentions of favoritism or corruption. As for the rumors, they are merely the fabrications of a few nefarious individuals seeking to disrupt public order. The Green Serpent Industries has engaged in tax evasion, with irrefutable evidence, he added, striving to clear his name. The closure of their shops was a necessary measure to rectify taxation and serve as a warning. Prefect Zhang listened intently, his expression inscrutable. Once Wang Song finished, he spoke slowly, his tone still calm, yet laden with significance. Oh, is that so? If the evidence is indeed conclusive, why has the closure persisted for several days without resolution? Have the details of the alleged poisoning incident been thoroughly investigated? Is it verifiable, or is it merely a case of malicious slander? The barrage of questions from the prefect caught Wang Song off guard, causing beads of sweat to surface on his forehead as uncertainty gripped his heart. How much did the prefect truly know? Had he merely heeded the whispers of the marketplace? Or was there a deeper understanding at play? Your Excellency, this matter is still under investigation, Wang Song replied, his voice wavering, clearly lacking conviction. The Green Serpent Gang is exceptionally cunning, their operations shrouded in secrecy, creating obstacles for my inquiries. As for the incident of harm, he hesitated, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The official has already dispatched personnel for a meticulous investigation, and the preliminary assessment suggests that there may be a possibility of malicious counterfeiting of inferior products, aimed at obfuscating the truth and framing others. Wang Song cautiously probed, attempting to shift the blame onto unscrupulous merchants to lessen his own culpability. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fuin's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Malicious counterfeiting? Framing? He reiterated these phrases with a hint of amusement in his tone. Master Wang, you have served in this capacity for many years, and your experience is extensive. One would assume you are not so easily deceived by superficial appearances. What I seek is the truth, a truth that instills confidence in the populace and reassures the court, not a tangled web of confusion that grows more convoluted with each inquiry. Zhang Fuin's voice suddenly turned grave, laced with an undertone of warning. The autumn harvest season is upon us, and the entire court is focused on the collection of autumn taxes. Should these trivial matters cause delays in this crucial undertaking, jeopardizing the peace of Chang'an? Zhang Fuin did not complete his thought, yet the threat was unmistakably clear. Wang Song's complexion paled slightly, his heart chilled. He understood. The Lord Fuin was cautioning him, warning him to temper his actions and not escalate matters to the detriment of tax collection and the stability of the inner city. As for the truth, who was right and who was wrong, it seemed the Fuin did not concern himself with such details. He was only preoccupied with his own position and the superficial tranquility of Chang'an. I understand, Wang Song stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he hastily bowed in response. I shall expedite the investigation to provide a satisfactory account to both the populace and the court. Very well, Zhang Fuin nodded in satisfaction, his tone softening somewhat. It is good that you comprehend. Go now, carry out your duties diligently, and do not disappoint this office. I take my leave. Wang Song felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, bowing once more before cautiously exiting the main hall. Upon stepping outside the government office, the night breeze enveloped him, carrying a hint of chill, yet it did nothing to dissipate the cold dread within his heart. The demeanor of the Fuin left him in a state of uncertainty. Was the Fuin merely seeking to placate public discontent and admonish him? Or had he truly discerned something significant? Regardless, the Fuin's warning weighed heavily on his mind. The autumn tax collection and the tranquility of Chang'an loomed like an immense burden upon his shoulders, and he could neither afford nor dare to provoke it lightly. Enough! Wang Song sighed deeply, knowing that despite his myriad grievances, he must temporarily lay low. Let's take a moment to pause, lest we truly invite calamity upon ourselves. He trudged heavily toward home, yet his resentment toward Li Xian deepened further. It was all that accursed peasant. Were it not for his meddling, stirring up such trouble, Wang Song would not find himself so ensnared and beleaguered. Li Xuan. Li Xian, Wang Song muttered through gritted teeth, a sinister glint flickering in his eyes. This debt is far from settled. In the Huafeng bureau, Wang Song sat in his study with a dark expression, summoning his trusted tax officials. Convey my orders. His tone was frigid, laced with a hint of suppressed fury. From this day forth, the seals on Hutong Heo, Jinqiu Pavilion, and Bai Keitang shall be lifted. The encirclement of the workshop shall also be somewhat relaxed. Upon hearing this, the tax official's face displayed a look of astonishment. My lord, why is this so? Are we not? Silence. Wang Song thundered, interrupting the tax official, his eyes glinting with menace. I possess my own discernment. Do not presume to speak. The tax official trembled in fear, hastily kneeling and prostrating himself repeatedly. I'm at fault. I spoke out of turn. Please, my lord, forgive me. Get out and attend to your duties. Wang Song rebuked. Yes, I will take my leave at once. The tax official scurried away, yet his heart brimmed with confusion. My lord, what has transpired? Why the sudden change of heart? Could it be some unforeseen circumstance? At the headquarters of the Green Snake Gang, Li Xian sat behind his desk, listening to the report from Zhu Guqing, a faint smile playing on his lips. The magistrate summoned Wang Song? His tone was calm, as if everything had unfolded as anticipated. Indeed, Zhu Guqing nodded in affirmation. According to our informants within the Yamen, when Wang Song emerged, his expression was exceedingly grim. Subsequently, he ordered the lifting of the seals on the 3 businesses and somewhat relaxed the encirclement of the workshop. Li Xian, upon hearing this, tapped his fingers rhythmically against the desk, deep in thought. It seems this magistrate Zhang does not wish to escalate matters. His primary concern lies with the stability of Chang'an and his own reputation. Zhu Guqing furrowed his brow slightly, filled with worry. Chief, since the magistrate has intervened and Wang Song has yielded, does this mean the matter is settled? Settled? Li Xian chuckled softly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. How could that be? This hungry wolf, Wang Song, has tasted the sweetness of success. He will not easily relent. His current concession is merely a strategic ploy to lull us into a false sense of security, waiting for the opportune moment to strike back. The magistrate's intervention has indeed granted us a brief respite, yet it is merely a momentary reprieve. To completely overthrow Wang Song, we must advance further. Li Xian's gaze sharpened, a new plan forming in his mind. Assistant, he lifted his head, looking at Zhu Guqing. Immediately request the old scholar to draft another petition. This time, the wording must be more heartfelt, more emotionally compelling. We must emphasize the virtuous merchant nature of our Green Snake Gang, highlighting that we are the victims, unjustly slandered by malevolent individuals and wronged by the authorities. Simultaneously, we should subtly yet clearly direct the blame towards certain officials abusing their power and colluding with unscrupulous merchants. Upon hearing this, Zhu Guqing understood the implication. The chief intends to. Indeed, Li Xian's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Since the magistrate desires stability and seeks the truth, we shall provide him with the truth. We must make him witness the avarice and shamelessness of Wang Song and his ilk, and the havoc they have wreaked upon the city of Chang'an. It is imperative that he understands that true stability can only be achieved through the complete eradication of the malignant presence that is Wang Song. Upon hearing the news that the authorities had lifted the embargo, the proprietors of the 3 trading houses, Hui Tonghao, Jinxiuj, and Bai Keitang, were overwhelmed with joy and rushed to share the good news with one another. Yet, amidst their elation, a cloud of apprehension loomed over them. Was Wang Song's concession merely a temporary reprieve? Would he seek retribution with even greater ferocity? In the midst of their anxious deliberations, a message arrived from Li Xian. Within the clandestine chamber of the Qing Shi Gang headquarters, the 3 proprietors exchanged complex glances at the sight of Li Xian, who sat regally at the head of the table. Big Brother Li, the proprietor of Hui Tonghao, spoke first, his tone laced with trepidation. Will the authorities truly let us go? At this, Li Xian offered a faint smile. As for whether the authorities will spare you, I cannot provide assurances. However, I can guarantee that the Qingxi gang shall not overlook anyone who dares to oppress our business partners. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable air of authority. This incident has entangled you, esteemed proprietors, and I, Li Xian, wish to extend my sincerest apologies. He rose slightly and performed a respectful gesture towards the three. They, in turn, hurriedly returned the gesture, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Li Xian's demeanor brought them a measure of comfort, deepening their understanding of the Qingxi gang's formidable power. Big Brother Li, you speak too gravely. The proprietor of Jingxiyuj interjected with a wry smile. Ultimately, it is our own greed for trifling gains that has allowed others to exploit our weaknesses. To emerge unscathed is already a stroke of fortune. How could we dare to place blame upon you? The proprietor of Baikatang sighed in agreement. Yet, Wang Song is a man who harbors grudges and possesses a narrow heart. After suffering such a significant loss, he is unlikely to let the matter rest easily. Li Xian merely smiled, his confidence shining through. You need not fret. Wang Song is but a petty clown, not worthy of fear. Since I, Li Xian, have chosen to oppose him, I possess the means to confront him. He paused, his voice taking on a mysterious tone. Just remember, the Qingxi gang will always stand as your strongest support. I, Li Xian, shall ensure that none of you suffer any injustice. His words acted as a balm for the three proprietors, easing their troubled hearts. As they gazed upon this youthful leader, an inexplicable sense of trust began to blossom within them. Perhaps, just perhaps, they had indeed chosen the right ally this time. As night deepened, in the rear study of the magistrate's residence, Wang Song remained awake, the bright lights illuminating his darkened visage. He paced restlessly, his brow furrowed in agitation. The magistrate's warning had compelled him to temper his actions, yet this did not signify his capitulation. Wang Song was not the type to surrender easily. Li Xian, the Green Snake Gang. Wang Song gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with a venomous light. Since you have chosen to refuse my hospitality, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. He abruptly halted, a flicker of madness crossing his gaze. Kumin, he called out to the outside in a low voice. His trusted tax official entered promptly, bowing in obedience. My lord, go summon the third and fourth. Bring them to me. Wang Song's tone was chilling, imbued with a sense of foreboding. Inform them that it is time to attend to serious matters. This time, I shall ensure that the Green Snake Gang shall never rise again. A far grander web of conspiracy was silently unfurling, casting a shadow over the beleaguered Green Snake Gang. Chapter 52. A Cornered Bee Strikes Back. The midnight assault in the dimly lit study of the government office. The flickering candlelight cast an unsettling glow upon Wang Song's contorted visage, twisted by rage. In his eyes sparkled a frenzied glint akin to that of a desperate gambler, a malevolent spirit intent on wagering all that he possessed. The third and fourth he referred to were no ordinary subordinates who bowed and scraped in the office. Rather, they were the outlaws he had meticulously nurtured over the years. Men whose hands were stained with irredeemable blood, tasked with executing the unspeakable deeds that could not be exposed to the light of day. Beside him, a trusted tax official felt his back drenched in cold sweat. He vaguely sensed the inhumane scheme his master was concocting, yet he dared not draw breath, let alone utter a word of inquiry. He hastily bowed in acquiescence. Moments later, two figures materialized within the study. They were robust, their muscles taut, exuding an aura of palpable menace. One glance revealed them to be ruthless individuals accustomed to a life teetering on the edge of death, viewing human life as mere chaff. Master, the duo intoned, their voices gravelly and low, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. Wang Song slowly turned, his cold, sinister gaze sweeping over them. There is a task that requires your attention, he stated in a hushed tone, each word laced with a bone-chilling intent. You must act with precision and leave no trace behind. Are you familiar with the location of the Qing Snake Gang's workshop on the outskirts of the city? Indeed. The third nodded, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. We shall strike tonight. Bring all your men, as well as Those friends of ours. The friends Wang Song referred to were the merchants in collusion with him, who clandestinely provided thugs and ruffians. A cruel smile crept across his lips, his tone foreboding. Set fire to that place. Burn it to the ground. Leave no remnants. Make it appear as if it were a gang feud or perhaps an accidental blaze. Do you understand? He emphasized, we must leave not a single thread of evidence pointing to us. Burn that accursed workshop. Incinerate those damned incense sticks and sugar cakes. Let us see how Li Xian can challenge me after that. Wang Song's voice resonated with a manic delight. Do you comprehend? Understood. The third and fourth replied in unison, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Li Xian. He ground his teeth as he chewed on this name. This time, I shall witness your demise. The night, devoid of moonlight, was punctuated only by a few scattered stars, accentuating the chilling winds. On the outskirts of the city, the area surrounding the Qing Shi gang workshop lay in eerie silence. Only the occasional chirp of unknown insects pierced the stillness, adding an unsettling aura to the ominous tranquility. A dozen shadowy figures, shrouded in the cover of darkness, stealthily approached the workshop, clad in practical night attire and masked with black cloth. Only their eyes glimmered with vigilance and ferocity in the gloom. Leading the group were the third and fourth brothers, each gripping heavy oil cans in their hands, with fire-starting flares tucked into their belts, moving soundlessly. The workshop's surroundings appeared calm, no different from usual. However, beneath the surface, a web of traps meticulously laid by Li Xian had long since been set. Aware of Wang Song's treacherous nature, Li Xian anticipated that desperation would drive him to employ the most unscrupulous tactics. Thus, the defenses of the workshop had been elevated to an unprecedented level. Not only had the number of sentries, both visible and hidden, doubled, but they were also on round-the-clock alert. Furthermore, numerous seemingly rudimentary alarm devices had been strategically placed in the outer area, designed using Li Xian's knowledge of future technologies combined with available materials. Delicate tripwires, nearly invisible like strands of hair, connected to tiny copper bells hidden in the grass or tree hollows. Additionally, trigger mechanisms employing levers and gravity were ingeniously crafted. Any misstep or touch would sound an alarm. More insidiously, several cleverly disguised pits have been excavated, shallow yet filled with sharpened bamboo spikes glinting ominously. Scattered along the seemingly flat paths were rusty iron caltrops laced with venom. One assassin, tasked with scouting ahead, tread lightly. Yet in the darkness, perfection was elusive. He sensed that his foot had struck something delicate. Suddenly, a faint sound, clear as thunder in the profound silence of the night, rang out. Almost simultaneously, from another patch of grass nearby, a sharp, mechanical snap echoed. Alarmed, the third brother's face shifted dramatically as he hissed a warning. Yet it was too late. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sound of arrows slicing through the air erupted. On the high walls of the workshop, the elite members of the Qing Shi gang, poised for action and holding their breath, launched a lethal assault the moment the signal sounded. Several preloaded crossbow bolts erupted from the shadows, gleaming with lethal intent. Thud! Thud! The dull thuds of blades meeting flesh resonated almost simultaneously. The foremost assassins had no chance to scream before their bodies stiffened and collapsed lifelessly. Their chests and throats were deeply embedded with crossbow bolts, the feathers trembling violently as warm blood gushed forth, rapidly staining the ground beneath them. An enemy assault. Within the workshop, the alarm bell rang out with a sudden clang, echoing throughout the entire area. In an instant, countless torches were ignited, illuminating the workshop like broad daylight. The members of the guard, already equipped and prepared, surged forth from every corner. Each donned specially crafted, reinforced leather armor designed by Li Xian, with iron plates embedded in critical areas, far surpassing the defenses of ordinary thugs. Firmly grasping gleaming shields and steel blades. Elite archers armed with powerful crossbows swiftly occupied advantageous positions atop walls and towers, their cold arrows aimed at the encroaching darkness. These individuals had been meticulously chosen and trained by Li Xian, intimately familiar with the cooperative tactics he had imparted. At this moment, they provided mutual cover, executing their maneuvers with seamless coordination and solid formations. Release the smoke. A voice commanded from the ranks of the guards. Several homemade smoke bombs, crafted by Li Xian, were forcefully hurled into the outer regions of the workshop. With a hissing sound, the acrid smoke rapidly spread, enveloping the area where the assassins lay in ambush, severely obstructing their vision and breathing. In the darkness, a cacophony of screams, the clashing of weapons, and the whistling of crossbow bolts intertwined to create a chaotic and bloody symphony. The assassins sent by Wang Song were undeniably fierce, composed of desperate rogues. Yet, before the well-prepared, well-equipped, and strategically advantageous Qing Shi gang guard, they resembled beasts ensnared in a premeditated trap. Their only recourse was futile struggles and anguished wails. The seemingly inconspicuous defensive structures designed by Li Xian now played a significant, even decisive role. Unfortunate assassins triggered concealed tripwires, revealing their positions and inviting precise crossbow fire. Many stumbled into disguised pits, impaled by sharp bamboo spikes, emitting heart-wrenching cries. Others, in their panic, stepped on poisoned iron caltrops, succumbing to excruciating pain and becoming instant targets. The guard members skillfully utilized the cover of smoke, occasionally relying on the walls for accurate shots, while at other times forming small assault teams, brandishing shields and blades, plunging into the fog to ruthlessly eliminate isolated or wounded foes. From the outset, the battle exhibited a lopsided nature. This was not a clash of equals. It was a premeditated and one-sided massacre, a death sentence. Chapter 53. The battle concludes. Wang Song betrayed. The skirmish of the night swiftly reached its conclusion. Lao San and Lao Si watched in horror, their hearts gripped by trepidation. The so-called elite they had brought along, who normally wielded power and instilled fear in the outer city, committing acts of violence and plunder with impunity, now stood as fragile as paper before the opponent's inscrutable tactics and relentless, insidious traps, easily torn apart and harvested. This workshop of the Qing Shi gang was far from a mere production site for miscellaneous goods. It was, in truth, a meticulously arranged death trap. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Lao Si could no longer withstand the mounting pressure, his voice trembling with fear as he shouted in panic, the first to entertain thoughts of fleeing. However, since Li Xian had laid out an intricate web, how could he allow these unwitting intruders to escape so easily? Capture them alive. A crisp and chilling command resonated among the guards. The encirclement tightened like a noose, swiftly compressing around the remaining assailants. The crossbow bolts no longer aimed for lethal strikes, but targeted their arms and thighs. The guards, wielding imposing shields, formed a formidable wall, advancing relentlessly. The blade bearers followed closely, utilizing the shields as cover to systematically isolate and dismantle the resisting foes. After a brief, yet intense, onslaught, the majority of the assailants lay slain, their bodies sprawled haphazardly across the open ground outside the workshop, blood flowing like a river. Lao San, still intent on fierce resistance, brandished his weapon like a mad tiger. Yet he was soon beset by several well-coordinated guards, who, with a powerful shield strike, threw him off balance. In an instant, multiple steel blades descended upon him, toppling him to the ground, drenched in blood and gravely wounded, unable to move. Lao Si, on the other hand, was somewhat fortunate, or perhaps simply more prudent. Sensing the tide had turned, he attempted to flee, only to be struck violently from behind by a heavy club, plunging him into darkness, unconscious. He was subsequently bound tightly with coarse hemp ropes alongside other unfortunate captives. In this ambush, the Qing Shi gang emerged triumphant, capturing 5 living prisoners, including Lao Si. Within the brightly lit confines of the workshop, which shone like daylight, Li Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the injured and bound captives, their condition a pitiful sight. His countenance was as cold as ice, his gaze deep and inscrutable, revealing no trace of emotion. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood and the lingering odor of burning oil. "Speak," Li Xian commanded, his voice low yet imbued with an intensity that pierced the soul. "Who sent you?" The captured assailants either clenched their teeth in defiance, turning their heads away, or averted their gazes, unwilling to meet Li Xian's penetrating stare. Clearly, they clung to a sliver of hope or trembled under the shadow of their unseen master. A frigid smile tugged at Li Xian's lips. He had neither the interest nor the time for the theatrics of torture. When dealing with such desperate individuals, psychological pressure and disintegration could often prove more effective than mere physical torment. He slowly approached the fourth man, who had been knocked unconscious and then awoken by a splash of cold water, crouching down to meet his gaze, calm and composed. As he scrutinized the fear and despair reflected in the other's eyes, his voice possessed a strange, almost seductive power, as if it could unravel all mysteries. "Wang Song," he inquired, "how much silver did he offer you to come here and meet your demise?" The fourth man trembled violently, as though struck by lightning. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes wide with terror, shock, and disbelief. How do you know?" "I not only know that it was Wang Song," Li Xian replied, his tone remaining even, yet it struck the fourth man's heart like a heavy hammer. "I am also aware that it was his trusted steward who directly commanded you and orchestrated this operation. Is that not correct?" The fourth man's complexion turned ashen, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word. Li Xian gradually rose, looking down upon him with a hint of pity, yet predominantly with an icy indifference. "Did you truly believe that by incinerating this place and destroying those incense offerings and sugar confections, you could sleep soundly, erasing all traces? How naive!" A note of mockery tinged Li Xian's voice. "The evidence of Wang Song's collusion with the Black Tiger Gang, his corruption and disregard for human life, has long been firmly in my grasp. Your foolish endeavor has merely served to provide me with more direct and damning testimonies and material proof." With a gentle wave of his hand, subordinates stepped forward, laying out weapons, tokens, and bows and knives that bore distinctive family or gang markings, as well as items that were evidently of official origin but had crucial insignias deliberately worn away. These items, illuminated by the bright flames, appeared particularly glaring. "With these items, alongside your testimonies," Li Xian pointed at the evidence on the ground and then gestured towards the fourth man and the other captives, "there will be ample grounds for Master Zhang from the Jingzhou Prefecture and even those above him in the inspection department to conduct a thorough investigation. Wang Song is finished." Li Xian's tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. "And you all," his gaze swept over each captive, "are finished as well. Now you have two choices. 1. You can choose to stubbornly bear the burden for him, resist to the bitter end, and ultimately meet a tragic end, possibly dragging your families down with you. The second option," Li Xian paused, his voice laced with temptation. "You can turn against him, confess everything, and testify against Wang Song's crimes. Perhaps you may still secure a path to survival for yourself and your family." Li Xian's words were akin to the whispers of a devil, each syllable striking precisely at the most vulnerable nerves of these desperate men. The terror of death, the despair of being cast aside as expendable, and the faint flicker of survival instinct ignited in the depths of their plight intertwined, relentlessly assaulting their psychological defenses. At long last, the seemingly toughest among them, the fourth brother, was the first to completely unravel. He abruptly lifted his head, tears streaming down his face, and with a hoarse voice cried out, "I will speak. I shall reveal everything. I beg for mercy, my lord. It was Wang Song. It was the esteemed Lord Wang Song of the Household Register who instructed us. It was that steward of his, surnamed Qian, who personally approached us brothers, offering a substantial sum of silver, urging us to bring people tonight to set this place ablaze, to incinerate everything here. He promised that there would be generous rewards upon the completion of the task, with the first to confess. The remaining captives dared not conceal the truth any longer. They poured forth like a flood breaking through a dam, hastily divulging how Wang Song orchestrated the plan, how he directed their actions, and the promises he made, fearing that if they spoke too slowly, they would lose even their last chance at survival. Witnesses were now available, those who were loyal to Wang Song and trained in his service. There was also physical evidence, items bearing distinctive marks and governmental traces, serving as irrefutable proof. These pointed directly to Wang Song himself, driven by jealousy and vengeance, intent on destroying related products and workshops. and directing his trained assassins to commit arson and silencing the witnesses. This undeniable evidence was now firmly grasped in the hands of Li Xian. A cold glint flickered in Li Xian's eyes. Wang Song, your time of reckoning has arrived. Chapter 54, A Fatal Strike. The hidden dagger revealed in the inner chamber of the Qing Snake Gang's headquarters. The air still bore the acrid scent of blood, remnants of a recent, perilous skirmish that seemed to linger vividly in memory. Several captives lay on the ground, tightly bound, their wounds seeping blood, their eyes reflecting nothing but terror and utter despair. Scattered around them were pieces of evidence retrieved from their persons, tokens stained with dark red blood, and a government-issued dagger, its crucial insignia worn away. Li Xian stood before them, his expression as bleak as the depths of water. He absently toyed with an iron plate, unearthed from the leader known as Lao Si. This plate bore a distinctive mark, the unique insignia of Wang Song's trained assassins. Zhu Guqing and the old scholar stood nearby, their countenances equally grave. Everything aligned perfectly. The chain of evidence had coalesced flawlessly at this moment. From Zhao Tianba's final letter, through the malicious rumors circulating in the marketplace, to the farcical frame-up, culminating in the recent thwarted attempt at arson. Witnesses, physical evidence, all were in place. Wang Song's culpability was as solid as iron, leaving no room for evasion. Leader, with the evidence so compelling, should we not act? Immediately Zhu Guqing stepped forward, his voice hushed, barely concealing his urgency. Yet, Li Xian slowly shook his head. His gaze coldly swept over the trembling captives, now resembling mere refuse. Directly handed over to Lord Zhang of the Jingzhou Prefecture, his voice was soft. It bore a sharpness that could penetrate the very heart. That Lord Zhang was renowned for his aversion to scandal, valuing the faade of stability in Chang'an above all else. Submitting this evidence would certainly flay Wang Song's skin and perhaps even break his bones. However, one could not guarantee that the connections behind him, or even Lord Zhang himself, would not find a pretext such as disturbing autumn taxes or shaking the bureaucracy to lightly dismiss the matter. Should that occur, not only would it alert the enemy, but it would also grant Wang Song the opportunity to obliterate further incriminating evidence, even retaliate against us. Li Xian's fingers gently tapped the cold iron plate, a rhythmic beat echoing the call to arms. Yet this strike must be thunderous. It must be lethal. There could be no chance left for Wang Song to recover. He required a more comprehensive, more ruthless plan, one that would compel that Lord Zhang of the Jingzhou Prefecture not only to refrain from shielding Wang Song, but to actively sever ties with him. Li Xian lifted his gaze, resting it upon the old scholar. Sir, I must once more impose upon you. Please draft another document. Clearly articulate all the evidence. Zhao Tianba's letter, the testimonies of the hired ruffians, the confessions of these assassins from tonight, and all physical evidence. The wording must be fierce. It should strike hard, directly accusing Wang Song of collusion between officials and merchants, of callous disregard for human life, of arson and violence, endangering the populace. The old scholar's white beard trembled slightly, yet his eyes gleamed with the sharpness of an eagle. Rest assured, leader, I understand precisely how to compose it. Li Xian then turned back to Zhu Guqing. Master, mobilize all our connections, particularly those from the merchant line. Investigate thoroughly whether Zhang Jingji, the magistrate of Jingzhou Prefecture, has recently had any discord with General Wei of the Jinwu Guard. Zhu Guqing, with his remarkable intelligence, quickly grasped the underlying implications. The leader intends to employ a knife to kill from afar? Indeed, a cold, piercing smile graced Li Xian's lips. Zhang Jingji, as a civil official, places great importance on procedures and reputation, cherishing his public image. In contrast, General Wei is a quintessential warrior, reputed for his fierce temperament and a greater concern for the actual stability of his territory. I have heard that there have been ongoing frictions between him and Zhang Jingji regarding the responsibilities of city defense and public safety. This evidence, particularly the group of assassins tonight and these official weapons, Li Xian weighed the iron token in his hand, is sufficient for General Wei to find an excellent pretext of serious threats to public order with involvement from court officials. He would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to vex Zhang Jingji, while simultaneously earning himself a great merit. A cold glint of calculation sparkled in Li Xian's eyes. Find someone utterly trustworthy, such as the old proprietor of Hutonghao, to discreetly approach General Wei's confidants. Inform them that we possess irrefutable evidence that can utterly condemn Wang Song, the head of the household department. Once accomplished, they shall not be deprived of their share of the spoils. Remember, act swiftly and with absolute secrecy. Yes, master. A flash of brilliance ignited in Zhuge Qing's eyes as he promptly took his leave. Li Xian's gaze once again fell upon the old scholar. Sir, deliver the petition you have meticulously prepared to the Yusher Tai using the most secure method possible. Though the Yusher Tai is somewhat distant, its rank is higher, overseeing the supervision of all officials. Submitting this petition will serve as a formidable weight to initially press down on Wang Song. The old scholar stroked his beard, his gaze resolute. I understand. We shall strike from both fronts, ensuring that Wang Song finds no escape, neither in heaven nor on earth. As night deepened, two pieces of evidence, imbued with blood and hatred, were silently dispatched. One, painstakingly transcribed by the old scholar, bore heart-wrenching words detailing shocking accusations, sent through an exceedingly covert channel to the higher echelons of the supervisory authority, the Yusher Tai. The other, emphasizing the harrowing violence of the previous night. The testimonies of the assassins and the official evidence was personally delivered by the old proprietor of Hutonghao. It was quietly transmitted through a wealthy merchant with close business ties to the Wei Guard, reaching the hands of General Wei's trusted aide. At the left, Jinwu Guard headquarters. The place was ablaze with light. The imposing figure of General Wei, his visage as chiseled as if hewn from stone, scrutinized the confidential report and the blood-stained evidence presented by his aide. A terrifying brilliance suddenly ignited in his eyes. Wang Song, that gluttonous pig from Jingzhou Prefecture who only recognizes money? He picked up the death soldier's iron medal, stained with dark red blood, and then examined a meticulously defaced official crossbow. An uncontrollable excitement, mixed with a sinister sneer, crept across his face. How audacious! How utterly despicable! Now, they dare to harbor death soldiers on my territory, committing arson and murder. What on earth is Zhang Jingji doing to manage his pack of dogs? General Wei slammed his palm onto the table, causing the ink, paper, and brush to jump in shock. He abruptly rose, his armor clanging. Bring the horses. I am heading to the government office at once. I shall have a thorough discussion with Prefect Zhang regarding who truly holds sway over the peace of Chang'an. His tone was imbued with an undeniable authority, laced with a barely concealed relish for the unfolding chaos. At the Jingzhou Prefectural Office, Prefect Zhang Jingji had just finished dealing with a mountain of bureaucratic affairs and was lifting his teacup to moisten his throat, preparing for a brief respite. Suddenly, a series of hurried and heavy footsteps echoed from outside, imbued with the distinctive ferocity of a military general. Before the doorman could announce his presence, General Wei, clad in full battle regalia, stormed in with thunderous strides, his iron boots striking the ground. His face bore an unmistakable fury, resembling a ferocious tiger ready to pounce. Zhang Darren, General Wei's voice rang out like a bell, rough and commanding, causing ripples to form in the teacup held by Zhang Jingji. Zhang's brow furrowed slightly, and he gradually set down his cup, quickly donning a serene smile, as if nothing had transpired. Ah, it is General Wei. What brings you here in such haste? Could it be that there is trouble in the city? With a cold snort, General Wei strode to the desk, slamming a confidential report and several pieces of evidence onto Zhang Jingji's table with a force that made the documents quiver. Trouble? It is far beyond mere trouble. General Wei's voice boomed like thunder. Zhang Darren, take a look at these. Last night, a workshop on the outskirts was attacked by dozens of desperate criminals armed and set ablaze. Had it not been for the valiant defense of the guards, who fought to the death, it would have surely resulted in a catastrophic disaster, with flames reaching this very office. And these criminals, according to the captured survivors, were none other than the death soldiers nurtured by your household manager, Wang Song. The smile on Zhang Jingji's face instantly froze. His countenance visibly shifted, his gaze fixated on the pieces of evidence, especially the distinctive iron metal and the standardized weapons, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. He was aware of Wang Song's greed and unscrupulous dealings, but he had never imagined that Wang's audacity could reach such heights. Foolish, utterly and incomprehensibly foolish. At this critical moment of autumn taxation, right beneath the emperor's feet in Chang'an, he dared to employ death soldiers for arson and murder. This matter transcends mere corruption. It threatens the very tranquility of the capital and undermines the foundations of our bureaucratic system. This is a grave sin. General Wei, like a ravenous wolf fixated on its prey, scrutinizes every subtle shift in Zhang Jingji's expression, his tone increasingly aggressive and pressing. Lord Zhang, the officials under your jurisdiction harbor assassins and perpetrate arson. Should this scandal become public, it would not merely rattle our modest Jingzhou prefecture and its garrison, but the entire bureaucratic framework of Chang'an would tremble. How do you intend to justify this? Unbeknownst to him, beads of cold sweat have begun to form on Zhang Jingji's forehead. He realizes that General Wei has seized upon his vulnerable point, leveraging the situation to launch an assault. What is more alarming is the undeniable evidence left behind by Wang Song. Even the trained assassins have been captured alive. Coupled with the previous turmoil surrounding the poisoned livers and the whispers suggesting that the censorate has caught wind of the situation, Wang Song is no longer a dog to be utilized. He is transformed into a colossal nuisance, a potential ticking time bomb that could drag Zhang down with him. Protect him? Absolutely impossible. In that moment, Zhang Jingji's hesitation evaporates entirely. Sacrificing the pawn to safeguard the king is both the sole and the most sagacious choice. His countenance swiftly regains its habitual tranquility, though beneath that calm lies a chilling resolve. He gradually lifts his gaze to meet the fierce countenance of General Wei, his tone grave, imbued with a suitable measure of heartfelt distress. General Wei, please remain composed. If this matter is substantiated, this office shall show no mercy. Zhang Jingji commands, his voice resonating with an undeniable authority. Summon the head of the household department, Wang Song. He is to present himself before me at once. Chapter 55. A resounding victory. Wang Song meets his fate in the brightly lit main hall of the Jingzhou prefecture. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt as if one could wring water from it. Zhang Jingji sat in the Grand Master's chair with a face ashen, his gaze dark and foreboding. General Wei, standing like an iron tower beside him, radiated an oppressive aura. The air was charged, as if invisible blades were clashing, rendering it suffocating. Sir, Wang Song has been brought in, trembled the voice of the constable, shattering the stifling silence. At this moment, Wang Song had lost all his former arrogance. His complexion was pale, lips quivering, resembling a feeble worm stripped of its backbone, as he was escorted by two fierce-looking constables to kneel awkwardly in the center of the hall. Your Excellency, General Wei. Wang Song's voice quivered, devoid of any semblance of authority. He raised his head, attempting to muster a sycophantic smile, only to find the faces of the two dignitaries etched with cold, murderous intent. Zhang Jingji's gaze was sharp as a knife, fixed on the kneeling Wang Song. Wang Song, you possess a great deal of audacity. How dare you harbor assassins and commit arson? His voice was low yet laced with a chilling menace. Wang Song shuddered, as if struck by lightning, instantly draining him of all color. My lord, this is a grave injustice. I know not of what you speak. Wang Song desperately prostrated himself, tears streaming down his face. I am utterly devoted to your excellency, harboring no treachery. General Wei let out a cold laugh, stepping forward, his imposing figure exuding a weighty presence. No, not of what I speak. Then how do you explain these? He gestured grandly, and his subordinate promptly presented the evidence seized the previous night. The iron plate, marked with a distinctive emblem, glinted ominously under the light. The standard-issue daggers, stripped of their official markings, lay silently, accusing Wang Song of his crimes. Wang Song's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, as if he had seen a ghost. Fixated on the damning evidence before him, he could hardly fathom that the assassins he had nurtured could unravel so easily. Even more bewildering was the cunning of Li Xian, who had laid a trap for him, ensnaring him without mercy. "No, this is not mine. I am being framed. Someone is conspiring against me," Wang Song screeched, his voice rising to a piercing pitch as he fervently protested. Zhang Jingji's icy stare bore into Wang Song's disgraceful form, filling him with revulsion. "Enough. Wang Song, do you still wish to argue? With both eyewitnesses and material evidence present, what more do you have to say?" He slammed his palm onto the table, the sound reverberating like thunder. "Bring forth Wang Song, the head of the Ministry of Revenue, along with his accomplices. Confiscate Wang Song's residence. No one is to intervene." Zhang Jingji's orders were resolute, leaving no room for doubt. His trusted aide immediately took command, leading a fierce contingent of constables towards Wang Song. Panic seized Wang Song entirely, like a trapped beast fighting for survival as he struggled desperately, attempting to resist. "You dare to arrest me? I am an official of the court. I demand to see the esteemed prefect. I must file a complaint." Yet, before the imposing presence of the guards, his struggles seemed utterly insignificant, akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. In an instant, Wang Song found himself bound and unceremoniously dragged from the main hall. Meanwhile, another group, bolstered by the soldiers of the garrison, surged towards Wang Song's residence with fervor. A raid, the swift and merciless operation, commenced without delay. The once resplendent Wang Song residence now lay in disarray, as if ravaged by tempest. Chests were brutally pried open, and treasures, jewels, gold, and silver were discarded like refuse. Cluttering the courtyard, account books, letters, and documents were rummaged through, accumulating in towering heaps. Each item exuded the stench of corruption, stained with the tears and blood of the common folk. Zhang Jingji's confidant meticulously examined the retrieved account books and letters, his expression growing increasingly grave. The extent of Wang Song's corruption surpassed his wildest imaginings. More alarmingly, the documents implicated several officials within the court, even hinting at individuals of higher stature. A chill ran through Zhang Jingji's confidant. Some of this evidence could be presented, while much would remain buried deep within. In the headquarters of the Green Serpent Gang, Li Xian sat serenely in a grand chair, his demeanor inscrutable. Zhuge Qing entered briskly, barely able to contain his exhilaration. "Gang leader, it has come to fruition. Wang Song has been captured. The officials from Jingzhou have personally raided his estate." Li Xian's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. It was anticipated. He had long foreseen that, faced with irrefutable evidence, Zhang Jingji would unhesitatingly cast aside Wang Song, a mere pawn, to ensure his own safety. "What shall we do next, gang leader?" Zhuge Qing inquired eagerly, rubbing his hands together. With Wang Song's downfall, the oppressive weight upon the Green Serpent Gang had finally been lifted, filling his heart with uncontainable relief. Next, Li Xian's eyes narrowed, a cunning glint emerging. "Naturally, it is time to reap the rewards." The news of Wang Song's demise spread like a tempest throughout the city of Chang'an. Those merchants who had once conspired with Wang Song now scurried about like lost dogs, consumed by anxiety. They understood that with Wang Song's fall, their own fates were irrevocably sealed. Li Xian, the Green Serpent Gang's leader, whom they had once dismissed, had now become the arbiter of their destinies. The old steward of the Hutonghao once again stepped forward, representing Li Xian in a meeting with the merchants. The location remained the same, within the secret chamber of Hutonghao. However, this time, the balance of power had entirely shifted. Li Xian sat at the head of the table, exuding calmness and poise, embodying the essence of a sovereign in control of all. In contrast, the once arrogant merchants sat across from him, trembling like quail, too fearful to even breathe audibly. "Gentlemen, I trust you have been well," Li Xian remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips, breaking the silence that enveloped the chamber. The merchants exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to speak for fear that a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. "You have all heard of Wang Song's fate, I presume?" Li Xian's tone was calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. The merchants' faces grew even graver, akin to having swallowed a bitter herb, their discomfort palpable. "Leader Li, we stammered a bolder merchant, attempting to offer an explanation. However, Li Xian raised his hand to interrupt. There is no need for further elaboration. I have summoned you today not to hear your justifications, but to resolve the matter at hand. His tone shifted, becoming sharp and commanding. The goods that were previously confiscated must be returned immediately. Furthermore, you are to compensate the Qingxi gang for the losses they have incurred. Additionally, the prior cooperation agreement must be renegotiated, with terms that are, naturally, more favorable to the Qingxi gang. Li Xian spoke with an air of undeniable authority, his voice steady yet imbued with an overwhelming gravitas. The merchants' faces turned ashen, as though their very souls had been drained. They understood that Li Xian intended to exploit the situation to their detriment, extorting them mercilessly. But could they dare to refuse? Wang Song's demise stood as a stark warning. Under Li Xian's unyielding pressure, the merchants ultimately succumbed, agreeing to compensate for the losses and to renegotiate the agreement. A covert operation targeting the business world had quietly commenced. The Jingzhou Prefecture's Yamen, in a timely manner, disclosed portions of Wang Song's transgressions: embezzlement, corruption, oppression of the populace, harboring assassins, and intentions of arson and murder, each charge more shocking than the last, inciting public outrage. In Chang'an, public opinion erupted. The previous negative rumors surrounding the Qingxi gang were swiftly dismantled. It became evident that the Qingxi gang was the true victim, while Li Xian and the enterprise he established emerged as champions of justice, exposing corrupt officials and ridding the people of their afflictions. The Qingxi gang's reputation soared to unprecedented heights. Within the main hall of the Qingxi gang, the inner chamber, the old scholar stroked his beard, a hint of concern in his gaze. Leader, while Wang Song's downfall is indeed a cause for celebration, this incident has laid bare our strength. It may attract the attention of those in higher echelons. Li Xian nodded, his expression composed. He understood the old scholar's apprehensions. The principle that the gun targets the leading bird, and the tall tree is sure to be uprooted by the wind, was one he grasped better than anyone. Rest assured, I shall exercise discretion, he replied, his tone steady, though a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes. The path ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with greater challenges, but it promised to be all the more exhilarating. The wealth acquired from the raid on Wang Song's residence, however, was not entirely secure. Part of it had inevitably slipped away, through channels Li Xian had meticulously arranged. This staggering sum of illicit gold stealthily found its way into the Qingxi gang's treasury, dramatically enhancing the gang's financial resources. Li Xian allocated a portion of this wealth to generously reward the brothers who had contributed significantly during this event, while another portion was dedicated to improving the welfare and benefits of the gang members. The Qing Snake Gang, invigorated and unified, witnessed a remarkable surge in morale. Simultaneously, Li Xian reassured the gang's business partners, ensuring that operations would proceed as usual. Everything appeared to be progressing toward a more auspicious future. With Wang Song facing justice, Li Xian emerged triumphant. Yet, the night sky over Chang'an remained enigmatic and unfathomable. Had Li Xian's ascent already attracted the attention of certain influential figures? Would the letters uncovered during Wang Song's downfall unveil new adversaries? Who would assume the vacant leadership position, and would it herald fortune or misfortune for Li Xian? All remained uncertain. A new tempest may well be brewing in the shadows. Chapter 56. The benevolent prefect and the speculation of the jade, pendant the case of Wang Song, was brought to a stunning conclusion with remarkable swiftness. Prefect Zhang Jingji of Jingzhou manifested a rare and formidable decisiveness. After all, the ominous concern of General Wei from the left Jinwu Guard loomed like a sword suspended over their heads. Moreover, unsettling whispers seemed to drift from the Yushitai, suggesting that matters were far from pleasant. Master Zhang executed his duties with precision and efficiency. Witnesses were abundant, and the evidence was irrefutable. Wang Song, who had nurtured assassins, committed arson, and plotted murder to silence his victims, faced an unassailable case against him. Additionally, long-buried transgressions involving corruption and collusion with the Black Tiger Gang were unearthed and dealt with in tandem. The cumulative offenses warranted a singular verdict: immediate execution. On the day of the execution, it was said that Kaishiku was besieged, teeming with onlookers. Once a figure of unassailable authority in Jingzhou, Wang ultimately met a grim fate. His head severed from his body. Externally, Prefect Zhang's announcement was resplendent in its formality, merely proclaiming the government's vigilance and its commitment to eradicating evil for the sake of the people. Each word was meticulously crafted, leaving no room for doubt. However, within the circles of those privy to the real news in Chang'an, the truth was well understood. The Qingxi Gang, a once obscure faction that had operated solely in the outskirts, played a pivotal, even fatal, role in this upheaval against the court officials. The government's announcement remained cryptically silent regarding the Qingxi Gang and Li Xian, omitting any mention of them. This silence conveyed an implicit acknowledgement of their power and served as a subtle warning and acknowledgement of their influence. With the malignant tumor of Wang's song uprooted, the most direct beneficiary was undoubtedly Li Xian. Gone were the insidious machinations and relentless harassment from the household official. No longer did he face the covert arrows and clandestine tactics aimed at undermining him. The businesses of fragrant pastries and snowflake candies seemed to break free from heavy shackles, experiencing explosive growth. Those merchants who had previously hesitated and wavered now acted without a trace of doubt. They brandished thick bundles of silver notes with unparalleled enthusiasm, rushing to the threshold of the Qingxi Gang like sharks scenting blood, vying for the astonishingly lucrative agency rights. Orders poured in like snowflakes from every direction, inundating the scholar's desk. This phenomenon extended beyond the confines of Chang'an, through channels such as the Hutonghao and several prominent trading houses. These newly revered marvels were radiating outward at an astonishing pace toward the affluent towns surrounding Chang'an. Workshops in the suburbs were compelled to urgently expand once more, recruiting additional workers and implementing round-the-clock shifts to meet the demand. Even so, the stock in the warehouses remained woefully insufficient. Silver flowed in torrents, cascading into the Qingxi Gang's coffers. The ingots within the storerooms rose higher each day. Profits surged, yielding staggering figures. Alongside the rising wealth, Li Xuan sa reputación surat. In the outer city, his name had become a household word, known to all, even capable of soothing the cries of children at night. In the present day, within the bustling commerce of Chang'an, within the courtyards of the affluent and the whispered tales shared in the tea houses, the name Li Xian has begun to shroud itself in an aura of legend, mystery, and even a touch of reverence. No longer is he merely regarded as a fortunate and ruthless gang leader. He possesses cunning, strength, and even the terrifying capacity to unseat a seemingly well-established court official. Although this power manifests through unofficial and at times bloodstained methods, the outcomes have undeniably bestowed tangible benefits upon many. Numerous small vendors and ordinary citizens, once exploited to the bone by Wang's song, have even taken to secretly honoring Li Xian with longevity tablets in their homes, quietly lauding him as a righteous figure who eradicates evil. This sense of awe has gradually supplanted the previous disdain, derision, and even animosity, entwining itself like a vine. The abundance of funds, almost too hot to handle, has granted Li Xian unprecedented confidence to pursue his grander ambitions. He has commenced a more extensive recruitment campaign, augmenting the strength of his gang. However, this time, the criteria have been significantly elevated. No longer will any breathing individual wielding a blade suffice. Loyalty has become paramount, followed closely by capability. Individuals of unblemished reputation, free from entanglements, are prioritized. Individuals like Shouho have been entrusted with significant responsibilities, tasked with rigorously vetting new recruits to ensure they do not pose latent threats. The core security team of the gang has undergone a comprehensive overhaul akin to exchanging old weapons for superior ones. Enhanced standard blades gleam ominously under the sunlight, while sturdier reinforced leather armor, with crucial areas embedded with finely polished steel plates, has dramatically improved defensive capabilities. Furthermore, Li Xian has, through specialized channels, discreetly acquired a limited stock of strictly regulated crossbows equipping the most elite archers of the security team with these clandestine weapons. Training has also evolved into a more systematic, rigorous, and professional regimen. Li Xian has ingeniously integrated foundational military formations and tactical coordination concept from future armies into the training methodologies of this era. The core security team has expanded further, achieving a qualitative leap in overall combat effectiveness, undergoing a metamorphosis. The old scholar, whose invaluable contributions were pivotal in toppling Wang Song, has officially been inducted into the core advisory team of the gang. No longer merely an instructor teaching the gang members to read and write. He now shoulders the majority of the gang's documentation, financial organization, and external liaison planning. Li Xian has come to realize that for the Qingxi gang to truly flourish and expand, relying solely on brutes capable of violence and erudite scholars like the old scholar is far from sufficient. He requires more talents, individuals skilled in business, management, and even engineering. This notion, akin to a seedling breaking through the earth, has quietly taken root in his heart, awaiting the day it blossoms and flourishes. As the Qing snake gang thrived and prospered, the goodwill of Zhang Jingji, the magistrate of Jingzhou, subtly reached Li Xian through a suitable intermediary. The messenger was none other than the astute old steward of Hutongheo, who maintained intricate ties with both the authorities and the underworld. With a beaming smile, he presented a substantial congratulatory gift while also conveying a few profound remarks for Magistrate Zhang. The esteemed official noted that the prosperity and stability of Chang'an City relied upon the diligent and honest endeavors of various trades. As long as the Qing Snake Gang remained law-abiding and focused on conducting its legitimate business, the government would not impose excessive interference. Of course, the established regulations must still be respected. The steward's words were exceedingly tactful and meticulously crafted. Yet, Li Xian, with his keen intellect, instantly comprehended the underlying significance. This was an olive branch extended by the higher echelons of the government, acknowledging the current status and strength of the Qing Snake Gang, while simultaneously serving as an invisible constraint and admonition. As long as the gang refrained from overstepping its bounds and avoided crossing certain sensitive red lines, adhering to the expected tributes and offerings, it would be afforded a degree of freedom for development. A subtle, unspoken understanding between the lawful and the lawless quietly took shape. Li Xian accepted this probing yet reassuring goodwill with calm composure, unfazed by the implications. Seizing the immense prestige gained from recent victories and the ample financial backing, he undertook a thorough internal restructuring of the gang. The regulations were refined, and the system of rewards and penalties became clearer and more stringent. Key members, such as Shouho, Lao Mao, Air Guzi, and Zhuzi, who had excelled in the overthrow of Wang Song, were entrusted with greater responsibilities and promotions, becoming the backbone of the gang. Their loyalty to Li Xian growing day by day. The management efficiency and cohesion of the entire Qing Snake Gang reached unprecedented heights, radiating with vitality. Everything seemed to be progressing toward the most favorable outcome, brimming with hope. Chapter 57. The Summoning in the Deep Palace. Under currents of turmoil in the stillness of the deep night, Li Xian found himself alone within his inner chamber, silently cultivating his internal energy. As the force within him flowed along the specific pathways of the Dragon Gang internal energy technique, he distinctly sensed the acceleration of his vital blood coursing through his limbs. A warm current meandering through every sinew and bone. Suddenly, it felt as though an insurmountable barrier, long unbroken, had been shattered by an overwhelming force. The latter three forms of the second layer of the Dragon Gang internal energy technique unexpectedly fell into place, manifesting without forewarning. A surge of energy, stronger, more refined, and purer than before, gathered like a trickling stream converging into a mighty river, slowly settling within his dantian, pulsating with life. In that very moment of breakthrough, the jade pendant, which he had always worn close to him, gifted by the mysterious woman from the listening rain tower, unexpectedly radiated a faint yet perceptible warmth. This warmth seemed imbued with a certain vitality, akin to a dormant volcano subtly awakening a flicker of consciousness. It resonated faintly with the newly unbound internal energy within him. Like a slumbering dragon stirred from its long silence, Li Xian felt a sudden jolt in his heart, immediately halting his cultivation. With utmost care, he lifted the jade pendant, bringing it before his eyes, scrutinizing it closely in the flickering light. The pendant remained the same, ancient and unadorned, its hue warm to the touch, showing no signs of peculiarity. The strange warmth soon dissipated, as fleeting as a summer meteor, leaving him with a furrowed brow and a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. What secrets lay hidden within this jade pendant? What enigmatic existence was the listening rain tower, a place shrouded in mystery and teeming with hidden talents? With wealth, power, and prestige having significantly advanced, the Qingxi gang seemed to have truly entered a golden era of development, thriving in prosperity. Yet, Li Xian felt no sense of relaxation. Rather, an undercurrent of impending crisis gnawed at him. He understood that this was merely the beginning. His gaze involuntarily pierced through the night, directed towards the deeper, darker, and more treacherous core of Chang'an City. There resided true titans, concealing even more formidable dangers. Perhaps he should first unravel the true origins of this mysterious jade pendant. The strength of the Qingxi gang, propelled by a swift accumulation of wealth, had reached an unprecedented zenith. Li Xian's name was no longer confined to the outer city. It began to circulate within the circles of power in the inner city of Chang'an. However, this circulation came with scrutiny, inquiry, and a subtle undercurrent of vigilance. A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be uprooted by the wind. Li Xian was acutely aware that this suddenly rising beast, the Qingxi gang, had caught the attention of certain formidable figures. The goodwill conveyed by Zhang Jingji, the magistrate of Jingzhou, resembled a tentative attempt at reassurance. Yet, it also delineated an invisible boundary. As long as one remains compliant and adheres to the rules, it seemed that all would proceed without incident. However, beneath this calm surface, turbulent currents had long since begun to churn. That afternoon, an unexpected guest arrived at the headquarters of the Qingxi gang. A middle-aged man, clad in the garb of an imperial eunuch, with a pale complexion and a haughty demeanor, yet deliberately maintaining a low profile, entered without causing a stir. He was escorted directly to the inner hall by the gatekeepers, accompanied by two composed and sharp-eyed attendants, unmistakably skilled individuals from the palace. Zhu Guqing and the old scholar were in the midst of a discussion with Li Xian when they beheld the newcomer, their expressions subtly shifting. The eunuch's gaze swept over the three of them before finally settling on Li Xian, who occupied the main seat. He inclined his body slightly, his voice neither loud nor soft, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "I have come bearing a verbal decree. Your Excellency requests your presence. Li Xian, Leader Li, please accompany me into the inner city for a discussion." A verbal decree? Your Excellency? The ambiguity of his words concealed an irresistible force. Li Xian's heart sank sharply. What was destined to come had ultimately arrived. Maintaining an impassive facade, his eyes, however, sharpened instantaneously. He exchanged a glance with Zhu Guqing and the old scholar. "May I inquire which noble has summoned me?" Li Xian's voice remained calm, betraying no hint of turmoil. The eunuch's lips curled into a knowing smile. Yet he refrained from providing a direct answer. "Leader Li will understand upon arrival. The noble's patience is limited. I implore you not to delay." Though couched in polite terms, the underlying threat was glaringly evident. Li Xuan's tut is rasa. This was certainly not the work of Zhang Jingji or General Wei. The ability to summon an imperial eunuch for a verbal decree suggested that the identity of this noble far surpassed his imagination. After a brief contemplation, he nodded decisively. "Very well, I shall accompany you." The eunuch nodded in satisfaction and stepped aside, awaiting quietly. Li Xian immediately rose, signaling for Zhu Guqing and the old scholar to follow him to his side chamber. "Leader," Zhu Guqing said gravely, "this undertaking may be of great significance. Utmost caution is essential." The old scholar, equally troubled, trembled slightly as his gray beard quivered. "Leader, this is no comparison to the likes of Wang Song. This could very well be a probing or even a reprimand from the true upper echelons of the palace." A moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable consequences. Drawing a deep breath, Li Xian's gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. I understand. However, evasion is not an option, since they have explicitly called for me. Failing to attend would only suggest cowardice. He turned to Zhuge Qing. Advisor, you shall accompany me. He then directed his attention to the waiting Shouhou outside. Speaking in a low tone, Shouhou, select 5 of our most trustworthy and capable brothers. Change into plain clothes and accompany me. Yes, leader. Shouhou's eyes sparkled with determination as he promptly took his leave, showing no sign of hesitation. At last, Li Xian's gaze settled upon the elderly scholar. His voice lowered to a near whisper, imbued with an unwavering resolve. Sir, you shall remain at the main hall to oversee matters. Should I fail to return with news within 2 hours, immediately initiate the highest level emergency protocol. Mobilize all our resources. Contact the Huitong messenger. And a glimmer of icy determination flickered in Li Xian's eyes. Spare no effort to convey a message to General Wei of the Zhou Jinwu Guard, informing him that I may have been detained. The old scholar nodded solemnly, his expression a blend of tragic dignity and resolute commitment. Rest assured, my leader, I understand. I shall stake my life to ensure the message is delivered. With all arrangements in place, Li Xian, accompanied by Zhuge Qing and 5 elite confidants, including the discreetly attired and composed Shouhou, followed the inner servant as they departed from the Qing Shi gang's main hall. Outside, an unassuming blue cloth carriage awaited them. The inner servant gestured for Li Xian and Zhuge Qing to board, while Shouhou and the others subtly mounted their horses, maintaining a careful distance. The carriage set forth, winding its way under the guidance of the inner servant toward the heart of Chang'an's inner city. This marked Li Xian's first true venture into the depths of the inner city. In stark contrast to the clamor and chaos of the outer city, the inner streets were broad and immaculate, flanked by grand edifices that exuded an air of solemnity and awe. The patrolling Jinwu guards, clad in resplendent armor, marched in perfect unison, their hawk-like gazes coldly scanning the passers-by. An invisible pressure hung in the air, rendering even the act of breathing burdensome. As the carriage meandered its way, it did not head directly towards the imposing palace, but instead came to a halt before an exquisitely luxurious villa near the edge of the imperial city. The villa, expansive and adorned with white walls and dark tiles, boasted sweeping eaves and intricate brackets, radiating understated opulence. Yet the guard stationed at the entrance were imposing, their presence heavy and watchful. The style of their blades differed markedly from that of ordinary soldiers, indicating their elite status within the palace's inner guard. What was most striking, however, was the complete absence of a sign above the villa's entrance, rendering it even more enigmatic and imbued with an ineffable sense of pressure. The inner servant dismounted first, whispering a few words to the guards at the door. They bowed respectfully, clearing the way, their eyes discreetly appraising Li Xian. The inner servant turned back to Li Xian and Zhuge Qing, his expression a blend of respect and inscrutable significance. The esteemed individual awaits you inside. Please, masterly. Zhuge Qing inhaled deeply, his complexion paling. He cast a complex glance at Li Xian, as if words of 1,000 sentiments lingered unspoken, ultimately manifesting as a barely audible sigh. Li Xian maintained a serene demeanor, descending from the carriage, his gaze steady as it fixed upon the profound entrance of the courtyard. Chapter 58. The Princess's Majesty, the jade pendant's stunning elegance. Li Xian stepped across the threshold of the courtyard, in stark contrast to the solemnity of the inner city streets. A meticulously crafted tranquility enveloped him. Here, no trace of clamor could be heard. The courtyard was adorned with pavilions and towers, arranged in harmonious disarray, while exotic flowers and plants punctuated the landscape. Every detail exuded understated luxury, yet lacked any ostentation. The air was suffused with a faint sandalwood fragrance, soothing to the senses, yet inexplicably evoking a shiver of trepidation. Flanking the corridor stood several maids clad in elegant silk, each with heads bowed and eyes downcast, observing the ground with an almost lifeless grace, akin to exquisite sculptures. Occasionally, a eunuch glided by, tray in hand, his movements imbued with the unique decorum and solemnity of the court. Zhu Guqing trailed closely behind Li Xian, his complexion even paler than it had been in the carriage. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, and his gaze betrayed an unmistakable blend of reverence and acute anxiety. Li Xian's eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings, absorbing the layout and grandeur of the courtyard, his heart racing with alarm. This was no ordinary abode of the affluent. The royal splendor was evident at every turn, yet the identity of its owner was deliberately obscured, hinting at a remarkable and enigmatic presence. The eunuch led the way, his footsteps soundless. They traversed two intricately arranged courtyards before halting before a floral hall. Beyond a beaded curtain, warmth akin to spring emanated from within, accompanied by the faint sound of a zither, flowing like a gentle stream, yet tinged with an unshakable chill. The eunuch came to a stop, bowing to the side and gesturing for them to enter while himself retreating without crossing the threshold. Li Xian inhaled deeply, silently adjusting his slightly wrinkled attire. He reached out, steadily lifting the beaded curtain, and stepped inside. Zhu Guqing's throat bobbed nervously as he followed suit, his steps betraying a barely perceptible hesitance. Inside the floral hall, warmth enveloped them, starkly contrasting the coolness outside. At the center sat an intricately carved warm couch of rosewood, adorned with thick, brocade cushions, the patterns rich and elaborate. The hall was filled with the aroma of precious incense, a fragrant haze that lingered in the air. In one corner, a palace maid, garbed in traditional attire, bowed her head over a zither, playing the very melody they had just heard, clear and ethereal. At the head of the warm couch sat a regal beauty, her hair styled in a lofty fashion, a phoenix hairpin of red gold and emeralds nestled within, delicate tassels swaying gently with her subtle movements. Clad in embroidered gown adorned with intricate cloud motifs, her already fair complexion appeared like purest jade. Her beauty was breathtaking, yet carried an icy elegance reminiscent of sculpted ice. Her slightly upturned phoenix eyes, glancing around, emanated an innate authority and detachment befitting a noble of the highest order. It was as if all the world's wonders were beneath her notice. Simply by sitting there, she exuded an invisible, suffocating pressure that enveloped the entire floral hall. This demeanor, this majesty, it was far beyond what an ordinary consort could possess. Li Xian's heart raced violently, and in that instant of seeing her, a name crystallized in his mind. The Princess of Peace, the most powerful figure of the current dynasty, renowned for her iron will and astute intelligence, who silenced countless courtiers with her mere presence. Before Li Xian could make any move, a sudden sound echoed. Behind him, Zhu Guqing seemed to have had all the bones in his body extracted, his knees buckling as he fell heavily to the ground. His forehead pressed firmly against the cold tiles, his voice quaking with uncontrollable intensity. "Your Highness, Zhu Guqing pays his respects." This utterance of Your Highness struck like a thunderclap, utterly confirming Li Xian's suspicions and instantly tearing away Zhu Guqing's facade of a humble servant. It turned out that his true master was none other than the formidable Princess Taiping, who wielded immense power in both court and society. A tempest surged within Li Xian's heart, countless thoughts flashing through his mind like lightning. Was the downfall of Wang Song indeed orchestrated by this princess from behind the scenes? What was her intention in summoning him today? Despite the turmoil within, Li Xian forced himself to maintain a calm demeanor. He did not kneel, but merely inclined his body slightly, clasping his fists with a steady voice, neither servile nor arrogant. "Commoner Li Xian pays his respects to Your Highness." Princess Taiping's gaze finally drifted away from the swirling incense, landing squarely on Li Xian. Her eyes, sharp as blades, bore an unmasked scrutiny, as if she sought to see through him entirely. It was akin to examining a novel plaything, infused with a hint of lofty curiosity. She made no motion to allow the trembling Zhu Guqing to rise, nor did she offer a seat to the standing Li Xian. Her voice rang out, clear and cold, like jade beads rolling on an icy platter, carrying a chilling undertone amidst the spring warmth of the flower hall. "Li Xian, you are quite remarkable, especially your fragrant pastries and snowflake candies. I find them delightful." She paused, as if observing Li Xian's reaction. I hear your business has flourished greatly. Though her tone remained neutral, devoid of discernible emotion, it tightened the strings of Li Xian's heart to their utmost tension. Before he could respond, Princess Taiping continued, her voice still frigid, yet carrying an air of entitlement. To conduct business in Chang'an smoothly, you naturally require various forms of support. That fool Wang Song, unaware of his impending doom, obstructed your path and also vexed me. I must admit, I have invested considerable effort on your behalf. Her words unabashedly claimed the credit for Wang Song's downfall, resembling an irrefutable declaration. A heaviness settled in Li Xian's heart. It was indeed as he suspected. Princess Taiping's tone shifted abruptly, her beautiful phoenix eyes revealing a palpable, chilling pressure. No longer was her voice flat. It now bore an unmistakable command. From this day forth, you shall present the secrets of your two businesses. Furthermore, I demand 70% of your annual profits. As this proclamation echoed through the flower hall, the air seemed to crystallize in an instant. Even a maid in the corner playing the guqin paused her fingers involuntarily. Li Xian's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, squeezing it tightly. 70%. And the secrets? This was not merely sharing a portion. It was an attempt to uproot the very lifeblood of the Qing Shi gang, placing it entirely under her control. Kneeling on the ground, Zhuge Qing's body trembled violently, cold sweat instantly soaking his temples. He clearly hadn't anticipated the princess's directness and severity. A chilling sensation surged from the soles of Li Xian's feet to the crown of his head. Yet, he forcefully suppressed the tumultuous waves of anger and despair within him. His mind raced at an unprecedented speed, contemplating possible strategies. A direct refusal? That would undoubtedly spell his doom. The methods of this esteemed princess were far beyond the crude tactics of someone like Wang Song. He took a deep breath, striving to muster a semblance of respect on his face, devoid of any trace of flattery. He endeavored to maintain a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant, with each word being carefully considered. Your Highness's favor is an immense honor bestowed upon a humble commoner, one that has taken generations to earn. The fact that fragrant chicken and snowflake candy have caught your Highness's discerning eye is indeed their fortune. However, he hesitated slightly, conveying a hint of well-placed difficulty. This secret recipe is of utmost importance, the very foundation upon which I and my thousands of brothers rely for our livelihoods. As for profits, I would never dare to forget your Highness's kindness shown today. I am willing to offer 30% of the profits as a token of my gratitude, to express my heartfelt appreciation for your Highness's grace. Princess Taiping narrowed her phoenix eyes, a glint of icy, dangerous light flickering within. She seemed taken aback by Li Xian's bargaining, displaying a clear displeasure at being interrupted. The atmosphere in the flower hall plummeted to a freezing point, the invisible pressure weighing heavily, almost suffocating. The sound of the zither had long ceased. In this tense, silent moment, Princess Taiping's scrutinizing gaze slowly traversed Li Xian, as if weighing something. Suddenly, her gaze inadvertently swept across his neck, where, due to his earlier bow, a corner of an ancient jade pendant became visible. Princess Taiping's expression abruptly sharpened. It was as if she had glimpsed something extraordinarily inconceivable. For the first time, a flicker of incredulity flashed across her typically cold and indifferent phoenix eyes, accompanied by a barely perceptible, tumultuous wave of complex emotions. She fixated on the exposed corner of the jade pendant, and the previous pressure and displeasure seemed to dissipate significantly. Her tone shifted from its earlier frosty detachment, now tinged with an urgency she herself had not recognized. Where did you acquire this jade pendant? Chapter 59. A Delaying Tactic. The deadlock of 3 days, the unexpected attention from Princess Taiping sent alarm bells ringing in Li Xian's mind. Her piercing gaze was now entirely fixated on the inconspicuous jade pendant nestled at his neck. This was no ordinary curiosity. In an instant, Li Xian realized that the secrets concealed within this pendant, acquired from listening Rain Tower, likely surpassed his wildest imaginings. His thoughts raced, yet his demeanor remained composed. He even lowered his gaze to glance at his collar, following her line of sight. rather than directly divulging the origins of the jade pendant. He feigned a hint of appropriate puzzlement, embodying a natural nonchalance. Your Highness possesses a discerning eye. This item was acquired by mere happenstance, and I found it somewhat appealing. Thus I have kept it close. He lifted his gaze slightly to meet Princess Taiping's probing stare, his tone laced with a hint of challenge. Might your Highness have an interest in such ancient jade? He skillfully tossed the question back to her, seeking to glean more information from her reaction while temporarily alleviating the stifling sense of pressure. Princess Taiping scrutinized Li Xian intently. Her expression was complex and enigmatic, as if she sought to uncover a flaw in his demeanor. However, Li Xian remained unperturbed, his expression serene and his gaze clear, revealing no signs of distress. She refrained from further questioning the pendant's origins, as if her earlier astonishment had been but an illusion. The atmosphere in the floral hall shifted once more due to this brief exchange, growing subtly tense again. The chilling weight of her presence seemed to recede slightly. It felt akin to the eerie calm before a storm, hinting at deeper uncertainties. After a moment of silence, Princess Taiping appeared to weigh her options. She did not immediately respond to Li Xian's previous proposition regarding a 3-part profit share, neither accepting nor rejecting it. This left Li Xian's heart hanging in suspense. After a brief pause, she redirected her gaze to Li Xian, her tone abruptly shifting to one of undeniable authority. The matter of the secret formula is of utmost significance. I shall grant you 3 days to contemplate thoroughly. Her fingers lightly tapped against the armrest of the warm couch, producing a crisp sound that echoed in Li Xian's heart with each syllable. As for the profit share, she hesitated, a glint of coldness flashing in her phoenix eyes. 30% is far too little, in consideration of Zhu Guqing's diligence over the years. I shall offer you a respectable deal, at least 50%. This is my final offer. With a languid wave of her hand, her slender fingers exuded both a sense of weariness and superiority. You may leave now. In 3 days, I expect to see your sincerity, including the formulas for those 2 items. With her words, there was no room left for negotiation. A heavy weight lifted momentarily from Li Xian's chest, only to be replaced by an even greater burden. 50% of the profits, along with the formulas. Such terms were still exceedingly harsh. Yet at the very least, he had secured a precious 3-day grace period. As you command, Your Highness, he replied, bowing respectfully, though he did not appear servile. I take my leave. He turned to signal Zhu Guqing, who was already drenched in sweat and nearly exhausted. Zhu Guqing, as if granted a reprieve, hastily rose from the ground, staggering to follow Li Xian, his head bowed, too fearful to cast another glance at the princess seated in the main position. The 2 exited the floral hall, traversing the silent corridors and courtyards, leaving behind the mysterious abode that bore no plaque, yet exuded an air of regal majesty. Once they settled into the carriage for their return, an oppressive silence enveloped the interior, in stark contrast to the tension that had accompanied their arrival. A profound sense of exhaustion and deep-seated anxiety for the future now pervaded the atmosphere. Leaning against the carriage wall, Zhu Guqing's pallid visage was marked by beads of sweat that continuously surfaced at his brow as he gasped for breath, as though attempting to expel the terror that had accumulated within him. Li Xian, gazing out at the rapidly retreating streets, found the vibrancy and solemnity of the inner city fading to dullness in his eyes. Breaking the silence, he spoke with a calmness that masked an undeniable authority. Sure, yeah. Zhu Guqing shuddered, straightening his posture to meet Li Xian's gaze. Master, what is your command? Li Xian's eyes pierced through him. Your Highness, you have concealed much from me. I never anticipated the magnitude of your master's influence. He nodded, his expression despondent, tinged with profound bitterness. Indeed, my primary responsibility is to gather obscure information in the outer city and also to cultivate forces that may serve your Highness. He regarded Li Xian with a complex gaze, laden with both apology and sincerity. Yet I harbor no ill intentions towards you. In fact, I hold your methods and resolve in great esteem. As for today's events, I was entirely unaware and never expected your highness to act in such a manner." He hesitated, seemingly weighing his words. "Li Xian, heed my counsel. Do your utmost to fulfill her highness's demands. Her strategies far surpass those of Wang Song. Should she be provoked, the consequences would be unimaginable. The entire Qing Shi gang, and indeed all of US may." His voice trembled with fear. Li Xian fell into silence for a moment before inquiring, "And the jade pendant? Why did your highness react so strongly to my jade pendant?" Zhuge Qing shook his head in confusion. "Cependant, I have never heard of your highness having any particular fondness for jade artifacts. The earlier reaction struck me as quite peculiar, yet I truly know not the reason behind it." It appeared that Zhuge Qing was indeed in the dark regarding this matter. Li Xian refrained from pressing further, leaning back against the carriage wall, closing his eyes in contemplation. The carriage soon returned to the Qing Shi gang's headquarters. Li Xian immediately summoned the old scholar, the lean monkey, and all core members for an urgent meeting in the inner hall. Once he relayed the general details of his meeting with Princess Taiping, excluding specifics about the jade pendant, the atmosphere in the inner hall instantly grew tense. Each member's countenance darkened significantly. Princess Taiping, the mere mention of her name, conjured an oppressive weight of formidable pressure. 50% profit. And a secret formula? The lean monkey was the first to lose composure, slamming his hand on the table, his face contorted with anger and resentment. "This is utterly intolerable. They aim to drive us to our demise. Without the secret recipe, would our business of fragrant rice cakes and snowflake candy not be at the mercy of others?" The elderly scholar furrowed his brow, his white beard quivering slightly, and his eyes were filled with concern. "Elder brother, this is utterly unacceptable. The secret recipe is the foundation of our Qing Shi gang's existence. To relinquish it would be akin to severing an arm, handing over our lifeline. Princess, with her insatiable greed, demands the recipe today, and tomorrow she may well seek to claim the entire Qing Shi gang. We must devise a strategy to navigate this crisis. We cannot capitulate so easily." Li Xian nodded, fully comprehending this principle. He cast a resolute and sharp gaze at the assembly. "The scholar speaks the truth. We cannot surrender the secret recipe. However, standing firm without a strategy is equally perilous." He spoke solemnly. "We have only 3 days. We must adopt a dual approach." He turned to Zhuge Qing. "Master, as the princess's confidant, you must have some insight into the affairs of the palace, her habits and taboos, and even some of her political adversaries. Utilize all your connections to ascertain whether the princess's sudden aggression is a spontaneous whim or a premeditated maneuver. What is her true objective? Is it possible that she has been influenced by other factions, or are there conflicts we might exploit?" Zhuge Qing's expression shifted, and after a moment, he firmly nodded. "Well, I will do my utmost." Li Xian then looked towards the elderly scholar and the thin monkey. "Gentlemen, you must immediately arrange, through the old steward of the Hutong Heo, to discreetly and securely contact General Wei, the trusted aide of Zhuo Jinwu Wei. Probe the waters to see if we can glean any information regarding today's affair and gauge General Wei's reaction. Remember, it must be executed flawlessly, leaving no traces, and we cannot allow the princess to catch wind of our actions." The elderly scholar and the thin monkey exchanged glances before responding in unison. "Understood, elder brother." Once these arrangements were made, Li Xian's thoughts returned to the mysterious jade pendant. The princess's momentary lapse was no mere coincidence. This pendant may indeed conceal a momentous secret. He concentrated, recalling the pendant's design, patterns, and texture, then picked up pen and paper from the table, meticulously sketching the pendant's intricate details from his photographic memory. He handed the completed drawing to the elderly scholar. "Sir, there is one more matter. I need you to employ our entire network of intelligence to keep a watchful eye on any rumors and clues related to Ting Yulu." The elderly scholar accepted the drawing, his gaze lingering on the ancient patterns, a flicker of gravity in his eyes as he nodded solemnly. "I understand." Li Xian felt an ominous premonition within him. This jade pendant might be the key to his resolution, yet it could also summon even greater troubles. The 3 days loomed like a sword suspended above him, ticking ominously. Chapter 60. The Dragon Trapped in Shallow Waters, the silent move of the dark chess piece. 3 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. The city of Chang'an appeared as it always did. Yet beneath this calm facade, a disquieting undercurrent surged silently. Within the main hall of the Green Serpent Gang, an unprecedented atmosphere of tension and oppression enveloped every heart. The old scholar was the first to receive news, having resorted to the clandestine channel of the Huitong Association. Buried for years and seldom touched. The message indeed reached the ears of a trusted attendant close to General Wei of the left Jinwu Guard. However, the response came like a bucket of icy water poured over them, instantly freezing the last flicker of hope in their hearts. There were no promises, no hints, not even a superfluous inquiry. Only 3 words, courteous yet imbued with an impenetrable aloofness. I understand. Just 3 words, yet they bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, causing the old scholar's white beard to tremble, nearly rendering him breathless. The meaning was unmistakable. General Wei was aware, yet he chose to remain aloof. At least for now, he would not intervene in the turmoil between Princess Taiping and the Green Serpent Gang. The military's stance was chillingly cautious, leaving a cold sense of dread. Zhu Guqing returned with some fragmented but crucial information. He had wagered his considerable risk to probe for traces within the princess's residence. The intelligence he gathered sharpened Li Xian's gaze. Within the Princess Taiping's abode, the atmosphere was equally taut, seemingly not merely due to the trifling troubles posed by the Green Serpent Gang. More alarming to Zhu Guqing was his vague perception that the princess's interest in Li Xian and the unusual attention toward the jade pendant around his neck had eclipsed the substantial profits from the Xianjizi and Zuhuating businesses. Yet the deeper reasons behind this were shrouded in layers of palace intrigue. This only amplified the unsettling premonition within Li Xian, which twisted like rampant vines. Time flowed relentlessly. At last, the hands of the clock pointed to the dusk of the 3rd day. The setting sun bled through the intricately carved window panes, casting long, twisted shadows upon the icy floor tiles of the inner hall. All core members of the Green Serpent Gang silently gathered here, their eyes fixed on the young figure seated in the main position, Li Xian. They awaited his final decision. All the gathered information pointed toward a singular, cold, and ruthless conclusion. Princess Taiping was resolute in her ambitions, employing relentless means without leaving any room for leniency. Li Xian's gaze slowly swept across the faces of those present, heavy with determination. After a brief moment of stillness, a fervor ignited within him, akin to a desperate resolve. The secret formula must not be surrendered. His voice, though not loud, struck like a hammer into every heart present, imbued with an undeniable decisiveness. However, we require time. Let us stabilize her with 50% profits. With this capital, we shall secure time for our withdrawal. This decision was nothing short of earth-shattering. It signifies the relinquishment of the immense profits derived from those 2 lucrative businesses. Indeed, it may even entail forsaking all the foundations painstakingly established over years in the city of Chang'an. Yet within the inner hall, silence reigned. No one voiced opposition, for each individual understood that, when weighed against the value of life itself and the continuity of the entire Qingxi gang, even the greatest wealth pales into insignificance. Li Xian's gaze shifted towards the slender figure standing silently at his side, resembling a shadow. "Thin monkey," he called. The figure stepped forward, his eyes sharp as blades. Awaiting orders. Li Xian's voice dropped to an icy whisper, laced with a chilling intent as he issued the highest-level secret directive of the gang. "Notify all. Activate immediately. Golden cicadas shedding of shell. All core members, essential brothers, and the gang's most vital assets, including the ledgers, must be discreetly withdrawn from Chang'an in batches. The destination is Luoyang. We are already prepared there, capable of starting anew and rising from the ashes. Leave behind a necessary facade in Chang'an, along with a minimal number of personnel to maintain appearances and buy us time. Remember," Li Xian's tone was resolute, imbued with an unyielding decisiveness. "This must be executed under absolute secrecy. Swiftly, quietly. Under no circumstances must we attract any attention." He paused, a glint of cold determination flickering in his eyes. A a resolve that suggested he was willing to risk everything. If I do not receive any news within an hour of entering that villa tonight, the plan shall proceed without delay, without error. Understood, boss. Thin Monkey nodded emphatically, his eyes devoid of hesitation, only the glimmer of determination shining through. He turned sharply, striding forth to enact this paramount order that dictated the very survival of the Qingxi gang. Having arranged everything, Li Xian exhaled slowly, rising to his feet. He removed his customary brocade robe, donning a simple blue attire instead. His countenance betrayed no hint of anxiety. He appeared utterly serene, as though merely attending a most ordinary dinner. The sun finally sank below the horizon, and the thickening night began to envelop the vast city of Chang'an. Alone, Li Xian returned once more to the enigmatic villa located at the edge of the imperial city, which still bore no signboard. This time, the guards at the entrance were impassive, seemingly having received prior orders. They bypassed the formalities of announcement, merely stepping aside to grant passage. Once again, it was the pale, beardless middle-aged eunuch who led the way. The familiar courtyard and corridors awaited him. Yet, the sandalwood scent in the air seemed more intense than before, carrying an unsettling chill. Inside the flower hall, warmth prevailed, yet the strains of the zither emanating from the corner held an undertone of solemnity. Princess Taiping sat unmoving upon the warm couch, her cloud-like hair piled high, the tassels of her phoenix hairpin swaying gently. Upon that breathtaking visage, which could sway the hearts of many, there now lay a veil of frost. Her gaze, akin to two unsheathed swords, pierced directly through to Li Xian as he entered. He stepped into the center of the flower hall, slightly bowing, maintaining a demeanor of utmost respect, yet his spine remained unyieldingly straight, devoid of any hint of subservience. Commoner Li Xian pays his respects to your highness. He gradually lifted his head, meeting the scrutinizing, icy gaze of Princess Taiping, his tone serene and undisturbed. I am deeply grateful for your highness's kindness. Upon returning, I have gathered my brothers to deliberate thoroughly. He continued, I wish to offer the business of fragrant piglets and snowflake candy, sharing 50% of the annual profits as a token of gratitude for your past benevolence. Here, he paused slightly, his expression shifting to reveal a hint of sincerity and trepidation. However, this secret recipe, your highness must understand, concerns the lives and livelihoods of over 1,000 brothers in the Qingxi gang. It is their very means of survival. I find it truly difficult to part with it. I hope your highness can comprehend my predicament. As his words hung in the air, the music from the corner abruptly ceased. The atmosphere in the flower hall felt as if it had been sucked dry, frozen in a moment of tension so thick it was nearly suffocating. The expression of Princess Taiping darkened instantly, akin to the sky before a tempest. The icy glint in her phoenix like eyes now blazed with furious fire, as if she intended to incinerate this insolent ant before her entirely. Li Xuan, you possess an audacity beyond measure. She struck the purple sandalwood armrest of the warm couch with a forceful hand, producing a sharp and resounding crack. I have given you an opportunity. You dare to refuse me. Truly, you are ungrateful. To reject my wine is to invite punishment. Her tone was frigid, each word squeezed out with unmasked disdain and overwhelming wrath. My patience has worn thin. She let out a chilling sneer, her gaze like a poisoned dagger, pinning Li Xian in place. Seize him. With a single command, several formidable figures, their presence far surpassing that of ordinary guards, materialized silently from behind the screen. Clad in agile black attire, their expressions were cold, their eyes sharp as hawks, emanating an aura of bloodthirsty menace. In an instant, they encircled Li Xian. The blades they wielded gleamed ominously in the warm glow of the flower hall, casting sinister reflections. Just as the guards closed in, the ancient jade pendant Li Xian had worn against his skin radiated a faint warmth, almost imperceptible yet distinctly felt. This warmth was fleeting, akin to an instinctive response to looming danger or a latent power awakening reluctantly after eons of slumber. Li Xian cast a deep, final glance at Princess Taiping, seated in her commanding position. His eyes were disturbingly calm, a haunting stillness enveloping him. Without fear, without panic, and not even a hint of surprise. It was as if everything before him had long been anticipated. He offered no futile resistance, allowing the terrifying guards to approach and secure his wrists with cold shackles, binding him firmly. Captured without struggle, the news of Li Xian being taken from the courtyard fell like a stone cast into a deep pool on a moonless night, sending ripples through the unseen layers of Chang'an, destined to expand. Meanwhile, far in the southern part of the city, at the headquarters of the Qing Shi gang, when the warning signal was relayed back in the most clandestine manner, the gaunt monkey in charge was momentarily struck by intense indignation and resolve. Without hesitation, he acted according to the plan. With a low growl, the Jinshan Tuo Qiao scheme was set into motion. The massive and intricate underground machinery of the Qing Shi gang, honed over years under Li Xian's guidance, began to operate with astonishing efficiency and silence. Unassuming carts, carrying the core members of the gang and the most vital resources accumulated over the years, quietly departed from Chang'an. Carefully forged identity documents disguised them as ordinary citizens from all walks of life, blending seamlessly into the vast sea of humanity. Well-trained and battle-hardened elite members dispersed and concealed themselves like shadows, ensuring the safe retreat of the group. The entire Qing Shi gang resembled a well-trained army, exhibiting remarkable execution and organizational prowess in the face of impending catastrophe. Li Xian was imprisoned in the dark and damp dungeon, suffused with the nauseating odor of decay and mildew. The walls were marred with mottled stains and moss, emanating a chilling sense of despair. He was confined alone in a cell, his limbs shackled by heavy iron chains, rendering him immobile. The cold iron cuffs dug painfully in his wrists, causing his skin to break. Nevertheless, his face remained calm as still water, devoid of fear or despair. He understood that the true test was only just beginning. Chapter 61. The Phantom of the Dungeon. The princess's chessboard deep within the imperial city lies a dungeon shrouded in perpetual darkness. Here, light seems to lose its very essence. As the air is thick with the metallic scent of rust, the musty odor of decay, and a nauseating stench of despair that has settled like a heavy fog. This is the innermost recess of the dungeon, a solitary cell where Li Xian finds himself imprisoned. The walls are as cold as ice, stubborn green moss clinging tenaciously to the stone. His wrists and ankles are bound by heavy shackles, as thick as a bull's rim. The iron chains rattle with even his slightest movement, producing a jarring sound that pierces the profound silence surrounding him. Fine droplets of blood seep from the wounds on his skin. Yet, he remains remarkably calm, exhibiting a serenity that belies his status as a prisoner facing an uncertain fate. Leaning against the frigid wall, his eyes gently closed, he appears unperturbed by his grim surroundings. Within him, the dragon's essence has reached a transcendent state, flowing like a gentle stream. The inner strength he has cultivated is now purer and more refined, silently nourishing every inch of his battered flesh. His senses, too, have sharpened to an unimaginable acuity, a result of the inner energy circulation. From afar, the faint sound of armor clinking during a guard change reaches his ears with crystal clarity. He can discern the various layers of moldy odors and the subtle hints of blood in the air. Even further, hidden in the shadows, he detects the presence of several indistinct yet steady auras. These energies are composed and restrained, far superior to the ordinary guards, clearly signifying that skilled sentinels, placed by the princess, are watching over him in secrecy. Li Xian is calmly analyzing his dire predicament, while simultaneously searching in the darkness for any glimmer of hope. The heavy footsteps approach, shattering the stillness of the dungeon. With a creak, a familiar figure emerges at the barred entrance. It is the middle-aged eunuch who previously guided him through the courtyard. Pale-faced and beardless, he maintains his haughty demeanor, though his eyes glimmer with a snake-like coldness. Two burly guards with brutish features and menacing gazes flank him, exuding an aura of sadistic cruelty. Through the cold iron bars, the eunuch's gaze slithers over Li Xian like a slick serpent, and he forces a feigned smile that drips with insincerity. "Li Xian, we meet again," he says, his voice low yet imbued with a chilling pressure that seeks to invade Li Xian's resolve. His Highness sent me to inquire how you have contemplated your situation. Li Xian slowly opens his eyes, his gaze calm and devoid of turmoil, as deep and unwavering as an ancient well. I have already made my position abundantly clear. He replies. The eunuch's smile instantly stiffens, his eyes sharpening into blades. Why persist in such obstinacy, Li Xian? You are only jeopardizing your future. His Highness's patience is, after all, quite limited. The fragrant delicacies of fragrant pork belly and snowflake candy, their secret recipes must be surrendered. This would bring immense benefits to you, to our family, and even to your brothers still out there. He deliberately paused, his gaze sharp, sweeping over Li Xian's neck, the threat unmistakable. Moreover, that jade pendant, where did it originate? From the infamous listening rain tower? Or is there someone else behind it? Lida, who exactly stands behind you? A barrage of questions was relentlessly hurled at Li Xian, attempting to pry open the defenses he held so tightly. Yet, Li Xian remained silent. The inner servant let out a brief, cold sneer and subtly gestured to the two jailers behind him. It seemed Li Da was resolute, unwilling to shed tears until faced with the grave reality. Give him a good stretch. A sinister grin spread across the faces of the two jailers as they opened the cell door and strode inside. Within the confines of the cell, there were no heart-wrenching cries. Only the sickening sound of dislocated bones and the dull thuds of fists and feet striking flesh echoed through the air. Li Xian clenched his teeth tightly, stifling the groans that threatened to escape his throat. The intense pain surged like a relentless tide, crashing against his limbs, seeking to shatter his will. The internal energy of the Dragon Gang surged swiftly, protecting his vital points and preserving the last remnants of clarity. He understood that this was a battle of wills. A single step back would plunge him into an abyss of irreversible despair. He had to guard the secret, not merely for himself, but also for the brothers who were risking everything to evacuate Chang'an. Time stretched painfully, seemingly endless in its torment. It was uncertain how long had passed when the inner servant appeared to lose his patience. He gazed down on Li Xian, who lay bloodied and battered, yet remained silent, his eyes betraying not a hint of submission. A flicker of barely concealed irritation crossed his gaze. Your tongue is quite resilient, he remarked coldly. His Highness has said there is no rush. We have plenty of time. We shall take our time. With a disdainful wave of his hand, he departed the cell, accompanied by the two equally breathless jailers. The heavy iron door was once again locked with chilling finality, plunging the dungeon back into silence. Li Xian laboriously shifted his nearly shattered body, inching back against the wall. He gasped for breath, sweat mingling with blood, having thoroughly soaked his tattered prison garb. Yet, deep within his eyes, the flicker of unwavering resolve had not dimmed. Rather, it shone even brighter. Meanwhile, within the Princess Taiping's residence, Zhu Guqing was restless, akin to an ant on a hot pan, consumed by anxiety. To rescue Li Xian, he felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. He had followed the princess for many years and understood her temperament and methods all too well. To rashly seek her intervention at this juncture would not only fail to save Li Xian, but could also jeopardize his own position, bringing the flames of misfortune upon himself. However, the trust that Li Xian placed in him before departing, that resolute commitment to entrust his retreat, weighed heavily on his conscience, leaving him in torment, as if a thorn were lodged in his back, depriving him of peace and rest. This internal conflict threatened to engulf him entirely. The night grew increasingly profound. Outside the city of Chang'an, a massive yet silent migration was quietly unfolding under the cover of darkness. The thin monkey personally oversaw the operation, his expression as cold and unyielding as iron, his eyes bloodshot, radiating an unyielding ferocity. The golden cicada sheds its shell. Unassuming carriages, mingled among ordinary merchant convoys or refugee groups, followed meticulously planned routes towards various city gates. Within these vehicles resided the core members and most vital assets of the Green Serpent Gang, their ledgers. The personnel had long since been fragmented, like droplets merging into the ocean, silently vanishing into the vast night. Along the waterways, several vessels disguised as ordinary cargo ships had also quietly cast off, drifting downstream. The intricate web of informants spread across various regions was currently operating at full capacity, providing crucial intelligence and route cover for this significant evacuation that determined the gang's fate. An invisible yet intricate net was systematically relocating the Green Serpent Gang's core strength from the vortex of Chang'an. In the distant eastern capital of Luoyang, the old scholar had already arrived, utilizing pre-established pieces and resources to set everything in place, awaiting the arrival of the brothers evacuated from Chang'an. The Serpent Gang would then rise anew in Luoyang, regrouping its forces. In the dark prison, the night deepened. Silence enveloped everything, broken only by the distant sound of a watchman's clapper, reminding everyone that it was indeed late. At this moment of utmost stillness, when People's Guard was at its lowest, a slender black figure, like a specter, seamlessly merged into the darkness of the dungeon's depths, making no sound as she approached the entrance to the innermost passage. Her movements were incredibly light, akin to a nightingale flitting through the woods, skillfully avoiding all visible and hidden sentinels. Even the concealed masters of the Imperial Guard remained oblivious to her approach. Ultimately, the shadow halted outside the cell where Li Xian was confined. The mysterious woman, just as she neared the cell, the ancient jade pendant, which Li Xian had secretly hidden away after it was confiscated by the eunuch, suddenly began to radiate heat. Inside the cell, Li Xian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them. Outside the cell, the mysterious woman seemed to sense something, momentarily pausing. Through the cold iron bars, her gaze fixated on Li Xian, filled with incredulous surprise and a complex, indescribable excitement. "I've come to rescue you," the woman whispered, her voice still cool, yet laced with an urgency and tremor that even she was unaware of. She raised her delicate fingers, seemingly intending to employ an extraordinarily unique technique to unlock the seemingly impenetrable lock on the cell door. However, just as her fingertips were about to touch the keyhole, an unexpected event occurred. Crash! In the previously impenetrable darkness, countless torches suddenly ignited. The fiery orange glow instantaneously dispelled all shadows, illuminating the area as vividly as day. A multitude of elite guards, clad in exquisite armor and wielding sharp blades, surged forth like a tidal wave from all directions, encircling the cell where the woman was confined along with the surrounding passageways. A chilling aura of death, palpable and immediate, locked onto the figure of the cloaked woman outside the prison door. Crossbows and swords were drawn, reflecting a terrifying glint in the torchlight. A regal figure, flanked by a retinue of elegantly dressed ladies and attendants, emerged slowly from the depths of the corridor, exuding a cold and playful smile. It was Princess Taiping. "We have awaited you for quite some time." The princess regarded the slender shadow beyond the cell door, her lips curling into a frosty, triumphant arc, her eyes shimmering with the exhilaration of a hunter who has finally ensnared her prey, a glimmer of inevitable conquest illuminating her gaze. Using Li Xian as bait, she had indeed lured out this significant catch. Her gaze, tinged with mockery and intrigue, swept meaningfully over the concealed jade pendant beneath Li Xian's prison garb. "It seems this item is indeed connected to you." She emphasized the words Tingyu Lu with a deliberate inflection, her tone laced with palpable derision. "What grand conspiracy are the forces hidden behind you orchestrating in the shadows?" The mysterious woman's countenance abruptly shifted. She raised her head sharply, her eyes locking onto Princess Taiping with a fierce blend of deep-seated hatred and acute vigilance. It was only at this moment that she realized she had fallen into a meticulously laid trap, a deadly snare designed specifically for her, using Li Xian as bait, targeting her jade pendant and the formidable powers it concealed. "Taiping." The woman slowly uttered the name, her voice as frigid as ice, imbued with a palpable intent to kill. With a swift motion, she flipped her wrist, and a short blade of peculiar design, its edge curving ominously, silently slid into her palm. In that instant, her aura surged, akin to a peerless weapon unsheathed, radiating lethal brilliance. Facing Princess Taiping from a distance. The invisible tension of impending violence crackled fiercely between them, the air thickening to a suffocating density. Inside the cell, Li Xian witnessed this breathtaking scene unfold, his heart surging like a tempestuous wave. He finally comprehended the grim truth. From the very beginning, both he and the enigmatic jade pendant had merely been pawns on Princess Taiping's chessboard, bait crafted to lure in a greater prey. Princess Taiping elegantly raised her hand, a poised gesture that exuded an air of control and icy indifference. The elite guards surrounding the cell advanced slowly, like a meticulously trained tide, closing in on the mysterious woman outside the prison door. A deadly ambush targeting the enigmatic figure from Tingyu Lu was about to erupt within this lightless dungeon. Chapter 62. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits the flickering flames cast an ethereal glow upon the cold, frost-like visage of the woman clad in black. Accentuating the eerie curvature of the short blade she wielded. The blade, as delicate as a cicada's wing, emitted a faint azure luminescence. The glint of the blade danced in the air as her form moved with ghostly swiftness, gracefully evading the relentless assault of several elite guards. Deftly maneuvering as if she were a startled swan. Her footwork was enigmatic, enabling her to narrowly evade the lethal combinations aimed at her. With each precise thrust of her short blade, she exploited the guard's vulnerabilities with merciless accuracy. The shrill sound of her slicing steel intertwining with the jarring noise of armor being cut, evoking a sense of dread. A few formidable guards found themselves ensnared by her singular prowess, unable to breach her defenses for a considerable duration. The battle raged with unparalleled intensity. Within the confines of the cage, Li Xian leaned against the frigid wall, fixated on every intricate detail unfolding in the arena. The woman's fluid movements, the rhythm of her twists and turns, the trajectory of her inner strength, bore an inexplicable resemblance to his arduous cultivation of the dragon's might inner strength technique. Though the styles diverged entirely, the fundamental method of exertion seemed to originate from a singular source, arriving at the same destination through different paths. Could it be that she too practiced the dragon's might inner strength? Or perhaps there existed other techniques in this world that shared its essence. His gaze gradually shifted towards the direction of the warm couch. Princess Taiping. She did not engage directly, instead reclining languidly. Her phoenix eyes narrowed as she observed the unfolding drama with an icy detachment. Her gaze was not one of witnessing a life-and-death struggle, but rather that of an audience appreciating a meticulously orchestrated performance she had anticipated. Occasionally, she would lift her delicate hand, nonchalantly signaling the guards to adjust their formation, tightening the encirclement. Her intentions were clear, not to kill, but to capture alive. She sought to extract more secrets about the listening rain tower and the jade pendant from this woman. At that moment, the ancient jade pendant concealed within the folds of Li Xian's prison garb suddenly radiated a searing warmth. A peculiar resonance coursed through his skin, permeating his limbs and igniting his very blood. The dragon's might inner strength within him seemed to respond to an unseen call, stirring restlessly as if yearning to break free from its meridian confines and surge forth. This sensation felt akin to a slumbering dragon awakening to the presence of its kin. Princess Taiping's gaze subtly flitted towards the area of Li Xian's chest, a playful smirk curling at the corners of her lips. She was probing, testing the limits of the woman in black, assessing the strength of the listening rain tower. She was also observing, scrutinizing the response of the jade pendant under the woman's inner strength, hoping to uncover further clues. The battlefield suddenly constricted. Despite the woman's remarkable speed, she began to struggle against the unrelenting onslaught and seamless cooperation of the elite guards. After all, she was but one individual, and her inner strength would inevitably wane. In a moment of miscalculation, she found herself vulnerable, her shoulder perilously close to being struck by a horizontal blade. If hit, she would face severe injury, if not death. In that critical instant, a jade pendant adorning Li Xian's chest suddenly emitted a faint glow. So subtle, it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. This fleeting radiance, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirred ripples across the surface. The few guards besieging the woman momentarily lost their focus, their movements freezing in an instant. In a clash of formidable opponents, every second counts. The woman's eyes sparkled with intensity as she seized this ephemeral opportunity, twisting her body at an astonishing angle to narrowly evade the lethal strike. In a swift motion, she retaliated with a blade, striking fiercely at the wrist of the guard wielding the weapon. A sharp crack echoed as bones shattered, and the guard let out a pained scream, dropping his weapon. She inhaled deeply, realizing that retreating unscathed today would be as daunting as scaling the heavens. It was even less likely that she could free Xuan from his imprisonment. With a sudden backward step, she distanced herself, choosing not to linger in combat. Turning her head, she cast a profound glance at Xuan in the cage. Her expression was a labyrinth of emotions, as if 1,000 unspoken words lingered in the air, yet remained unvoiced. There was a blend of astonishment, inquiry, and an indescribable urgency, as if she wished to convey a silent message. Xuan, too, fixed his gaze upon her, striving to decipher more from her eyes. "Survive," he mouthed silently. In the next moment, a surge of energy erupted within the woman, forcefully pushing back several guards by half a step. Seizing this opportunity, she transformed into a fleeting streak of light, darting toward the weakest point in the encirclement like an arrow released from its bow. Her speed was such that she left behind only an afterimage, vanishing into the depths of the dark prison, lost from sight. Useless. As she watched the proverbial duck fly away, Princess Taiping's face flickered with annoyance as she slammed her hand against the armrest. A bunch of inept fools, unable to stop a single person. Yet, this anger was but a fleeting shadow, quickly replaced by a calm demeanor, even graced with a hint of a chilling smile. Her gaze returned to Xuan in the cage, filled with scrutiny and amusement. The monk may escape, but the temple remains. Her voice, though soft, resonated with an unsettling authority. Ensure this stepping stone is kept under strict watch, with no room for error. Her tone exuded confidence, coupled with a disquieting sense of intrigue. I shall see what secrets the listening rain tower holds. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Luoyang, an unremarkable courtyard shimmered with bright lights and bustling figures. An elderly scholar trembled as he cautiously unfolded a note delivered by the Tonghao as secretive lines. The note contained but a few words, written in a cipher understood solely within the inner circle of the Green Serpent Gang, indecipherable to outsiders. The fish has entered the net, safe. Upon reading these words, tears of excitement welled up in the old scholar's murky eyes, and he exhaled a long, heavy breath. The slender figure did not betray the heavy trust placed in him, nor did he disappoint Xuan's confidence. The core strength of the Qingxi Gang, along with the most vital accounts and resources accumulated over the years, has safely arrived in Luoyang. Furthermore, they have established a preliminary foothold within the enterprises previously arranged by the old scholar, temporarily securing a place to settle. The foundation in Chang'an now stands as nothing more than an empty shell, a mere ruse to confound the enemy. Yet as long as life persists, hope remains. It is merely a matter of waiting for the opportune moment to sever all ties with Chang'an, liberating the Qingxi Gang from the control of Princess Taiping. This resilient ember of the Qingxi Gang has ultimately been preserved. In the underworld of Chang'an, the Qingxi Gang, a formidable local force that has dominated the outer city for years, faced the startling news of its core strength vanishing almost overnight. Akin to a drop of cold water splashing into boiling oil, causing a chaotic uproar. Speculations ran rampant, and rumors proliferated. Some claimed the Qingxi Gang had offended an untouchable figure, forcing them to flee Chang'an. Others suggested they absconded with funds, leaving behind a mess that rendered their loyal followers destitute. Yet others posited that internal strife had erupted within the gang, leading to the betrayal of their leader, Xuan, resulting in the current predicament. Various factions clandestinely sought to uncover the truth behind this sudden upheaval, eager to seize a share of the ensuing chaos. In the left Golden Guard's office, General Wei listened to a confidential report from his trusted aide, his brow furrowed and his expression grave. Xuan had been imprisoned. A mysterious woman had infiltrated the prison with the intent to orchestrate a jailbreak. The Qingxi gang had seemingly vanished without a trace overnight. Princess Taiping. Her methods were even more ruthless and inscrutable than he had anticipated, deepening his apprehension towards her, like a thorn in his throat. Send someone to investigate discreetly, General Wei commanded, his tone low and authoritative. We must ascertain the details surrounding Li Xian's arrest, the origins of the woman who infiltrated the prison, and the route taken by the Qingxi gang's departure from Chang'an. He needed to gather more information. Only by mastering sufficient knowledge could he gain the upper hand in this increasingly complex game. In this power struggle, he could no longer afford to remain a mere bystander, detached from the unfolding events. Otherwise, one day he too would find himself a pawn in someone else's game, subject to their whims. In the princess's residence, Zhu Guqing stood beneath the corridor, gazing in the direction of the prison, his heart in turmoil and his thoughts racing. The cold ruthlessness of Princess Taiping, the sudden appearance of the mysterious woman, and Li Xian's calm acceptance of his fate replayed in his mind like a revolving lantern, indelible and haunting. He had always believed himself to be an inconsequential piece in Princess Taiping's scheme, merely a tool for gathering intelligence. Yet now it appeared that the depths of this game were far more profound, murky, and perilous than he had ever envisioned. To whom, exactly, had he pledged his loyalty? Li Xuan. Is he truly merely a fortunate leader of a gang, possessing some esoteric knowledge? Or does he conceal a far greater secret within? The inner turmoil gnaws at his conscience like a venomous serpent, rendering him restless and tormented. After much hesitation, he ultimately decides to leverage his position to discreetly observe and gather every possible clue related to Li Xian and the events of that fateful night in the prison. Perhaps he cannot effectuate significant change nor alter the course of fate. However, he is determined that Li Xian shall not perish, oblivious to the sinister machinations of the imperial court. In the prison, Li Xian sits cross-legged, his breath long and steady. The recent revelations have illuminated many truths for him. The significance of the ancient jade pendant far surpasses his imagination. It is intricately tied to the mystery of his lineage. It serves not only as a token of the listening rain tower, but may also be the very object coveted by Princess Taiping, something she is willing to pursue at any cost. It possibly harbors a colossal secret, so profound that even a person of her immense power must resort to such convoluted means to attain it. The dragon essence within him, stimulated by the pendant, appears to undergo a subtle and profound transformation. What was once a mere trickle of energy now exhibits a burgeoning force, more refined and vibrant. It seems as though the dormant potential within him is being awakened by the pendant's extraordinary power, slowly coming to life. Although he remains shackled, his fate uncertain, Li Xian's heart has found an unprecedented sense of tranquility. The haze of confusion has lifted. The safety of his brothers in the Green Serpent Gang is paramount. And the emergence of the mysterious woman, coupled with the pendant's displayed abilities, casts a faint glimmer of hope amidst the engulfing darkness, illuminating a path to escape and even counterattack. Yet, this also signifies that he has been ensnared in a vortex far more perilous than mere gang rivalries or commercial intrigues. The chessboard of this game is infinitely more intricate and brutal than he had envisioned. In the Princess Taiping's residence, the flower hall radiates warmth, with the scent of sandalwood wafting through the air, just as it always does. The princess reclines languidly on a warm couch, her demeanor relaxed and indulgent. Her slender fingers toy with an ancient jade pendant, the very one taken from Li Xian. At this moment, the pendant's luster is subdued, its touch warm and inviting, appearing utterly unremarkable. Yet the princess's gaze is sharp, imbued with an understanding of all that transpires, coupled with an unmistakable thrill. Listening Rain Tower, she murmurs softly, her voice low and beguiling. The jade pendant. It seems that Chang'an is far more intriguing than I had anticipated. Her fingertips gently trace the ancient patterns on the pendant, her phoenix-like eyes glimmering with a mix of ambition and cunning. Li Xian is but a bait, a pawn meant to lure out the big fish. The mysterious woman, an unexpected catch, has surprised her slightly, yet remains firmly within her grasp. This jade pendant is precisely what she truly desires to unlock, a gateway to a grander scheme, a secret potent enough to alter the very fabric of the world. Chapter 63. The Dark Seed of Inner Demons. A glimmer of hope, the chilling sound of footsteps once again approached, growing nearer with each passing moment. It was the same pallid-faced, middle-aged eunuch, yet this time the veneer of feigned joviality had completely dissolved, revealing nothing but raw malice. He stood at a distance, too apathetic to draw closer to the frigid iron bars, his gaze scrutinizing Li Xian in the corner as though appraising a slab of flesh on a butcher's block. "Master Li, I bring you good news." His shrill voice lingered with an unsettling tone, akin to a dull knife scraping against bone, painfully grating on the ears. "Your brothers in Luoyang. TSK, they seem rather restless." He leisurely extracted several items from his voluminous sleeves. Under the dim flicker of firelight, these objects appeared strikingly conspicuous. Recently, the authorities outside Luoyang happened upon a clandestine merchant convoy. Can you guess what they discovered? The eunuch's lips twisted into a cruel, frigid smile. Among the findings was a wolf-tooth pendant, emanating a ghostly shimmer in the firelight, a handkerchief embroidered with a distorted green serpent, marred with dark stains, and a worn ledger that seemed to contain accounts of some sort. The eunuch relished in observing Li Xian's reaction, continuing with that piercing voice. "They captured quite a number of individuals. A few stubborn ones have already been fed to the wild dogs outside Luoyang. However, there were those who, recognizing the gravity of the situation, divulged some rather intriguing information. For instance, it appears your Green Serpent Gang intends to raise its banner anew in Luoyang." Each word was laced with venomous intent, like icy needles attempting to pierce the last vestiges of Li Xian's mental defenses. "Her Highness despises treachery above all else. Master Li, ponder the fate that awaits your brethren." He shook his head, releasing a repugnant sigh that seemed to brim with relentless pity. Within the confines of the cell, Li Xian's body stiffened imperceptibly, as though an invisible hammer had struck his chest with ferocity. The color drained from his face, and his breath quickened sharply. His tightly shut eyes flew open, pupils constricting as they fixated intently on the so-called tokens in the eunuch's grasp. The wolf-tooth pendant never far from the thin monkey's possession, the handkerchief meticulously embroidered by Aunt Dong, the core ledger of the gang. In that instant, an overwhelming wave of sorrow and volcanic rage surged through him, akin to a dam bursting, threatening to engulf his reason entirely. Yet, just as his mind teetered on the brink of being torn asunder, a fragment of icy vigilance, honed through countless brushes with death, anchored his clarity like a steadfast beacon. No, it was not right. Memories surged like a tide, every detail vividly clear. The wolf-tooth pendant of the thin monkey. The inner edge bore a minuscule crescent-shaped notch, a remnant from the skirmish at the Western Docks years ago. The one in the eunuch's hand was far too smooth, far too perfect. The handkerchief belonging to a Dong, while not crafted with exceptional skill by his wife, features a serpentine meticulously adorned with a faintly glowing, dark green silk thread, a specialty of her maternal family. The piece at hand, however, bears a darker hue, and its stitching exudes a certain clumsiness, lacking finesse and elegance. As for the ledger, its cover is at least 3 months newer than the batch he personally sealed. That particular die, over time, would exhibit a subtle yellowing, entirely unlike the pristine freshness present here. These discrepancies, as delicate as gossamer, would be imperceptible to anyone unfamiliar with the intricacies of his brothers. Only a deep, indelible knowledge could unveil them. A cunning psychological tactic. What a formidable Princess Taiping. Such ruthless methods. This was an attempt to utterly dismantle his will, driving him to the brink of collapse. A chilling wave of coldness swiftly quelled the tumult of his blood. Li Xian took a slow, profound breath, restoring the steadiness of his chest's rise and fall. He closed his eyes once more, concealing all his emotions deep within, as if the previous moment of vulnerability had never transpired. The threats from the court eunuch fell on deaf ears, disregarded entirely. The smile upon the eunuch's face froze entirely, replaced by unmistakable surprise and anger. He had believed that such heart-wrenching words would shatter Li Xian completely. Yet the latter had withstood the onslaught. This exceeded his expectations. Oof! A dead duck stubbornly holds its tongue. The eunuch scoffed coldly, sweeping his sleeve aside as he marched away. Yet, the flicker of anxiety concealed in his gaze betrayed his true feelings. Unbeknownst to him, while he endeavored to unsettle Li Xian with falsehoods, in several obscure corners of Chang'an, a series of meticulously orchestrated mishaps were unfolding. A silk shop covertly controlled by Princess Tai Ping suddenly erupted in flames at night, consuming invaluable tribute silk stored within, leading to devastating losses. Elsewhere, her clandestine moneylending operation, responsible for transmitting intelligence via carrier pigeons, faced a mysterious series of disappearances, as if swallowed by the sea, leaving no trace. Even her elite personal guard, tasked with clearing the way during her outings, collectively suffered from food poisoning, incapacitated, and writhing on the ground. Individually, these events might not seem catastrophic, perhaps even trivial. However, when they occurred in rapid succession, each precisely targeting the core interests of Princess Tai Ping, they provoked a wave of inexplicable irritation and unease within her. The counterattack from Ting Yu Lu slithered like a concealed serpent, silent yet sharp, continuously disturbing and draining her energy, leaving her weary from the constant need to respond. In the princess's residence, as Princess Tai Ping listened to the report from her trusted subordinate, her finely arched brows furrowed slightly, revealing her inner displeasure. A bunch of inept fools. They cannot even handle such minor matters. With a wave of her hand, she impatiently dismissed the steward who had come to report, her tone laced with unabashed disdain. These minor vexations, though incapable of undermining her foundation, buzzed around her like a swarm of bothersome flies, disrupting the once harmonious rhythm of her control. Particularly troubling was the woman from the listening rain tower who had escaped from the dungeon, vanishing without a trace, which stirred a subtle unease within her. She lifted her gaze through the window towards the direction of the dungeon, her eyes cold and perilous. Clearly, waiting any longer was not an option. The key she held in Li Xian must be utilized without delay, or else it would lose all significance. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the princess's residence, Zhu Guqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the oppressive, leaden sky, his heart a tumultuous tangle of emotions. For days, he had exhausted all the resources at his disposal, covertly launching an investigation to uncover the truth of the matter. However, the findings chilled him to the core. All signs indicated that the princess seemed utterly indifferent to Li Xian's fate. Her true concern lay only in whether she could use him to ensnare a larger prey and unlock the hidden secrets of the listening rain tower. His conscience gnawed at him like a venomous parasite, ravaging his inner peace and leaving him tormented and restless. The calm, trusting gaze of Li Xian before his departure was etched into his memory like a brand impossible to erase. Ultimately, he clenched his teeth, a glimmer of resolute determination flashing in his eyes. He resolved to take a daring gamble. He risked enlisting the aid of a lowly jailer, who had previously accrued a significant gambling debt and was now under his control, secretly placing him within the dungeon. In the stillness of night, during what appeared to be an ordinary shift change, Zhu Guqing passed by the jailer under the dim glow of lantern light. A small, crumpled piece of paper silently fell into the jailer's palm. Moments later, as the jailer patrolled outside Li Xian's cell, he feigned nonchalance while adjusting his belt, his fingers discreetly tapping a specific code against the cold iron bars, a signal understood only by a select few core members of the Qingxi gang. Subsequently, he inconspicuously flicked the small paper into the shadows of the cell's corner. Inside the cell, Li Xian, who had been meditating with closed eyes, abruptly opened them wide. He recognized the rhythm of the tapping almost immediately. It was Zhu Guqing's unique signal. He remained composed, waiting until the surroundings fell silent, confirming no anomalies, before painfully shifting his battered body to retrieve the small paper. Utilizing the faint light seeping through the bars, he cautiously unfolded the note. The handwriting was hasty and scrawled, containing only a few terse words, yet they made his heart leap into his throat. Tomorrow at noon, West Gate, transfer for interrogation. Proceed with caution. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap resounded in Li Xian's mind. Transfer for interrogation? The ruthless tactics of Princess Taiping reveal that this so-called interrogation is likely nothing more than a fade. The true intent may very well be a clandestine execution or transfer to an even more secluded and brutal fate. However, this situation also signifies an opportunity. Escaping from this impregnable celestial prison, even if only during a brief transfer, harbors countless variables, a glimmer of hope. A powerful will to survive ignited within him like a blazing flame, instantly awakening the blood coursing through his veins. No longer hesitating, he promptly closed his eyes and began to recklessly channel the dragon's inner force within him. The internal energy, previously stirred by the jade pendant, surged forth under the impetus of his formidable will, like a flood breaching its dam, violently impacting the meridians and acupoints throughout his body. The intense agony washed over him once more, even more unbearable than the tortures he had previously endured. Yet he gritted his teeth, transforming all this suffering into a driving force to propel him to greater heights. He could distinctly sense that the invisible barrier within him was gradually loosening. The power of the dragon's inner force was undergoing an indescribable transformation, becoming more concentrated and ferocious. A breakthrough was imminent. Almost simultaneously, Princess Taiping's ultimatum reached the celestial prison. Orders were dispatched. At noon tomorrow, the condemned Li Xian would be escorted to the quiet heart garden in the West City for a personal interrogation by the princess. The chilling command swept through the prison like a biting cold wind, instilling fear in the hearts of all. The guard's strength inside and outside the prison surged to unprecedented levels. An oppressive atmosphere of lethal intent pervaded the air, suffocating all who breathed it. Seasoned jailers could sense the mounting tension, akin to the calm before a storm. Everyone knew that something significant was set to transpire at noon the following day. Li Xian took a deep breath, gradually calming his mind, forcefully repressing the power that was on the verge of erupting within him. He needed to gather strength, awaiting the opportune moment. Tomorrow at noon, at the West Gate. It was either a chance to escape into freedom, like a dragon returning to the sea, or to descend into utter ruin, with no hope of return. In Chang'an City, at the left Jinwu Guard's office, the lights blazed, illuminating General Wei's resolute countenance. He sat behind his desk, holding a recently delivered confidential report, his expression grave. Tomorrow at noon. Quiet Heart Garden in the West City. He murmured, repeating the words, his deep-set eyes glimmering with inscrutable light as his fingers rhythmically tapped the surface of the table. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to his trusted aide standing beside him and instructed in a low voice. Dispatch orders to intensify patrols around the West City Gate and surrounding areas at noon tomorrow, under the pretext of pursuing a fugitive. Yes. The aide hastily departed, his footsteps brisk. General Wei's gaze drifted toward the pitch-black night sky outside, the corners of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile. Princess Taiping, it is time to make a move in this game. In the princess's residence. The floral hall was warm and fragrant, enveloped in an atmosphere of lavish comfort as always. Princess Taiping reclined languidly upon a warm couch, her demeanor relaxed and content. Her slender fingers idly toyed with an ancient jade pendant, the very one pilfered from Li Xian. At this moment, the pendant's luster appeared subdued, its surface smooth to the touch, seemingly nothing more than an ordinary ornament. However, the princess's gaze was imbued with a penetrating sharpness, accompanied by a hint of undeniable exhilaration. Listening to the rain. Chapter 64. A leap of faith, a desperate escape. The heavy door of the dungeon creaked open, releasing a profound sound that echoed in the stillness. After a prolonged absence, the sun's rays pierced sharply into his eyes. Li Xian involuntarily squinted, acclimating to the sudden brightness. He was escorted by two formidable and imposing guards, each step pulling him further from the dark confines of his prison. The number of guards along the way had multiplied significantly, their gazes sharp, openly scrutinizing and laden with malice, fixated on Li Xian. The air seemed to thicken, suffused with an oppressive atmosphere of imminent danger. Li Xian's face remained impassive, his eyes tranquil, and unwavering. His pace was remarkably steady, as if he were not heading toward an uncertain fate, but rather attending an inconsequential rendezvous. He was waiting, biding his time for the opportune moment. In the distance, atop an unremarkable pavilion, a delicate hand gently parted the curtains, creating a narrow slit. Princess Taiping reclined languidly on a soft couch, her icy gaze fixed on the slowly advancing figure of the prisoner below, viewed through a specially crafted glass mirror. A faint, cruel smile danced at the corners of her lips, reminiscent of one who relishes the plight of a trapped prey, witnessing its futile and absurd struggles. She was waiting, anticipating Li Xian's complete breakdown in despair, yearning for him to grovel at her feet. The escorting party silently traversed several somewhat dilapidated streets, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Ahead, the intersection led into the narrow alley mentioned in Zhuge's note, a necessary passage to the so-called Tranquility Garden. Towering, weathered walls flanked the sides, slicing the overhead sky into a narrow, stifling strip. Just as the escorting party's feet crossed the threshold of the alley, poised to enter the tightest and most treacherous section, a thunderous explosion erupted without warning. Boom! A deafening roar, akin to a celestial thunderclap, detonated simultaneously from both sides of the street. The earth trembled violently. Fiery orange flames, entwined with thick black smoke, surged skyward in a frenzied ascent. Countless splinters of wood, bricks, and rubble were hurled into the air by a terrifying shockwave. Raining down like a torrential storm, it was an explosion. The intense, violent shockwave, like an unseen hammer, instantly obliterated the narrow alleyway. Ah! It exploded. It exploded. Help! The water broke. Run! The piercing screams of terror and anguished cries instantaneously drowned out the previous, deathly silence. The crowd, once tightly gathered at the alley's entrance to witness the spectacle, erupted like a disturbed nest of ants, thrown into chaos. They fled in sheer panic, their hearts racing, disregarding all else as they collided with the disoriented escorting party, equally bewildered by the blast. Chaos, an unprecedented turmoil. The shadow of death loomed over every heart. The seemingly rigid formation of the escorting party crumbled under the surprise explosion and the frenzied onslaught of the crowd, disintegrating into disarray. Now was the moment. In Li Xian's eyes, the long-repressed brilliance erupted forth like a tangible force. Within him, the latent power of the dragon's inner strength, long poised at the brink of eruption, surged forth unrestrained. Like a furious dragon freed from millennia of bondage, it roared thunderously and erupted with a force far surpassing the previous three realms. This overwhelming energy coursed wildly through his limbs and bones, creating a tumultuous wave. Crack! The heavy, solid shackles that could confine even the fiercest of beasts were shattered by the terrifying power that erupted from within him. The connection emitted a deafening sound of metal fracturing. Almost simultaneously, a similar jade pendant, hidden deep within the confines of his prison garb and cleverly concealed from searchers, suddenly radiated an intense heat. Buzz, a faint yet distinctly clear resonance, as if transcending the barriers of space, instantaneously reverberated outward. Above, Princess Taiping elegantly raised her teacup, poised to savor the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, the ancient jade pendant she had taken from Li Xian trembled ever so slightly, a quiver that was both subtle and impossible to overlook. The hand holding the tea froze mid-motion. The languid, playful smile on her face abruptly solidified. In her phoenix-like eyes, a flicker of incredulity and horror flashed for the first time. How could this be possible? Li Xian, having broken free from his confines, resembled a legendary beast unleashed from its cage, exuding an aura of lethal intent. His movements were as swift as lightning, deftly evading the horizontal blade swung at him by a nearby guard. His elbow struck fiercely against the opponent's chest. Thud! The sound of cracking bones was unmistakable. The seasoned guard could not utter a sound as blood spewed forth, collapsing like a broken sack. Li Xian, without a glance back, seized the warm blade from the guard's grasp. The cold touch sent a wave of bloodlust surging through him, nearly overwhelming his senses. Yet, he forcibly subdued the ferocity. Escape. The singular thought consumed him. He must flee. Block his path. He has broken free. Do not let him escape. The surrounding guards, finally recovering from the shock of the explosion and the death of their comrade, erupted in furious shouts, brandishing weapons and recklessly converging upon him. The glint of blades and the shadows of swords enveloped Li Xian in an instant, just as he was about to be ensnared once more. Threatened with dismemberment by the chaotic onslaught, a commanding voice thundered, "Stand aside. The left Jinwu Guard is on duty. Maintain order. Arrest the arsonists." A series of urgent and authoritative shouts reverberated like thunder through the tumultuous alley. A battalion clad in the standard armor of the left Jinwu Guard, armed with long spears and heavy shields, surged forth from another alley as if descending from the heavens. They shouted slogans of maintaining order and capturing the arsonists. Their expressions impassive, yet their movements brutally decisive, forcefully inserting themselves into the chaotic fray. They clashed with the private soldiers loyal solely to the princess, creating a tumultuous melee. Bang! Ouch! The shield ferociously shoved forward, the spear inadvertently stabbing a soldier's thigh. "What are you doing? Are you blind? Can't you see the prisoner is trying to escape?" The captain of the princess's royal guard, witnessing the impending chaos, shouted furiously at the captain of the left Jinwu Guard. "We are here under the orders of General Wei to maintain order and apprehend the fugitive. No one is permitted to interfere. Those who dare obstruct official duties shall be executed without mercy." The captain of the left Jinwu Guard stood undaunted, chest out, his voice booming, refusing to yield an inch. The scene descended into further chaos, spiraling out of control. The sounds of clashing swords, furious shouts, and the anguished cries of the wounded mingled with the remnants of smoke and embers that filled the air, transforming the area into a veritable hell of carnage. At the chaotic zenith, at the edge of the battlefield unnoticed, a slender black figure glided like a phantom merging with the night, flitting across a dilapidated rooftop. Swish, swish, swish. Several flickering cold stars, silent yet accurate, shot towards the top masters of the princess's court, the greatest threat to Li Xian. These elite fighters were poised to unleash a lethal combination to capture Li Xian entirely. Unbeknownst to them, poison darts struck with deadly intent, forcing them to clumsily dodge and parry, disrupting their otherwise seamless assault. The shadow did not linger, nor did it glance back at the outcome. With a few graceful movements, it vanished like a wisp of smoke behind the intricate, overlapping rooftops as if it had never existed. Is it her? The person from Tingyu Tower? Li Xian felt a sudden jolt in his heart, but there was no time for contemplation. The overwhelming chaos around him, the unprecedented surging of his internal energy, akin to boiling, and the strange warmth emanating from the spare jade pendant intertwined with his thoughts.